The rebirth of the Celestial King. Morning. In a luxurious hotel suite, a young man stirred from his slumber, his handsome visage still bearing traces of lingering drowsiness. However, upon surveying his surroundings, his pupils widened in shock. He was completely awakened. Was this a rebirth? Moreover, he had returned to his youth on earth. As the vast memories surged within his mind, he gazed in astonishment, still grappling with disbelief. The young man's name was Su Yun. In his previous life, he fortuitously embarked on the path of immortality, traversing the cosmos and battling myriad races. Through countless epochs, treading upon endless bones and corpses, he ultimately attained the status of Celestial King. Regrettably, during his attempt to achieve eternal enlightenment, he failed to overcome the tribulation of immortality and perished into oblivion. Little did he expect to find himself reborn a millennium prior, back to the age of 20. I never imagined that after failing to ascend to immortality, I would be granted another chance at life. A smile graced Su Yun's lips, his eyes igniting with a fierce brilliance. The reason for his failure in his past life was not solely due to the formidable forces of heaven and earth, or the interference of certain individuals, but primarily because he had not vanquished his inner demons in his former existence. He harbored numerous regrets. Some matters haunted him with lifelong remorse. At that time, he had been too weak to prevent the calamities that befell him, and by the time he had cultivated formidable powers, it was too late to alter his fate. All these experiences were hidden fissures within his soul, seeds of inner turmoil. Now, with the opportunity to relive his life, he finally had the chance to rectify everything. Yinzhou, I have returned. Su Yun murmured softly, his words imbued with a chilling intent that seemed capable of overwhelming the entire city. Yinzhou, this was the place in his previous life where he endured humiliation and misfortune. Back then, he had believed his visit to Yinzhou was merely an ordinary summer vacation. Little did he know, it would lead to his downfall. He was framed and wrongfully accused, with a substantial amount of drugs discovered in his backpack, and other arrested traffickers testified against him. With irrefutable evidence, he was sentenced to over a decade in prison. From an ordinary college student, he suddenly became a convict. His father sold their family assets and exhausted their wealth to seek justice for him, only to be swindled of all his money. By the time Su Yun was released from prison after years of confinement, his father had succumbed to depression, and he had not even been able to see him one last time. The years spent behind bars had severed his ties with society. Leaving him with no skills to support himself, he was reduced to scavenging and begging. Thus, he lived in a haze for several more years. Eventually, through a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a unique opportunity, rising from the ashes and embarking on the path of cultivation, thus beginning his legendary ascent to become the Celestial King of Qiyuan. Yet, even with the powers of Celestial King, he could not resurrect the dead nor mend the past regrets. These spiritual deficiencies culminated into overwhelming inner demons during his trial for immortality. Fortunately, this lifetime offered him a fresh start. All was still within reach. He would spare no one who had wronged him in his previous life. All would be held accountable. At that moment, the ringtone of his phone pierced the AI. Su Yun glanced at the screen, noting the caller ID displayed as Dad. Hello, son. Have you arrived in Yinzhou? Upon answering the call and hearing his father's familiar, rugged voice, Su Yun's heart ached and his eyes moistened. In his previous life, the death of his father was his greatest regret. Yes, Dad. I arrived in Yinzhou last night. I booked the hotel online in advance, so don't worry about me. I'm already 20, Su Yun replied, attempting to mask the tremor in his voice. On the other end of the line, Su's father chuckled heartily. By the way, I just contacted your Uncle Zhou. He'll take you around Yinzhou. He knows the place very well. Don't worry about imposing on him. Our friendship is solid. Also, your Uncle Zhou has a daughter named Zhou Lulu. I met her a few times. She's not only beautiful, but also very polite. I heard she got into the Yinjing Film Academy last year and might become a star someday. This is a great opportunity for you, so make an effort. If you and Lulu hit it off, our families will be even closer. Listening to his father's enthusiastic advice, Su Yun chuckled. All right, Dad, I'm only in my third year of college after the summer. Isn't this a bit premature? It's not too early. If you don't seize the moment, a good girl might be snatched away. All right, I have things to attend to, so I won't keep you. Take care of yourself. After exchanging a few more words, Su's father ended the call. That moment. The smile on Su Yun's face vanished, and his expression darkened. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. His misfortunes in the past life were intricately tied to the Zhou family. Uncle Zhou, known as Zhou Guangji, was a childhood friend of Su Yun's father, Su Baihe. They had served together in the military and had always been regarded as the most trustworthy of friends. Once, when Zhou Guangji had angered someone and was beaten by a group, Su Baihe had taken the blow for him, resulting in a devastating leg injury that left him permanently disabled. Yet, who would have thought that this man, whom Su Baihe considered a brother, would, in Su Yun's previous life, swindle away all of his father's wealth after he was wrongfully imprisoned? Moreover, his wrongful imprisonment was also linked to Zhou Guangxi's daughter, Zhou Lulu. In his last life, upon meeting Zhou Lulu, he had indeed been captivated by her beauty and grace, daring to pursue her, only to be maliciously toyed with and humiliated. Ultimately, he fell victim to a scheme orchestrated by Zhou Lulu's wealthy boyfriend, leading to his imprisonment. Zhou Guangji, Zhou Lulu, Zhang Peng. Su Yun muttered their names, a cold smile curling upon his lips. In this life, I have returned to exact my revenge upon you. The humiliation and suffering you inflicted upon me will be returned tenfold, 100-fold. Though he no longer possessed the unparalleled powers of a celestial king in this rebirth, he bore the memories of a millennium of cultivation, the experiences of 1,000 years, the battles fought, the countless divine arts and secret techniques. These would serve as the foundation for his resurgence in this world. Yet, my current form is still too weak. I must first strengthen my physical body. Su Yun mused, sensing the frailty of his present physique with a sigh. Indeed, he was far too vulnerable. The path of cultivation begins with the refinement of the body. It is the cornerstone upon which the journey of immortality is built. Without a formidable physique, all aspirations are mere illusions. In the room, Su Yun casually sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes gently closed, lost in contemplation. In his previous life, during the early stages of his cultivation journey, he had struggled due to the lack of body refining methods, which hindered his progress. However, now his mind brimmed with numerous techniques and secret arts, particularly those belonging to certain extraordinary races among the myriad beings of the universe. Among the body refining techniques I am aware of, the 9 Xian spirit swallowing technique seems most suited to my current situation. By employing this method, one can draw upon the spirit energy of the universe even in the most barren environments, utilizing it to refine the body, Su Yun mused. He understood well that on present-day Earth, the spirit energy was exceedingly sparse. Conventional breathing techniques yielded limited results. Some individuals could only rely on external forces, such as rigorous training or medicinal baths, to refine their bodies. Su Yun, however, had no need for such measures. With a calm mind, he began to circulate the 9 Xian spirit swallowing technique. In the next moment, the spirit energy within a Tianzhong radius around Su Yun began to converge towards him, as if he were a black hole continually absorbing the Earth's essence. In mere seconds, the spirit energy in that vicinity was completely depleted. Su Yun furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of helplessness. Currently, his strength was too weak, and the range of spirit energy he could absorb was confined to a mere Tianzhong around him. Only when his power increased would the range of absorption expand. Once the spirit energy in this area was exhausted, he would have to wait for the energy from other regions to fill the void, a process that was somewhat slow. Su Yun had no intention of remaining idle. He changed his clothes and shoes and stepped outside, moving forward at a leisurely pace. Throughout this journey, he continued to operate the 9 Xian spirit swallowing technique, transforming into a moving black hole, depleting the spirit energy wherever he went. Gradually, a layer of dark impurities began to seep from his skin. Su Yun paid it no mind, recognizing it as a normal phenomenon in the body refining process. The body refining journey consists of 9 realms, a continual process of developing and mastering one's physical form. With each breakthrough, the body expels waste and impurities, resulting in a significant enhancement and transformation of the physical body. Su Yun unconsciously walked from morning until dusk, then from dusk into the deep night, and finally into the early morning of the next day. He walked for a full day and night, repeatedly expelling impurities. This process had occurred 6 times. After a day and night, he had reached the 6th rank of martial artist. If those in the cultivation world were to learn of such efficiency, they would surely be astounded. At this moment, The black impurities on Su Yun's body had accumulated into a thick layer, nearly forming a crust. He looked up and saw a large lake not far ahead, Golden Mist Lake. Su Yun paused, surprised that he had wandered here unknowingly. This lake was a renowned scenic spot in Yunzhou. At sunrise, mist rises over the lake. And when the sunlight shines, it appears as if golden clouds envelop the water's surface. Every morning, countless visitors come to admire the view at Golden Mist Lake. It was still early, well before sunrise. Su Yun glanced at the filth covering his body, and, seeing no one around, he jumped into the lake with a splash. Just moments after his plunge, two vehicles slowly approached and stopped by the lake. Leading the convoy was a black Hummer, followed by a top-of-the-line luxury van. Three muscular men exited the Hummer, exuding an imposing presence as they scanned their surroundings warily. From the luxury van, a stunningly beautiful woman assisted an elderly man out of the vehicle. A doctor followed closely behind. Having not returned to Yunzhou in 20 years, the elderly man felt content to have the opportunity to revisit Golden Mist Lake before his eyes closed for the final time. His complexion was poor, his pale face tinged with a hint of gray. "Grandfather, you have overexerted yourself in the past. Now that you have stepped back, take good care of yourself here and refrain from speaking such ominous words," the woman, whose beauty was striking even without makeup, said, though a hint of sorrow lingered in her eyes. "Life and death are inevitable. At my age, I have come to terms with it." The elderly man replied with a smile, displaying a calm demeanor even in the face of mortality. He approached the edge of the lake. Gazing at the mist rising over the water, a flicker of reluctance flashing in his deep-set eyes. If there were even a glimmer of hope, who would truly wish for death? "Grandfather," the young woman began, wishing to say more. Suddenly, a great splash erupted from the lake. A figure emerged, causing the three muscular men on guard to change their expressions dramatically. The leader, a man with a prominent scar on his face, tensed his muscles like a coiled tiger, ready to pounce. The other two instinctively placed their hands near their waists, prepared to draw weapons. They were acutely aware of the esteemed identity of the elderly man they were protecting. Although he was nearing the end of his life, any mishap occurring under their watch would have unimaginable consequences, shaking the very foundations of Yunzhou. Having cleansed himself of impurities, Su Yun surfaced from the lake and noticed the group by the shore. However, he paid them no mind and climbed out of the water. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" the scar-faced man demanded, his gaze sharp and threatening. Hearing such a commanding tone, Su Yun frowned. In his previous life, as the king of 10,000 immortals, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. "What I am and what I am doing here does not require explanation to you. I am merely swimming. Is that acceptable?" Su Yun replied, his expression devoid of emotion. At this, a fierce glint flickered in the scar-faced man's eyes. "Swimming in Golden Mist Lake at this hour? You must think me a fool. No need to ask further. Just take him down," the young woman beside the elderly man said coldly. Su Yun's peculiar entrance raised suspicions, regardless of whether he was a threat. It was prudent to subdue him first. The elderly man observed the scene, but did not intervene. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless dangers and assassination attempts. He never interfered with the security measures. The scar-faced man nodded and stepped forward, blocking Su Yun's path. "Kid, step aside and cooperate with the investigation. Don't force my hand." Su Yun grinned. "You wish to make a move against me?" The scar-faced man replied in a low voice, "If you do not cooperate, I will have no choice but to act." As he spoke, he forcefully stomped his foot on the ground, causing the stone beneath him to crack. For an ordinary person, witnessing such a display would be enough to instill fear. However, Su Yun merely shook his head slightly. "I have no time to indulge you in your investigation. Step aside." You refuse my offer? Then you shall face the consequences." The scar-faced man retorted, his gaze darkening as he struck like lightning, attempting to seize Su Yun's shoulder. But before he could make contact, Su Yun coldly commanded, "Get lost." Chapter 3 Only I can save him leave. Su Yun uttered the single word. Others did not sense anything amiss. Yet the scarred man standing before Su Yun underwent a dramatic transformation, his face paling as if struck by an unseen thunderbolt. He felt waves of sound crashing toward him. Bang! In the next instant, the scarred man let out a muffled grunt, as if a giant hammer had struck him. He staggered back several steps, his complexion as pale as parchment. You. The scarred man gazed at Su Yun as if he had encountered a ghost, his eyes filled with terror. The two burly men beside him, without hesitation, drew their guns and aimed at Su Yun. "Don't move. Everyone, stand down." The scarred man, witnessing this scene, turned even paler and let out a shrill scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He quickly positioned himself between the two muscular men and bowed apologetically to Su Yun, saying, "Sir, I was rude and abrupt earlier. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness." As he spoke, he lowered his head in a gesture of respect. "Su Jun, what on earth are you doing? Hurry up and take him down." Qi Qinglan could not help but admonish. She observed how the scarred man had been frightened into retreat by Su Yun's command to leave, and now he was bowing low in apology. It was utterly bewildering. However, before she could finish her sentence, the elder beside her raised his hand to stop her. "Qinglan, do not be disrespectful. This gentleman is a master from beyond the mundane world," the elder said gravely. Qi Qinglan was taken aback. It was the first time she had seen her grandfather display such a serious demeanor. "This gentleman, I am Qi Guozheng. The earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding. I hope you will not take offense." The elder offered a respectful bow. "Since it is a misunderstanding, let it be," Su Yun replied indifferently, nodding before walking over to a nearby ancient tree to sit cross-legged. Having arrived at Jinxia Lake, he intended to appreciate the breathtaking scene of the mist rising from the lake at sunrise before departing. As for Qi Guozheng and his entourage, despite their extraordinary status, Su Yun could not be bothered to make their acquaintance. To him, worldly people, no matter how powerful, were naught but ants. Once Su Yun had distanced himself, the man referred to as Su Jun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Qi Guozheng also felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "Brother Jun, are you all right?" The two muscular men had holstered their guns and rushed to Su Jun, who appeared visibly shaken. "I've sustained internal injuries. Though I have temporarily suppressed the pain with my inner strength, I will need to rest for a while. The task of protecting Elder Qi falls to you." Su Jun responded, clutching his chest. "Su Jun, you are injured? When did this happen?" Qi Qinglan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "It was when that person ordered me to leave. The sound wave struck me," Su Jun said with a wry smile, "which is why I promptly apologized and retreated." "That's impossible." Qi Qinglan's eyes widened in astonishment. The mere utterance of a command had caused injury. To her, it was nothing short of absurd. "There is nothing impossible." Qi Guozheng sighed softly. Although he himself did not practice martial arts, he had once held a high position and encountered various extraordinary individuals. Knowing many secrets unknown to ordinary people, he held a deep respect for masters from beyond the mundane world. He recalled having seen an eccentric master who, it was said, practiced the Buddhist lion's roar technique. One roar had caused a bull to bleed from all 7 orifices and perish. "But Su Jun, aren't you also a master? How could you be so helpless against that person?" Qi Qinglan still struggled to accept it. She was aware of Su Jun's background as a former instructor of a special forces unit, capable of easily taking down multiple armed men with his bare hands and capable of breaking branches as thick as a bowl with a single punch. "Miss Qinglan, your lack of martial knowledge has left you unaware of that person's terrifying capabilities." "My skills are but a joke in comparison," Su Jun replied. "Brother Jun, no matter how formidable he may be, he cannot withstand my bullets," one of the muscular men retorted defiantly. "Fool, with that person's ability to injure with mere words and his high martial realm, he is beyond my imagination. Even if you aimed 2 guns at him, or even a dozen, you would not hit him," Su Jun reprimanded. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Qi Guozheng began to cough violently, prompting everyone to halt their conversation. "Grandfather, the wind is strong by the lake. Your health may not endure for long. We should return immediately," Qi Qinglan said, her face filled with concern. "It's nothing. Let us wait a little longer. The spectacle of the golden clouds over the lake is about to unfold." Qi Guozheng waved his hand, resolute in his decision. Qi Qinglan ceased her attempts to persuade him. As time passed, more and more people arrived at Jinxia Lake. As the sun began to rise, rays of light cascaded down, and mist billowed over the lake, resembling floating, auspicious clouds. Su Yun sat quietly on the ground, savoring the view. Moments later, as the temperature rose and the mist dissipated, the enchanting sight vanished. Su Yun stood to leave, but just then, he heard a series of exclamations nearby. It turned out that after Qi Guozheng had taken in the view of Jinxia Lake, his spirit relaxed, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. His already pallid complexion grew even whiter. The accompanying doctor had already taken out a first aid kit and portable oxygen cylinder to begin emergency treatment. "Miss Qinglan, Elder Qi's condition is critical. I will stabilize his heart pulse with acupuncture. He must be transported to Tianhe Hospital within the hour," the accompanying doctor, a middle-aged man with a square face, said as he inserted slender silver needles into Qi Guozheng's body while addressing Qi Qinglan. "Yunzhou, as the capital of Tianhe Province, boasts the best medical resources in the province. Among them, Tiana Hospital is the most prestigious. I have already called Director Zhang to assemble the top specialists for a consultation. A medical helicopter will arrive within 15 minutes. Before that, Dr. Gu, you must ensure my grandfather's safety, Qi Qinglan said solemnly. Rest assured, within the hour, with my silver needles preserving his life. Even the king of hell will not take him from me, the doctor replied with a hint of pride in his tone. As Suyan walked by, he cast a glance at Qi Guozheng, silently shaking his head without pausing, continuing on his way. However, just as he withdrew his gaze, it suddenly fell upon Qi Qinglan. At that moment, she was half kneeling on the ground, supporting Qi Guozheng, and a blood-red jade Buddha pendant became visible. Su Yun's pupils constricted slightly, and he came to a sudden halt. Sir, you. Su Jun, noticing Su Yun standing idly nearby, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. With Elder Qi in such a critical condition, he was already at his wit's end, and now Su Yun stood there, his gaze fixed intently on Qi Qinglan. If he harbored ill intentions, Su Jun would be unable to cope. This elderly gentleman's condition is exceedingly perilous, even if transported to the hospital. It may be of little use. Only I can save him, Su Yun stated calmly. Chapter 4. Saving lives. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, not only were Su Jun and the two bodyguards taken aback, but even Qi Qinglan looked up in surprise. You can save my grandfather? She asked, her brow furrowed and skepticism evident in her tone. Though she was worried about her grandfather's safety, she remained composed, maintaining her clarity and rationality. Indeed, I can save him. Su Yun replied calmly. All I require is the jade Buddha pendant you wear, and I shall save your grandfather's life. You want my jade Buddha? Qi Qinglan's expression darkened. This pendant had been gifted to her by the Qi family on her first month of life and had never left her side in over 20 years. The audacity of someone attempting to take advantage of her grandfather's peril to deceive her for the pendant was infuriating. Had it been anyone else, she would have already ordered Su Jun to throw the person out. Enough. My grandfather is in the care of hospital specialists. There is no need for your concern, Qi Qinglan said through gritted teeth. Sir, Su Jun interjected, standing defiantly in front of Su Yun. He too doubted Su Yun's ability to save Qi Guozheng. Though he acknowledged Su Yun's prowess in martial arts, he believed that skill in combat had no bearing on the art of healing. Observing the scene, Su Yun did not approach further, but merely shook his head, stating, Very well, this is your choice. If you miss this opportunity, he is doomed to perish today. With his status as a celestial king, such a declaration was tantamount to pronouncing Qi Guozheng's fate. To claim that he would die today meant he would not see tomorrow. Silence. How dare you curse my grandfather? Qi Qinglan glared at Su Yun with fury. I merely speak the truth. If I am not mistaken, your grandfather's internal organs have been aging rapidly for the past year or two, at a rate far exceeding the norm. At this point, his organs are on the verge of losing functionality, Su Yun remarked nonchalantly. Hearing this, Qi Qinglan's expression shifted, her disbelief palpable. How do you know this? It turned out that Su Yun's assessment of Qi Guozheng's condition was entirely accurate. Indeed, his organs had been aging at an alarming rate and were nearing failure. The family had already prepared to transfer Qi Guozheng to the intensive care unit when he could no longer endure, utilizing advanced medical equipment to replace the functions of his failing organs in a desperate bid to sustain his life. However, once it reached that point, he would merely be a living corpse, forever reliant on machines, existing in a state of prolonged suffering. Do not concern yourself with how I know. I ask you now. Are you willing to let me intervene? Su Yun inquired. Qi Qinglan hesitated for a moment. Initially, she had thought Su Yun's claim of being able to save her grandfather was merely a ruse to obtain her jade pendant. However, now he had accurately described her grandfather's condition. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolutely replied, Very well, I accept your terms. If you can save my grandfather, the jade Buddha pendant shall be yours. You cannot agree to this. The ancient doctor who had just administered a needle to Qi Guozheng was immediately alarmed. He had thought that with Qi Qinglan's acumen, she would dismiss Su Yun's nonsensical claims, but to his astonishment, she had indeed consented. Miss Qinglan, regarding the old man's condition. He may have gathered information beforehand. You must not allow this unknown individual to approach him, the ancient doctor urged anxiously. Having made her decision, Qi Qinglan appeared resolute. Let him try. I will keep a close watch. Should he dare to employ any tricks, regardless of his background, our Qi family will never let him go, she declared firmly. Upon hearing this, the ancient doctor was infuriated, stomping his foot. He had been assigned to Qi Guozheng's side, and if anything were to happen to the old man, he would also be implicated. Unable to sway Qi Qinglan, he glared at Su Yun and warned, "Young man, I advise you against acting recklessly. Qi Guozhing's condition is exceedingly complex. Even I cannot treat it. What makes you think you can?" Su Yun cast a sideways glance at him and replied, "And what are you, to speak to me in such a manner?" The ancient doctor, suppressing his fury, haughtily declared, "I am Gu Quantao." Gu Quantao was not only the chief physician of the traditional Chinese medicine department at Tiana Hospital, but he also held a position at the Provincial Health Bureau, routinely tending to high-ranking officials. His pride stemmed from the fact that he managed the health of those in power. He could not fathom that a mere youth could cure a condition he deemed untreatable. "Gu Quantao, I have not heard of you. Please step aside. Do not hinder my efforts to save a life," Xian said as he pushed past the doctor to stand before Qi Guozhang. Gu Quantao, unable to stop Su Yun, shouted in frustration, "You do not even understand the old man's condition. How can you treat him? What is there to misunderstand? This esteemed elder is poisoned, and to save his life, we must first detoxify him," Su Yun stated with calm assurance. "Poisoned? How is that possible? Qi Guozhing's blood tests have been conducted dozens of times. If he were poisoned, it would have been detected long ago." "You, scoundrel, stop!" Gu Quantao's voice escalated in pitch as he realized Su Yun was removing the silver needles he had previously inserted into Qi Guozhing. "Stop him. I barely managed to stabilize the old man's vital signs with those needles. If he removes them, it will cost Qi Guozhing his life." Gu Quantao screamed in a voice akin to a pig being slaughtered. Su Jun and the two bodyguards rushed forward, ready to intervene. "Wait." Qi Qinglan's eyes glistened with urgency as she fixed her gaze on Su Yun, urging him to continue. Su Yun, hearing this, regarded the young woman with newfound respect. "Miss Qinglan, you." Gu Quantao stomped his foot and stepped aside, pulling out his phone. "I must notify Mr. Qi Air immediately." Meanwhile, after extracting all the silver needles, Su Yun swiftly placed his fingers on Qi Guozhing's body. With each touch, a gentle force permeated Qi Guozhing's being. In an instant, Qi Guozhing's body trembled violently, and he erupted with a mouthful of dark red blood, riddled with tiny, grotesque worms. Witnessing this, Qi Qinglan and the others paled in shock. Without pausing, Su Yun placed one hand on Qi Guozhing's back, channeling pure energy to nourish his internal organs. Before long, Qi Guozhing regained consciousness. His complexion still pale, but his spirit considerably improved. Qi Qinglan and the others stared in disbelief at the remarkable transformation. Gu Quantao, having just made a phone call, was equally stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Grandfather, how do you feel?" Qi Qinglan rushed forward to inquire. Qi Guozhing exhaled deeply, saying, "I feel completely revitalized. It has been ages since I felt this comfortable." Chapter 5. The acquisition of the blood jade. Witnessing the noticeably improved complexion of Qi Guozhing, everyone was left utterly speechless. When their eyes fell upon Su Yun, they were instantly struck with awe. Unfazed by the stares of the crowd, Su Yun approached Qi Qinglan directly, extending his hand. "Hand it over," he commanded. Qi Qinglan, momentarily taken aback, quickly composed herself, realizing he was asking for the jade pendant. "Sir, might we discuss an alternative arrangement?" A flicker of reluctance crossed her eyes as she gazed at Su Yun with an enchanting demeanor. "I would part with it for any price, should you wish." She was indeed loath to relinquish the pendant, which she had worn for over 2 decades, feeling as if it were an integral part of her being. Su Yun's expression remained impassive. "I said, hand it over. I do not wish to repeat myself." "You." Qi Qinglan felt a surge of indignation at his lack of empathy. However, before she could retort, Qi Guozhing interjected, "Qinglan, a gentleman's word is worth more than gold." A shiver ran through Qi Qinglan's delicate frame, and with great reluctance, she removed the jade pendant and handed it to Su Yun. The jade pendant, blood red and translucent, felt smooth to the touch and still bore a hint of Qi Qinglan's warmth. Su Yun held it in his hands, gently caressing it with his fingers. Seemingly savoring the moment, Qi Qinglan felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, this was her cherished possession. "Sir, may I inquire what makes this jade pendant so extraordinary?" Qi Guozhing asked. This pendant was fortuitously acquired by Qi Guozhing in his youth, crafted from an exceptionally rare material. Qi Guozhing had even consulted several esteemed jade experts, all of whom admitted they had never encountered such a uniquely exquisite jade, dubbing it a one-in-a-million treasure. It was then that he gifted the pendant to the infant Qi Qinglan. Jade nourishes the soul. Over the years, Qi Qinglan had indeed enjoyed remarkable health and fortune. Thriving in the business world, and at merely 20-something, she commanded the renowned Tianqing Group in southern Heaven Province. This jade pendant is carved from innate blood jade. Yun stated casually, relishing the acquisition of such a rare artifact. Innate blood jade? Both Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan were momentarily taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Yun offered no further explanation, simply stowing the jade pendant away as he prepared to depart. Yet, before leaving, he turned to Qi Guozheng and said, "You are afflicted with the life-eating goo from Miaojiang. The goo worm has integrated itself with your organs, incessantly draining your vitality, a condition undetectable by conventional medical methods. While I have alleviated the poison, the deterioration of your organs cannot be reversed. Without the intervention of a skilled individual, you may only have 2 or 3 years left." Qi Guozheng, a seasoned politician, was astute enough to grasp the implications of Su Yun's words. Even Qi Qinglan understood that the skilled individual he referenced was himself. "I implore you to assist once more." Qi Guozheng bowed respectfully. He had not attained enlightenment regarding life and death, knowing there was a chance to extend his existence. He was determined to seize it. "Very well," Su Yun nodded. "To reverse your fate is indeed possible, but it comes at a significant cost. Your organs are nearly devoid of vitality, and to rejuvenate them, you will require rare medicinal herbs. If you can procure sufficient century-old herbs, or preferably millennial herbs, I can concoct a restorative elixir to replenish your vitality and extend your life." At this proclamation, the crowd was left in stunned silence. The ancient doctor's expression twisted in disbelief. Century-old herbs were already a rarity in today's world, nearly impossible to acquire even with wealth. Once a herb reached a century of age, its properties transformed astonishingly, elevating it beyond the realm of ordinary herbs and bestowing it the title of spiritual herb. As for millennial herbs, they were almost mythical. Even emperors of ancient times rarely encountered such treasures. "This matter shall be handled with utmost diligence by my family." Qi Guozheng inhaled deeply. Signaling Qi Qinglan, she stepped forward, retrieving a golden card from her belongings. One side bore the words Tianqing Group, while the other displayed merely a phone number. "My family wields a modest influence in Yunzhou. Should you require assistance, simply dial this number. The resources and personnel of the Tianqing Group can be mobilized at your command." Qi Qinglan's tone was cool, her gaze steady, embodying the poise of Yunzhou's business queen once more. Su Yun accepted the golden card, scrutinizing it briefly before tucking it away. Qi Qinglan noted down Su Yun's number, assuring him she would notify him at the first hint of century-old herbs. "By the way, may I ask for your name?" Qi Qinglan inquired. "Su Yun," he replied, before departing with an elegant stride. As his figure vanished from sight, Gu Quino leaned closer, whispering, "Miss Qinglan, given your grandfather's dire condition, even ordinary remedies may not suffice. I can't shake the feeling that this man's request for century-old herbs might harbor ulterior motives." Qi Qinglan furrowed her brows, responding coolly, "I care not for his motives, as long as he can prolong my grandfather's life. If you can achieve that, I would gladly accommodate your desires." Gu Quino flushed with indignation, choosing silence. Qi Guozheng observed quietly, refraining from comment. Had Gu Quinto dared to voice his thoughts in Su Yun's presence, he might have respected his audacity. Now, discussing him in hushed tones was beneath contempt. "Shall I have someone investigate his identity discreetly?" asked bodyguard Su Jun. Qi Guozheng shook his head. "No need. Such extraordinary individuals are unpredictable. If they learn we are probing into their background, it could lead to misunderstandings and complications. Furthermore, today's events must remain confidential." He cast a stern gaze over the assembled individuals. The details regarding Su Yun and the resolution of his poison must remain concealed. Should the information leak, it would be challenging to discern the source of the goo poison. Chapter 6. Refinement. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Yun eagerly retrieved the jade Buddha pendant. Sitting cross-legged, he once again activated the 9 Mysteries spirit swallowing technique, beginning to absorb the innate blood essence contained within the pendant. In the arduous journey of refining one's body through the 9 realms, Su Yun managed to break through 6 levels in just 1 day and night. Thanks to the technique, however, a vast chasm lay between the 6th and 7th levels. Under normal circumstances, given the current scarcity of spiritual energy on Earth, even with the 9 Mysteries spirit swallowing technique, Su Yun would require months to achieve a breakthrough. But now, with the innate blood essence from the jade pendant, the process became remarkably simpler. As Su Yun channeled his energy, waves of rich crimson light surged from the jade Buddha, flowing into his body. In an instant, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted from his form, accompanied by the thunderous resonance of his bones. After a sustained period, his aura finally stabilized, rendering him as steadfast as a mountain, unshakable. The impurities seeping from his skin were more pronounced than before. Having undergone 7 rounds of refinement, he stepped into the realm of a 7th-grade warrior, a status that could easily be deemed a martial arts master in today's martial world. Taking a slow breath, Su Yun exhaled forcefully, releasing a concentrated wave of energy that shot forth like a comet from his lips. The vase in the hotel room shattered as if struck by a bullet, while the wall behind it bore a gaping hole, nearly perforating through. Satisfied, Su Yun nodded and prepared to freshen up in the bathroom. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, a male voice resonated from the other end. "Is this Xiao Yin? I am your Uncle Zhou. Your father has already called me. I'll be taking you out to have some fun in Yunzhou these days." The caller was Zhou Guangji, whose tone was exceedingly warm and jovial. Had Su Yun not been aware of his true, sinister nature, he might have been deceived. Fingers clenching the phone, a chill flickered in Su Yun's eyes. Yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor as he conversed. "Uncle Zhou, are you coming to pick me up? That seems rather troublesome. All right. I am at the Jusher Hotel." After hanging up, a cold smile crept onto Su Yun's lips. With his current capabilities, eliminating Zhou Guangji and his family discreetly would be a trivial task. However, Su Yun would not grant them such an easy fate. Besides, his father, unaware of the underlying circumstances, would undoubtedly be devastated upon learning of Zhou Guangji's family misfortune. "Let us take it slow. I have ample time to play with you all," Su Yun chuckled coldly. After completing his grooming, he exited the room half an hour later. Outside Jusher Hotel, a white BMW was parked a short distance from the entrance. In the driver's seat sat a middle-aged man with a gentle appearance, smoking intermittently while glancing at his watch. Beside him, a beautiful woman was adjusting her makeup in the mirror, grumbling, "Old show, why don't you call and check again? What on earth is that Su family boy doing? We've been waiting for over 10 minutes. Why hasn't he come down yet? All right, let us wait a bit longer. Su Yun should be coming down soon." Although Zhou Guangji felt a hint of impatience, he possessed enough composure not to rush matters. He glanced at his wife, reminding her, "You may, when Su Yun arrives, be a little nicer to him. After all, his father has shown me kindness." Lu Yumei curled her lip in disdain, retorting, "Why do you keep bringing up ancient history? It's getting tiresome." Besides, Su Xiaozi called earlier, suggesting that our younger generations should interact more, which is merely a ploy to matchmake Su Yun and Lulu. "But does he even consider if his boy is worthy of our precious Lulu?" she added with a scoff. "It's like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. What a delusion." In the back seat, a stylishly dressed young woman, full of vitality, was engrossed in her phone, inquiring, "Mom and Dad, what is the situation with Su Yun's family?" Zhou Guangji casually replied, "Su Yun is still studying at Tsinghua University. After the summer break, he will be entering his 3rd year. His family runs a small construction company in Lingbei County." "A small construction company?" Lu Yumei's lips curled into a sneer. "They don't even have the qualifications to undertake independent projects. He is merely a small contractor, recruiting a few laborers under the umbrella of a legitimate company to handle minor tasks. Essentially, he is just a subcontractor." Upon hearing this, Zhou Lulu lost all interest. Su Yun, attending an ordinary university, came from a humble background. Not only did her mother look down on him, but she too felt that he belonged to a different social stratum. Zhou Guangji sighed, but he never insisted on pairing Su Yun with Lulu. He just wanted the young ones to be friends. Friends? Does he even qualify? Lu Yumei rolled her eyes. "Old Zhou, you should realize that Lulu is destined to become a big star. Associating with such lowly individuals would only invite ridicule." Zhou Guangji found himself in a quandary. "Why, he has indeed been kind to me. How do I explain this to him?" Lu Yumei waved her hand dismissively. "Leave this matter to me. I will ensure Su Yun knows his place. Once he comprehends the disparity between our families, he will hopefully abandon any unrealistic notions. In this way, it will preserve Su Xiaozi's dignity." In truth, the Zhou family was not particularly affluent. However, Lu Yumei worked at the Yunzhou City Finance Bureau. Despite being merely a low-level clerk, she often encountered various dignitaries and had developed high standards, looking down on Su Yun's family. She firmly believed her daughter must marry into a prominent family or a wealthy clan to maintain her own prestige. Enough talk. It seems Su Yun is coming out now. Zhou Guangji noticed a young man emerging from the hotel and quickly pulled out his phone to verify the identity against the photo sent by Su Baihe. "Xiao Yun. Over here," he called, waving through the car window. Lu Yumei glanced outside and saw Su Yun clad in inexpensive attire, appearing utterly ordinary, which only deepened her contempt. Zhou Lulu, peering through the car window, scrutinized Su Yun. having encountered countless ordinary students like him. She knew they typically became flustered in the presence of someone like herself and struggled to articulate their words. She shook her head inwardly. Someone like him was certainly unworthy of even being considered a friend. Chapter 7. Disdain. After greeting Zhou Guangji and others, Suyun calmly took his seat in the car. Hello, I am Zhou Lulu. She introduced herself, surprised to find Suyun unperturbed and composed in her presence. She extended her hand, albeit slightly taken aback. I am Suyun, he replied, offering a brief handshake before withdrawing, his demeanor remaining utterly indifferent. In his previous life, he had felt a surge of excitement and infatuation upon meeting Zhou Lulu for the first time. However, after a millennium of cultivation and encounters with unparalleled beauties and exceptional women, he regarded Zhou Lulu as nothing more than an ordinary, superficial figure. Noticing Suyun's demeanor, Zhou Lulu furrowed her brows momentarily, but a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes as she pondered, is this a game of feigned indifference? She silently scoffed at the notion, having encountered similar ploys far too often. In her eyes, Suyun's abilities paled in comparison to the performing arts seniors at her esteemed Yanjing Film Academy. Zhou Guangji glanced at his watch, noting it was already past 10. It's about time. Let's find a place for lunch and explore some famous attractions in Yunzhou this afternoon. Suyun, what do you think? I have no objections. Uncle Zhou. You can make the arrangements, Suyun replied nonchalantly. Lu Yuemei, glancing at Suyun through the rearview mirror, casually remarked, all right then, it's settled. Old Zhou, let's dine at Wangxian Tower. Coughing slightly, Zhou Guangji nearly choked on his own saliva, unable to suppress his surprise. We're going to Wangxian Tower for lunch? Wangxian Tower is among the top 3 fine dining establishments in Yunzhou, with a minimum expenditure of 888 per table, while the Zhou family could afford it. Such indulgence was reserved for birthdays or anniversaries. Indeed, we shall dine at Wangxian Tower. Old Zhou, you know Suyun has always been cooped up in that small place, Lingbei County, and hasn't had the opportunity to enjoy fine cuisine. Since we finally made it to Yunzhou, we ought to treat him well, Lu Yuemei said with a smile, her tone laced with a palpable sense of superiority. Seeing this, Zhou Guangji remained silent and drove towards Wangxian Tower, while Suyun sat in silence, feeling utterly speechless. Lu Yuemei truly regarded him as a bumpkin who had never seen the world, as if without her benevolence, he would have no chance of experiencing such a meal in his lifetime. By the way, Suyun, you're halfway through university. Do you have any plans for your future development? Share with us, and it can help you think it through, Lu Yuemei continued. Not yet. I'll take it one step at a time, Suyun replied dismissively. Lu Yuemei nodded. That makes sense. Nowadays, there are countless ordinary university students like you. Even those who have graduated are often lost and struggle to find jobs. But you need not worry, Suyun. If you can't find a way out, you can always return to your father's construction company and take on a managerial role. Zhou Lulu nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. She was well aware that Suyun's so-called construction company was merely a small contracting team composed of a dozen or so laborers. Becoming a manager or vice president there, Zhou Lulu exerted considerable effort to stifle her laughter. Lu Yuemei, undeterred, began recounting stories from her circle, such as how the son of a colleague started working part-time in his first year of university, launched his own venture in his second year, and is now running a successful business. Although she did not openly belittle Suyun, her words were replete with comparisons that subtly highlighted his shortcomings. After more than 20 minutes, the car finally arrived at Wangxian Tower. This 3-story, ancient-style building stood majestically in the bustling city center, adorned with exquisite decor and unique furnishings. The entrance was flanked by an array of luxury vehicles, rendering Zhou Guangji's BMW X5 rather inconspicuous. As they parked, the sound of revving engines echoed nearby. A few more luxury cars pulled up to the entrance, including a Mercedes S600, a Maserati Quattroporte, and a Porsche Cayenne, with the most ostentatious being a bright yellow Lamborghini. From these vehicles emerged a group of young men and women, laughing and chatting as they made their way toward Wangxian Tower. Wan Xiao. Lu Yuemei's eyes lit up as she spotted a tall, imposing young man with an arrogant demeanor, and she immediately approached him with a beaming smile. Who are you? The young man frowned, seemingly unaware of her. Wang Xiao, don't you remember? I was fortunate to host you when you visited the bureau to see Director Wang last time. Lu Yuemei, now devoid of her earlier haughtiness towards Suyun, wore a face full of ingratiating smiles. It was no wonder. She was merely a minor clerk in the Municipal Finance Bureau, while the gentleman before her was the son of the bureau chief. Oh, it's you, Wang Xiao acknowledged, recalling her but not giving her much thought. Wang Xiao. You're a busy man, but it's truly my honor that you remember me, Lu Yuemei flattered, waving Zhou Lulu over. Lulu, come here. This is Wang Xiao, the son of Director Wang. He started 3 companies at such a young age, all on his own. Upon seeing Zhou Lulu, Wang Xiao's eyes brightened, and his demeanor instantly warmed. It must be said that Zhou Lulu was indeed youthful and radiant, leaving an immediate impression of beauty. Wang Xiao and his friends were captivated by her presence. And this is? Wang Xiao inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhou Lulu. Lu Yuemei introduced her with a smile. This is my daughter, Zhou Lulu. Wang Xiao, now that you've met, please take good care of her in Yunzhou. Of course. Wang Xiao readily agreed, extending his hand toward Zhou Lulu, during which he inadvertently showcased the exquisite Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist. Lulu, if you need anything in Yunzhou, just look for your brother Wang, and I promise to assist you. As he grasped her hand, Wang Xiao subtly squeezed her palm. Zhou Lulu, far from being offended, cast him a coy glance, instantly stirring a flutter in Wang Xiao's heart, akin to a cat's playful scratch. Coughing awkwardly, Zhou Guangji felt the tension and cleared his throat. Oh, this is my old friend, Zhou Guangji, Lu Yuemei interjected, finally recalling his presence. However, when it came to Su Yun, she merely mentioned he was the son of an old friend, casually omitting his name. Aunt Lu, Lulu, since we are all here at Wangchuan Tower for a meal, why not join together? The more, the merrier, Wang Xiao proposed warmly, his gaze frequently darting toward Zhou Lulu. His companions, noticing his interest in Zhou Lulu, readily agreed to the arrangement. Lu Yuemei was more than pleased with this turn of events. The only drawback was the presence of Su Yun, an unwelcome distraction. Chapter 8. His unworthy A group of individuals entered the Wangxian Tower, guided by a server who led them to an opulent private room on the 3rd floor. Zhou Lulu accompanied Wang Xiao and his associates, walking ahead, while Lu Yuemei and Zhou Guangji deliberately lingered a few steps behind with Su Yun. At that moment, the couple was filled with mixed emotions. They had visited Wangxian Tower several times, yet had never ascended to the 3rd floor. The exclusive VIP rooms on this level were not accessible to casual visitors. Only those of considerable prominence in Yun City were deemed worthy to enter. Su Yun, please refrain from speaking unless absolutely necessary. You and Wang Xiao are from entirely different worlds. Forcing yourself into the conversation will only invite ridicule. Furthermore, since you are unfamiliar with such upscale establishments, be mindful of your dining etiquette, Lu Yuemei whispered anxiously, fearing Su Yun would embarrass their family. Su Yun merely responded with a cold smile, having long since judged Zhou Guangji and his family, and thus disregarding Lu Yuemei's admonitions. Once the food and drinks were served in the lavish room, Wang Xiao raised his glass, taking the initiative to introduce his friends to Zhou Lulu. This is Li Jing from Haojie Real Estate, a renowned figure in the business world of Yun City. He is currently responsible for the newly developed Shui Zhangtian project in the western suburbs. Wang Xiao introduced a young man in his 30s, whose ordinary appearance belied a composed demeanor that commanded attention. Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei regarded him with deep respect, for they had heard much about Haojie Real Estate, one of the top 5 real estate companies in Tiannan province. This is Zhao Dongdong, the young heir of the Kanghui supermarket chain, Wang Xiao continued, gesturing toward a corpulent man. Zhou Guangji and his wife quickly stood to offer a toast. The Kanghui supermarket chain was well known throughout Tiannan province, boasting over 100 large supermarkets within the region. And this is Jiang Ro, the daughter of Director Jiang from the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, Wang Xiao concluded, pointing to a strikingly elegant woman. Although Jiang Ro's beauty did not surpass Zhou Lulu's, there was an innate air of arrogance about her, and she regarded Zhou Guangji's family with disdain. Lu Yuemei sighed inwardly, recognizing that Wang Xiao's circle of friends was beyond her reach. She exchanged furtive glances with Zhou Lulu, hoping her daughter would integrate into such a prestigious social sphere. Zhou Lulu, adept at navigating social situations, toasted Wang Xiao and his companions, skillfully employing flattery in her remarks. In mere moments, she had ingratiated herself with Wang Xiao's group, garnering their approval, even Jiang Ro's. As the revelry progressed, Wang Xiao finally noticed Su Yun, who had remained aloof. Hey there, young man, why not join us for a drink? He casually suggested. Su Yun lifted his eyelids slightly, responding coolly, I do not drink. Wang Xiao frowned slightly, having merely spoken out of politeness. However, Su Yun's tone irked him. While Zhou Guangji and his family sought to curry favor with Wang Xiao, wearing smiles on their faces, Su Yun's detached demeanor stood in stark contrast, unsettling the young man who was accustomed to sycophantic behavior. What kind of young person refuses to drink? Are you implying that you do not wish to honor me? Wang Xiao chuckled, masking his irritation with feigned joviality. Before Su Yun could respond, Lu Yueme hurriedly interjected, laughing nervously. Wang Xiao is just joking. To share a meal and drink with you is a rare honor. Who would dare to show you disrespect? Is that so? If that is the case, you should drink this cup, Wang Xiao declared, pouring a generous glass of liquor and presenting it to Su Yun with a mocking gaze. Zhou Guangji, noticing the full glass, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, but was silenced by a glare from Lu Yueme. Su Yun, since Wang Xiao is extending goodwill towards you, you should drink. Not everyone is afforded the privilege of receiving a toast from him, Lu Yueme urged. Su Yun remained impassive, not even lifting his gaze as he stated flatly, I have already said, I will not drink. Wang Xiao's smile persisted, though it now bore a hint of darkness. Ha ha ha, it seems my influence is lacking, he remarked. As laughter erupted from his companions, Li Jing and Zhao Dongdong, who joined in the mockery. Lu Yueme could no longer contain her anxiety. They had finally connected with Wang Xiao's affluent circle, and if Su Yun's insolence drove Wang Xiao to disdain them, all would be lost. Su Yun, what is your attitude? Wang Xiao is graciously inviting you to drink, and you act so disdainfully. She scolded sharply. Su Yun, your behavior is indeed inappropriate. Listen to my mother and drink this cup as an apology to Wang Xiao. Zhou Lulu chimed in, attempting to mediate. To apologize by toasting him? Su Yun scoffed, responding. Does he even deserve it? He is merely a minor figure, unworthy of sharing a drink with me. In my eyes, Wang Xiao is no more than an ant. As Su Yun's words lingered in the air, the private room fell into a stunned silence. The guests could scarcely believe their ears. Su Yun, have you lost your mind? Do you realize what you're saying? Lu Yueme shrieked, wishing she could silence him. This was an overt insult to Wang Xiao, suggesting that he was unworthy of such homage. Lu Yueme regretted bringing such an impertinent individual to Wang's Tian Tower. Su Yun, have you taken leave of your senses? Quickly apologize to Wang Xiao. Zhou Guangji thundered, slamming his hand on the table. Yet, Su Yun paid no heed, continuing to eat as if Wang Xiao and his entourage were utterly inconsequential. Wang Xiao's expression darkened, and his friends, who had previously been entertained, now regarded Su Yun with cold, unyielding stares. Wang Xiao, I sincerely apologize for this. We only just met him today and did not anticipate such a lack of decorum. Lu Yueme stammered, panic rising in her voice. Su Yun is the child of an old acquaintance of mine, but I had no idea he could be so uncouth. Please accept my apologies, Zhou Guangji bowed repeatedly, desperate to avert any unfavorable judgment from Wang Xiao. Chapter 9. The setup. Wang Xiao wore a dark expression, remaining silent. The atmosphere in the room felt as though it had solidified. After a long pause of over 10 seconds, Wang Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, saying, Don't be so tense. How could I, Wang Gangxiong, get upset over a trivial offense from someone else's words? I was merely joking. Did I frighten you? His laughter prompted Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme to chuckle along, while Zhou Lulu playfully tapped Wang Xiao's shoulder with her soft fist, feigning annoyance. Brother Wang, you're so mean. You scared me. I thought you were genuinely angry. Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme exchanged glances, both internally wincing. They understood that individuals like Wang Xiao, who were accustomed to privilege, were particularly sensitive about their reputation, especially when mocked by someone like Su Yun. It was inconceivable for Wang Xiao to let such an affront slide without repercussions. Though he pretended to be magnanimous in front of his friends, it was likely he would soon retaliate against Su Yun. Fortunately, Wang Xiao seemed to be engrossed in an intimate conversation with Lulu, indicating he had no immediate intention of involving them. They all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yun, that little rascal, was probably envious of Lulu's closeness to Wang Xiao, which spurred his resentment, leading him to provoke Wang Xiao like a rabid dog. Yet, he failed to recognize the vast difference in their standings. Lu Yueme coldly scoffed inwardly, growing increasingly discontent with Su Yun. She had resolved that once they departed, she would ensure old Zhou kept his distance from Su Yun's family, severing any ties forever. At that moment, Zhou Guangji discreetly tugged at Lu Yueme's sleeve, whispering, I saw Wang Xiao conversing with Li Jing from Haojie Real Estate, and then Li Jing went outside to make a call. Do you think something might happen? Should we let Su Yun leave first? Lu Yueme shot Zhou Guangji an irritated glare, retorting, Don't meddle. Su Yun is just a petty nuisance who deserves to be dealt with. I warn you, never associate with Su Yun's family again, otherwise you'll inevitably be dragged into trouble. Zhou Guangji protested, It's not like I want to associate with them. It's Su Baihe who kept reaching out to me. Don't worry, I'll be prudent from now on. After the recent incident, Zhou Guangji's impression of Su Yun had plummeted. That reckless brat didn't realize his own worth and dared to offend someone like Wang Xiao. He truly was courting disaster. Though Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei whispered together, their conversation was inaudible to the others. However, Su Yun, with his keen perception, overheard every word. The repeated mention of Su Qiangzi by Lu Yuemei sent a chill through Su Yun's heart. I've lost my appetite for this meal, Wang Xiao. How about we change venues and continue our fun? Zhao Dongdong suddenly suggested. Wang Xiao nodded in agreement, turning to Zhou Lulu with a smile. Lulu, would you like to join us? Naturally, Zhou Lulu was eager, though she first glanced at Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei. Go ahead. Wang Xiao and his friends are all elites of high society. Spending time with them will surely impart valuable lessons, Lu Yuemei beamed, wishing fervently that Zhou Lulu would return home that night. Aunt Lu, you flatter me too much. By the way, do you and Uncle Zhou want to join us? Wang Xiao feigned politeness. Lu Yuemei, recognizing the implication, quickly waved her hands, saying, we want to intrude on your youthful activities. Old Zhou and I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Wang Xiao, seizing the opportunity, remarked, since you have matters to attend to, I want to insist. Lulu, I will take good care of you. Meanwhile, Su Yun felt as if he was being completely disregarded by everyone. As the group exited Wang's Din Tower, Lu Yuemei looked at Su Yun with evident disdain, stating, Old Zhou and I have suddenly encountered some matters this afternoon. You can take a taxi home. Su Yun shrugged nonchalantly. He anticipated that Zhou Guangji would soon inform his father, embellishing the story to create a rift between their families. Su Yun welcomed this development. Once their families severed ties, he would have the perfect opportunity to deal with Zhou Guangji's family. Suddenly, a series of urgent honks pierced the air. A black Bentley Mulsanne roared down the street, showing no intention of yielding. It was headed straight for Su Yun. He furrowed his brow and quickly stepped aside. The Bentley brushed past him, speeding away. Had Su Yun reacted even a moment later, he would certainly have been struck. Before he could express his indignation, the Bentley came to a halt, and two individuals emerged, cursing vehemently. The driver was a towering bald man, his face marked with menacing scars, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall. His gleaming bald head and fierce demeanor could frighten any child without the need for theatrics. The passenger was a lanky figure with dyed yellow hair, numerous piercings adorning his ears, and a nose ring, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Hey, are you blind? Didn't you see our car coming? Are you looking for trouble? The bald man bellowed, brimming with arrogance. The yellow-haired accomplice, eyeing Su Yun's shabby attire, sneered. This car costs over 5 million. If it gets scratched, can you, a mere peasant, afford the damages? Upon witnessing the fierce demeanor of the bald man, Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei instinctively recoiled, opting not to intervene. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man yelped, pointing at the side of the Bentley, Taigo. There's a scratch on the side caused by that kid. At his words, everyone turned to look, and indeed, there was a conspicuous scratch on the pristine paint. You little brat! The bald man roared, grabbing Su Yun by the collar, his voice laced with menace. You're finished. You've ruined my new car. What do you intend to do about it? A cold glint flashed in Su Yun's eyes. He was acutely aware that he had not even brushed against their vehicle. Even if he had, it was implausible that he could have caused such a deep scratch. This was clearly a targeted attack. It was unlikely that someone capable of driving such a car would engage in petty extortion, and if they were, they would surely target individuals dressed more lavishly than Wang Xiao and the others. Are you certain I scratched your car? Su Yun's voice was calm and detached. Of course. Your car was the only one that made contact with mine. Who else could it be? The bald man shouted, his voice echoing. Then, turning to Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei, he stated sternly, is this kid from your family? I'm telling you, this matter will not be settled for less than 1 or 2 million. No, don't misunderstand. He is not our child. He is just a friend of my husband's acquaintance. We have no relation to him. Lu Yuemei immediately distanced herself from Su Yun without a second thought. Chapter 10. The infamous Sun Tai. This bald man was evidently a formidable character. Even a minor scrape elicited demands for compensation in the range of 1 to 2 million. Naturally, Zhou Guangji and his wife wished to remain uninvolved. That young man is in serious trouble for having crossed paths with Sun Tai. If he cannot muster the funds for compensation, he is likely to face dire consequences. Not far off, Wang Xiao observed this scene with a grin of schadenfreude on his face. Brother Wang, do you know this person? Zhou Lulu inquired quietly, her gaze shifting. Wang Xiao nodded slightly, We've crossed paths a few times. He is somewhat of a notable figure in Yunzhou City. You are aware of the bar street on Shuilin Street, aren't you? Zhou Lulu nodded eagerly. Shuilin Street was famous for its bars in Yunzhou City. During her high school days, she had visited it several times with classmates. The entire stretch of Shuilin Street was under Sun Tai's protection. He had dozens of subordinates, known for their bravery and ruthlessness. It was said that just last year, he was involved in several heinous incidents resulting in severe injuries and disabilities. Wang Xiao casually recounted. The infamous bald-headed Tai, in my eyes, is merely a petty thug. It is his superior, Lord Cohen, who commands true respect and is someone even I would not dare to provoke. He is the real overlord of the underground world in Yunzhou. Listening to Wang Xiao's narrative, Zhou Lulo couldn't help but gasp. It seemed that Su Yun was doomed this time. 1 to 2 million was a staggering sum for his family to raise. Can they afford it? She mused aloud. Afford it? Knowing Sun Tai's temperament, that young man might end up with both his hands broken, Wang Xiao chuckled, a glint of coldness in his eyes. As a prominent scion of Yunzhou City, how could he allow someone like Su Yun to offend him? Previously at Wangxian Lu, he had seemingly overlooked Su Yun's insolence, but secretly, he had enlisted Li Jing's help to deal with him. Little did he expect that Li Jing would have the connections to summon Sun Tai. Meanwhile, Sun Tai was already in a furious state. With Huang Mao flanking him on either side, they had cornered Su Yun. Sun Tai shouted towards Zhou Guangji and his wife. Since this brat is the child of your acquaintance, I kindly ask you to relay a message to that acquaintance. Inform them that I have taken this little rascal captive and demand 2 million cash for his release. I shall only grant him 3 days. Zhou Guangji, hearing this, replied helplessly, I can deliver the message, but I doubt they can gather such a sum within 3 days. What he said was indeed true. Although Su Baihe was a minor contractor, the projects he undertook were often subcontracted multiple times, leaving little profit. Moreover, collecting the final payments after project completion was notoriously difficult, and he could not afford to delay paying his laborers. In a rush, it would be remarkable if the Su family could manage to scrape together a few $100,000 in cash. Sun Tai raised an eyebrow, glancing at Su Yun's plain attire. Concluding that his family did not seem capable of conjuring 2 million, he rubbed his bald head and cursed, damn it. Consider this a rare act of kindness on my part. If you kneel and admit your fault, slapping your own face twice, I might settle for a mere million. Wang Mao, shamelessly draping an arm around Su Yun's shoulders, laughed, kid, you're in luck. Just kneel and slap yourself twice, and you could save $1 million. Such a golden opportunity is hard to come by. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Su Yun, unresisting under Huang Mao's grip, calmly replied. Are you certain you want me to kneel and apologize? I fear you might not be able to handle the consequences. FCKU. Still putting on a brave face at this point. You really have some guts. Sun Tai's brutish visage darkened as he turned to Zhou Guangji. You heard him. This brat is squandering his chance. You relay the message. 2 million, not a penny less. With that, Sun Tai took his place in the driver's seat. Huang Mao roughly shoved Su Yun, barking, get in the car quietly. Don't force me to get rough. Su Yun said nothing, simply opening the rear door and taking a seat. After all, they were in a bustling urban area, not the ideal location for violence. Watching Su Yun being taken away, Wang Xiao and his companions left, chuckling amongst themselves. Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme returned to their vehicle, neither harboring any intention of reporting the incident to the authorities. They were well aware that doing so would only invite retaliation from Sun Tai and his gang. It was clear they would not risk their own safety for Su Yun's sake. Call Su Chong and tell him to gather the money to redeem his son. Within 3 days, prepare 220,000, Lu Yueme stated. Huh? Zhou Guangji paused. Isn't it 2 million? Lu Yueme rolled her eyes. That 20,000 is our fee for the trouble. After all, we have to deal with dangerous people like Sun Tai on his behalf, which poses a risk. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guangji fell silent, quietly pulling out his phone to make the call. Meanwhile, Sun Tai drove swiftly, the vehicle racing through the streets. Su Yun sat with his eyes closed, resembling a monk in meditation. Huang Mao, seated in the back, kept watch over him. Observing Su Yun's demeanor, he remarked, Taigu. This kid has some guts. He is still calm and collected. Sun Tai glanced back dismissively. What guts? It's merely a facade of composure. Back in the day, when I fought alongside Lord Cohen, I faced over 10 men alone with nothing but a knife. That was true courage. Huang Mao quickly flattered him. Indeed, Taigu. You were Lord Cohen's top warrior. No ordinary person could compare. As time passed, Sun Tai's vehicle veered further off course, finally nearing the outskirts of the city. Su-Yun opened his eyes to survey the surroundings and asked, "Where are you taking me?" "What? Finally, unable to maintain your composure?" Huang Mao chuckled. "Don't be anxious. We'll be at our destination shortly," he added with a grin. 5 minutes later, Sun Tai's car came to a halt at an abandoned factory on the outskirts. "Kid, you'll be staying here for 3 days. Oh, and to prevent any escape attempts, I'll have to break both your legs first. You don't mind, do you?" With that, Sun Tai's true vicious nature emerged. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. Huang Mao pulled out a cigarette. Leisurely preparing to savor the torment he anticipated Su-Yun would endure. Su-Yun surveyed his surroundings, nodding slightly, though desolate. The scenery isn't too shabby. "You've chosen a rather fitting place for your demise. Looking for death." Sun Tai roared, unable to tolerate Su-Yun's defiance, and swung a fist at his forehead. Yet, in the next instant, he felt a flash before his eyes, and his body was sent flying. Thud. Sun Tai fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. It felt as though a massive iron hammer had struck his chest. Even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Not far away, Huang Mao, leaning against the car while smoking, witnessed this spectacle with wide eyes, losing grip on his cigarette in shock. Chapter 11. The powerful Kuan trembling all over. Huang Mao could barely articulate his words. He never anticipated that Tai, whom he regarded as immensely powerful, would be dispatched with a single blow. Doubt crept into his mind. Was this some sort of hallucination? It is worth noting that Sun Tai had previously been the right-hand man of Kuan, a man of remarkable agility and combat prowess. Having honed his skills through countless brutal encounters, he was no match for 7 or 8 ordinary opponents. Yet now, he lay curled up on the ground like a beaten dog, struck down by a single punch. Huang Mao found it hard to accept. You. Blood froth spilled from the corner of Sun Tai's mouth, his heart seething with a mix of rage and astonishment. Su-Yun approached Sun Tai, crouching beside him, and calmly inquired, "Who sent you to deal with me? Was it Wang Gongxiang?" Sun Tai took a deep breath, bitterness seeping into his voice as he replied, "This time, I misjudged the situation. I never expected that a mere rookie like you could possess such skill. I concede defeat. State your terms, and as long as they are reasonable, I will comply." In their line of work, there were unwritten rules to follow. After all, one could not stand by the river without getting their shoes wet. If one encountered a formidable opponent and was willing to accept their fate and pay for the resolution, the other party would usually show mercy. However, upon hearing Sun Tai's words, Su-Yun couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems you have misunderstood my question." With a sudden, forceful grip, Su-Yun crushed the joint in Sun Tai's arm, eliciting a sickening crack. The bone in Sun Tai's left elbow shattered, fragments piercing through the skin, starkly visible against his flesh. Despite Sun Tai's toughness, the excruciating agony overwhelmed him, and he screamed in torment. "Now, I shall ask you once more. Was it Wang Gongxiang who sent you to deal with me? If you continue to evade my question, I cannot guarantee the safety of your other arm," Su-Yun said methodically, his tone unwavering. His calm expression betrayed no hint of emotion. Fear finally gripped Sun Tai. He prided himself on being ruthless, but had never encountered anyone so chilling. The gaze directed at him felt akin to that of a giant observing an insignificant insect, devoid of any sentiment. I don't know anyone named Wang Gongxiang. It was Kuan who instructed me," Sun Tai managed to say through gritted teeth as he endured the pain. "Kuan?" Su-Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Sun Tai nodded weakly and fumbled for his phone with his remaining hand. "Kuan sent me a photo and instructed me to take care of something. I thought since it was a direct order from him, I should handle it myself." Regret flooded him. Had he known he was to confront such a formidable foe, he would have never approached. Su-Yun took Sun Tai's phone, opened it, and indeed found his own photo. The background of the image was a lavish private room in Wang Xianlu. Clearly, this photograph had been surreptitiously taken by Wang Xiao's crew. "I have said all I need to, and you have already lost an arm. Can we consider this matter settled?" Sun Tai lowered his head, swallowing his indignation. However, his heart simmered with resentment. He had resolved that once he survived this ordeal, he would seek revenge. Despite Su-Yun's impressive skills, he could always hire someone to take him out. No matter how skilled one was, a bullet could still put an end to it all. As Sun Tai contemplated his next steps, he heard Su-Yun's icy voice. "Whether this matter is settled is not for you to decide. Take me to Kuan." "You still want to see Kuan?" Sun Tai's pupils constricted in fear, and without a moment's thought, he outright refused. He had no concern that Su-Yun could pose a threat to Kuan. The real issue was that he had already botched this job. If he played the role of a guide and led Su-Yun to Kuan, he would never be able to operate in Yunju again. No, little brother. I advise you to reconsider. Kuan is not someone you can. Sun Tai's words were cut short. Siyun, uninterested in his rambling, reached out again. With a crack, Sun Tai's other elbow joint was completely shattered. He screamed once more, succumbing to unconsciousness from the agony. This brutal scene caused Huang Mao to collapse to the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. A warm liquid seeped through his pants, filling the air with a pungent smell. Siyun fixed his gaze on Huang Mao, furrowing his brow. Will you take me to Kuan or not? Yes, yes. Kuan is currently at Mei Jie SD Blue Star Club. I will take you there immediately. Huang Mao nodded fervently, eager to comply after witnessing Sun Tai's fate. Siyun pointed to the unconscious Sun Tai and instructed, bring him along as a gift for Kuan. He cared not for Kuan's status or background. If one provoked him without cause, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Huang Mao's mouth twitched, but he said nothing, obediently dragging Sun Tai along. Once he saw Su Yin seated calmly in the back, he hesitated for a moment before wisely placing Sun Tai in the trunk and hurriedly getting into the driver's seat. On the way back, Huang Mao drove recklessly, desperate to deliver this formidable figure to his destination. For him, every second spent with Su Yun was a torment. He ran through at least a dozen red lights. Even with traffic police directing traffic at some intersections, yet no one stopped his car. It seems your Tai is quite influential in Yunju. The police don't even bother to stop him, Su Yun remarked. Huang Mao forced a smile, explaining, this car actually belongs to Kuan. A few days ago, it was involved in a minor accident and has been parked at Mei Jie's club. Tai took it out to run errands for Kuan. Though Sun Tai controlled the bar street and collected considerable protection fees, he lived extravagantly, supporting a band of underlings. He could hardly afford a luxury car worth over 5 million. By taking out Kuan's scratched Bentley, he aimed to gain some prestige and perhaps even a windfall. After a moment of silence, Su Yin said, now, tell me everything you know about Kuan. Huang Mao, sensing the gravity of the situation, divulged all he knew. Kuan, whose real name was Chao Kuan, had once been a small-time thug over a decade ago but had risen rapidly to prominence with the help of influential benefactors. He had become a notorious figure in Yunju's underworld, monopolizing over 70% of the city's building materials market. Real estate developers had to purchase materials through his channels, otherwise, their projects would face significant delays. Kuan had also established several property management companies that dominated more than half of Yunju's neighborhoods. The renovations in these communities were largely controlled by decoration companies under Kuan's command. Additionally, he operated several financial firms for high-interest loans and ran underground casinos, with Mei Jie's high-end business clubs being among his assets. Chapter 12, A Fight for Survival as Huang Mao recounted the situation regarding Lord Kuan. He maneuvered the vehicle towards the Deep Blue Star Club, the most prestigious establishment in Yunzhou City. This exclusive venue operated on a membership basis, catering solely to Lord Kuan's business associates and the city's elite. The proprietor, Sister Mei, a stunning woman in her 30s, was not only captivating in her beauty but also adept in her dealings, amassing millions annually through her establishment. Additionally, she held another title, Lord Kuan's lover. At that moment, within a lavish room of the club, Sister Mei was diligently massaging the shoulders of a middle-aged man. Has Xiaotai returned? The man queried, his eyes closed. He was none other than the formidable figure of Yunzhou's underworld, Lord Kuan, Chao Kuan. Though in his 40s, his hair had begun to gray, and he bore none of the fierce demeanor associated with Sun Tai. Instead, he exuded a refined and amiable presence, resembling a cultured businessman. Not yet, but he should be back soon, Sister Mei replied, her brow slightly furrowed. That brat from the Li family is utterly unreliable. To teach a minor character a lesson, he calls you directly? It's preposterous. Should we inform Li Donghai from Haojie Real Estate about this? Chao Kuan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Li Donghai dotes on his son, Li Jing, but this time we shall let it slide. After all, Haojie Real Estate recently facilitated a significant deal for me. Assisting them with a minor issue isn't a burden. After a brief pause, he added, however, should this happen again, direct his calls to Xiao Tai's number instead of mine. Sister Mei nodded in agreement. Just then, a phone on the nearby coffee table rang. Upon answering, Sister Mei's expression shifted dramatically. Chao Kuan frowned and inquired, what happened? With an uneasy demeanor, Sister Mei hesitated before reporting, Sun Tai is in trouble. His subordinate, Jean Mao, just returned with the car. Chao Kuan's expression darkened. Sun Tai was one of his most capable enforcers, skilled in combat. It was perplexing that he ran into trouble while merely dealing with a minor individual. Let us go. Take me to see. Chao Kuan commanded, rising swiftly. Meanwhile, In the club's main hall, Su Yun sat nonchalantly on a sofa, with the unconscious Sun Tai lying at his feet. Surrounding him was a large group of club security personnel, each brandishing batons, poised to strike at any moment. Huang Mao, filled with anxiety, was caught in a dilemma, unable to sit or stand. "Brother Chong, I have something to attend to. Can you let me leave first?" He pleaded with a burly man with a menacing appearance. "Let you leave? What a joke. You should wait for Lord Cohen to arrive." Wu Chang scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. As the head of security, he had been a loyal companion of Chao Cohen for many years. Witnessing the state of Sun Tai's shattered arms, he knew Sun Tai was beyond saving. Hospitalization would only lead to amputation. "You, young brother, are surprisingly ruthless," Wu Chang remarked, fixing his gaze on Su Yun. "Had you fled after injuring someone, Sun Tai would have merely accepted his fate. But you chose to confront him directly. That is tantamount to provoking Lord Cohen." Su Yun lifted an eyebrow, unimpressed. "And what if I do?" "You." Wu Chang seethed, instinctively raising his baton to strike. But at that moment, a deep voice commanded, "Stand down, Lord Cohen." Wu Chang's body stiffened as he instinctively stepped back, clearing a path for Chao Cohen and Sister Mei, who approached unhurriedly, accompanied by two others. One was a short yet muscular figure with a menacing aura, akin to a bloodthirsty hound, while the other exuded a cold, sinister presence reminiscent of a lurking serpent. "Wu Chang, your skills are no match for Sun Tai's. Spare yourself the humiliation," Chao Cohen said, patting Wu Chang's shoulder. "It was my folly." Wu Chang replied with a bitter smile. Chao Cohen settled onto the sofa opposite Su Yun, his gaze fixed on the incapacitated Sun Tai. Noticing the state of Sun Tai's ruined arms, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by calmness. "No wonder Sun Tai fell. Even I underestimated your abilities at such a young age," he sighed. "Yet, youth often brings recklessness. Since you've come to me, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out." Su Yun retorted with a cold laugh. "What do you intend to do?" Chao Cohen remained silent, extending two fingers to the side. Sister Mei promptly prepared a cigar and handed it to him. After taking a puff, he exhaled smoke and declared, "Sun Tai has served me faithfully for over a decade, and now he meets such a fate. As his elder brother, I must have an explanation. Today, you shall not leave this club alive." With those words, the atmosphere shifted, sealing Su Yun's grim fate. The onlookers regarded him with pity, fully aware that Lord Cohen was not one to jest. Over the years, anyone Lord Cohen wished to eliminate simply vanished without a trace. "Ha ha." Su Yun erupted into laughter, rising from his seat. "Ants remain ants. Even in the presence of deities, they fail to recognize true power. Otherwise, how could you dare to utter such words before me?" The crowd fell silent, astonished at Su Yun's audacity to compare himself to a deity in front of Lord Cohen, deeming him utterly deranged. Chao Cohen shook his head, disinterested in engaging with insanity. "Wada, this man is a practitioner of martial arts. I would appreciate your intervention." He gestured toward the stocky man with a fierce presence beside him, a skilled fighter he had brought from Southeast Asia, well-versed in Muay Thai and combat techniques. His abilities honed for lethality. Sun Tai's skills paled in comparison to Wada's. Wada cracked his neck, the sound echoing ominously. "I relish the challenge of facing skilled opponents and putting them down for good. I hope you can endure longer, my friend," he stated, bowing slightly to Su Yun. However, when he straightened, a cruel glint filled his eyes. With a sudden burst of movement, Wada lunged forward like a cannonball, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Su Yun. The speed was astonishing. The strike generated a ripping sound through the air, causing the onlookers to change expression in alarm. Sister Mei gasped, having never witnessed Lord Cohen's bodyguard in action. If such a punch connected, it would surely shatter skulls. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, afraid to witness the outcome. Yet, the next moment, she heard Su Yun's voice, too slow, too weak. Upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to see Su Yun effortlessly blocking Wada's ferocious punch with a single hand. Chapter 13. The Death of the Offender. How could this be possible? Varda's face turned pale as he witnessed his powerful strike being effortlessly blocked by a young boy with a single hand. It felt as though he had struck a solid iron wall, unable to budge his opponent even slightly. However, Varda was a seasoned fighter, having survived countless battles, and his combat instincts were sharp. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure and unleashed another fierce punch. One punch followed another in an unrelenting barrage, akin to a torrential storm. Each blow was infused with immense power, reminiscent of a hammer strike. Yet, no matter how ferocious his attacks were, he could not penetrate the hand extended by Su Yun. Each assault was met with perfect precision, thwarted at every turn. Despair began to sink deeper into Varda's heart. He could hardly fathom that the youth before him possessed such formidable strength. After all this time, it is now my turn, Suyun said calmly, his outstretched hand suddenly forming a fist, striking forward with great force. Varda instinctively raised his fist to counter. However, as their fists collided, he was met with an overwhelming force that sent shockwaves through him. With a sickening crack, Varda's arm broke, hanging limply at his side, shattered into countless fragments. The crushing might of Suyun's punch further penetrated, assaulting his internal organs. Blood spewed from Varda's mouth as he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog. The overseas expert, hired at great expense by Lord Chao, could not withstand even a single blow from Suyun before succumbing to bloodshed. Chao Kuan stood frozen in shock, his entire body rigid. The grand hall of the club fell into a profound silence. This, Wu Chang and his group of security guards swallowed hard, utterly at a loss. Wu Chang could not help but glance at Chao Kuan, whose face twitched violently, clearly taken aback by the outcome. Seeing Wu Chang and the others standing dumbfounded, he roared, "What are you waiting for? Attack him! Kill him!" His shout finally snapped Wu Chang and the others back to reality, and they charged at Suyun, wielding their steel batons like a rain of strikes. You can't possibly block dozens of batons at once. Yet, just as they lunged towards Suyun, an invisible force erupted from his body, sending them sprawling backwards. With a casual flick, Suyun seized one of the batons and swung it effortlessly. In mere seconds, the hall was filled with cries of anguish. Within moments, Wu Chang and his security team lay scattered on the floor, each one either missing limbs or writhing in pain. Suyun tossed the baton aside and turned to Chao Kuan, saying, "With this motley crew of yours, it seems a challenge to prevent me from leaving alive." Chao Kuan's face turned ashen, and he bellowed, "Kill him." Almost simultaneously, a cold, snake-like man emerged, brandishing a handgun. The dark muzzle was pointed directly at Suyun's forehead. This man was the last line of defense that Chao Kuan had arranged for himself. He had hoped to avoid gunfire in the Deep Blue Star Club, knowing that once the shots rang out, it would take considerable effort to quell the ensuing chaos. However, he now deemed it necessary. Bang! The snake-like man, devoid of expression, pulled the trigger with practiced ease. A bullet shot forth, but as it neared Suyun, an invisible barrier seemed to impede its velocity, slowing it to a halt just before reaching him. Suyun casually caught the bullet in his hand and dropped it to the ground, as if it were a trivial matter. The sight left Chao Kuan and Mei Jie in utter shock, nearly causing them to leap from their seats. If Suyun's earlier display of power had been within the realm of their comprehension, this feat of catching a bullet midair was beyond belief. Such a thing could not possibly be achieved by mere human strength. The snake-like man, shaken, felt his grip falter. He had taken countless lives with his gun over the years, yet he had never witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. Bang, 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 suppressing his fear. He fired several more shots. Yet, without exception, each bullet was halted by an unseen force before it could reach Suyun's body. Merely ant-like creatures. Suyun scoffed with disdain, waving his hand. A surge of powerful energy erupted, reversing the trajectory of the bullets which struck the gunman, bursting his head open with a series of gory holes. Blood splattered everywhere, showering Chao Kuan and Mei Jie in the process. Mei Jie screamed hysterically, while Chao Kuan's face drained of color as he slumped onto the sofa. At that moment, the injured Varda, lying on the ground, suddenly realized something and shouted, This is the manifestation of condensed energy. You have crossed the threshold and reached the master level of martial arts." His expression was filled with boundless terror. He had once been fortunate enough to witness a master from Southeast Asia and understood the might of such a figure. Conventional firearms posed no threat to such an existence. Only heavy machine guns could breach their protective energy. "At least you are not entirely ignorant of martial arts masters," Suyun nodded, continuing, "Thus, as a martial artist, you should comprehend the consequences of offending a master." Varda's face paled at these words. Masters were revered as demigods in the martial world and in Southeast Asian countries. Offending a master could only be atoned for with death. Varda hastily pleaded, "No, give me a chance." Bang! Before he could finish, an invisible force pierced through his forehead, leaving a bloody hole. His lifeless body crumpled to the floor. With a mere flick of his wrist, Suyun had taken 2 lives. The hall, now filled with the moans of the injured security guards, fell into an eerie silence. Chao Kuan was utterly terrified, sliding off the sofa and kneeling on the ground, looking up at Suyun with a face full of dread. "I was blind, failing to recognize your true divinity." I beseech you, spare my life. Su Yun smiled coldly. You are not a martial artist and do not grasp the significance of what a master represents. I suppose ignorance can be excused, but you first set a trap for me, and when I came to seek justice, you called for violence. I can hardly find a reason to spare your life. Perhaps you should offer me one? Chao Kun quickly replied, if you spare my life, I am willing to surrender all my wealth. Even if you are not satisfied, just name a figure, and I will gather it by any means necessary. He was willing to go to great lengths to survive, for compared to his life, wealth was merely a trifle. Su Yun scoffed, with my abilities, if I desired riches, I could amass billions without effort. Do you think I would be concerned? If he wanted money, he could make a single phone call to Qi Lan, who would undoubtedly mobilize vast resources for him instantly. Chapter 14. The offering. Chao Kun was drenched in sweat, his mind racing with desperation. The only asset he could present was his vast fortune, amounting to billions, yet it seemed utterly insignificant in the eyes of his adversary. It appeared you two are at a loss for a reason to spare your life, Su Yun remarked, stepping forward with an ethereal grace. His alabaster hand began to rise slowly. No. Please, no. Chao Kun cried out in terror, his face contorting with fear as he sensed the imminent approach of death. Just as Su Yun's hand was about to descend, a flicker of realization struck Chao Kun, and he screamed, Wait. I possess a treasure, which I am willing to offer in exchange for my life. A treasure? Su Yun paused, his interest piqued. He wished to see what Chao Kun could possibly present. Grasping at a final chance for survival, Chao Kun shouted to Mei Jie, Quick, bring me the box hidden in the dark room. The mention of the dark room caused Mei Jie to tremble. It was a secret chamber within the club, designated for Chao Kun's most prized possessions. Safeguarded by a vault only he could access. Even she lacked the privilege to enter. She was aware of the confidential ledgers and documents stored therein, but knew not of any other treasures. Go now, Chao Kun commanded, producing a specially crafted key from his pocket and thrusting it at Mei Jie. The password is my birthday. Mei Jie fumbled to catch the key and hurried away. After a few minutes, she returned, panting and cradling a small sandalwood box. Chao Kun snatched it violently, opening it to reveal a silver-white dagger, no longer than a finger. The blade shimmered with a radiant luster, exuding an invisible sharpness. Ah! Su Yun gasped softly, delicately pinching the dagger between his fingers for a thorough examination. Chao Kun held his breath, unable to contain himself as Su Yun remained silent. Finally, he could not resist saying, This item is undoubtedly a treasure. It is incredibly resilient. I have tried various methods to damage it, yet to no avail. More remarkably, it emits a sound like a sword's song on nights of the full moon. After scrutinizing the dagger for some time, Su Yun withdrew his gaze and inquired, How did you come by this? Chao Kun's eyelid twitched slightly, but under Su Yun's penetrating stare, he dared not fabricate a story. Approximately 6 or 7 years ago, a foreigner in Yunxiu sought to sell a collection of antiquities in the underground market. I discreetly investigated and discovered that he and his accomplices were tomb raiders with no backing. I eliminated them in a black market deal, and among the antiquities, I found this treasure. However, I have yet to comprehend its true nature over the years, Chao Kun confessed earnestly. Su Yun shook his head inwardly. A flying sword forged from moonlight mystic iron was not something mere mortals like you could ever hope to understand, he thought with a cold smile. In the hands of Chao Kun and those tomb raiders, this item was utterly useless. Yet, in the grasp of one who practiced the art of cultivation, it transformed into an unparalleled weapon of destruction. With a swift motion, Su Yun infused the dagger with his energy, causing it to leap into the air, floating gracefully above his palm. With a flick of his finger, the silver-white dagger shot forth like a bolt of lightning, its blade radiating a dazzling brilliance. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the hall as the ground split open, creating a fissure over 10 meters long, cleaving the entire space in two. The solid marble tiles in the foundation beneath shattered as if they were mere tofu. Chao Kun, Mei Jie, and the security personnel were all rendered speechless, staring in disbelief at the gaping chasm. Particularly, the timid Huang Mao, cowering in the corner, felt a wave of shame as he wet himself again. The ancient sword immortals, wielding their swords across the realm, must have felt something akin to this, Chao Kun thought, trembling at the realization that he had aimed to confront such a terrifying entity. Not recognizing a true deity in your presence, I, Chao Kun, am indeed blind. I implore you, spare my life. Chao Kun fell to his knees before Su Yun, bowing deeply. Mei Jie and Huang Mao quickly followed suit, as did the injured security guards, all prostrating themselves on the floor. With a casual gesture, Su Yun summoned the silver-white dagger back into his sleeve. He had merely brushed the surface of the dagger's true potential with his previous display. In time, as he cultivated further and deepened his connection with the dagger, perhaps he could wield it over vast distances, severing heads with ease. Fortuitously, you have presented me with a flying sword forged from moonlight mystic iron. That may suffice to redeem your life. I hope you do not find yourself in my path again, Suyun remarked coolly. With those words, he turned to leave. Chao Kun hesitated, then, with a resolute determination, shouted, "Sir, please wait." Suyun raised an eyebrow. "Do not misunderstand. I, Chao, have lived a muddled life until today, only to discover the existence of a being as divine as yourself. From this day forth, I am willing to serve as your loyal hound. I beseech you to accept me." Chao Kun knelt, inching closer to Suyun, bowing his head repeatedly against the ground. Chao Kun's rise to prominence stemmed from his talent for seizing opportunities. Offending an entity like Suyun could have led to disaster. Yet he sought to turn this calamity into a fortune. If he could align himself with Suyun, who could threaten him in Yunzhou or even the entirety of southern Tian province? "You wish to be my servant?" Suyun regarded Chao Kun with a playful smile. "As per tradition, you must provide me with a reason to accept you." Chao Kun inhaled deeply and replied, "I hold some influence in Yunzhou. Whatever tasks you require, I will accomplish them to your satisfaction. While your abilities are vast, I am certain you would prefer not to handle trivial matters personally." Suyun pondered for a moment before responding, "I will assign you a task. If you execute it well, I shall grant you this opportunity." Chao Kun's body trembled with anticipation, and he stated solemnly, "Please, command me. Within 3 days, do your utmost to gather century-old spiritual herbs," Suyun ordered. Though he had already dispatched Qi Qinglan to collect the herbs, such items were not merely purchasable, as they were often priceless and elusive. Some owners would refuse to sell, regardless of the price offered. Entrusting this task to a figure like Chao Kun, well-versed in the underworld, might yield swifter results. It also served as a test for Chao Kun. If he managed to fulfill this task admirably, then accepting him as an underling would not be a burden. "Rest assured, I will see this through," Chao Kun declared confidently. "By the way," he continued, recalling a matter, "the reason I initially targeted you was due to a call from Li Jing of Haojie Real Estate. He wanted me to assist in avenging a friend." Suyun chuckled coldly. "I am already aware of this. A swarm of insignificant ants, digging their own graves." Chao Kun quickly responded, "You need not concern yourself. I will handle it thoroughly." As he spoke, his teeth clenched, filled with a burning desire to eliminate Li Jing and his associates. Today, they had nearly cost him his life. As a prominent figure in Yunzhou's underground world, he could not allow such an affront to go unpunished. Chapter 15. Lingfeng No. 3. Chao Kun's intentions for revenge against Li Jing and Wang Xiao's group did not pique Suyun's interest. Such trivial matters were beneath his concern, especially since Chao Kun seemed eager to take the lead. Suyun left his name and phone number with Chao Kun, requesting that he contact him once he procured the medicinal herbs, and then departed from the hall of the club. It was only then that Chao Kun exhaled deeply, storing Suyun's details in a separate phone he intended to carry with him. At that moment, Suyun returned briefly, saying, "By the way, please arrange a vehicle for me. It's quite a distance to my hotel." Although a Bentley was parked outside, Suyun had no desire to ride in it, especially after the earlier incident with the yellow-haired man who had soiled himself, leaving an unpleasant odor in the car. "Of course, I will arrange that," Chao Kun replied, gesturing for Magia, who promptly made a phone call. Shortly, a brand-new Maybach emerged from the club's garage and parked before Suyun. Upon learning that Suyun was staying in a hotel, Chao Kun thoughtfully offered him a villa at the summit of Lingfeng Mountain, a renowned affluent residential area in Yunzhou. The most modest villa in this area sold for over 50 million, yet the one Chao Kun gifted to Suyun was Lingfeng No. 3, spanning an impressive 1,500 square meters, valued at over 280 million. Given the varied clientele of hotels, a person of your stature, Mr. Su, surely deserves better accommodations. This villa has been freshly renovated and has yet to be inhabited. I present it to you. I will ensure that all necessary staff are arranged by tomorrow," Chao Kun stated respectfully, handing Suyun an envelope containing the villa's keys and access pass. Suyun nodded and accepted it with composure. Compared to the priceless silver-white flying sword, this villa seemed trivial. Under the watchful eyes of Chao Kun and Mei Jia, Suyun drove away from the club. Chao Kun demonstrated adeptness and hospitality, which pleased Suyun. With the villa, he could bring his father to Yunzhou for a more comfortable life. Instead of returning to the hotel, Suyun drove directly to Lingfeng Mountain. Guided by the car's navigation system, he arrived within half an hour, presenting his access pass for uninterrupted entry to the villa gifted by Chao Kun. This mountain was indeed a site of geomantic significance, marking a confluence of the Earth's energies. However, in the current age, the vital forces had diminished, depriving it of its life-extending properties. Upon entering the villa, Su Yun explored its interiors and found himself thoroughly impressed. The materials used for the decoration were of the highest quality, and the design had been crafted by a renowned foreign designer, indicating that Chao Kun had invested considerable resources into this property. I shall arrange for the surrounding area to be transformed into a small spirit-gathering array, allowing the thin spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to accumulate here, creating a sanctuary for my father's recuperation, Su Yun contemplated. He reached into his pocket for his phone, intending to call Su Baihe, only to discover it was out of battery. It appeared he would need to acquire a new phone. Su Yun shook his head, recalling that this phone had been a gift from Su Baihe upon his high school graduation. After more than 2 years of use, the battery had worn thin. With the charger left at the hotel, he decided to reach out tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Yunzhou City, at Xinghui Community, room 1402, Unit 1 of Building 8, Lu Yuanmei lounged on the sofa, applying a facial mask while watching television. Zhou Guangji was on the phone. Baihe, how's the money coming along this afternoon? Not nearly enough. With the family savings and what I borrowed from relatives and friends, I only have a little over 800,000. The voice on the other end belonged to Su Yun's father, Su Baihe. Guangji, can you talk to the car owner? I truly can't gather that much money. Is there any room for negotiation? Su Baihe's tone was laden with exhaustion and defeat. He had reached out to several relatives. Yet upon hearing of his need for a loan, their expressions soured, and they began to evade him. Even his uncles and brothers, though bound by familial ties, were only willing to lend a few thousand, with some being miserly enough to offer just a few hundred. He was at his wit's end, and his inability to connect with Su Yun only deepened his anxiety. Negotiate. Do you know who that car owner is? He is a notorious figure in Yunzhou, commanding a gang of thugs. What leverage do I have to negotiate with him? And for the love of all that is holy, don't alert the police. If they get involved, it could spell disaster. What? Borrow money from me? Didn't I tell you? Our funds are tied up in financial products and cannot be retrieved quickly. Zhou Guangji's impatience was evident. Suddenly, Lu Yuanmei gestured to Zhou Guangji, and he quickly grasped her hint. Oh right, Baihe, didn't you buy a house for Su Yun in Lingbei County? You should sell it immediately. I know it was meant to be his future marital home, but if he is incapacitated, what good is the house? After a moment of silence, Su Baihe's voice finally came through. Fine. Zhou Guangji's face lit up with joy. Then act swiftly. Sell it for a lower price if necessary. Speed is of the essence. Though Sun Tai has given a 3-day deadline, who knows what Su Yun will endure in the meantime. The last remark seemed to strike a nerve with Su Baihe, as Zhou Guangji could sense the heavy breaths emanating through the phone line. Once the call ended, Zhou Guangji turned to Lu Yuanmei with a smile. It seems we're nearly set. Once Su Baihe sells the Lingbei house, the funds should be sufficient. Lu Yuanmei beamed in response. Their eagerness stemmed from the 20,000 in hard-earned fees. Today's luck seems promising. Not only has Lulu connected with the affluent Wang Xiao and his entourage, but we might also stumble upon a financial windfall. Delighted, Lu Yuanmei cast a flirtatious glance at Zhou Guangji, her voice softening. Old Zhou, it's been ages since we. How about tonight? Zhou Guangji felt a rush of warmth and swept Lu Yuanmei into the bedroom. Wait, my dear. After tossing Lu Yuanmei onto the bed, he skillfully retrieved blue pills from the bedside drawer, swallowing 2 with haste. Ha ha, let us go. 3 minutes later, as the rain ceased and the clouds parted, Zhou Guangji leaned against the headboard, quietly smoking a cigarette, puzzled as he murmured, why does this medication seem less effective than before? Chapter 16. Old classmates the next day. Zhou Guangji, perhaps due to the exhaustion of the previous night, awoke close to 9 o'clock. Just as he finished his morning routine, a call from Su Baihe came through. Guangji, the money has been gathered. I am at the bank now and will transfer it to you shortly. Please go pick up Su Yun. Su Baihe's voice was somewhat hoarse. I will take the afternoon train to Yunzhou. Under normal circumstances, selling a house overnight would be impossible. Su Baihe, however, hastily sold his property at a price of 70% of the market value to a dubious agency. In addition, he had mortgaged his car and equipment from his construction company, borrowing high-interest loans to amass a total of 2,200,000. All right. Please transfer the money to my bank account, and I will run an errand for you, Zhou Guangji replied before hanging up. Lu Yuanmei was preparing breakfast and asked, Is the money ready from Su? Zhou Guangji nodded. Indeed, he seems frightened, worried that Su Yun might be harmed. It appears that people need to be pressured. After a little over 10 minutes, as they finished breakfast, Zhou Guangji received a notification of the money transfer. He grinned and said, "Done. I'll go fetch that kid Su Yun shortly. Do you want to join?" Lu Yuemei quickly shook her head. She had no desire to deal with someone as vicious as Sun Tai. "No, I have a spa appointment at the beauty salon. And I need to get my hair done," she replied. As they spoke, Zhou Lulu, who had spent the night out, finally returned. She reeked of alcohol, but appeared in good spirits. "Oh dear, how much have you drunk?" Lu Yuemei exclaimed, rushing to pour water for her beloved daughter. Zhou Lulu, feeling parched, remarked, "I'm fine, but Wang Xiao and his friends are truly wild. By the way, while we were partying at the bar on Shuilon Street last night, we heard some news." "What news?" Lu Yuemei casually inquired. "It's about the boss of the bar street, Sun Tai. I heard he had an accident yesterday and was taken to the hospital. Apparently, he might need an amputation," Zhou Lulu informed them. Sun Tai. Both Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei were taken aback. Wasn't he the bald thug who had abducted Su Yun yesterday? "Lulu, is this news accurate?" Lu Yuemei couldn't help but ask. "Of course, it's accurate. The rumors are all over among the thugs around the bar street. Sun Tai's incident has caused quite a stir. In order to minimize the fallout, Chao Kuan has issued a gag order to those in the know, claiming it was just an accident." "And what about Su Yun?" Zhou Guangji hurriedly asked. Zhou Lulu shrugged. "I wouldn't know, but he might have been released. At this point, I doubt anyone would care about the details of the accident." Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei exchanged glances, both appearing somewhat troubled. If Su Yun had indeed been released, how would they claim their hard-earned money? Zhou Lulu, oblivious to their exchange, yawned and returned to her room to sleep. In the living room, Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei stared at each other in silence. After a moment, Zhou Guangji sighed. "It seems Su Yun has gotten lucky this time. When Su Baihao arrives, I'll return the money to him. Don't be hasty." Lu Yuemei shot him a look. With Sun Tai's situation, they won't pay attention to Su Yun for now, but who knows what troubles may arise later. "We should hold on to this money for the time being. This isn't right. I can't explain this to Baihao," Zhou Guangji exclaimed, startled. This was over 2 million. Su Baihao wasn't a fool. Once Su Yun returned and revealed he had been released, he would undoubtedly demand the money back. Just come up with a reason. Besides, a rube like Su Baihao is unfamiliar with Yunzhou. "A little intimidation will suffice," Lu Yuemei asserted, revealing her domineering side. Zhou Guangji, upon hearing this, chose not to argue further. Meanwhile, Su Yun had already driven to the technology and electronics city in Yunzhou. He entered a mobile phone store, intending to purchase a new phone. Almost every brand was represented here. Su Yun, not particular about brand or model, decided to buy a generic phone as his bank card only contained a little over 2,000. He spent over 1,000 on a no-name device. Just as Su Yun was about to leave, a soft feminine voice called out, "Hey, are you Su Yun?" A tall woman in a purple dress looked at him with uncertain eyes. "Yiting." A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yun's face. Yiting was not only his former high school classmate but also the class beauty, sitting just in front of him. Throughout high school, Su Yun was one of her many secret admirers. However, Yiting came from a prosperous family, her father a well-known businessman in Lingbei County, and she excelled academically. Su Yun always felt inferior in her presence and never dared to confess his feelings. Yiting's attitude toward him had been rather ordinary, often asking him to run errands because of their seating arrangement. Su Yun, in turn, was more than willing, embodying the archetype of an infatuated admirer. Reflecting on those absurd and naive times, Su Yun felt a pang of nostalgia. He had been an innocent youth, just beginning to understand emotions. "Su Yun, it truly is you. I thought I was mistaken." Yiting approached and greeted him. "By the way, what brings you to Yunzhou?" Shrugging, Su Yun replied, "I'm here for a vacation during the summer break." "What about you?" "You forget? I applied to Yunzhou's Yunguang University. Since my parents are abroad, I didn't return home for the summer." Yiting observed Su Yun, then sighed. "It's been 2 years since we last met, old classmate, and you remained so unpretentious." Su Yun merely smiled at her comment. After entering university, both boys and girls began to pay attention to their appearances, chasing fashion trends and competing with one another. To Yiting, his cheap attire was simply seen as unpretentious. "Yiting, it's about time. Xiaoying has called to urge us." Someone shouted to Yiting from a short distance. A beautifully made-up woman, exuding an air of aloofness, stood nearby, though she accompanied Yiting. Upon seeing Su Yun's inexpensive outfit and the unopened packaging of his generic phone, She regarded him with disdain, clearly uninterested in approaching him. To her, conversing with someone like him would tarnish her status. Chapter 17. Birthday invitation. That was my roommate and close friend, Luo Jiai. Yi Ting introduced Su Yun with a brief remark before casting an apologetic glance and saying, I have something to attend to, so I must leave now. Su Yun nodded, not intending to pursue any further interaction with Yi Ting. By the way, Yi Ting seemed to recall something and hurriedly called out to Su Yun, saying, Tomorrow is my birthday. A few friends are hosting a birthday dinner for me, and I hope you can join us. Su Yun furrowed his brow slightly and pondered. I might not have the time. He genuinely lacked interest in participating, although Yi Ting did not exhibit overt disdain towards him as her friend did. Su Yun's keen perception allowed him to sense that Yi Ting harbored her own sense of superiority when it came to social status. She always maintained an air of condescension around him, albeit less explicitly than Luo Jiai. Naturally, this demeanor was typical of a goddess towards an admirer. You are here in Yunzhou for a visit, and it's not as if you have any pressing matters, so how could you possibly be too busy? Yi Ting pouted slightly, feigning displeasure as she remarked, I remember you promised me during our high school graduation that if I ever needed your help, I could reach out to you. Why are you now making excuses when I invite you to my birthday party? Su Yun was left speechless by this barrage of questioning. He could only blame his youthful ignorance for silently harboring feelings for Yi Ting, fully aware that she held no interest in him. Indeed, he had told her during graduation that she could contact him if she ever needed assistance. Even with his composed demeanor, recalling those memories left him feeling embarrassed. Fine. I will find the time to attend. Just tell me the location, Su Yun conceded. Yi Ting's face lit up with a smile as she gestured an okay with her hand and exclaimed, Then it's settled. By the way, you haven't changed your phone number, have you? No, he replied. That's good. We'll be in touch then. With that, Yi Ting returned to Luo Jiai's side. Luo Jiai wore a peculiar expression. After Su Yun departed, she looked at Yi Ting with a knowing smile and asked, Why did you invite him to your birthday party? He is an old classmate from high school. Is there a problem with inviting him? Yi Ting replied with nonchalance. Don't play coy. Luo Jiai scoffed. I'm not as naive as Xiaoying. I've heard that Su Jijun has been preparing for your birthday party for a long time. Just waiting for the right moment to confess his feelings to you. You can't seriously expect me to believe you're inviting your old classmate just for fun, right? You must want him to pretend to be your boyfriend as a shield. At this, Yi Ting fell silent. Luo Jiai's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that I guessed correctly? Yi Ting gave her friend a resigned glance and nodded. Though Su Jijun has commendable qualities, I find his temperament a bit volatile. I fear that if I were to be with him, problems might arise in the long run. Su Jijun was a senior at Yi Ting's university, a local of Yunzhou. Coming from an affluent background, handsome, and the captain of the school basketball team, quite the prominent figure, admired by many female students. Yet, he had a particular fondness for Yi Ting. However, being a beauty herself, Yi Ting was discerning, quickly identifying Su Jijun's character flaws and maintaining her distance. Luo Jiai slapped her forehead in disbelief. If you need a shield, at least find someone more presentable. Your old classmate looks so shabby that no one would believe it. Yi Ting sighed. If I had better options, I wouldn't be so troubled. You know that the boys I know are aware of Su Jijun's feelings for me, so they wouldn't dare agree to help. She paused before continuing, moreover, having Su Yun act as my shield doesn't require Su Jijun to believe it. He just needs to see the pretense, and he should understand my stance. This way, I can preserve his dignity. Otherwise, when Su Jijun confesses and I reject him, it would be awkward for everyone involved. You certainly think ahead. Luo Jiai nodded, chuckling, but your old classmate might end up resenting Su Jijun. You know Su Jijun's family has a bit of influence in Yunzhou. It's fine. Su Yun is here for a visit and will likely leave soon. I doubt he will have any further interactions with Su Jijun. After the birthday party, I'll ensure Su Yun leaves Yunzhou, Yi Ting replied. Luo Jiai nodded and added, By the way, you should remind your classmate several times that this is merely a pretense. He is only to act as your boyfriend. We wouldn't want him to harbor any delusions of romance. At the mention of Su Yun, Luo Jiai's tone dripped with disdain. Yi Ting linked her arm with Luo Jiai's and smiled. Rest assured, I will handle everything. Elsewhere, Su Yun was driving away from the electronic city. Along the way, he switched his SIM card to his new phone and called Su Baihe. After a couple of rings, the call connected, and Su Baihe's anxious voice came through. Son, is that you? Are you all right? Yes, it's me. Who else would it be? Su Yun immediately sensed something was off in his father's tone and asked, Did Zhou Guangji tell you about yesterday's incident? You shouldn't directly refer to him by name. Su Baihe replied, a hint of discontent in his voice. If it weren't for your Uncle Zhou running around to help you, you would still be detained. Is that what he told you? Su Yun found the situation amusing. Yes, he mentioned that you had offended a notorious figure in Yuzhou. If it weren't for our long-standing friendship, he wouldn't have intervened, Su Baihe lamented. Failing to notice the oddity in Su Yun's tone. We owe him a great deal. Otherwise, I would have been lost in Yunzhou. Even if I had the money to ransom you. Ransom? Su Yun's unease grew. Dad, you didn't actually gather the ransom money, did you? I don't think we have that kind of money. Su Yun was well aware of his family's financial situation that could only muster a few $100,000 at most. Don't worry about the money. I've already taken care of it. This incident isn't your fault. Encountering such a thug is merely bad luck. Consider it a lesson learned. Su Baihe consoled him instead. Su Yun fell into silence, genuinely taken aback that his father had managed to gather the ransom in less than a day due to his inability to charge his phone. Su Yun was about to say something when Su Baihe interjected. All right, I need to catch a train soon. I'll arrive in Yunzhou by this afternoon. We can discuss everything face to face. Okay. Su Yun hung up the phone. Chapter 18. Father and son reunion at 2 in the afternoon. At the exit of the Yunzhou train station, Su Yun successfully met his father, Su Baihe. In a rush to catch the train, Su Baihe had neglected to eat lunch. The father and son casually dined at a noodle shop next to the station. In just a few days of separation, Su Yun noticed that Su Baihe appeared significantly haggard and aged, with a considerable amount of gray hair. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him. Dad, you can be honest with me now. What was the true nature of the money you gathered? Su Yun could no longer contain his curiosity and asked after waiting for his father to finish eating. Su Baihe hesitated, knowing that such matters could not remain concealed from his son indefinitely. After all, the house had been sold, and once his son returned to Lingbei, the truth would be revealed. I managed to gather 2,200,000 through my own savings and by borrowing from relatives and friends. In addition to selling the house in the county, Su Baihe exhaled a heavy sigh. 2,200,000. Su Yun was taken aback, a chill creeping into his eyes. Did Zhou Guangji tell you it was 2,200,000? He recalled that Sun Tai had initially demanded only 2 million. To his astonishment, Zhou Guangji had added an extra 20,000. Is there a discrepancy? Su Baihe asked, confusion etched on his face. Su Yun shook his head. At that time, Sun Tai conveyed through Zhou Guangji that he wanted 2 million. Su Baihe frowned slightly but quickly regained his composure. That makes sense. Uncle Zhou mentioned that Sun Tai is quite a ruthless individual. He likely needed to solicit connections and mediation, which surely incurs additional costs. My friendship with Uncle Zhou is long-standing. He wouldn't deceive me. Hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. His father was far too trusting and overestimated the value of his relationship with Zhou Guangji. In his past life, he had been wrongfully imprisoned because Zhou Guangji deceived Su Baihe into believing there was a way to reduce his sentence, ultimately draining their family's resources. Just as Su Yun was about to speak again, Su Baihe waved his hand and smiled. Let us consider it an investment in peace of mind. Thankfully, you returned unscathed. For that alone, we should sincerely thank Uncle Zhou. Su Yun could no longer hold back. Dad, this has nothing to do with Zhou Guangji. Sun Tai encountered some issues yesterday and was unable to extort me further. I returned on my own. He spoke with resignation, withholding the true circumstances, knowing that the reality would be too much for Su Baihe to bear. If he revealed that he had incapacitated Sun Tai and broken the limbs of several security guards, as well as killed 2 of Kuan Yi's elite bodyguards, Su Baihe would likely think him deranged. After all, Su Yun had grown up right under his father's watchful eye. The sudden transformation of his son into a cold-blooded killer would be unfathomable for any father. You return on your own. Su Baihe paused, then joyfully exclaimed, That's wonderful. It seems Uncle Zhou is still unaware of this news and hasn't contacted Sun Tai. I'll call him now. With that, he retrieved his phone and stepped aside to make the call. Su Yun felt a sense of helplessness. The Zhou Guangji family had yet to reveal their greedy and vile nature before Su Baihe. If he were to unfoundedly malign them, it would not only fail to convince Su Baihe but also invite his ire. It seemed necessary to employ some subtle tactics to unveil Zhou Guangji's true character to his father. A plan began to form in Su Yun's mind. Before long, Su Baihe ended the call with a beaming smile. I've arranged to meet Uncle Zhou for dinner tonight. All right, I'll accompany you. Su Yun nodded, observing his weary father. Let us find a place for you to rest first. As they exited the noodle shop, Su Baihe prepared to hail a taxi. No need for a cab, Dad. I drove here. Su Yun said, pulling out the car keys and gesturing towards the luxurious Maybach parked nearby. Su Baiha was taken aback. Though he had not seen much of the world, he recognized the Maybach as a top-tier luxury vehicle. Su Yun, where did you get this car? He stammered. Oh, I made the acquaintance of a benefactor in Yunzhou, and she lent me this car, Su Yun replied with a smile, having anticipated this question. I happened to save an elderly gentleman who belongs to a prominent family in Yuzhou. To express his gratitude, his granddaughter arranged for me to use this car. He used Qi Qinglan as a shield, deliberately omitting any mention of Chao Kun, a figure from the underworld, to avoid alarming his honest father. Su Baiha, not suspecting his son of deceit, accepted this explanation without question. Xiaoyun, it's commendable that you helped that elderly gentleman. But it's south inappropriate to drive such an expensive car, Su Baiha advised earnestly. Su Yun maintained a smile. Dad, those wealthy individuals don't place much value on material possessions. Rather, they feel indebted to us. Rest assured, I'll return the car in a few days. After contemplating, Su Baiha agreed, recognizing the validity of his son's reasoning and refrained from further comments. To avoid further unsettling Su Baiha, Su Yun chose not to take him to the villa at Lingfeng Mountain, instead opting for the Junshi Hotel where they had previously stayed. After resting for the afternoon, the father and son set out for their appointment. The venue chosen by Zhou Guangji was a rather ordinary restaurant, far inferior to the upscale Wangxian Tower. Upon arriving at the reserved private room, they found Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei already seated. Baiha has arrived, Zhou Guangji and his wife casually acknowledged, not bothering to rise to greet them. Lu Yuemei's eyes were filled with palpable disdain. Guangji, sister-in-law, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Su Baiha expressed his gratitude as soon as they met, deftly pulling out a cigarette to offer to Zhou Guangji. Don't bother, Guangji has quit smoking. Lu Yuemei coldly interjected. At her words, Su Baiha halted, his smile freezing in place. Su Yun was infuriated. An unextinguished cigarette but still lay in the ashtray before Zhou Guangji. Was this an insult to their intelligence? Ahem, Zhou Guangji cleared his throat and explained. I was just scolded by Yuemei for smoking earlier, and I promised her I'd quit. Ah, I see. My apologies for the oversight, Su Baiha responded apologetically. Sister-in-law is only looking out for your health. Quitting smoking is indeed beneficial. Chapter 19. Intimidation. Su Baiha took a seat with Su Yun. In an attempt to alleviate the previous awkwardness, Su Baiha initiated a conversation, asking, by the way, Guangji, where is Lulu from your family? Why didn't you bring her along for a meal? Although he meant it casually, Lu Yuemei perceived a different implication. She believed Su Baiha was still harboring hopes of matchmaking between Su Yun and her daughter. Lulu is out socializing with friends, mingling with the elite and affluent in Yun City. She has no time to entertain us, Lu Yuemei remarked sarcastically. Su Baiha's expression turned somewhat unnatural. He was aware of Lu Yuemei's lofty standards and her disdain for him. While he could tolerate it before, being ridiculed in front of his son was indeed uncomfortable. Cough. Cough. Zhou Guangji cleared his throat, hastily changing the subject. Baiha, let us get back to the matter at hand. The reason I called you here is regarding your money. Su Baiha's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Go on. Well, Sun Tai had a car accident yesterday. It is said he will need to undergo amputation, and for now, he cannot attend to Su Yun's matters. However, I received the news a bit late and have already withdrawn 200,000 to pull some strings and seek assistance. Therefore, what remains of your funds is only 2 million, Zhou Guangji explained. Su Baiha nodded, promptly responding, since the 200,000 has already been allocated. It would be inappropriate to ask for it back. Just transfer the remaining 2 million to me. He felt confident that after years of friendship, Zhou Guangji would not deceive him over such a sum. His sole focus was to retrieve the 2 million, redeem that apartment, and settle his debts, which would bring him satisfaction. Zhou Guangji's expression became grave. Baiha, I advise you not to expect to get that 2 million back just yet. What do you mean? Su Baiha was taken aback. Consider this. They may be temporarily preoccupied with other matters, but that does not mean they will let Su Yun off the hook. People like Sun Tai will not relinquish a lucrative opportunity easily. Even if Sun Tai is incapacitated, he has many thugs at his disposal. In my opinion, it would be prudent to proactively deliver the money. Otherwise, once they regain their composure, they will undoubtedly target Su Yun. What do you think, Baiha? Zhou Guangji analyzed carefully. Su Baiha's face betrayed his distress. Previously, when Su Yun was in their clutches, he would spare no effort to raise funds for her rescue, fearing for her safety. But now that Su Yun had returned, he was reluctant to hand over more money, especially since it represented his entire fortune. I'll take Su Yun and leave Yun City immediately. Sun Tai can't possibly have the means to pursue us all the way to Lingde, Su Baihe declared. Zhou Guangji frowned slightly, speaking in a low voice. Baihe, you underestimate Sun Tai and his crew. They are ruthless and desperate. Even if you flee to a different province, they will find you. Su Baihe's eyelids twitched with concern. Honestly, you really are a miser, valuing money over life. I've done my duty to remind you. If you insist on the money, that is your choice. Tomorrow, I can have it transferred back to you. Lu Yueme interjected, her tone laced with sarcasm. Wait, let me think it over. Su Baihe hurriedly replied. What more is there to consider? Money pales in comparison to a life. Even if there is a mere tenth of a risk, you wouldn't dare gamble with Su Yun's life, would you? Zhou Guangji implored earnestly. Su Baihe clearly wavered. Just as he was about to concede, a faint voice interrupted. It seems you intend to take this money not to appease Sun Tai, but rather to line your own pockets, Su Yun remarked with a bemused expression, surveying Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme. At these words, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Bang! Zhou Guangji slammed the table and stood, enraged. Su Yun, what do you take me for? Baihe, listen to your son. Is this how he speaks? Zhou Guangji was filled with indignation, as if he had suffered an immense injustice. Lu Yueme, equally incensed, pointed a finger at Su Baihe, accusing him. Su Baihe, do you and your son have no conscience? For your own issues, old Zhou has gone to great lengths, leveraging countless connections, yet you repay kindness with malice. Children often speak without thinking, Su Baihe stammered, rising in a flustered attempt to explain. Guangji, sister-in-law, please don't be upset. This is our fault. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. While speaking, he tugged at Su Yun, insisting, apologize to your Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lu. Su Yun rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had no intention of apologizing to Zhou Guangji and his wife. Bang! Just then, the door to the private room was thrust open with force. 2 tattooed thugs swaggered in, smoking and exuding an air of menace. Looks like this is the place, one of them, a burly figure with a protruding belly, announced. The other, with a crew cut, appeared ordinary, yet one half of his face was covered in tattoos. Huge brother, Peng brother. Upon their entrance, Zhou Guangji trembled slightly and hurried to greet them, exclaiming, you two are late. Please, take a seat. Lu Yueme also stood to welcome them. Guangji, who are these two? Su Baihe felt a sense of trepidation upon seeing them. Baihe, allow me to introduce. This is Huge brother and Ping brother, both of whom hold considerable influence in Yun City. I previously sought assistance from them regarding Su Yun's situation, Zhou Guangji explained with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Su Baihe quickly offered his gratitude. Huge brother, the hefty man, waved dismissively, saying, we are merely here to help in exchange for a fee. Just prepare the money, and I will speak with Taiga to ensure there will be no further inquiries. Before Su Baihe could respond, Lu Yueme interjected with a cold laugh. Huge brother, I regret to inform you that they have already decided against paying that sum. They believe that once they leave Yun City, everything will be resolved. Upon hearing this, the hefty man's expression immediately soured, and he barked, foolish. 3 years ago, an outsider offended Tai Ji's crew, thinking he could escape by fleeing. He ended up nearly killed in another province, becoming a lifelong cripple. Let me make this clear. If you attempt to flee, within half a month, your corpses will litter the streets. Su Baihe turned pale, panic etched on his face. Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme exchanged glances, each secretly amused. These so-called Huge brother and Peng brother were merely actors they had hired to intimidate Su Baihe and his son. Though they were indeed petty thugs, they were hardly significant figures and merely posed as threats, their tattoos nothing more than temporary stickers that washed away with water. However, they were sufficient to frighten someone as naive as Su Baihe. Chapter 20. The arrival of the yellow-haired man Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme had long since resolved to sever ties with the Su family. Thus, they prepared to seize a substantial sum before doing so. In addition to the 200,000 in compensation, they intended to claim an additional 2 million outright. At present, the plan was progressing smoothly. They had hired 2 intimidating thugs, who effectively terrified Su Baihe with just a few words. Clearing his throat, Zhou Guangji was ready to escalate the situation. However, just as he was about to speak, he heard Su Yun interject. Dad, don't listen to their nonsense. When I returned yesterday, that Sun Tai's underling personally told me that they would not pursue the car scratch incident. With a gentle sigh, Su Yun patted his father's shoulder. He had noticed the frequent exchanges of glances between Zhou Guangji and the 2 thugs. If he could not perceive the hidden agenda behind such interactions, he would be remiss in his role as a celestial king. Is that really true? Su Baihe inquired skeptically. It is indeed true, Su Yin replied calmly. The thug known as Brother Who scoffed. I say, brother, are you out of your mind? You believe such childish lies? Sun Tai's luxury car, worth over 5 million, was scratched. What is your child in comparison? What standing does he have to warrant leniency? Exactly. The child may be naive, but surely you, as an adult, should know better, Brother Peng chimed in, his facial tattoos contorting ominously as he spoke, adding a chilling effect. You will soon discover whether I speak the truth, Su Yun asserted, pulling out his phone. Dad, let me call someone to clarify this matter directly. This statement elicited a round of laughter, particularly from Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei, who regarded the Su father and son with mocking expressions. Did Su Yin think a mere phone call could summon someone from Sun Tai's circle? It was absurd. Ignoring their derision, Su Yin exited the private room and dialed Chao Kuin's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Mr. Su, how may I assist you? Chao Kuin's respectful voice resonated through the phone. It's nothing major. Is that yellow-haired man who was with Sun Tai still around? I have a task for him. Su Yin stated casually. Yes, indeed. What do you need? I have some capable hands available as well. No need for anyone else, just him. Have him come to room 306 at Guangyuan restaurant immediately. Here as the situation, Su Yun succinctly outlined his intentions. Understood. I will have him there within 10 minutes. Chao Kun assured. After hanging up, Su Yun returned to the suite. Brother Who, puffing on a cigarette, looked up and sneered, Kid. Trying to bluff in front of your brother Who? You're still too green. I know all of Sun Tai's crew well. Trying to pull a fast one will only land you in trouble. Su Yun shrugged, uninterested in further banter. Within 10 minutes, a knock echoed at the door. The yellow-haired man swaggered in, followed closely by 7 or 8 burly men who secured the entrance. It seemed he had been briefed before arriving, as he merely nodded at Su Yun upon entering. You're that one from yesterday, Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei gasped, their faces turning pale at the sight of the yellow-haired man. The 2 thugs they had summoned also trembled, their legs feeling weak. They were mere petty criminals. Accustomed to extorting pocket money from school children or acting tough in bars, this was a whole different league. Dad, let me introduce you. This is Sun Tai's trusted confidant. Known as Brother Lion, the golden-haired lion, Su Yun declared, taking the initiative. Too kind, too kind. The yellow-haired man stepped forward, warmly grasping Su Baihe's hand. His expression sincere. You must be Mr. Su. The incident yesterday was merely a misunderstanding, and I apologize for any distress caused. We have since clarified that the car was scratched prior and had nothing to do with young Mr. Su. I express my sincerest apologies for our reckless actions. As he spoke, he performed a deep bow, followed by his accompanying hulks, who all mirrored the gesture. Su Baihe was taken aback by the display, hastily responding. No need for apologies. I am relieved to have resolved the misunderstanding. The yellow-haired man waved his hand, signaling for his companions to rise. This misunderstanding arose due to our inept handling of the affair. Originally, Tai Gu intended to apologize in person, but unfortunately, he was involved in a car accident and is currently in intensive care. I can only convey his apologies on his behalf. That is quite all right, Su Baihe replied, repeatedly gesturing to dismiss the matter. Meanwhile, Zhou Guangji and the others stood in stunned silence. Sun Tai's crew was notorious for their ruthlessness. When had they become so accommodating? As they pondered, they noticed Su Yun engaging in conversation with the yellow-haired man. These 2 are also from your circles. Known as Brother Who and Brother Ping. They extorted 200,000 from my father, claiming they would mediate on his behalf. Do you know them? Su Yun gestured toward Brother Who and Brother Ping. Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired man spun around, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he surveyed them, accompanied by the menacing glares of his associates. You 2 are the ones trying to extort money for a favor? I've been in Yunzhou for quite some time. Yet I've never heard of your names. The yellow-haired man approached them, his tone laced with menace. As Sun Tai's top aide, he was well acquainted with the local underworld and had never encountered the likes of Brother Who and Brother Peng. What audacity! You even have tattoos on your face. Brother Peng stammered, nearly in tears as he stood frozen, unable to defend himself against the yellow-haired man's taunts. The yellow-haired man struck Brother Peng's face, leaving him stunned and helpless. After a few slaps, he noticed a large patch of ink had stuck to his hand. You've got to be kidding me. The yellow-haired man nearly doubled over with laughter. Without further ado, he delivered a swift kick, sending Brother Peng crashing to the ground. And you, are you Brother Who? The yellow-haired man turned his gaze toward the portly figure. The overweight man, drenched in sweat and panic, whimpered, "I dare not. You may call me Fat Hu. In your presence, I wouldn't dare claim to be Brother Hu. This is all a misunderstanding." Chapter 21. A golden spear pierces the sky. Misunderstanding? Huang Mao's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "Misunderstanding your mother. You two pathetic fools are exceedingly audacious. It's one thing to swindle money, but to dare involve us is sheer folly. With your measly status, you lack even the qualifications to converse with Tai Gu and me, yet you proclaim yourselves as mediators?" Fat Tiger and Peng Gu lowered their heads, trembling in fear, utterly silent. "From which gang do you hail? Who is your boss?" Huang Mao demanded. The two remained mute. "Speak up. Are you deaf?" Huang Mao barked. Fat Tiger, his plump face contorted in despair, stammered, "We don't have a boss. We usually just collect protection fees around Hongqi Primary School." "Damn it." Huang Mao raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. After all this commotion, it turned out that they were merely two insignificant oafs collecting fees from school children. "You two have broken the rules. Confess what should be done with you." Huang Mao growled, pulling a spring knife from his pocket. Upon seeing the weapon, Fat Tiger and Peng Gu fell to their knees with a thud. "Please, Lion Brother, grant us a chance. This was not our idea." Fat Tiger wailed, grief-stricken. He pointed a pudgy finger at Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme, declaring, "It was them. They gave us a red envelope and told us to come here to put on a show and deceive a country bumpkin from out of town. I only took 5,000. Fat Tiger cried out, his voice echoing through the room. Su Baihe, hearing this, could hardly believe his ears, muttering, "Guangji you." At that moment, Zhou Guangji was too flustered to acknowledge Su Baihe. He hastily explained to Huang Mao, "Brother, please calm your anger. This was truly unintentional. How about I host a banquet at Wangxian Tower for you and a few brothers to make amends?" "Yes, we only intended to swindle a little money. We never meant to offend you," Lu Yueme added, her voice quivering. In her plans, she had not accounted for such a turn of events. Huang Mao chuckled. "Seeing how sensible you are, we have a basis for negotiation. There is no need to escalate this into a bloody affair. Indeed, let us eat and discuss." Zhou Guangji replied with a forced smile. Su Baihe, noticing that Zhou Guangji had not acknowledged him nor offered any explanation, felt a wave of despair wash over him. This was a friend he had known for decades. "Su Yun, I no longer wish to remain here. Let us depart," Su Baihe said, disheartened. "All right." Su Yun accompanied Su Baihe as they left. Before departing, he exchanged a glance with Huang Mao, signaling him to handle the subsequent matters. Once outside the restaurant, Su Baihe pulled out a cigarette, smoking in silence. Su Yun did not intrude upon his thoughts. After 3 cigarettes, Su Baihe sighed. Guangji was never like this. Even now, he struggled to accept that his dear friend would take advantage of him, robbing him of his wealth. "Father, people do change. You regard them as friends and brothers. Yet they see you as an easy target. It's best to recognize such individuals early and distance yourself," Su Yun advised. Su Baihe nodded, managing a bitter smile. "Rest assured, though I am sentimental, I am not a fool." Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Why was that thug called Golden Lion so polite to me? Logically, someone like him wouldn't apologize even in the event of a misunderstanding. Su Yun smiled. "Didn't I mention it before? I saved an elderly gentleman whose family holds significant power in Yuzhou. A word from him can resolve this conflict." Su Baihe's eyes widened in realization. Everything suddenly made sense. Inside the private room of the restaurant, after Su Baihe and his son had departed, the atmosphere turned jovial. Huang Mao lounged comfortably, while Zhou Guangji and his wife eagerly toasted him. Fat Tiger and Peng Gu stood nervously to the side. Huang Mao, after a few drinks, boisterously declared, "Considering how understanding you two are, I won't make things difficult for you. After returning the money, just add an extra 3 million. And this matter will be settled." "What? 3 million? Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme nearly leapt from their seats upon hearing this. "Why are you shouting?" Huang Mao slammed the table, scolding, "I only offered a discount because you two seemed reasonable. Don't be ungrateful." With a pained expression, Zhou Guangji pleaded, "Lion Brother, that amount is excessive. Could we possibly reduce it?" "Reduce it? How much can you offer?" Huang Mao lit a cigarette, leisurely puffing away. Zhou Guangji and Lu Yueme exchanged glances. Finally, Zhou Guangji extended 5 fingers, saying, "How about 500,000? Damn it." Huang Mao's demeanor shifted instantly. Hearing this, he swiftly slapped Zhou Guangji several times, cursing, "Do you take me for a beggar? You think this is enough for a night out with my brothers? The 7 or 8 burly men who had accompanied him glared menacingly at Zhou Guangji and his wife. A particularly grotesque man with a hooked nose sneered, "Lion brother. This couple is mocking us. They concoct a scheme to swindle over 2 million, but now only offer 500,000. They are clearly looking down on us." Exactly. In my opinion, we should forget the money and just break their hands. 2 hands. That one tea suffice. Last time, my Mauzi from Zhongxing Street owed 30,000 in gambling debts and lost a hand. With their situation, they might need to part with a kidney as well. The ruffians exchanged banter, leaving Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei pale with fear. Let us talk this through. We genuinely want to pay. It's just that we cannot gather 3 million all at once. Zhou Guangji's face was a picture of despair. Huang Mao chuckled. No need to panic. They're just joking. We're not as brutal as that. We don't just go around chopping off limbs to intimidate people. However, if you truly cannot come up with that amount, I do have a suggestion. Zhou Guangji's heart raced. Seeing Huang Mao's suddenly amiable demeanor only heightened his unease. Actually, I know a film company that specializes in producing romantic adult films. I noticed your wife, though a bit older, still possesses her charm. If she were to star in a few films, you wouldn't need to pay a dime. Huang Mao proposed with a grin. Absolutely not. Zhou Guangji shook his head fervently. Though he himself had his shortcomings, he could not fathom the idea of his wife being intimate with others, let alone being filmed. Lion brother, please spare us. If such a film were made, how could we ever face anyone again? Lu Yuemei's face blanched with fear. Rest assured, these films are for the overseas market. No one will recognize you. If you feel uncomfortable, I can personally star as the male lead. In the adult film industry, I am known as a golden spear pierces the sky. Our collaboration will guarantee a successful distribution. Huang Mao boasted proudly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guangji and his wife felt as if they were on the brink of despair. At this moment, Zhou Guangji set aside all else and hurriedly assured, Lion brother, I can gather the money. Give me 3 days, and I will certainly have it. Huang Mao, feeling somewhat disappointed, replied indifferently, 3 days is too long. I want it by tomorrow. Chapter 22. A grave automobile accident after accompanying Su Baihe. Su Yun sought another place to dine. Su Baihe, in a foul mood, ordered several bottles of beer, drinking one after another without restraint. Su Yun did not intervene. He understood his father's need to drown his sorrows. An hour later, upon returning the inebriated Su Baihe to the hotel, Su Yun received a call from Huang Mao. Mr. Su, I have completed the task. Besides extracting the 2,200,000, I have additionally secured 3 million in compensation for you. The funds will be available tomorrow. Huang Mao reported with a tone of deference. Good. Transfer 2,200,000 back to my father's account, and the remaining 3 million to my card. Su Yun instructed without inquiring about the specifics of Huang Mao's methods. After all, Huang Mao was a professional in extortion. You handled this well. I will commend you to Chao Kuan later, Su Yun added casually. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Su. Huang Mao exclaimed, filled with excitement. Knowing well the esteemed position Su Yun held in Chao Kuan's eyes, a mere word from Su Yun could elevate him significantly. Especially with his elder brother's son, Tai, now incapacitated. Su Yun disregarded Huang Mao's enthusiasm, and after hanging up, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. He had no intention of letting the Zhou family off lightly. Merely inflicting financial loss would not quell the fury burning within him. Meanwhile, Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei, in a state of panic, rushed home to gather funds. They continuously dialed for loans, and by nearly midnight, they had managed to scrape together just over 2 million. They still needed nearly 1 million. What should we do, Guangji? We still lack 1 million. I don't want to be forced into making adult films. Lu Yuemei suddenly broke down in tears. Zhou Guangji, overwhelmed with irritation, snapped, This is all you're doing. You insisted on swindling Su Baihe out of 2 million. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this predicament. How dare you blame me? I was only trying to secure our family's future. Besides, you agreed to this plan later on. Lu Yuemei retaliated, her tears flowing freely as she launched into a tirade. Zhou Guangji felt his frustration mounting. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhou Lulu, who had been out enjoying the nightlife, returned home. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Yuemei halted her weeping and turned to Zhou Lulu, saying, Lulu, our family is in trouble. Aren't you familiar with Wang Xiao and his friends? Could you ask them for help? Zhou Guangji perked up at the mention of Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao and his associates were well-known aristocratic youths in Yunzhou, possessing vast connections. If they could intercede, Huang Mao and his gang would likely hesitate to continue their extortion. However, Zhou Lulu appeared oblivious to her mother's plea. appearing dazed. Lulu, darling. Lu Yuemei shook her daughter gently. It was only then that Zhou Lulu seemed to awaken from her stupor, her face pale with fear. Mom, something terrible has happened. She trembled. Calm down and tell us slowly, Lu Yuemei urged, noticing her daughter's distress. I was supposed to meet Wang Xiao and the others for a night out at the bar on Shui Lan Street, but they never showed up. I only found out later that they were involved in a serious car accident on their way here. A truck driver, drunk and running a red light, ran over their car, Zhou Lulu recounted, her face a mask of anguish. What? Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei nearly leaped from their seats. Lu Yuemei quickly asked, were Wang Xiao and the others all right? Zhou Lulu shook her head somberly. Wang Xiao's head was crushed. He died instantly. Zhao Dongdong, who runs a supermarket, was reportedly impaled by a metal shard and also perished. The worst was Li Jing. His car exploded upon impact, and he was burned alive. Jiang Rura survived, but her appearance is surely ruined. Zhou Lulu sighed heavily, her face etched with despair. She had finally secured a place in the circle of the elite, hoping to ascend into high society. But now, mere days after meeting them, these privileged youths had all perished. Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei's faces reflected their own gloom. They had hoped to enlist Wang Xiao's help to resolve their troubles, but now that avenue was completely closed off. Damn it, why are there so many traffic accidents in Yuzhou? Zhou Guangji cursed under his breath. First, Sun Tai's accident, and now this. What is the point of lamenting now? The pressing question is, what do we do? Lu Yuemei began to sob quietly again. What else can we do? We need to mortgage the house and raise some emergency funds, Zhou Guangji replied helplessly. Yinzhou, being a provincial capital, had high property values. A simple mortgage could yield over $1 million. Upon hearing about the house being mortgaged, Zhou Lulu's expression shifted dramatically. Mom, Dad, what happened that requires us to mortgage the house? Lu Yuemei hastily summarized the situation, ending with a sharp reprimand. All of this is Su Yun's fault. If he hadn't called that golden-haired lion over, none of this would have happened. While Lu Yuemei dared not harbor resentment towards Huang Mao and his gang, her ire was directed squarely at Su Yun. Yet she failed to recognize that if she hadn't initially set out to swindle Su Yun's family, none of this would have transpired. That family truly deserved their fate. Meanwhile, at the Deep Blue Star Club, Chao Kuan received a call. Master Kuan, the matter has been handled. I personally arranged for Ma San to flee by boat. He won't return to the country for the next decade. The voice on the other end reported. I trust your judgment. Additionally, you should leave Yunzhou for a while to avoid any potential fallout. Chao Kuan advised before ending the call. Sister Mei, standing behind him, began to massage his temples, sighing softly. I thought you would only teach those rascals a lesson. But you've stirred up quite a storm. Chao Kuan snorted coldly. Those little bastards nearly cost me my life. I could never let them off so easily. Moreover, they dared to plot against Mr. Su. I certainly won't allow them to live. Mei's eyes flickered as she tentatively asked, should we inform Mr. Su about this matter? Chao Kuan shook his head. Such a trivial issue does not warrant bringing it to Mr. Su's attention. What matters now is to promptly gather the spiritual herbs for him. Mei hesitated before responding. There are some leads. I've heard that the headquarters of Genuine Tang Pharmacy has a 130-year-old ginseng, but that is considered a treasured item. They may be reluctant to part with it. Genuine Tang Pharmacy is a renowned chain within Tianan Province, headquartered in Yunzhou. Reluctant to sell? Then we shall offer a higher price. I'll pay double. If they still refuse, they will be disregarding my face. At that point, I shall have someone bring their manager to me for a personal discussion. Chao Kuan declared menacingly. Chapter 23. The evil shall not intrude. The following morning, Su Baihe awoke from a night of indulgence, his head still throbbing faintly. As he reached for his phone, he was startled to find that it was already past 10 o'clock. A message caught his eye, a remittance notification confirming that 2,200,000 had been transferred back to his account. A complex expression flickered across his face as he lit a cigarette. Dad, smoking right after waking up isn't good for your health. And I'm right here. It's rather inconsiderate for you to make me inhale your second-hand smoke, Su Yun remarked with a hint of exasperation. It seemed that last night's events had taken quite a toll on his father. Su Baihe extinguished the cigarette, offering an embarrassed smile. Your Uncle Zhou has returned the money to me. I plan to head back to Lingbei County this afternoon. You should come with me. This afternoon? Su Yun hesitated. I promised a high school classmate I would attend her birthday party tonight. Would it be better if I returned tomorrow? Tomorrow works too, Su Baihe nodded, continuing. I borrowed money from relatives and friends this time. Once I return, I will pay them back first. However, according to tradition, I must host a few tables and invite them for a meal tomorrow to express my gratitude. You must be present to personally thank them, otherwise, those uncles and aunts will think you're rude. Upon hearing this, Su Yun acquiesced. All right, I'll make sure to return on time tomorrow. After lunch, Su Yun accompanied Su Baihe to the train station before returning to the villa at Lingfeng No. 3. The housekeepers and servants arranged by Chao Kuan had already settled in. They not only cleaned the villa from top to bottom, but also adorned it with numerous exquisite decorations. For instance, in the living room, Su Yun noticed several valuable paintings and calligraphies had been hung on the walls, alongside beautifully crafted porcelain displayed on side tables. True Song Dynasty treasures, not mere modern replicas. The study was particularly impressive, with rows of bookshelves filled with various tomes, including some rare editions. The desk was adorned with high-quality writing implements. Even with Su Yun's discerning eye, he could not help but acknowledge that Chao Kuan had executed his duties impeccably. Having such an individual as a subordinate certainly alleviated many burdens. In the afternoon, Yiting called. Su Yun, don't forget about the birthday party tonight. It's at Wangxian Tower. You should arrive before 7 o'clock. Yiting seemed rather busy today, hastily relaying the information before abruptly hanging up. Wangxian Tower? Su Yun smiled knowingly. Hosting a birthday party there was no small affair. A standard dining room would clearly not suffice. A banquet hall would be required, with minimum expenses starting at 100,000. It would be quite inappropriate for Su Yun to attend the celebration empty-handed. He ought to prepare a gift. Glancing around his villa, he noted an abundance of valuable items, yet none seemed suitable. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yun sighed softly. Very well. Since she was someone I admired in my youth, I shall bestow upon her a token of good fortune. After tonight, we shall have no further ties. He stepped into the study, picked up a wolf hair brush, and after dipping it in ink, concentrated deeply for 10 minutes. Only when his spirit was fully attuned did he begin to write. With a flourish of his brush, the energies of the surroundings seemed to converge, infusing his pen tip. Moments later, four characters emerged on the pristine rice paper. Zhuxie Buxin, the evil shall not intrude. While the characters appeared neat and orderly, they paled in comparison to the flamboyant styles of renowned calligraphers. Yet, any martial artist who beheld them would sense an unparalleled will of martial resolve encapsulated within the strokes. As Su Yun infused his spirit into the writing, he understood that carrying this paper would allow him to wield the martial intent contained within to ward off malevolence. No misfortune or impurity would befall him as long as he possessed it. Once the ink dried, he folded the paper into a triangular talisman for safety. By 6 o'clock that evening, Su Yun drove to Wangxian Tower. After parking, he called Yiting. The phone rang for several moments before being answered. Which room are you in at Wangxian Tower? I'll come find you, Su Yun inquired. We're on the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, without a familiar face to guide you. You won't be able to come up. I'll have Jia Yi come down to fetch you, Yiting replied before hurriedly hanging up. As the evening's host, she had to entertain numerous friends and acquaintances, leaving no time to personally greet Su Yun. After waiting outside for 7 or 8 minutes, Luo Jia finally emerged, wearing an alluring low-cut dress that barely covered her hips, revealing her long, slender legs. Many passers-by were drawn to her. She approached Su Yun, casting a disapproving glance. Why did you come dressed like this? Normally, it might be acceptable, but today of all days, you should have worn something of better quality. Aren't you concerned about embarrassing Yiting? Su Yun shrugged. I find this outfit quite comfortable. It's not my birthday party, so I see no need for such formality. Luo Jia shook her head in disbelief. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. You'll never rise to the occasion. Ordinarily, I wouldn't bother with someone like you. But considering Yiting's request with a sigh, she relented. Let us just leave it at that. Before you go up, there is something we need to clarify. What is it? Yiting didn't just invite you to the birthday party. She also wants you to pretend to be her boyfriend, Luo Jia explained. Pretend to be her boyfriend? She never mentioned that to me. Su Yun frowned. He had come solely to wish Yiting a happy birthday and deliver a gift, intending to bid farewell to a chapter of his youth. He hadn't anticipated this development. Now that I've told you, you can't back out. Luo Jia expressed her dissatisfaction with Su Yun's response. To her, being given the opportunity to pose as Yiting's boyfriend was a stroke of luck for someone like him. Moreover, it's merely a pretense. Yiting only wants to deter another suitor. So, don't get any other ideas, she warned seriously. You're overthinking it. I have no such intentions. Su Yun replied with a stoic expression. Huh, I don't believe you, Luo Jia retorted, dismissing his words. Now let us go up. Don't say too much. Yiting will handle everything. Chapter 24. Mockery Luo Jiai led Su Yun to the third floor of Wangxian building, entering a banquet hall. Inside, more than a dozen well-dressed young men and women had already gathered. Yiting stood at the center, surrounded like a constellation of stars. Su Yun noticed her immediately. Today, Yiting wore a pink Chanel princess dress, her face adorned with light makeup, exuding an air of purity and beauty, making her the focal point of attention. Beside her stood a tall and handsome young man, embodying the demeanor of a host as he attended to Yiting's friends. Yiting's expression appeared somewhat helpless, yet she could not refuse. When she saw Luo Jiai enter with Su Yun, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. "Apologies, I have another friend arriving," Yiting announced to the crowd, her face lighting up with a smile as she approached Su Yun. As Su Yun was about to speak, Yiting naturally looped her arm through his. "Su Yun, you're quite late," Yiting said playfully, her tone laced with a hint of coyness. Had it not been for Luo Jiai's prior warning, Su Yun might have been taken aback by this sudden gesture. Fortunately, he understood that Yiting was merely seeking a shield against someone else, so he made no effort to extricate himself from her grasp. He had already resolved to limit his interactions with Yiting in the future. Helping her out tonight was of little consequence. Inside the banquet hall, the once cheerful atmosphere abruptly froze. Especially after witnessing Yiting's arm intertwined with Su Yun's, the crowd exchanged peculiar glances, instinctively directing their attention towards the tall young man. His expression darkened significantly, and a flicker of menace crossed his eyes. However, considering the occasion, he refrained from erupting in public. "Who is this?" questioned a stylish young woman adorned in designer labels. "Aren't you going to introduce him?" Yiting, still holding onto Su Yun, approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Let me introduce. This is my high school classmate, Su Yun, a native of Lingbei, and my current boyfriend. I hope you all will be kind to him." Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonishment. The crowd found her claim utterly unbelievable. The stylish girl widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Yiting, you must be joking. This must be a prank to liven up your birthday celebration." "Yes, Yiting. With your standards, how could you possibly be with someone like him?" Others chimed in, laughing and expressing disbelief. Yiting seemed to anticipate such reactions, offering no further explanation, and instead continued to introduce Su Yun to the others. "This is Sun Ying, my roommate," she said, pointing to the stylish girl. "Hello," Su Yun greeted. But Sun Ying merely nodded and then turned to Luo Jiai, whispering, "Jiai, what is going on? Is he really Yiting's boyfriend?" Luo Jiai scoffed. "That guy has neither wealth nor status, and he's not even handsome. How could Yiting possibly be interested? He's just a temporary decoy to ward off Su Jijun. Just keep this to yourself and don't let it slip." Sun Ying sighed in relief, patting her chest. "That's a relief. I couldn't bear the thought of him mingling in our circle." Yiting ignored the whispers of her two roommates as she introduced Su Yun to the surrounding guests. Eventually, they reached the tall young man. "This is my senior, Su Jijun, the captain of the school basketball team, a star on campus," Yiting praised gently. As Yiting introduced her acquaintances to her so-called boyfriend, the atmosphere grew tense, and some faces changed color. Su Jijun, now composed, quickly grasped Yiting's intentions. He scrutinized Su Yun, a smirk forming on his lips. "Su Yun, is it? Since you are Yiting's partner, you are also our friend. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to reach out. A mere trifle from us could easily sustain your family for a month," he remarked, his tone dripping with condescension. Others nodded in agreement, finding Su Jijun's arrogance justified. His family owned a significant business worth billions, and his spending on a casual outing could easily surpass Su Yun's monthly expenses. "Qianda, doesn't your family own a garment factory? Perhaps you could send Su Yun a few decent outfits," Su Jijun suggested to a portly young man. "Of course, it's no trouble at all. My father loves philanthropy and donates clothes to impoverished families every year." Adding Su Yun to the list wouldn't be a burden, Qianda chuckled. The implications of his words unmistakably derogatory. Qianda, who owned several garment factories, had harbored feelings for the beautiful Yiting, but he knew he stood no chance, especially with Su Jijun in the picture. Learning that Yiting was involved with someone as financially challenged as Su Yun only fueled his resentment. "Qianda, watch your words," Yiting interjected, visibly displeased. "Apologies, I speak without thinking sometimes," Qianda said with a laugh, though his insincerity was transparent. "Let it go. Qianda is just straightforward." "Yiting, don't take it to heart." A striking young woman with a cold demeanor stepped in to mediate. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Su Yun, and she shook her head, addressing Yiting. "However, your boyfriend does appear rather underdressed for your birthday party." While I don't expect him to be overly extravagant, he ought to possess some semblance of dignity. Yi Ting's expression faltered slightly. In truth, she hadn't anticipated Su Yun's casual attire. In her mind, having invited Su Yun to her birthday celebration, he should have at least dressed appropriately, even if she hadn't explicitly informed him to pose as her boyfriend. Thankfully, this was merely a one-time charade, and she resolved that her future interactions with him would be minimal. Chapter 25. Birthday Gift. The banquet hall was filled with laughter and merriment. Yi Ting's acquaintances engaged in lively conversation, yet Su Yun stood apart, like an outsider deliberately excluded by the crowd. Yi Ting, however, remained indifferent. She had never intended to include Su Yun in her circle. Her invitation was merely a pretext to decline Su Jijun's advances. With her objective achieved, she planned to compensate Su Yun later with a generous red envelope after the celebration. As the host of the evening, Yi Ting naturally could not remain by Su Yun's side for long, while she entertained other guests. Su Yun lingered alone in a corner of the hall, savoring a glass of red wine, observing the world around him with a detached demeanor, neither sorrowful nor joyful. How does it feel to be overlooked by everyone? Luo Jia had approached him at some point, casting a pitying glance his way. You and we belong to different strata. No matter how hard you strive, you will never penetrate our circle. Accept reality. Crows can never soar alongside phoenixes. Su Yun chuckled softly at her words. You are correct. Crows indeed cannot fly with phoenixes. But the question remains, who is the crow and who is the phoenix? Luo Jia's eyes reflected disdain. Such questions seemed superfluous. Crows referred to individuals of ordinary appearance, background, and education, like him. She shook her head in disbelief at his lack of self-awareness. Without further ado, she bluntly advised, your task here is complete. Find an excuse to leave shortly. Your presence disrupts the atmosphere. With that, she clicked her high heels as she departed. Su Yun merely smiled, unperturbed. He had not intended to stay long anyway. Just as he approached Yi Ting, ready to speak, the grand doors of the banquet hall swung open. A server from Wangxian Building entered, wheeling in a magnificent six-tiered cake. The cake is here. Yi Ting. It's your 20th birthday. Come, light the candles and make a wish. Sunning exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she pulled Yi Ting towards the cake. Others gathered around, and as the candles flickered to life, they sang a jubilant birthday song. Finally, Yi Ting blew out the candles and closed her eyes to make a wish. Once she finished, Sunning could no longer contain her curiosity. Yi Ting, what did you wish for? Yi Ting smiled and waved her hand, saying, that's a secret, revealing it would spoil the magic. At that moment, Su Jijun stepped forward, presenting Yi Ting with a small, exquisite gift box. Yi Ting, happy birthday. This is a gift I've chosen for you. I hope you like it. Thank you. Yi Ting replied politely as she opened the box to reveal an Omega Constellation Series ladies' watch. A glimmer of surprise crossed her face. Thank you for the gift. I really like it. Darling, this is my gift to you. Sunning chimed in, handing over a new LV handbag. Luo Jia followed suit with a beautifully crafted jade pendant. Other friends and acquaintances soon unveiled their carefully prepared gifts, all of considerable value. Even the simplest platinum necklace was worth over 10,000. For this crowd, anything below 5 digits seemed unworthy of consideration. Only Su Yun remained without a gift. Su Yun, as Yi Ting's boyfriend, what have you prepared for her? Surely it must be something extraordinary, Su Jijun inquired with a sly grin. Fully aware that someone of Su Yun's financial standing could not afford a decent present, his question was simply to indulge in Su Yun's embarrassment. Of course, a boyfriend's gift is bound to be more thoughtful than those of casual friends, Jean Pongzi added, playing along. Yi Ting's expression subtly shifted. She had forgotten to prepare anything for Su Yun. Just as she pondered how to defuse the situation, Su Yun stated, I do have a gift. He retrieved a triangular amulet from his pocket. Happy birthday, he proclaimed, presenting the amulet to Yi Ting. Carry this amulet with you. It will ensure your safety. Yi Ting was momentarily taken aback by the amulet. Luo Jia, Sun Ying, and the other acquaintances also appeared stunned, their expressions turning peculiar. Ha ha ha, my friend. That's a bit too humorous, isn't it? You thoughtlessly folded a piece of paper into an amulet and called it a birthday gift. How convenient. Jean Pongzi laughed heartily. Others echoed similar sentiments, astonished that Su Yun, despite his financial limitations, had not even bothered to procure a cheap trinket, resulting in such a ludicrous gift. It was a scene they had never witnessed before. Su Yun, this is truly too dismissive. Even for a casual friend's birthday, this would be inappropriate. Let alone for Yi Ting, your girlfriend. This displays a total lack of sincerity. Su Jijun derided him. Exactly. What nonsense is this amulet? You'd be better off giving nothing at all. You must be deliberately trying to embarrass Yi Ting. Sun Ying and Luo Jiai, Yi Ting's close friends, expressed their indignation. To them, this was not a gift, it was an affront to Yi Ting. Yi Ting sighed inwardly, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. Even if she wished to defend Su Yun, it seemed futile now. Su Yun, unfazed, noticed Yi Ting's reluctance to accept the amulet and placed it on the table. This amulet is not as simplistic as you might think. It truly can bless you with fortune and safety throughout your life. Haraha. Jean Pongzi erupted into laughter once more. Brother, do you really need to embellish it so much? As if your amulet holds any real significance. I've got this string of prayer beads blessed by a high monk from Lingfa Temple, and they have more merit than whatever you've concocted. He rolled up his sleeve to display a rosary made of sandalwood, a prized possession acquired through a generous donation to the temple. He had often boasted about its supposed benefits. Su Yun's gift, in contrast, had become the source of mockery, a stark reflection of the superficiality surrounding them. Chapter 26. I hope you do not regret it. Su Yun's gaze swept over the Buddhist beads in Qian Pongzi's hand, a flicker of disdain evident in his eyes. Those beads merely contained a trace of insignificant spiritual energy, sufficient only to calm the mind and aid in sleep. In comparison to the talisman he had inscribed with the words, "All evils shall not invade," they were utterly trivial. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Pongzi was proudly flaunting his beads before Su Yun. Eventually, with a hint of malice, he inquired, "What is the origin of your talisman? Which esteemed monk or renowned Taoist master crafted it?" Su Yun frowned and remained silent, too disdainful to explain the intricacies to someone like Qian Pongzi. Believing Su Yun to be flustered by his question, Qian Pongzi extended his chubby hand and snatched the talisman, tearing it open. The words, "All evils shall not invade," were revealed before everyone. Upon seeing those characters, the crowd nearly burst into laughter. Could it be that you wrote these yourself? All evil shall not invade? My friend, a talisman must feature the symbols of Buddhism or Taoism to be deemed a true talisman. Scribbling a few characters and calling it a talisman is nothing short of a joke. Qian Pongzi guffawed, exposing his large, crooked teeth. Su Jijun shook his head in amusement. Adding sarcastically, "Su Yun, even if you want to save a few coins by gifting a talisman, at least buy one from a temple. What you're doing is treating Yi Ting like a fool." The others shared expressions of sheer disbelief. Even children playing pretend would not be so ridiculous. Yi Ting pressed her lips together, remaining silent, her lovely face feeling as if it were on fire. How humiliating. This was her 20th birthday. She had just announced to everyone that Su Yun was her boyfriend, only for him to present such a ludicrous gift. It was akin to a slap in the face. Even a simple birthday card with a few heartfelt wishes would have been 100 times better than this. Yi Ting took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and said, "Su Yun, I have never been one to believe in such things. If I were to wear this, my parents would surely scold me for being superstitious. Therefore, please take back this talisman." Su Yun's brow furrowed slightly as he replied in a deep voice, "What I give will not be taken back. If you do not want it, then throw it away. I only hope that one day, you will not regret it." With that, he turned to leave. For some inexplicable reason, as she watched his retreating figure, Yi Ting felt a slight tremor in her heart, a vague sense that she might have erred. Yet, the next moment, she found such thoughts laughable. They were not from the same world. After today, it would be difficult to intersect again. Surely, this chap would not become enraged over a few words from her. His temperament seemed rather small. "All right, Qian Pongzi, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much." Su Jijun feigned advice, yet he was quite pleased with Qian Pongzi's performance that evening. However, he harbored resentment towards Su Yun, the audacious fellow who dared to impersonate Yi Ting's boyfriend and jeopardize his grand plans. He intended to teach Su Yun a lesson when the opportunity arose. "By the way, Yi Ting, what should we do with this talisman?" Qian Pongzi inquired, holding up the talisman. Yi Ting shook her head, replying, "Just throw it away." She would certainly not accept it. Keeping it would undoubtedly make her the subject of ridicule within her circle. Upon hearing this, Qian Pongzi treated it as scrap paper and casually tossed it aside, where it landed right in front of Su Jijun. "What a ridiculous fellow," Su Jijun remarked, picking up a glass of wine and splashing it over the discarded talisman. The group erupted into a lively commotion when Su Jijun's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it, his expression shifting dramatically as he gestured for silence. Once everyone settled down, he answered the call, his demeanor respectful. "Brother Lu, Jijun, are you at Wangxin Tower?" A rich male voice resonated from the other end of the line. How do you know, Brother Lu? Su Jijun replied, surprised. Because I am also at Wongstin Tower. Manager, you mentioned it while bringing me drinks, which is how I found out you were here. Let us gather for a while. That sounds splendid. I have a few lovely junior sisters here. Which room are you in? I will bring them over to toast to you, Su Jijun eagerly suggested. Do not. My master is here. He prefers tranquility. I will come to your place shortly. All right, we will await your arrival. Su Jijun hung up, his smile radiant. Meanwhile, those around him regarded Su Jijun with peculiar expressions. It was well known that he was a central figure within their circle, and they had never witnessed him speaking so respectfully to anyone else. Brother Jun, who were you talking to? Qian Pengzi tentatively asked. Su Jijun inhaled deeply and uttered a name, Lu Feiyang. Upon hearing that name, several individuals in the room gasped sharply. Is he the second young master of the Lu family? Qian Pengzi asked, his voice trembling. Su Jijun nodded. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically. The Lu family was the leading enterprise in the catering industry in Tianan province, having established a presence in all 15 cities of the province, using it as a base to radiate outward to neighboring provinces. The Wongstin Tower, where they currently found themselves, was a property of the Lu family. The current head of the Lu family had two sons. The elder, Lu Yichen, was wise and astute, groomed as the heir to the family business, while the younger, Lu Feiyang, was quite the opposite, often embroiled in trouble, having several incidents of assault in his past. Locals like Qian Pengzi were well aware of the notorious reputation of the second young master and dared not provoke him. Su Jijun, however, had often lingered around Lu Feiyang in the past. Hasn't the second young master been away from Yuzhou for several years? Why has he suddenly returned? Qian Pengzi stuttered. Akin to a trembling pig, he had previously been on the receiving end of Lu Feiyang's wrath for being too overweight, suffering several harsh lessons under the guise of helping him lose weight. Thankfully, a few years back, Lu Feiyang had fortuitously encountered a master and left Yuzhou to pursue martial arts, thus ending Qian Pengzi's nightmare. I only just learned of his return as well. Su Jijun remarked wistfully before addressing the group. The second young master will be visiting us shortly, so everyone should show respect, especially you, Yiting. You are not from Yunzhou and may not be familiar with his temperament. Be exceedingly cautious with your words. Do not offend him, or the consequences could be dire. Chapter 27. Master Lu Heir. Upon hearing Su Jijun's earnest warning, Yiting promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, a figure like Master Lu Heir was beyond her capacity to offend. After learning of his impending arrival, the atmosphere among the guests shifted palpably. Their conversations became noticeably distracted. Even Fatty Qian, typically boisterous, refrained from speaking too loudly. Approximately 30 minutes later, the door to the banquet hall swung open, revealing a remarkably robust young man whose physique was both tall and well-proportioned, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. He resembled a human cheetah, radiating an air of danger. Lu Gu. Su Jijun greeted him with fervor, and the others quickly followed suit. Even Fatty Qian, despite his overwhelming fear of Master Lu Heir, hurried to keep pace with Su Jijun, anxious not to appear disrespectful in his presence. Ah, it's been years. Jijun, you've become quite the refined gentleman. It seems you've been living rather comfortably in Yunzhou these past few years, Lu Feiyang remarked, giving Su Jijun a hearty pat on the shoulder that elicited a wince from him, as if his shoulder might shatter from the force. Lu Gu, take it easy. Su Jijun exclaimed, grimacing. Jijun, your physique is too feeble. You can't even withstand such a light touch. You ought to engage in some serious training. Lu Feiyang retorted with a look of disdain. The surrounding guests were taken aback by his words. It was well known that Su Jijun was the captain of the school's basketball team, renowned for his fierce playing style and considered a formidable player on the court. Yet, in Lu Feiyang's eyes, he was merely weak. Isn't that the familiar chubby fellow from the Qian family? Goodness, you've gained quite a bit of weight since we last met. If the opportunity arises, I'll help you shed those extra pounds, Lu Feiyang remarked, noticing Fatty Qian, whose substantial girth was hard to miss. Fatty Qian, feeling the sting of Lu Feiyang's comment, quickly replied, no need to trouble yourself, Lu Gu. I'll just sign up for a weight loss program when I return. His retort incited laughter among the guests. Lu Gu, it's not that we are too weak. It's that you are simply too strong. Su Jijun managed a wry smile and inquired, by the way, where have you been all these years? We've been unable to reach you. Lu Feiyang shrugged. Don't ask. I've been with my master in the remote forest of the southwest, living like a wild man, traversing mountains and battling ferocious beasts every day. The crowd was left in stunned silence. struggling to fathom the idea of a privileged heir from a prominent family engaging in such primitive existence. Are you joking, Lu Ge? Su Jijun questioned, unable to believe his ears. Who was joking? My master insisted it was a means to forge my will and solidify my martial spirit. Although I faced considerable hardships, I've finally made some headway in the martial arts, Lu Feiyang replied with a hint of nostalgia. Su Jijun and the others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. In this modern age, who would still pursue martial arts? After all, in today's society, money could easily procure skilled bodyguards to ensure one's safety. Wealthy heirs like themselves were deemed foolish for even considering the painstaking practice of martial arts. If it weren't for the formidable reputation of Master Lu Heir, Fatty Qian would have surely mocked the absurdity of the situation. Noticing the skepticism in the crowd, Lu Feiyang smirked coldly. You all know nothing about martial arts. Do you truly believe what I've learned is akin to your flashy tricks? As he spoke, Lu Feiyang casually seized a bottle of red wine from the table. With a powerful grip, he crushed the bottle in his hand with a loud pop. Wine and shards of glass sprayed everywhere, shocking everyone in the room. Lu Ge, how can your grip be so strong? Fatty Qian gasped, his face quaking with astonishment. If such force were applied to a human arm, it could easily shatter bones. Humph. Lu Feiyang scoffed, taking a deep breath before slamming his palm onto the table. The impact sent a massive crack splintering across the surface. Everyone's expressions morphed into shock as they stared at Lu Feiyang as if he were a monster. The table, made of rare East African blackwood, was reputed for its iron-like hardness, impervious even to a hammer-esque blow. Yet Lu Feiyang had shattered it with nothing but his bare hand. Lu Ge, you're simply extraordinary. Su Jijun stuttered, his voice trembling. While there were numerous clubs at their university, such as martial arts and taekwondo, he had seen individuals break bricks and shatter wooden boards. Yet those displays paled in comparison to Lu Feiyang's prowess. Have you mastered the legendary Qigong? Is this what they refer to as internal strength on television? A throng of admirers encircled Lu Feiyang, chattering excitedly. The girls, such as Luo Jiai and Sun Ying, were particularly captivated, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Women inherently idolize strength. To them, Lu Feiyang had transcended the role of a mere wealthy heir. He had transformed into an enigmatic figure, enveloped in an aura of mystery. Even Yi Ting gazed at him, her curiosity piqued. Luo Jiai and Sun Ying, emboldened, clustered around Lu Feiyang, their expressions brimming with flirtation. Meanwhile, Fatty Qian stood nearby, lavishing praise upon Master Lu Heir, declaring him the greatest martial artist in the world. Lu Feiyang found himself both amused and exasperated. All right. It's fine to jest about martial arts here, but outside, you must refrain from such talk. My abilities are merely the basics within the realm of martial arts. He cautioned with a serious tone. Just the basics? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Feiyang nodded, explaining. The practice of martial arts is divided into 9 levels of mastery. Each breakthrough signifies a transformation of the self. The lower 3 levels focus on strengthening the body, enhancing physical power, and fortifying one's foundation. The middle 3 levels delve deeper into the essence of martial arts, cultivating inner strength. As for the upper 3 levels, they are reserved for grandmasters and extraordinary figures, beings you may never encounter in your lifetime. With a sigh of reflection, he continued, after years of relentless training, I have only reached the 3rd tier of physical refinement, qualifying as a 3rd-grade martial artist. My master, however, is a true expert, possessing complete mastery of inner strength. He can strike a block of tofu placed on a brick with such force that the tofu remains unscathed while the brick crumbles beneath. The crowd collectively gasped, perceiving this feat as nothing short of miraculous. Seeing their astonished expressions, Lu Feiyang chuckled lightly and reached for a wine glass, preparing to pour himself a drink. Just then, his gaze fell upon a piece of paper spread out in the corner of the table. Chapter 28. A word worth millions. Lu Feiyang caught sight of a piece of paper spread out in the corner of the table. Initially, he merely glanced at it before diverting his gaze. However, in the next moment, as if sensing something, his eyes returned to it. Those few characters. He furrowed his brows. The paper was a protective talisman inscribed by Su Yun, bearing the words "No evil shall incur." Unfortunately, it had been soaked in liquor by Su Jijun, causing most of the ink to dissolve and become murky. Only the last character, incur, seemed freshly saturated. Its ink not entirely faded. Lu Feiyang felt a peculiar significance emanating from it, as though an unseen will pressed upon his spirit. Where did this paper come from? Lu Feiyang asked in a low voice. Fat Qian had intended to make a jest of Su Yun's matter to Lu Feiyong. But noticing the strange expression on Lu Feiyong's face, he hastily summarized. It was given to her by a friend of Yi Ting. It was folded into a talisman, meant to ensure her safety. Lu Feiyong's expression shifted unpredictably. Su Jijun, noticing Lu Feiyong's unusual reaction, inquired, "Brother Lu, is there something special about this paper?" Lu Feiyong shook his head and replied, "The paper itself is nothing remarkable, but the characters inscribed upon it possess a certain uniqueness. I sense something extraordinary, though I cannot articulate it." After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Once the call connected, Lu Feiyong respectfully said, "Master, I apologize for the interruption. I've come across a sheet of paper, and the characters inscribed upon it are quite unusual, reminiscent of what you once mentioned about words imbued with divine intent. Would you be able to come take a look?" After hanging up the phone, Lu Feiyong exhaled slowly. "Brother Lu, are you serious? Those characters seem rather ordinary to me." Su Jijun couldn't help but comment. "Indeed, Brother Lu. My father has numerous calligraphies in his study, some crafted by masters from the Provincial Calligraphy Association. Compared to those, these characters barely hold any significance," Fat Qian added. Lu Feiyong shook his head, his demeanor grave. "You do not comprehend. Silence, please. Let us wait until my master has examined it before passing judgment." Upon hearing this, Su Jijun and the others fell silent. Before long, the door swung open. The manager of Wangxian Tower entered, respectfully leading an elderly gentleman. The old man donned a white tank suit, his hair peppered with gray, yet exuding vitality. His appearance was unassuming, yet he possessed an undeniable aura. "Master." Lu Feiyong immediately rose to greet him. The elderly man waved his hand and inquired, "Where's the paper you mentioned?" "Over there," Lu Feiyong indicated towards the corner of the table. Upon inspecting the paper, now nearly disintegrated, the old man's face twitched slightly, yet he leaned closer to examine it. The first three characters had become indistinct, muddled, while only the fourth character retained a semblance of clarity. The old man's body trembled as if struck by lightning, as if a long blade had coalesced within him, striking down upon him. He staggered back a few steps, his face etched with astonishment. "Master's handwriting! It is indeed the handwriting of a master!" the elderly man exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of an ancient scholar encountering the manuscripts of Confucius. "Master, do you mean to say these characters were penned by a master-level practitioner?" Lu Feiyong asked, astonished. He was no longer a novice in the martial arts world and understood the weight that the term master carried. A master represents a transcendent existence in martial arts. The elderly man took a deep breath and nodded. Moreover, these characters were not merely written casually by that master. They were inscribed with concentrated mental focus, embodying the supreme martial intent of the individual, infused into each stroke. Every character encapsulates their unparalleled martial will. The phrase "no evil shall incur" serves as a bastion. With it in place, no misfortune, calamity, malevolence, or deceit can touch you. As he spoke, a profound sorrow flickered in the old man's tone. "Alas, it is a pity. The form has been compromised, and the martial intent within will soon dissipate without the medium to support it." The listener's expression shifted dramatically. Were it spoken by anyone else, they might dismiss it as mere nonsense from a charlatan. However, the speaker was Lu Erxiao's master, a figure of extraordinary prowess. Can those few characters truly hold such value? What price could they fetch? Fat Qian questioned, unable to contain himself. The elderly man sighed heavily and shook his head. "A priceless treasure cannot be appraised. A master of such stature would never sell a handwritten piece infused with their martial intent. To offer a monetary value would be an affront to the master. However, I once heard that over a decade ago, a prestigious family in the capital paid a fortune, 10 million for a single word, to a Taoist master from Longhu Mountain for the phrase "peace at home." 10 million for a word? At this revelation, the crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. 10 million? That implies the four characters are worth 40 million. The rich young heirs turned pale. For 40 million was an astronomical sum. Although Su Jijun's family boasted assets in the billions, that merely represented their total wealth. In terms of liquid cash, they could barely muster 10 million. Moreover, the figure of 40 million mentioned by the elderly man was from over a decade ago. It had likely multiplied several times since. Yi Ting's delicate face paled dramatically. She had never anticipated that the birthday gift from Su Yun would be of such immense value. At that moment, she finally understood why Su Yun had warned her not to regret her decision after she had declined the talisman. Su Jijun's complexion also turned ashen. He had been the one to spill the drink that ruined the paper worth tens of millions. Fearing Yiting would hold it against him, he quickly said, "Yiting, you cannot blame me. You were the one who insisted on discarding it." Yiting forced a smile, her heart overwhelmed with regret. "Where did you acquire this paper?" The elderly man inquired solemnly. "Master, today is this young lady's 20th birthday, and a friend gifted her this item. However, these individuals dismissed it as a joke and discarded it carelessly," Lu Feiyong replied. After hearing this, the elderly man regarded Yiting with a long, penetrating gaze. "Your friends seem to understand the value of this paper, which is why they presented it to you with such solemnity. It is unfortunate that you did not cherish it. Its monetary worth is secondary. It is a genuine treasure capable of safeguarding your fortune for the rest of your life." Upon hearing this, Yiting's tears welled up. She hastily took out her phone, eager to call Su Yun. However, the number was no longer reachable. After leaving Wang Xian Tower, Su Yun had blocked her. With this parting, he severed the ties of their past lives, becoming a stranger to her, forever unrecognizable in the future. Chapter 29. The tumultuous return after departing. Su Yun remained oblivious to the events unfolding behind Wang Xian Tower. He returned to the villa at Lingfeng Mountain and enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. The following morning, he made his way directly to the train station in Yunzhou and boarded a high-speed train bound for Yangchuan City. Tiannan Province comprises a total of 15 cities, with Yangchuan City ranked among the lower tiers. Su Yun's hometown, Lingbei County, falls under the jurisdiction of Yangchuan City. Due to the absence of direct train services to Lingbei County, he would need to transfer to a bus after disembarking in Yangchuan City. Approaching noon, Su Yun arrived at the Yangchuan City bus station, where he queued to board a bus. By this time, the vehicle was already populated with several passengers. Upon boarding, Su Yun's gaze was drawn to the rear of the bus, where a pair of middle-aged individuals sat. They appeared quite ordinary, with the woman cradling a peacefully sleeping infant in her arms. At first glance, they resembled an average family of three. However, Su Yun sensed that within the seemingly mundane forms of this couple lay an extraordinary reservoir of power. Both individuals were indeed masters of internal energy cultivation. Particularly noteworthy was the middle-aged man, whose aura was as unyielding as a mountain, far surpassing the strength of Veda, whom Su Yun had vanquished, or Su Jun. The bodyguard accompanying Elder Qi. They were at least of the 5th grade warrior level. Su Yun did not anticipate encountering two internal energy experts on a bus bound for a small county town. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, allowing his gaze to drift elsewhere as he settled into a seat. After a while, more passengers boarded the bus. Among them was a strikingly tall and graceful woman, whose natural beauty rivaled that of the likes of Yiting and Zhou Lulu. Dressed in black casual sportswear, her long hair was carelessly tied in a ponytail, exuding a confidence absent in most women. Her sudden presence on the bus drew the attention of all, silencing the previously boisterous chatter. After scanning the bus, she approached Su Yun and greeted him. "Hello, may I sit beside you?" "Of course," he replied nonchalantly, nodding in acknowledgement as he stood to make space for her. The scene elicited envy from many of the men aboard, particularly a thin, bespectacled youth seated in front of Su Yun, who glanced from the beautiful woman to the plump lady beside him, his expression one of despair. "Hello, I'm Gu Qing," the woman introduced herself after taking her seat. "I'm Su Yun," he responded, his demeanor rather indifferent, lacking the typical excitement a man might feel when approached by a beautiful woman. Gu Qing's face registered a fleeting surprise before she smiled warmly and continued, "I'm heading to Lingbei to visit my grandmother. It should take over an hour. And I'm not fond of boredom, so I enjoy chatting with people. By the way, what brings you to Lingbei?" "Home," Su Yun replied coolly. He was not naive enough to believe that Gu Qing was genuinely interested in conversing. Having observed her subtle glances towards the couple at the back, he recognized her true intent was to gather information about them under the guise of casual conversation. Moreover, Su Yun noted that two other men who boarded before Gu Qing were also stealing glances towards the rear. These individuals were indeed oblivious to the fact that their furtive observations had already been detected by the couple. "My name is Wang Daikong," interjected the thin youth in front, turning awkwardly to join the conversation. "My father runs a shop in Lingbei that specializes in local specialties. If you're interested, I can take you there and offer you some." Gu Qing smiled graciously, clearly using the conversation as a pretext to engage with Su Yun while also maintaining a facade of casualness. Though she was conversing amiably with Wang Daikong, her mind was preoccupied. Gu Qing was an officer in the Yangchuan City Criminal Police Team. 3 hours prior, a heinous crime had transpired in the city. Two assailants brazenly invaded the home of Mr. Chen Zhongping, the wealthiest man in Yanchuan, and abducted his 3-month-old child. The incident caused a great uproar, prompting the police department to mobilize their finest resources for an urgent investigation. Through comprehensive surveillance, they tracked the assailants to this very bus en route to Lingde County. Considering the child in the criminal's possession and the safety of the passengers, the department refrained from taking aggressive action, dispatching Gu Qing and 2 colleagues to gather intelligence instead. This was Gu Qing's first foray into such a frontline operation against dangerous criminals, and she was eager to prove her capabilities. Despite her exceptional skills in shooting and combat, she found herself often relegated to a decorative role due to her striking beauty. Her male colleagues tended to shield her from dangerous situations, relegating her to support roles. Gu Qing, possessing a strong-willed nature, had defied her family's wishes to pursue a career in law enforcement, determined not to be merely a pretty face. As the bus journeyed for half an hour, Gu Qing engaged in conversation with Wang Dekong, while intermittently texting her department to report on the situation aboard. Suddenly, she received a jarring message that made her heart race. Approximately 5 minutes later, as the bus navigated a winding mountain road, a loud bang erupted, a tire had blown. The abrupt jolt startled many passengers, prompting a chorus of complaints, particularly from Wang Dekong, who had been attempting to converse with Gu Qing. "How can you drive like this?" he shouted angrily. The driver, silent at first, exited to inspect the damage and returned with a grim expression. "The tire has been punctured and we can't proceed. I will contact the company to send another vehicle to pick you up." "What? How long will that take?" Several passengers complained. "I can't control that." "But there's a service station not far ahead where you can rest," the driver replied helplessly. Reluctantly, the passengers gathered their belongings and disembarked. The middle-aged couple in the last row exchanged knowing glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of derision. Chapter 30. The spectators. Gu Qing, shall we join them? Wang Dekong suggested eagerly, eager to exit the vehicle alongside her. "Don't worry, if the car takes too long, I will call my dad to come and pick us up." Gu Qing forced a smile, merely indulging him. Her mind was far from dealing with Wang Dekong at that moment. Initially, she intended to seize the opportunity to snatch the baby when the middle-aged couple passed by her. However, it seemed that the passengers in the car were nearly all gone, and the couple showed no signs of moving. Moreover, with Wang Dekong awaiting her exit, lingering would appear too suspicious. With a silent sigh of resignation, Gu Qing decided to follow suit and disembark. Meanwhile, her 2 colleagues, disguised as undercover officers, were still lingering in their seats, evidently harboring the same intention as Gu Qing, to catch the 2 criminals by surprise. As Su Yun was about to step out, he turned to them and inquired, "Aren't you 2 getting out?" At this, the 2 plainclothes officers exchanged glances, and one of them snapped, "What are you rushing us for?" "My wallet fell into the crevice of the seat. Should I not retrieve it?" "Get lost." Su Yun shrugged, choosing not to press further, and stepped out of the vehicle. He had already provided his warning. Once he left, the car was left with just the 2 undercover officers and the middle-aged couple. "How peculiar. Why can't I get it out?" grumbled the irate officer. "Zhang, your hands are too large. Let me give it a try," suggested the other officer. At that moment, the couple finally rose from their seats and began to exit. The officers felt a surge of excitement, ready to pounce. However, just as this thought crossed their minds, the man from the couple scoffed, "You 2 have been pretending for so long. Do you really think we're fools?" At these words, both officers' faces paled instantly. Meanwhile, after stepping out and moving a short distance, Gu Qing hesitated, contemplating a return. "Gu Qing, what are you doing?" Wang Dekong called out. "I think I dropped one of my earrings in the car. I need to go back and look for it." Gu Qing fabricated an excuse and began to jog back. Yet, as she passed by Su Yun, he seized her arm. Gu Qing's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger as she scolded, "What are you doing? Let go. I'm doing this for your own good. Those 2 up there are not someone you can handle," Su Yun warned. "If you insist on courting danger, so be it." With that, he released her. At that moment, Gu Qing was too preoccupied to heed Su Yun's advice and attempted to return to the vehicle. However, before she could take more than a few steps, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Bang! Bang! Her 2 colleagues were violently thrown out of the car, bloodied and lifeless, their limbs grotesquely contorted as if broken by sheer force. Fortunately, they had already lost consciousness, sparing them the agony of their injuries. "Ah, they're killing people," screamed the remaining passengers nearby, who had not yet fled. Wang Dekong nearly lost control of his bladder, having never witnessed such a harrowing scene before. For the moment, He forgot about Gu Qing and bolted away with all his might. Police are handling a case. All unrelated individuals, please retreat. As if by cue, officers in uniform surged from concealed positions, encircling the area. Some moved to drag away the unconscious colleagues, while others aimed their weapons at the bus. Gu Qing drew her own firearm from her waist, steeling herself for the impending confrontation. Gu Qing, you are in charge of keeping bystanders at a distance. You are not needed here, bellowed a burly man. Understood, Captain. Although Gu Qing felt a twinge of resentment, she dared not defy the order. What are you still doing here? Get outside now. She shot a glare at Su Yun, who remained inexplicably still while others scrambled to safety. Frustrated, she seized his shirt and dragged him toward the exit. All right, I'll walk myself. Su Yun raised his hands in surrender. Meanwhile, the fleeing passengers had run a considerable distance, 60 or 70 meters, before feeling secure enough to pause. Wow, that was intense. Was that an operation to capture a dangerous criminal? Someone exclaimed. Yeah, I almost wet myself. Did you see? There were 2 people in there who looked like they might have been shot. Their limbs were all broken when they were thrown out. Another added, my God, we were in the same vehicle as such perilous individuals. Many could not help but voice their astonishment, glancing back toward the bus. Why are you all stopping? This is still a dangerous area. You need to be at least 200 meters away. Gu Qing approached the group, reminding them urgently. 200 meters? Is it really that serious? The police seemed to have the situation under control, a disheveled middle-aged man scoffed. Exactly. What can we even see from 200 meters away? I was hoping to record a video for my friends, chimed in a plump woman seated next to Wang Daikong. Her comments garnered agreement from others, as they were eager to witness the spectacle. An event of such magnitude was rare for ordinary people like them. Surely, the criminals would not dare to break through the police's defenses to threaten them. Gu Qing trembled with rage, realizing these individuals were emboldened by her appearance as a young woman, daring to behave so nonchalantly. Had a more intimidating colleague approached, their demeanor would have been markedly different. Gu Qing, I didn't realize you were a police officer. Is that gun you're holding real? Can I touch it? Wang Daikong approached her with a grin. Gu Qing was nearly exasperated to the point of laughter. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out, a warning shot fired by the detective captain into the air. Following the shot, he raised a megaphone and announced, those inside, listen, you are surrounded. Please release the hostage and surrender immediately for leniency. Chapter 31. The Destructive Power of Inner Strength. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a raucous laughter echoed through the air. The middle-aged couple finally emerged from their vehicle. Faced with the ominous black muzzles of guns pointed at him, the middle-aged man remained unfazed. Sneering, Chen Zhongping's son is in my grasp. Feel free to fire your weapons. Let us see if you dare to let him accompany me in death. Criminal Investigation Team leader Mao Rong's expression darkened. Chen Zhongping was no ordinary individual. He was the wealthiest man in Yangchuan City and had made significant contributions to its development. He was a frequent guest of city leaders and had recently celebrated the arrival of his son at nearly 50 years of age, a child he cherished dearly. Prior to the operation, the department's leadership had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of ensuring the infant's safety. Any unfortunate incident would surely jeopardize Mao Rong's position as team leader. What is your purpose in kidnapping Mr. Chen's son? What demands do you have? We can discuss it. Mao Rong softened his tone. He found the situation perplexing. These 2 kidnappers had taken Chen Zhongping's son without making any demands for ransom or presenting any other conditions. If they were merely seeking financial gain, Chen Zhongping would likely prefer to pay for peace. Discuss? The middle-aged man scoffed coldly. This matter is not open for negotiation. 20 years ago, Chen Zhongping deceived my Wu family through fraudulent contracts, leading us to ruin. My father was so enraged that he died from a stroke. Meanwhile, Chen Zhongping prospered, amassing wealth from our misfortune to become the richest man in Yangchuan. For the past 2 decades, I, Wu Tianmao, have sought out masters to hone my skills. Now that I have finally achieved success, it is time to settle old scores with Chen Zhongping. Upon hearing that the adversary sought vengeance, Mao Rong immediately countered. If you wish to confront Mr. Chen, you should approach him directly. Kidnapping his mere months-old son is hardly an act of bravery. Wu Tianmao smirked in disdain. I could indeed go and kill Chen Zhongping directly. However, that would be too merciful for him. I intend to bring this child to my father's grave as a sacrificial offering to appease his spirit. As for Chen Zhongping, once he experiences the agony of losing a loved one, I shall take his life at my leisure. At these words, Mao Rong and the other officers felt a chill run down their spines. They had not anticipated Wu Tianmao's ruthlessness, intending to use an infant as a living sacrifice. Such actions were utterly inhumane. You are exceedingly arrogant. With us here, Yangchuan City will not permit a villain like you to act with such impunity. Mao Rong bellowed. Wu Tianmao's eyes glinted with contempt. You mere mortals think you can hinder me? That is a fool's dream. Turning to the woman beside him, he commanded, we have already wasted too much time here, Chunner. Take the child and leave. I will remain to entertain them. Very well. The middle-aged woman chuckled softly, cradling the infant in her arms. With a sudden surge of power, she leaped. Boom. The ground beneath her feet visibly buckled as she soared onto the roof of the bus, then propelled herself with astonishing agility, leaping over 10 meters and escaping the encirclement. Sprinting away. This miraculous scene astounded all present. A jump of such magnitude surpassed their wildest imaginations. Even an Olympic long jump champion would be left in awe. The onlooking passengers gasped in shock. Fortunately, the direction in which the woman fled was not towards them. Otherwise, they might have displayed even more pitiable reactions. Quick! Stop her! Team leader Mao shouted frantically. As a few team members prepared to act, Wu Tianmao erupted with laughter. Why not play with me a little longer? In the blink of an eye, he sprang into motion, as swift as a leopard, lunging at the nearest officer. The officer was caught off guard, unable to fire his weapon, and was struck as if by a charging elephant, spitting blood as he was sent flying. The bones in his chest shattered. Before he could hit the ground, he had already lost consciousness. Open fire! Open fire! Mao Rong shouted hoarsely, leading by example. With Wu Tianmao holding no hostages, their final reservations vanished. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted within the confines of the scene. Yet, they could not land a shot on Wu Tianmao. His movements were too rapid, like the wind and thunder, as swift as lightning. As he dashed, all they could discern was a blurred silhouette. Many officers had only just aimed their weapons at that indistinct figure when it vanished from sight. They could not even see him clearly. Their bodies could not respond in time, leaving them to fire blindly into the chaos. From a distance, Gu Qing stood frozen, her entire being stiffened by an icy chill. Her comrades were not mere grassroots police officers. They had all excelled in shooting assessments, and team leader Mao had even won medals in provincial shooting competitions. Logically speaking, at close range, they should have been able to hit their target. Even a small sparrow would have been easily dispatched. Yet now, they resembled novices, shooting aimlessly. How is this possible? How is he achieving such speeds and reflexes that surpass the limits of normal humanity? Gu Qing's voice trembled slightly. She herself had trained in martial arts and maintained a rigorous fitness routine, her reflexes sharper than most. Yet, in comparison to this opponent, she felt utterly insignificant. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. An officer grasped his arm in agony, howling in pain as his handgun clattered to the ground. Wu Tianmao had, in the midst of his evasion, kicked up a small stone, which, propelled by his inner strength, struck with such force that it could fracture bones upon impact. This is the terrifying prowess of a martial artist who has cultivated inner strength. Against him, ordinary individuals are merely prey, Su Yun observed languidly. Gu Qing's mind was in disarray. All her attention was captured by the distant gunfight, rendering her oblivious to Su Yun's words. The cacophony of screams continued to escalate within the scene. Each cry signified another officer incapacitated. Gu Qing's exquisite features turned ashen, devoid of any color. Meanwhile, the passengers who had previously stood at a distance, now paralyzed by fear, had long abandoned their attempts to witness the spectacle or capture videos. Each one fled, desperate to escape, wishing they could sprout additional limbs to hasten their escape. Only Su Yun remained by Gu Qing's side, steadfast amidst the chaos. Chapter 32. The extraordinary marksmanship. The previously incessant gunfire soon dwindled to sporadic shots, ultimately succumbing to complete silence. This was because all present had suffered the loss of their arms to Wu Tianmao's flying stones, leaving handguns strewn across the ground. Wu Tianmao stood in the center, surveying his surroundings with an air of unrestrained arrogance. Did you not claim that with your presence in Yangchuan City, I would be unable to act recklessly? And now? Dare you repeat those words? He taunted, a mocking grin plastered on his face. Mao Rong and his companions felt a mix of shock and fury. They had never before encountered a criminal so brazenly provocative while simultaneously rendering them powerless. The opponent's strength was overwhelmingly superior, leaving them without any means of resistance. Mao Rong, with over a decade of service in the police force, had never witnessed such a fiend. Their mere handguns posed no threat to Wu Tianmao. Only the special police, armed with more formidable automatic weaponry, stood a chance of subduing him. The martial path can transcend the divine. After over 20 years of arduous practice, I have achieved this level of prowess. How could you possibly contend against me with mere external tools? Wu Tianmao declared, his countenance exuding an air of supremacy that dismissed all others. His gaze swept over Mao Rong and his team, and with disdain, he continued, "You worthless fools. So ignorant of your limitations, daring to encircle me was a fatal mistake. However, in light of my impending vengeance, I shall show mercy. If you are willing to kneel and beg for forgiveness, I might grant you a chance to live. What? You dare to insult us?" Mao Rong and the others erupted in outrage upon hearing his words. Wu Tianmao, amused, shook his head. "If you refuse, then I shall be compelled to resort to more severe measures." As he spoke, he prepared to act. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. It was Gu Qing, who, upon witnessing Wu Tianmao's intention to harm, fired from a distance of several dozen meters. Alas, Wu Tianmao's acute instincts allowed him to sense the impending danger, and he evaded the shot with remarkable agility. "You little wretch! You seek death!" Wu Tianmao bellowed in fury, disregarding Mao Rong and charging directly towards Gu Qing. "Run, Gu Qing!" Mao Rong shouted desperately. They had all witnessed Wu Tianmao's prowess and understood that Gu Qing's handgun posed no real threat. It's too late to escape. Wu Tianmao dashed forward like a hunting leopard, radiating an aura of ferocity that sent shivers down Gu Qing's spine. She hastily raised her weapon, firing multiple shots, but none found their mark. In that moment, Gu Qing finally grasped the despair her teammates had earlier expressed. No matter how she fired, she could not impede her assailant in the slightest. Her hand trembled around the gun as hopelessness engulfed her. Just then, a calm voice reached her ears, "Shooting like that. You won't hit him. Allow me to give it a try." As the voice spoke, a slender, fair hand grasped Gu Qing's. Startled, she felt a mix of indignation and embarrassment. How could this scoundrel still cause trouble at such a moment? Yet, with Wu Tianmao charging towards her, she had no time to dwell on her grievances. Despair washed over her, and she nearly closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. Suddenly, she felt the gun slip from her grasp, now in the hands of Su Yun. Gu Qing watched as Su Yun casually raised the handgun and fired indiscriminately. Bang! The shot struck Wu Tianmao, causing him to stagger, a burst of crimson erupting from his shoulder where the bullet had torn through flesh. Gu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her, and Mao Rong and his companions were left speechless. Despite their collective efforts to shoot Wu Tianmao, they had failed to inflict any harm. Yet Su Yun's casual shot had found its target. What astonishing luck! As Wu Tianmao felt the searing pain in his shoulder, disbelief washed over him. How could an insignificant being inflict such an injury? Yet, after the initial shock, a wave of uncontrollable rage surged within him. "You insolent insect! You shall pay dearly!" he roared, propelling himself forward with even greater speed. Su Yun, unfazed, raised the gun again and fired 3 more shots. Each bullet struck true. Wu Tianmao staggered twice before collapsing to the ground, 3 bloody holes marking his forehead. His eyes remained wide in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had been so easily dispatched. "You were far too arrogant," Su Yun remarked, shaking his head. In his view, Wu Tianmao had indeed been excessively presumptuous. Lacking mastery of the martial arts, he had dared to act so brazenly, especially in Su Yun's presence. Such a character could not be allowed to live. What Gu Qing and Mao Rong's group stood frozen, utterly astonished. Such marksmanship was nothing short of miraculous. "Captain, have you ever witnessed such incredible shooting skills?" one team member could not help but ask. "This transcends mere marksmanship," Mao Rong replied with a rueful smile. To achieve those shots, one must possess extraordinary dynamic vision to track Wu Tianmao's rapid movements, coupled with reflexes that match and an unerring aim. In our province, the only one capable of such a feat, to my knowledge, is the famed Night Hawk from the provincial department. Upon hearing this, the others gazed at Su Yun as if he were a marvel. Su Yun merely smiled, unperturbed. In truth, executing those shots had been quite simple for him. He merely focused his mental energy on Wu Tianmao and fired a few rounds. "Here, take your gun back," Su Yun said, returning the handgun to Gu Qing. She received it in a daze, still reeling from the earlier shock. "May I ask, have you spent considerable time practicing shooting abroad?" Mao Rong inquired politely, approaching with several team members. In China, firearms are heavily restricted, and while black market guns exist, they are scarce. Many gun enthusiasts from wealthy families often travel abroad to indulge in shooting sports, with some even hunting lions on the African savanna. Actually, I've never been abroad. Suyun replied casually. Mao Rong and the others were taken aback. Then how did you acquire such shooting skills? Mao Rong queried, perplexed. Oh, I used to play with toy air guns, which gave me some feel for it. Suyun replied nonchalantly. Mao Rong and the team were left speechless, their expressions frozen. Toy air guns. Mao Rong's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 33 Pursuit. Having resolved matters here, it was time for me to depart. Suyun waved his hand at Mao Rong and the others, preparing to leave. Wait. Gu Qing, the first to react, hurriedly exclaimed, you can't leave yet. That woman fled with the child and hasn't been rescued. Suyun cast a glance at Gu Qing, his demeanor indifferent as he replied, you are the police. It is your responsibility to pursue criminals, not mine. Gu Qing felt a surge of indignation at his words. While ordinary citizens were not obliged to chase down criminals. Given Suyun's remarkable abilities, wasn't it only right for him to lend a hand? I don't care. You must rescue that baby. Gu Qing was infuriated by Suyun's attitude and stubbornly clutched his clothing. Mao Rong and the others exchanged bemused glances at this scene. Gu Qing, don't be rude. Mao Rong admonished gently. He then turned to Suyun with an apologetic expression, saying, Sir, we understand that this request may seem excessive, but we are all injured and unable to pursue that female criminal. The life of the infant is at stake, and we have no time to wait for reinforcements. We can only implore you for assistance. With that, he and his team bowed in unison. They were indeed at their wits' end. Very well. I shall extend my goodwill and assist you once more. Suyun sighed softly. Mao Rong exhaled in relief and added, among us, only Gu Qing is uninjured. Let her accompany you for support. Suyun waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need. I can manage alone. Gu Qing's beautiful eyes flashed with displeasure as she glared at Suyun. Do you look down on me? Suyun shrugged, remaining silent. Wasn't it obvious? Although the middle-aged woman was not as formidable as Wu Tianmao, she was still a considerable threat. Gu Qing, an ordinary person, would be of no assistance. You. Gu Qing felt her teeth gnash in frustration at Suyun's demeanor. Despite her admiration for his marksmanship, his attitude irked her greatly. Let Gu Qing accompany you. Once you rescue the baby, you, as a man, might struggle to care for him, Mao Rong quickly suggested. At this, Suyun ceased his objections. The two of them then sped off in the direction the middle-aged woman had fled. I have studied tracking and trace analysis. I will discern the path that woman took in her escape, Gu Qing said, eager to prove her worth. No need. If you take your time to analyze the traces, we might be waiting until the next lunar year. Suyun shook his head. Then what do you propose we do? Gu Qing huffed, somewhat dissatisfied. She believed her methods were among the most effective in modern criminal investigation. Just follow me. I can sense the aura she left behind, Suyun replied nonchalantly. Gu Qing nearly doubted her ears. Sensing the opponent's aura? Did he believe himself to be a police dog? Just as she prepared to mock him, she suddenly felt herself lifted off the ground as Suyun swept her into his arms. What are you doing? Put me down at once, Gu Qing exclaimed, her face flushing crimson. She hadn't anticipated Suyun would be so audacious as to embrace her so brazenly. Strangely, she felt more flustered than angry. Silence. Your speed is too slow. At this rate, we won't catch up before nightfall, Suyun declared as he held Gu Qing securely in front of him. Propelling himself into a sprint, the wind howled around them, making it difficult for Gu Qing to keep her eyes open. Suyun's speed was astonishing. Akin to a sports car racing down the highway. She dared not struggle, quickly wrapping her arms around him, terrified of falling. Nestled against his chest, she could hear the steady thrum of his heartbeat, and her cheeks grew even warmer. This was the first time in her life she had been so intimately close to a man. After approximately 15 minutes, Suyun finally spotted the middle-aged woman in the distance. She seemed to sense their approach, pausing momentarily, then turning to glance back. Suyun halted, still holding Gu Qing. Gu Qing quickly wriggled free from his grasp, her face still flushed as she sternly commanded the middle-aged woman, "Put the hostage down and surrender." The woman ignored her, fixated on Suyun, and spoke in a low voice. I did not expect such a young individual to be a martial arts master, capable of keeping pace with me. I am Lu Chunfong of the Lu family, practitioners of the Northwest Fierce Eight Fist. May I ask from which school you hail? Suyun responded coolly. You are not worthy to inquire about my background. Now hand over the hostage, and I shall spare your life. Lu Chunfong's expression shifted to one of rage and mockery. How arrogant. Just because you've learned a few skills, you look down upon others. You are sorely mistaken. She glanced around, asking, "Where's my husband?" Su Yun remained impassive. "If I can pursue you here, he is undoubtedly dead." Lu Chuanfang's face paled, and she shouted, "Impossible. Tian Mao has been with the Lu family for over a decade. His innate talent is exceptional, and his skills have reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank in martial arts. Who could possibly kill him?" Seeing Lu Chuanfang's agitation, Gu Qing immediately drew her handgun. Though she had relinquished her own firearm to Su Yun, she had borrowed Mao Rong's sidearm before coming. "Your husband was foolish enough to assault an officer and resist arrest, and he has been shot dead. I hope you do not continue to resist," Gu Qing declared firmly. Lu Chuanfang's eyes turned red with fury. "Damn it, you all shall pay for this." She was acutely aware of her husband's capabilities. Under normal circumstances, a dozen handguns would pose no threat to him. However, if a martial arts master were to restrain him while others fired from a distance, the situation would be dire. "Since you are also a martial artist, dare you cast aside your firearms and engage me in a fair fight to the death?" Lu Chuanfang glared at Su Yun. "You wish to fight me?" Su Yun chuckled, shaking his head. "Are you afraid?" Lu Chuanfang pressed. "If you do not dare, it seems you shall not be able to rescue the child." Her demeanor was menacing, emboldened by the hostage in her grasp. Aware that her own strength was inferior to her husband's, the threat of firearms loomed larger for her. To eliminate them, it was safest to force them to discard their weapons. "Don't listen to her. Their skills are far too extraordinary," Gu Qing quickly warned. In her view, although Su Yun was an exceptional marksman, he would not be able to contend with such a ruthless criminal in a direct confrontation. "Throw down your weapons, or she will use the child as leverage against you," Su Yun suggested, casting aside his gun with a smile. "Rest assured, her abilities are not worth my concern." Gu Qing hesitated, then gritted her teeth. "Very well. If I must die, then so be it." She too discarded her firearm. Chapter 34. A fatal strike. Upon witnessing Su Yun and Gu Qing discarding their firearms, Lu Chuanfang's eyes gleamed with a chilling ferocity. With a swift motion, she hurled the infant she held towards Su Yun. Simultaneously, she lunged forward, a fierce predator intent on the kill. In that moment, Lu Chuanfang seemed to transform into a feral beast, poised to rend everything asunder. Su Yun instinctively reached out, cradling the infant in his arms just as Lu Chuanfang's formidable hands descended upon him. "Be careful," Gu Qing cried out sharply. "Die." Lu Chuanfang sneered cruelly. Her mastery of the violent ape fist was renowned for its ferocity. With her skill level, a single strike could shatter bones and rupture organs. Especially now, fueled by rage, she aimed to end Su Yun's life. However, just as her hands were about to make contact with Su Yun, an invisible barrier seemed to impede her advance. No matter how forceful her strikes, they could not breach this unseen wall of energy. The power of the energy wall. "You are a master." Lu Chuanfang's expression shifted drastically. Akin to encountering a specter, her astonishment almost causing her to leap back in disbelief. She had anticipated that, given Su Yun's youth, his martial prowess might be commendable. Yet she never envisioned him as a master warrior. With her initial attack thwarted, Lu Chuanfang lacked the courage to attempt a second strike. She abruptly retreated, her feet pounding the ground as she fled. Why is she running? Gu Qing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Moments prior, she thought Su Yun was doomed at the hands of this fierce woman, yet now Lu Chuanfang had retreated without landing a blow. This turn of events left her utterly bewildered. Unfamiliar with martial arts, she could not grasp the significance of the protective energy surrounding Su Yun. Nor could she fathom Lu Chuanfang's profound terror. Observing Lu Chuanfang's retreat, Su Yun did not pursue. Instead, he sighed, "Since you recognize that I am a master, you should understand that your only chance for survival lies in kneeling and pleading for mercy. If I do not grant it, your fate is sealed." With that, Su Yun raised his fist, and in an instant, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. His strike was so powerful and swift that it tore through the atmosphere, producing a thunderous sound. In the next moment, Lu Chuanfang, who had already fled several steps, felt a violent jolt as if struck by a bullet, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Blood oozed from her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. After years of training, I have only heard of the master's might. Today, I have witnessed their unparalleled strength. Truly, a master of martial arts. To perish at the hands of such a being is, in a way, honorable. Lu Chuanfang struggled to raise her head, offering a tragic smile. Yet the next moment, she coughed up a copious amount of blood, mingled with fragments of her own innards. before collapsing lifelessly. Nearby, Gu Qing stared in wide-eyed disbelief, rendered speechless. From a distance, Su Yun had effortlessly slain a formidable adversary with a single blow, leaving her questioning her own reality. Stop dawdling. Hold the child securely, Su Yun instructed, offering the infant to Gu Qing. Only then did she snap back to reality, accepting the child and inquiring, "How did you do that? Is this what martial arts truly entails? Could you possibly teach me?" Today's events had profoundly shaken Gu Qing. She realized that the firearm she held was far from omnipotent. Against a genuine martial arts master, it was little more than scrap metal. Her skills in combat were trivial against the likes of Wu Tianmao and others. Everything that transpired had opened a door to a new realm for her. Su Yun regarded Gu Qing intently, responding coolly, "The practice of martial arts is not a trivial matter. There is an ancient saying, techniques are not lightly imparted. We are not kin, and I have no interest in teaching you." The transmission of martial arts knowledge is heavily guarded across all schools, making it nearly impossible to learn without proper lineage. Even those like Liu Feiyong, the scion of the Liu family, had to humbly seek a master and live as a recluse in the wilderness to hone his skills. Wu Tianmao even married into the Liu family to gain proficiency, while Su Yun himself did not hold such stringent views. He was disinclined to invest time teaching an unrelated individual, regardless of her beauty or status as a police officer. "I am aware of the saying, but I could become your disciple. Would you consider it?" Gu Qing pleaded, tugging at Su Yun's arm with a hint of playful insistence. This scene would surely astonish her colleagues, as the aloof and proud officer was now exhibiting an endearing vulnerability. Su Yun shook his head in resignation. "Training in martial arts is not as simple as you believe. Even if I consented to teach you, there is no guarantee you would achieve anything of note." Upon hearing this, Gu Qing straightened her posture, exuding confidence. "Rest assured, I am quite astute and learn swiftly. If you accept me as your disciple and teach me martial arts, I am certain I will excel quickly. You must agree. If you refuse, I shall follow you everywhere until you acknowledge my sincerity." With that, she gazed at him with pleading eyes. Su Yun was at a loss for words. "My dear, that is not sincerity, it is merely harassment." Sighing deeply, he relented. "Very well, I will impart to you a breathing technique. If you can make progress, I may reconsider taking you on as a student. If not, do not bother me further." At this declaration, Gu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. "Let us discuss it as we walk. If you cannot remember it by the time we return, do not ask me again." Su Yun proceeded to teach her the breathing technique. It must be noted that Gu Qing displayed remarkable intelligence and comprehension, quickly grasping the nuances of the technique. Her breathing rhythm soon mirrored Su Yun's instructions perfectly. Su Yun nodded approvingly, adding, "Achieving this is merely the first step. This breathing technique is not solely about regulating your breath. The essence lies in the subtle vibrations it induces within your internal organs. You must take the time to explore its intricacies as you continue your practice." Chapter 35, The Dark Broker. Half an hour later, Su Yun and Gu Qing returned to the site where the bus had broken down. Mao Rong and the others remained in place, awaiting assistance. Upon seeing Su Yun and Gu Qing return with the child, their faces lit up with joy and excitement. Mao Rong bowed slightly to Su Yun and expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "I cannot thank you enough. Once we return, I will certainly report your act of bravery." Su Yun waved his hand dismissively, replying, "There is no need for that. It was merely a small effort on my part. Furthermore, I prefer to keep this matter low-key, so I would appreciate your discretion." Discretion? Mao Rong and his team were taken aback. They had intended to publicize Su Yun's actions out of gratitude, but now he was asking them to keep it a secret. "Captain, since this is Mr. Su's request, we should respect his wishes. After all, we have kept the actions of other brave individuals confidential in the past," Gu Qing interjected. Mao Rong couldn't help but chuckle at this. This is not the same. Those who requested confidentiality were often afraid of retaliation, and for safety reasons, we chose not to publicize their actions. "Very well, since this gentleman seeks no fame, I will handle this matter discreetly." After considering for a moment, he agreed. Just then, a blaring siren echoed from a distance. The reinforcements that Mao Rong had been waiting for had finally arrived. Su Yun furrowed his brow and remarked, "Well, the situation here is resolved, so I will take my leave." Mao Rong opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. He had intended to invite Su Yun back to take a statement, but he realized that Su Yun was reluctant to waste any more time. To press the matter would be inconsiderate. "Captain, allow me to drive Mr. Su," Gu Qing quickly offered. They had arrived in a convoy to ambush the criminals, and several vehicles were parked discreetly nearby. It was indeed reasonable for Gu Qing, who had not been injured, to offer to drive Su Yun. However, Mao Rong's expression turned peculiar at her words. He knew that Gu Qing was renowned in the department as the cold rose, and it was her first time so eagerly offering to escort a male acquaintance. All right. Remember to return early. We need your account of how you rescued the baby to write up our report, Mao Rong said with a knowing smile as he handed the car keys to Gu Qing. Once Su Yun and Gu Qing had driven away, a team member spoke up with a hint of jealousy. Captain, don't you think Gu Qing's attitude towards that guy is a bit off? Mao Rong shot him a glare and scolded. What do you mean by that guy? Speak more respectfully. He possesses considerable skills. If Gu Qing is interested in him, that is not surprising. Why are you feeling envious? The team member fell silent, feeling awkward. Although he was uneasy, he had to acknowledge Su Yun's impressive abilities. His exceptional marksmanship alone was something they could aspire to for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Gu Qing drove Su Yun swiftly toward Lingbei County. Throughout the journey, she made various attempts to ingratiate herself, inquiring about the martial arts world. Su Yun casually shared some insights about it. After about an hour, they arrived at Lingbei County. As they passed by a property agency named Qingxing, Su Yun spotted a familiar figure and exclaimed, "Please stop for a moment." Qingxing Real Estate was a modest local agency, not particularly large. The storefront was only a few dozen square meters, with a few rows of computer desks occupied by 3 employees, a menacing-looking man casually playing on his phone, a greasy-looking fat man engrossed in his computer while smoking, and a gaudily made-up woman applying her makeup with a small mirror. Su Baihe lingered at the entrance for a moment before stepping inside. "Ah, if it isn't Mr. Su. I was just about to call you when you walked in," the fat man exclaimed with a wide smile. "Are you here to finalize the transfer procedures?" Su Baihe hesitated and replied, "I'm truly sorry, but I have resolved the funding issue, and I no longer wish to sell that property." At this statement, the fat man's smile immediately faltered, and his expression turned dark. The menacing man and the woman also shot cold glances at Su Baihe. "Are you joking with me?" The fat man sneered, pointing his finger at Su Baihe's chest. "You were the one who begged us to help you raise the money urgently, and we signed an agreement, promptly transferring the full payment to you. You can't just back out now." Su Baihe, knowing he was in the wrong, said, "I understand this isn't ideal, so I am willing to compensate for any losses." "Compensate? How do you plan to do that?" The menacing man stood up, coldly scrutinizing Su Baihe. "I am willing to buy the property back at market price." Su Baihe gritted his teeth. Previously, in a rush to gather funds, he had allowed the agency to undervalue the property to 70 of its market price. Now, buying it back at market value meant giving the agency a profit of 30. Although Lingbei County was a small town, the property he had intended for Su Yun was located in the central area, with an average price close to 10,000. And it was a spacious 3-bedroom apartment of over 130 square meters. Losing 300,000 to 400,000 was painful, but he bore it, thinking of it as a future home for Su Yun. "Market price, you say? Fine, if you can provide 2.5 million, the property is yours again." The menacing man laughed maniacally. Su Baihe was taken aback, exclaiming, "Just the day before yesterday, you said it was 1.35 million. The fat man, removing his cigarette from his mouth, exhaled smoke disdainfully in Su Baihe's direction. 1.35 million was old news. "We recently received word of changes in the school district divisions in Lingbei County. Your property is now classified as a school district house, which means the price has naturally skyrocketed." Su Baihe was stunned. "Why didn't you inform me of this earlier?" Hearing this, the menacing man, the fat man, and the gaudily made-up woman burst into laughter. They looked at Su Baihe as if he were a fool. "If we had told you earlier, how could we have acquired your property at such a low price? Come on, you're getting on in years. How can you still be so naive?" The fat man shook his head. "Indeed, what a foolish bird you are," the woman chimed in mockingly. Su Baihe trembled with anger. In his haste to sell the property for funds, he had not had the time to investigate the latest real estate market news, so he was only aware of the past general prices. He never expected the agency to deceive him so brazenly. "You have gone too far. I will not sell the house," Su Baihe declared furiously. "Not selling? That is not up to you. You have already signed the sales contract, with your signature and fingerprint. We also have proof of the transfer. Strictly speaking, this transaction is complete. Even if you take this to court, you will surely lose," the fat man declared confidently. Hands on his hips, the corpulent man dismissed the need for further discourse with the elderly individual, deeming a lawsuit a futile endeavor, as he lacked the luxury of time. The menacing figure curled his lip in disdain, rolled up his sleeves, and with a brutish force, shoved Su Baihe to the ground, exclaiming, "Old man, should you remain obstinate, I possess 100 ways to make you question the very essence of your existence." Chapter 36. The Needle of Rage. You are utterly lawless. Su Baihe exclaimed, caught between astonishment and fury. He never anticipated that these intermediary employees would display such audacity. Bah! The menacing figure spat disdainfully, declaring, "In Lingbei County, I am the law. You crippled wretch, if you dare to defy me, I shall render your other leg just as useless." As the brutish man grew increasingly aggressive, the portly accomplice and the female employee wore expressions of arrogant satisfaction. This notorious man, known as Sang Biao, was a pivotal figure within the intermediary company, holding considerable sway in both the legitimate and underworld dealings of Lingbei County. Their agency was frequently beset with complaints regarding fraud, extortion of deposits, and exorbitant service fees. Yet it continued to thrive year after year. Naturally, there were individuals like Su Baihe who, after being wronged, would come to confront them, but in short order. They would be subdued by Sang Biao's intimidation tactics. "Calm down, brother Biao," the greasy man interjected with a grin. "This old fool is likely just having a moment of irrationality. Let us give him a few more days to reconsider." In truth, these few days were merely a pretext for Sang Biao to orchestrate further harassment, blocking the victim's door, tampering with locks, or even vandalizing property. The more malicious tactics included the grotesque act of dumping buckets of excrement at their door in the dead of night. Such methods typically rendered even the most resilient individuals compliant. Just last week, a middle-aged woman had stormed in over a withheld deposit, only to find a dead dog hanging from her doorframe later that night. The next morning, it was reported that she was so frightened upon opening her door that she lost control of her bladder. "Fine. I shall grant you 3 more days to ponder your situation," Sang Biao sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. He approached Su Baihe, preparing to seize him and throw him out. Yet, just as he reached for Su Baihe, a cold, indifferent voice rang out. "If you dare to lay a hand on him, I will make you wish you hadn't." The voice carried an icy chill. Sang Biao's heart skipped a beat upon hearing it. However, when he looked up to see only a young couple entering, the sinister expression returned to his face. "You, young man, may be bold, but who gave you the audacity to meddle in my affairs?" He growled menacingly at Su Yun, ignoring Sang Biao's threats. Su Yun knelt to help her father, who had fallen. "Dad, are you all right?" "Xiaoyan, what are you doing here?" Su Baihe was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Every father wishes to present a strong image before their child, but being humiliated by Sang Biao in front of Su Yun was a source of discomfort. "So you're the father of this cripple? No wonder you have the gall to confront me. It seems I must teach you both a lesson today," Sang Biao said, seizing a decorative vase from a nearby table, ready to strike Su Yun. Seeing this, Su Baihe gasped in horror, instinctively shielding Su Yun. However, his gesture was unnecessary. The moment Sang Biao swung the vase, it was snatched from his grasp, and his arm was twisted behind him. "What are you doing? Are you planning to commit assault in front of the police?" Gu Qing said coldly, applying pressure to Sang Biao's arm, pinning him against the table. Her training in combat techniques was not without merit. While it may not suffice against true martial artists, it was more than adequate for dealing with thugs like Sang Biao. "You're a police officer?" Sang Biao's expression shifted slightly. Gu Qing flashed her badge in response. The oily man stepped forward, eager to defuse the situation. "Misunderstanding. That was merely a scare tactic. Look, nobody is hurt, right?" "Indeed, even if you are a police officer, you cannot act recklessly. This situation is clearly instigated by that cripple, and Brother Biao was merely preventing him from disrupting our business." The female employee interjected, her tone brazen, attempting to shift the blame. Feeling envious of Gu Qing's beauty, she glared at her provocatively. "Officer, I wasn't causing trouble. They deceived me." Su Baihe quickly interjected. The others made no attempt to stop him. After he spoke, the portly man produced the real estate contract and payment receipts. "Officer, we have all the necessary documentation for a legitimate transaction." He voluntarily signed everything. "It seems inappropriate to label us as deceivers. Surely, you wouldn't show favoritism, would you?" Gu Qing's expression faltered as she glanced at Su Yun, shaking her head slightly. Although this unscrupulous agency had concealed information to the detriment of the homeowner, such economic disputes were beyond police jurisdiction and would require the victim to pursue legal action independently. "Let him go. We will handle this matter ourselves. You need not concern yourself with it," Su Yun instructed Gu Qing, He had no intention of involving her further. In his eyes, Sang Biao and his associates were already as good as dead for their fraud and humiliation against his father. Upon hearing Su Yun's command, Gu Qing released Sang Biao's arm. Rubbing his sore shoulder, Sang Biao grimaced, "Officer, you heard him. Let's leave this matter to us. If there is nothing else, kindly vacate our premises and allow us to conduct our business. Dad, let us go." Su Yun cast one last cold glance at Sang Biao and his cohorts as he helped Su Baihe turn to leave. However, unbeknownst to anyone, as he turned, Su Yun discreetly flicked his finger. 3 invisible needles of energy shot forth, embedding themselves into the 3 men. The sensation was momentary, a brief sting followed by a creeping numbness, after which they felt no further discomfort. Sang Biao and his associates paid no heed. As they watched Su Yun and his father exit, mockery danced across their faces. What difference does it make if the police are involved? Truly foolish. Sang Biao scoffed. Outside, a cold smirk graced Su Yun's lips. The energy needles he had expertly injected into their bodies would circulate through their blood, inducing unbearable agony. Ultimately, as the energy needles reached their hearts, they would lead to death. Moreover, due to their intangible nature, no medical equipment would ever detect them. Chapter 37. Truly just ordinary friends, officer. I am immensely grateful for today's events. Had it not been for your intervention, my son and I would undoubtedly have been harmed. Su Baihe expressed sincerely to Gu Qing after they departed from that dubious agency. Gu Qing's expression suddenly became peculiar. With Su Yun's extraordinary capabilities, not even 100 of those thugs could inflict the slightest injury upon him. Gu Qing glanced at Su Yun, who merely shook his head slightly. Understanding immediately, Gu Qing smiled and said, "Uncle, please don't be so formal. This is simply my duty. Also, there is no need to call me officer. Just call me by my name, Gu Qing. By the way, where are you headed next? I can drive you there." She had longed to be mentored by Su Yun. And now that she had the opportunity to meet his father, she was eager to make a good impression. However, Su Baihe was oblivious to her intentions and felt somewhat overwhelmed by Gu Qing's enthusiastic demeanor. He looked at her, then at his son, as if coming to a realization, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. "That would be a great help. I'm heading to the market to buy some vegetables," Su Baihe replied cheerfully. Once in the car, Gu Qing drove while Su Yun and Su Baihe sat in the back. In a lowered voice, Su Baihe leaned into Su Yun and asked, "Son, you and this young officer are not merely friends, are you? Is she your girlfriend?" Su Yun chuckled in exasperation. "Dad, where are you getting that from? There is nothing between us. Don't deny it. If there were no special relationship, would she be so warm and courteous towards me? I say, if you found such a wonderful girl, you ought to be pleased," Su Baihe retorted, wearing an expression of someone who believed he had seen through the truth. Su Yun could only offer a helpless smile. Clearly, this was a matter he could not clarify. Although the father and son spoke in hushed tones, Gu Qing could still catch snippets of their conversation, causing her cheeks to color slightly. After dropping them off at the market, she hurriedly bid farewell. "Xiao Qing, if you have no urgent matters, why not stay for dinner tonight? We are hosting a gathering, and some relatives will be coming over." Su Baihe invited warmly. Su Yun felt a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His father was becoming increasingly unreliable, seemingly intent on introducing Gu Qing to the family as a prospective daughter-in-law. "Dad, Gu Qing and I are really not in that kind of relationship," Su Yun reiterated. "I understand. Just ordinary friends, right? But can't ordinary friends be invited for a meal? She went out of her way to drive you here. Shouldn't you show your appreciation?" Su Baihe defended. "Uncle, I truly have urgent matters to attend to at the station. I must return," Gu Qing exclaimed, her face aflame. And she quickly drove away. "Alas, it was my fault. It's indeed inappropriate to introduce a girl on her first visit to family and friends. That was rather abrupt." Su Baihe lamented, slapping his thigh in realization. Su Yun rolled his eyes, having given up on further explanations. In the Qingxing Realty Agency, shortly after Su Yun and the others left, a series of piercing screams erupted inside. Sang Biao, the greasy fat man, along with the gaudy female employee, writhed in inexplicable agony, rolling on the floor. Their cries were heart-wrenching, as if someone were carving their flesh with a knife. Even the usually tough Sang Biao contorted in pain, howling continuously. The fat man and the female employee were no better, their faces a mess of tears and mucus, emitting sounds akin to wounded beasts. Passers-by on the street were startled by the commotion. What on earth is happening in there? Curious onlookers could not resist drawing closer to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene, they gasped in shock. Sang Biao and his companions were violently tearing at their own bodies, leaving themselves bloodied and bruised, yet they refused to cease their actions as if poisonous insects were burrowing within them. What kind of madness is this? Someone exclaimed. It looks like rabies has taken hold. Just look at that fat man. He seems ready to bite. An elderly gentleman mumbled. There's no mistaking it. This is exactly how that mad dog from Wang Mozi's family acted 2 years ago. Nearby, a concerned bystander had already taken out their phone to call for help. Hello. Is this the emergency center? There are 3 individuals exhibiting symptoms of rabies. You need to send someone immediately. Meanwhile, Suyun accompanied Su Baiha through the market, purchasing a plethora of vegetables before heading home. Su Baiha resided in an old, modest apartment, an 80-square-meter 2-bedroom unit. While it was not cramped, it certainly lacked spaciousness. Upon returning home, Su Baiha couldn't help but reminisce about the wedding house he had prepared for Su Yun, and his mood soured. Xiao Yun, it seems that the new house I prepared for you might not be recoverable. Do not take it too hard. I'll look for new developments to find you another one. Su Yun sighed. Dad, please don't worry about such matters. I can handle the housing situation myself. Besides, Lingbei County is rather small. I plan to take you to Yunzhou to enjoy life. Su Baiha listened thoughtfully before nodding, as an old man past 50. It doesn't matter where I am. However, you're right. Lingbei County may not be the best place for young people to thrive. Especially with someone as remarkable as Xiao Qing. She certainly deserves better. Dad, can you please stop associating everything with Gu Qing? We are genuinely just ordinary friends. Su Yun weakly defended himself. I understand. I want to say another word. Su Baiha replied with a smile, humming a tune as he retreated to the kitchen to wash the vegetables. Fine, think what you will, Su Yun sighed. Since this misunderstanding seemed to brighten Su Baiha's spirits, he decided against further clarification. Oh, Xiao Yun, you needn't assist in the kitchen. Why not go out for a bit? Also, pick up some decent cigarettes and liquor on your way back. Your uncles are rather picky. Get some Zhonghua cigarettes and a bottle of mitai. Su Baiha's voice called from the kitchen. Su Yun shook his head inwardly. He held a rather dim view of his relatives, who were exceedingly stingy yet pretentious. And he had noticed that Su Baiha, being so naive, often found himself taken advantage of. All right, I'll go and buy them, Su Yun replied. Chapter 38. The burden of my courtesy upon leaving his home. Su Yun suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. However, he maintained his composure and continued on his way. It was only after he had distanced himself from the neighborhood and turned into a secluded alley that he came to a halt. Whoever has been stealthily following me, step forward, Su Yun commanded coldly. Not far from his doorstep, he had detected the presence of 2 martial artists lingering nearby. The essence of a martial artist, forged through rigorous training, emanates a robust vitality, distinct from that of an ordinary person. In Su Yun's perception, the breath of an ordinary individual resembled a flickering candle, while that of a martial artist, if not deliberately suppressed, surged forth like a roaring furnace. Haha. Your ability to perceive our presence confirms that you are indeed a practitioner of martial arts. It seems we have not mistaken our quarry. You are well aware of the value of that master's inscription. A voice echoed as 2 figures emerged from the corner of the alley. The foremost was an elderly man with graying hair, clad in traditional attire, his hair meticulously arranged, exuding an air of authority. Following him was a young man whose countenance bore a wildness akin to a young tiger. These 2 were none other than Lu Feiyong and his master, who had appeared at Wangxian Tower the previous night. The master's inscription. Su Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Feiyong stepped forward to elucidate, to speak candidly. My master and I were also at Wangxian Tower last night, after you departed from Yi Ting's birthday banquet. I returned to their banquet hall and fortuitously beheld the talisman you gifted to Yi Ting. Regrettably, that paper was carelessly discarded by those fools, drenched in wine. The characters rendered illegible. Ruin? Su Yun paused, then murmured. It seems she ultimately lacked the fortune. After a moment, he turned to Lu Feiyong and the elderly man, casually inquiring, what is your purpose in seeking me here? The elderly man slightly cupped his hands and spoke with a resonant voice. I am Han Si-hai. I apologize for the abruptness of my inquiry into your whereabouts, young friend. With the influence of the Lu family in Yunzhou, investigating a person's whereabouts is a simple task. After learning Su Yun's name and phone number from Yi Ting, Lu Feiyong quickly discovered that Su Yun had stayed at the Junshi Hotel, obtained his registered identity information, and deduced that he had returned to his hometown in Lingbei today, leading them here directly. This is indeed somewhat discourteous, Su Yun remarked, frowning slightly. If you have something to say, please do so without delay. I have no time for idle chatter. You, Han Sihai's eyes flickered with indignation at this retort. As a martial arts master, he was accustomed to respect wherever he went. He had never been subjected to such disdain. However, recalling the potential backing of a master behind Su Yun, he suppressed his anger with difficulty. To be forthright, I have come today to seek an audience with the master who bestowed upon you the inscription, Han Sihai proclaimed solemnly. An audience with the master? A hint of amusement graced Su Yun's features as he appraised Han Sihai. In your situation, seeking an audience would bear little significance. You may as well take your leave. Upon hearing this, Han Sihai's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that this young man would dare to repeatedly dismiss him. Even Lu Feiyong could no longer contain himself. You are exceedingly presumptuous. My master is a distinguished martial artist of the 6th tier, having perfected his internal energy cultivation. Who gave you the audacity to humiliate him so brazenly? Lu Feiyong shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Su Yun. Do you dare to face me in combat? A 6th tier martial artist stands at the pinnacle just beneath the masters. Moreover, Han Sihai had reached the peak of his 6th tier. Such formidable figures should not be trifled with. As a disciple, Lu Feiyong felt compelled to uphold his master's dignity. If his master hesitated due to the potential repercussions from the master, he would take it upon himself. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feiyong's muscles tensed. Exuding an aura of danger akin to a beast of the wild, Han Sihai made no move to intervene. His disciple had honed his skills through years of arduous training, mere steps away from mastering his internal energy. Observing Lu Feiyong assume a fighting stance, Su Yun shook his head and advised, I suggest you refrain from action. Without having even cultivated internal energy, you are no different from an ant in my eyes. Your master, too, appears to me merely as a larger ant. Arrogance. Lu Feiyong roared, launching himself at Su Yun with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey. His technique, honed to perfection in the wilds of the Southwest, could easily snap the neck of any ordinary beast. Feiyong, remember to hold back. Han Sihai cautioned from behind, fearing Lu Feiyong's wrath might lead to fatal consequences. However, his worries were unfounded. Just as Lu Feiyong lunged at Su Yun, he was met with an invisible barrier of force, halting him in his tracks. What? A protective energy barrier? Lu Feiyong exclaimed, nearly leaping in shock. Han Sihai's face paled as he shouted in alarm, Stop! Feiyong, retreat at once. He is the master. Though reluctant to believe that such a young individual could possess the prowess of a martial arts master, the evidence was undeniable. As Lu Feiyong attempted to withdraw, he found himself ensnared by the energy barrier emanating from Su Yun, rendering him completely immobile. Earlier, you perceived my repeated dismissals of your master as an affront. Now, I ask you again, can your master, with a 6th tier cultivation, endure my courtesy? Su Yun's voice rang coldly. As he spoke, Su Yun released the suppression of his own energy. The surging vitality within him surged forth. If ordinary martial artists resembled searing furnaces, then at this moment, Su Yun was akin to a blazing sun. Each word he uttered resonated like the thunderous roar of a tempest, infused with his unparalleled martial will, piercing the very essence of Lu Feiyong's spirit. Lu Feiyong's face drained of color, as though he were being subjected to a divine interrogation of his soul. Trembling and quaking, he found himself on the verge of collapse. Chapter 39. Han Sihai's request. Liu Feiyong's countenance was ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet he gritted his teeth and managed to remain standing, resisting the urge to kneel. After enduring for a brief moment, just as he was on the verge of collapse under the overwhelming pressure that threatened to shatter his spirit, the terrifying weight suddenly dissipated. Liu Feiyong let out a long breath, feeling as though he were utterly drained. Yet, at that moment, his body emitted a series of crackling sounds. His muscles quivered involuntarily, and a layer of dark impurities seeped from within him. Remarkably, he had just undergone a body refinement process, advancing his martial arts realm to a new level. Not bad. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Su Yun's eyes. Liu Feiyong sensed the emergence of internal energy within him, a mix of astonishment and delight coursing through him. He had unexpectedly crossed that critical threshold, consolidating his internal strength and becoming a 4th-tier martial artist. Feiyong, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and express your gratitude to the master. It was his martial will that overwhelmed your spirit and enabled you to take that crucial step, Han Sihai admonished. Liu Feiyong instantly regained his composure and, with a thud, knelt down. Though he had resisted kneeling moments ago, he now willingly bowed before Su Yun. Thank you, master, for bestowing upon me this opportunity. Liu Feiyong understood well that the transition from a third-tier to a fourth-tier martial artist involved a significant hurdle. Though it paled in comparison to the chasm from 6th to 7th tier, achieving this step independently could have taken him years. Do not thank me. It is your own determination that has brought you this far. Had you faltered earlier, succumbing to my martial will, the shadows of such a defeat would have haunted you for life, limiting your future martial accomplishments, Su Yun replied coolly. Regardless, Feiyong's breakthrough today is entirely due to your grace, master. Liu Feiyong respectfully bowed his head before rising. Han Sihai let out a soft sigh and approached with a complex expression. I am truly blind, not realizing that the master stood before me. I apologize for my previous rudeness. Han Sihai respectfully bowed to Su Yun. In the realm of martial arts, the accomplished take precedence. With Su Yun having reached the master level, he had indeed surpassed Han Sihai on the path of cultivation, making the latter's respectful address genuine. At your age, calling me master seems rather unusual. It would be better to call me by my name. Su Yun waved his hand. I dare not. Then I shall address you as Mr. Su. Han Sihai replied with a wry smile. As a martial artist, he held the customs of the martial world in high regard. Addressing a master by name felt disrespectful. Mr. Su, the reason for my abrupt visit today is to make an unusual request, and I hope you will grant it, Han Sihai said. Hesitating momentarily before speaking with a serious demeanor, Su Yun cast a glance at Han Sihai and replied nonchalantly. I see you have reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier. With your internal energy fully cultivated, you seek me out, I presume, to break through to the master realm? Han Sihai's body trembled, and he responded solemnly, Indeed. My innate potential is limited, and I have reached the utmost limit of my martial cultivation. To transcend to the master realm, I must seek life and death. Seizing a slim chance, I intend to challenge a master-level warrior, using the pressure of life and death to push myself to take that final step. A challenge to a master? Su Yun regarded him deeply, stating, Do you realize that with your current strength, challenging a master is akin to courting death? Are you truly willing to pay such a price? He understood that Han Sihai's notion of a challenge was not a mere sparring match, but rather a life-or-death duel. Only with the murderous intent of a master would he face such dire circumstances, seeking life amidst the brink of death. Success would mean breaking through to the realm of masters. Failure would mean instant demise. However, such perilous challenges had become exceedingly rare in today's martial world. Han Sihai nodded gravely at Su Yun's inquiry, asserting, I am well aware of this. I have experienced the glories of the martial path. Yet I have never glimpsed the mysteries of the master realm. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. I am willing to pay this price. Han Sihai spoke with unwavering determination, his tone imbued with resolute conviction. Su Yun sighed softly, shaking his head. You have sought the wrong person. You should not have come to me. Han Sihai was taken aback. Mr. Su, what do you mean by that? If you wish to challenge a master, you ought to seek someone newly initiated into that realm. That way, you might have a slim chance. The gap between us is too vast. Should I strike, you would have no hope of survival, and I would simply end your life, Su Yun explained. Upon hearing this, Han Sihai's pupils constricted sharply. Mr. Su, could it be that you are an 8th-tier master? He asked, a mix of astonishment and skepticism in his voice. No, I remain at the 7th tier after undergoing 7 body refinements, Su Yun replied calmly, leaving unspoken the fact that with his understanding and mastery of martial arts, he could defeat other 8th-tier masters despite his current level. The chasm between Han Sihai and Su Yun was akin to that between heaven and earth. Even at the 7th tier, I still wish to take a bold chance. I implore you, Mr. Su, to grant me this opportunity. Han Sihai bowed deeply, though he felt unconvinced. Despite the considerable disparity in strength between him and master-level warriors, he had practiced martial arts for decades and, at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, believed that even if a 7th-tier expert sought to kill him, they could not do so instantaneously. He felt he deserved a chance to fight for his life. How could it be that you have no opportunity to seek life amidst death? Very well, if you do not believe me, then feel free to make your move and test it, Su Yun said, hands clasped behind his back, standing casually as though he did not regard Han Sihai as a threat. All right, then I shall not hold back. Han Sihai inhaled deeply and suddenly stomped his foot. Boom. A ferocious and unparalleled aura erupted from him. His internal energy surged, his muscles bulging as though he had inflated, and in an instant, he lunged towards Su Yun with the force of a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, far surpassing the speed and might he had displayed earlier against Liu Feiyong. Buzz. The protective energy surrounding Su Yun manifested, blocking Han Si-hai's advance. Han Si-hai's form remained relentless. Blood-red energy emanated from his claws, as if his very vitality were ablaze. Even more astonishing was how that crimson energy concentrated at his fingertips, piercing forth like arrows of blood, tearing through the protective barrier surrounding Su Yun. Interesting, Su Yun mused. You combine internal energy with your vitality and force it outward. This method indeed allows for a temporary surge of power, but such a tactic depletes your own life force and cannot be sustained. With a flick of his hand, he effortlessly crushed the blood arrows that had shot towards him. Han Si-hai was well aware of the drawbacks of his technique, for it was indeed a desperate gambit. It was also his only hope in daring to challenge a master. Seeking life amidst death. Chapter 40 The might of a single strike. With a thunderous roar, Han Si-hai unleashed his fury, his hands glowing a vivid crimson, enveloped in a swirling aura of sanguine energy. With a swift motion, he forcefully tore through the surrounding energy barrier of Su Yun, delivering a palm strike directly before him. Alas, I have long warned you that the chasm between us is insurmountable. No matter how hard you strive, it is a futile endeavor. However, given your sincere dedication to martial arts, I shall grant you a glimpse of what true supreme martial prowess entails. Su Yun sighed softly, forming a fist with one hand and propelling it outward with immense force. His strike appeared deceptively slow yet was imbued with unparalleled momentum, akin to a surging tidal wave. Unstoppable in its advance. As Han Si-hai's palm met the fist, the sanguine aura entwined around his hand was instantly shattered. The sheer potency of Su Yun's strike sent Han Si-hai reeling backward, propelled several dozen feet away. In an instant, Su Yun's fist transformed, resembling a divine seal descending from the heavens. Boom! The earth quaked. It was as though a meteor had plummeted to the ground. The very pavement of the alley trembled, and the nearby structures echoed with the sound of shattering glass. Standing at a distance, LV Feiyong's complexion turned ashen, his gaze fixated on the unfolding spectacle. In the area where Su Yun's fist had struck, the concrete surface had caved in dramatically, radiating spiderweb-like fissures in all directions. A sight to behold. LV Feiyong, no longer a novice in the martial world, had often heard of the unmatched might of masters from Han Si-hai's lips. Yet, he could scarcely fathom the true extent of a master's power until this moment. Not only he, but even his mentor, Han Si-hai, stood frozen in disbelief. Beads of cold sweat adorned Han Si-hai's brow, and his pallid face bore no trace of color. Had Su Yun's earlier strike not first forced him back, but instead descended directly upon him, he feared he might have been reduced to mere pulp. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your leniency. Han Si-hai approached Su Yun, his face etched with bitterness as he bowed his head and confessed, I was too naive and overestimated my abilities. In truth, with your prowess, you are already a remarkable figure among those below the master level. Were you to challenge other ordinary 7th-tier masters, you might indeed carve out a path to survival. Su Yun regarded Han Si-hai with interest, noting the latter's desperate technique, which combined his vitality and internal strength in a reckless display. Although it did not impress Su Yun, it was undeniably a remarkable skill in the eyes of other martial artists. Very well, let us conclude for today. I have matters to attend to. With a wave of his hand, Su Yun turned and departed. Left behind, Han Si-hai and his disciple stood in silence, gazing at the deep crater left in the ground. After a considerable time, LV Feiyong could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Master, to what extent do you believe Mr. Su's martial prowess has reached? With a wry smile, Han Si-hai shook his head. It is beyond my limited understanding to gauge the depths of Mr. Su's abilities. His previous strike was executed with such effortless grace, clearly indicating he had not yet revealed his true strength. To truly ascertain his limits, one would need a practitioner of the 8th tier. 8th tier. LV Feiyong's body jolted in shock as he exclaimed, Did Mr. Su not claim to be a 7th-tier martial artist? He understood well that as one ascends in martial cultivation, the journey becomes increasingly arduous. Each level presents its own formidable challenges. A 7th-tier master, even when besieged by a group of 3 or 5, would stand no chance against a single 8th-tier master. Han Si-hai sighed deeply, remarking, In the realm of martial arts, there will always emerge exceptional prodigies who defy conventional wisdom. Mr. Su's strength cannot be measured solely by his martial tier. Han Si-hai had previously been fortunate enough to witness other 7th-tier masters in action. However, upon comparing them to Su Yun, he realized the disparity was extraordinary. LV Feiyong felt a tumultuous wave of emotions within him. In his pursuit of martial arts, He had aspired to attain the invincible prowess of his master. Yet, after witnessing Su Yun's earth-shattering might, he recognized the folly of his previous ambitions. To claim oneself invincible without attaining the master level? The prospect of reaching that tier in this lifetime seemed daunting. Clenching his fists, a fervent determination ignited in his eyes. Han Sihai sensed the fervor emanating from his disciple and smiled softly, saying nothing. In his youth, he too had been filled with such zeal and ambition to reach the master level. Yet, despite the passage of years, he had never taken that crucial step. Feiyong. The path of martial arts requires unwavering faith and resolve. If you can maintain this relentless drive and ambition to become a master, you may yet achieve that lofty goal. Han Sihai patted LV Feiyong's shoulder, harboring great expectations for his disciple. Yes, master. LV Feiyong responded respectfully, then inquired, shall we return to Yuzhou? Han Sihai shook his head, stating, today, I dared to challenge a master, and Mr. Su graciously refrained from delivering a fatal blow, sparing my life. I must express my gratitude for this kindness, even if Mr. Su does not seek it. Moreover, Mr. Su facilitated your breakthrough to the 4th tier, though it may have seemed effortless to him. It is a significant opportunity for you that you should not take for granted. Let us visit him together to formally express our thanks. Upon hearing this, LV Feiyong bowed deeply in response. Meanwhile, Su Yun had completed his errands, purchasing cigarettes and alcohol, and returned home. Inside, a gathering of relatives had filled the living room, indulging in fruits and snacks while engaging in lively discussions. Uncle Su Qingliang's family, Uncle Su Maojuan's family, and Aunt Su Guifan's family crowded the modest space. Oh, Su Yun has returned. Uncle Su Qingliang greeted him with a grin. At over 50 years of age, Su Qingliang possessed a sharp, cunning countenance, and his smile resembled that of a weasel who had stolen a hen. Su Yun, I heard you caused quite a stir in Yinzhou, scratching someone's luxury vehicle worth millions. At your age, you should be more careful in your endeavors. Your father had to sell his house and borrow money because of you. It's truly worrying. Uncle Su Qingliang immediately assumed the role of the admonishing elder, chastising Su Yun. With a slight furrow of his brow, Su Yun remained silent. Chapter 41. Exceptional relative Su Yun. What expression is that? Are you really upset after your uncle said a few words to you? Seeing that Su Yun remained silent, the aunt seized the opportunity to reprimand her. Subaiha, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, hurried out with a forced smile, saying, elder brother, elder sister-in-law, it's just a misunderstanding. Su Yun didn't actually scrape against anyone's luxury car. The matter has been thoroughly investigated. As he spoke, Subaiha took the cigarettes and alcohol from Su Yun and immediately opened a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, distributing them among Su Qingliang, Su Maojun, and others. This time it was a misunderstanding, but it may not be so next time. The aunt scoffed, continuing her tirade. Su Yun, you're quite grown up. Can't you understand a bit of common sense? Other university students either work hard during the summer or return home to help out. But you, day in and day out, have nothing to do, loitering around and even going to Yunzhou for leisure. How could this misunderstanding arise if you didn't tea? The relatives nearby nodded in agreement, seemingly approving of her words. The aunt, gaining momentum, added, look at my Xiangyang, by his age. He was already earning money to support the family. Upon hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Xiangyang, her cousin, was known for his dismal academic performance and had dropped out of high school to work. Yet, in her aunt's narrative, he had transformed into a paragon worthy of emulation. That was years ago. Why bring it up now? Su Xiangyang waved his hand, looking at Su Yun with a grin. Cousin, my mother is right. You're not a child anymore. Why not come work at the electronics factory where I'm employed this summer? It would be good experience. And the salary is 1,500 a month. What do you think? 1,500 salary? Su Yun's expression was a mix of amusement and disbelief. She had heard from her father that the electronics factory where Xiangyang worked, located in the outskirts of Lingbei County, was large and offered excellent benefits. Even temporary workers and interns earned over 2,500. The 1,500 salary Xiangyang quoted clearly indicated he intended to pocket the difference. What? Is that too little for you? Su Yun, I'm telling you, Xiangyang is only helping you out because we're relatives. With your lack of experience, no proper factory would hire you. It's only because Xiangyang has a bit of influence at the factory that he can arrange a position for you. Don't be ungrateful. The aunt's tone dripped with sarcasm. Thanks for the kind offer, cousin, but I'll have to decline, Su Yun replied, uninterested in further discussion. This response darkened the faces of her relatives. Su Yun, I understand you're a university student with lofty ambitions, but the truth is, a university degree isn't worth much these days. When you graduate, you might not even match up to your cousin Xiangyang. Su Chengliang spoke bluntly. At least he's a group leader in the factory, managing dozens of people. You, with your lack of initiative, will end up as a jobless wanderer. Brother, that is a bit harsh, isn't it? Su Baihe felt uncomfortable hearing such harsh words about his son. He had always been proud of his son, and hearing him belittled made him uneasy. Old 3, at your age, how can you still be so sensitive, unable to take advice? Su Chengliang's displeasure was evident. But Su Yun, Su Baihe wanted to interject. At this moment, second uncle Su Maojun intervened. Old 3, perhaps you should say less. What your brother said does hold some truth. Xiangyang is indeed capable. Let Su Yun join the factory and learn a thing or two. And Su Guifan chimed in, exactly. If Xiangyang didn't have that capability, he wouldn't have become a group leader managing dozens of people. Who knows? He might even get promoted to workshop director someday. If your Su Yun follows him, he too could rise to new heights. Hearing this, the faces of Su Debo's family beamed with satisfaction. Su Baihe, being an honest man, felt discontented, but, seeing his brothers and sisters supporting the idea, chose not to argue further, though he felt a lingering discomfort. Su Yun's expression darkened. An anger surged within her. This was not the first time such a situation had arisen. In the past, during family gatherings, these relatives enjoyed elevating themselves by disparaging her father, who was naturally gentle and unassuming. Yet, Su Baihe, valuing familial ties, had always endured their disdain in silence. However, Su Yun was not her father and had no intention of continuing to tolerate such relatives. Have you all finished speaking? Su Yun's gaze swept coldly across the room as she spoke firmly. How I, Su Yun, choose to live my life is none of your business. Assist me in learning skills to elevate myself? Does Su Xiangyang even have that qualification? The room fell silent, filled with shock and anger at Su Yun's audacity to confront her elders. Su Yun, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that Su Xiangyang isn't worth your respect? Su Xiangyang glared, fuming. Do you not realize your own worth? How did you become a group leader at that electronics factory? Wasn't it by bribing the workshop director with 100,000? Do you truly believe you're exceptional? Su Yun's eyes glinted with disdain. At this, Su Xiangyang exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, furiously pointing at Su Yun and shouting, You scoundrel! How dare you slander me in public? Even if we're relatives, I won't let you off easily. Su Qingyang slammed the table, glaring at Su Baihe. Old 3. Has your son lost all respect for his elders? If this continues, he'll surely go too far. Exactly. Su Baihe, listen to what this brat is saying. I should have never lent you money in the first place. Kindness has gone unappreciated. The aunt persisted. The second uncle's family and aunt's family joined in, urging Su Baihe to discipline Su Yun and demand an apology from her. Su Yun scoffed repeatedly. You all still have the audacity to bring up the money. Aunt, if I recall correctly, the 100,000 you borrowed to bribe the workshop director for Su Xiangyang's promotion came from my father. And now, after all these years, you've never mentioned repayment. Recalling this, Su Yun felt a wave of irony wash over her. Years ago, when the aunt's family came to borrow money, her father had readily lent them 100,000. Yet afterward, they seemed to forget the debt entirely. Su Baihe, feeling the weight of familial ties, never brought it up. However, when Su Yun was recently in need and her father sought to borrow money, the aunt's family was dismissive, reluctantly lending only 6,000. Chapter 42. Turning hostile upon hearing Su Yun mention the matter, Su Chengliang reacted as though he had been struck on a tender spot, erupting in fury. Su Baihe, I never anticipated this. I thought you had invited us today to express your gratitude, but instead, you have come to dredge up old grievances, and to have your son take the lead in this. How cunning of you. Su Chengliang berated Su Baihe, jabbing a finger in accusation. No, elder brother. It is not as you perceive, Su Baihe interjected hastily, turning to admonish Su Yun. You insolent boy, why bring up such matters? Apologize to your uncle and aunt at once. There's no need. Aunt gritted her teeth, seething with resentment. What kind of farce are you two performing? Do you truly believe we are oblivious? Su Baihe, I never expected you to be this sort of person. Indeed, third brother, you are in the wrong today. Second uncle Su Maojun chimed in, reproaching him. With a furrowed brow, Su Yun turned to Su Maojun and replied coolly, Second uncle, if you insist on this line of reasoning, allow me to remind you of 2 years ago when cousin Faping wed. The bride price was still short by 80,000, which my father lent you, wasn't he it? This time, When my father sought your assistance in a time of need, you lent a mere 4,000. Upon hearing this, Su Maojuan's countenance darkened. Third brother, if you continue down this path, it becomes tiresome. I have said I would repay that sum, 1,000 a year, without fail. What more do you desire? He retorted, aggrieved. Repaying 1,000 each year for 80,000 would take 80 years, yet Su Maojun felt entirely justified. Third brother, can we not avoid discussing monetary matters among relatives? Do you truly believe familial bonds are worth less than a few paltry coins? Aunt Su Guifan spoke up, her voice tinged with guilt. She too had borrowed from Su Baihe in the past, 15,000 for an emergency when her husband was involved in a hit-and-run. Su Baihe had lent her the money, but when he sought assistance from her recently regarding Su Yun, she had concocted a myriad of excuses before begrudgingly lending him 900. Dealing with such shameless relatives, where one treats them as kin only to be regarded as a fool, Su Yun refused to tolerate it any longer. Auntie, it was you who broached the topic of borrowing money. Why cast blame upon my father? That is hardly fair, he said, his tone icy. Bang. Upon hearing Su Yun direct his ire at her, Aunt exploded in rage, seizing the kettle from the table and hurling it to the ground, splattering tea everywhere. You ungrateful wretch, born of a father with no mother to guide him. You have no idea how your father cavorted with some vagrant woman to produce such a rogue. Aunt, in her fury, resorted to the tactics of a scorned shrew. However, upon hearing this, Su Baihe seemed to be struck by a profound emotion. His eyes reddening as he shouted, enough. The subject of Su Yun's mother had always been a source of pain for him. Growing up in a single-parent household had filled him with guilt, and hearing Aunt use it as an insult ignited his fury. You, Aunt. Taken aback by Su Baihe's unexpected outburst, was momentarily silenced. But as she regained her composure, she began to weep loudly. Qingliang, do you see? This father and son are colluding to bully me. Su Qingliang's expression darkened, and he spoke in a low tone. Third brother, since our families cannot coexist harmoniously, I suggest we cease all interaction from here on. You need not repay the money I lent you. Let us sever ties and end this relationship. Elder brother, are you truly going to do this? Su Baihe stared blankly at Su Qingliang. With a derisive snort, Su Qingliang appeared disinterested in further discourse. Indeed. Let us wipe the slate clean, and let no one owe anything to anyone. Aunt quickly echoed, solidifying their decision. The implication was that they would not only forfeit the few thousand Su Baihe owed, but also absolve themselves of the 100,000 borrowed in the past. Upon hearing this, Su Maojuan's family rose abruptly. Third brother, I am deeply disappointed in you. My family stands in agreement with elder brother. Today, we shall end all ties. Past grievances are forgotten, and no one owes anything to anyone. Su Maojun declared. And I too. Third brother, I cannot abide your family any longer. Let this be the end. Do not contact me in the future, Aunt Su Guifan added, unwilling to be left out. Su Baihe, witnessing his siblings still playing games over such trivial amounts of money, felt disheartened. Over the years, he had believed that his tolerance and understanding would eventually yield genuine affection in return. Alas, that was never to be. Very well, let it be as you wish. Su Baihe waved his hand dismissively. The group prepared to leave. Third brother, before you go, allow me to offer a piece of advice. You should discipline your son. If he continues down this path, he will either end up in prison or begging on the streets. Su Qingliang cursed as he departed. Indeed, unacceptable behavior. Su Maojun and Su Guifan nodded in agreement, sharing their discontent over Su Yun's brazen remarks, dredging up their past debts. Get out. Su Baihe felt his vision darken. Thoroughly incensed. Leave, and if you find yourselves in dire straits in the future, do not come seeking assistance from us. Su Qingliang scoffed, preparing to depart when suddenly a loud knock resonated at the door. Is Mr. Su at home? A voice inquired from outside. Mr. Su? The absurdity of the address nearly made Su Qingliang and the others burst into laughter. Who was this fool referring to Su Baihe as Mr. Su? It seemed likely a laborer seeking work on a construction site. Aunt sneered, well aware of Su Baihe's modest circumstances, though he was a small contractor. His overly honest nature often prevented him from securing payments for completed projects, resulting in a meager income far less than what laborers earned. Su Qingliang swung open the door, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. The narrow hallway was crowded with a throng of people. At the center stood a man in his 50s, dressed elegantly with an imposing presence, surrounded by a cadre of well-dressed individuals. A few of them appeared vaguely familiar. You are County Chief Wang, Su Maojun suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a balding middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyang and the others recalled the recent civic engagement where they had encountered these local leaders. Especially the striking bald head of County Chief Wang, a notable feature. Realizing the significance of the gathering, they were all swept by a wave of astonishment. Who was this man of such stature to command the presence of county officials? And it appeared he had come specifically to seek out Su Baihe. Chapter 43. The Gratitude of Mr. Chen, the wealthy tycoon. May I inquire if Mr. Su Yun is at home? The imposing figure of a man asked once more. Noticing the stunned expressions of Su Qingyang and others as they stood frozen at the door. We're here to see Su Yun. Su Qingyang and the others were taken aback, their minds racing with disbelief. How could such prominent figures be seeking out the young and inexperienced Su Yun? Yet, under the watchful gaze of numerous county leaders, they lacked the audacity to question further and simply stepped aside, though they did not leave. Instead, they lingered at the entrance, eager to discern the purpose of these visitors. Who are you? In the living room, Su Yun was clearing away broken teapots and fruit peels when he noticed the large group entering, causing him to furrow his brow. He did not recognize any of them. This is Mr. Chen Zhongpeng, the wealthiest man in Yangchuan City, the bald county head Wang introduced gravely. No sooner had he finished speaking than several gasps erupted from the crowd. The wealthiest in Yangchuan. Su Qingyang and the others stood in disbelief, hardly able to believe their ears. They had certainly heard of Chen Zhongpeng, the wealthiest in the city, with countless enterprises under his name. His wealth ranked among the top in the entire Tiannan province, and it was commendable that many of his ventures were rooted in Yangchuan, significantly contributing to the city's economic growth. It was no wonder that county leaders were eager to accompany such a figure. However, why would someone of his stature come looking for Su Yun? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Although Lingbei County was not large, there were likely others with the same name. Su Qingliang could not help but interject. Yet, no one paid him any heed. The moment Chen Zhongping laid eyes on Su Yun, he approached him with palpable excitement, grasping Su Yun's hand and expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Although Mao Rong and others had promised to keep Su Yun's actions secret, this was aimed at the general public. It was impossible to conceal such matters from someone like Chen Zhongping. It was merely a trifling effort. There is no need for you to come all this way to thank me, Su Yun said casually. No, to you, it may seem trivial, but to the Chen family, it is a debt of gratitude that cannot be measured. I, Chen Zhongping, must express my appreciation, he asserted, clapping his hands as his secretary stepped forward. Xiaoxiang. What industries do we have in Lingbei County? Chen Zhongping inquired. After a moment of thought, Secretary Xiao Zhang replied, Lingbei is relatively remote, and we do not have many enterprises here. There is a washing electronics processing plant in the suburbs, and a department store is being constructed in the county center, though it is not yet completed. Additionally, there is a cinema and a clothing wholesale market in the southern district. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhongping nodded and stated, Please proceed to alter the business registration procedures and transfer the washing electronics processing plant to Mr. Su. His words left the room in stunned silence. Even the accompanying county leaders gasped in disbelief. The washing electronics plant was a star enterprise in the county, employing over 3,000 people and generating annual revenues in the hundreds of millions, with profits in the tens of millions. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhongping was giving it away to Su Yun. This was beyond mere extravagance. Even the bald county head Wang could not hide his envy. Washing electronics. At the entrance, Su Xiangyang's face turned pale. Was this not the very factory where he was currently employed? Not long ago, he had boasted to Su Yun and his father about his position as a team leader in one of the factory's workshops, even adopting a condescending attitude, suggesting that Su Yun should come work there. Yet now, the entire factory was being handed over to Su Yun. His aunt, uncles, and other relatives were equally aghast, their eyes brimming with disbelief. By what right was this happening? Su Baihe, too, was left bewildered. Xiaoyan, what? What is going on? He could not help but look towards Su Yun. Oh, it's nothing much. On my way back today, I assisted the police in rescuing a child from a trafficker. And coincidentally, that child belonged to Mr. Chen's family, Su Yun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Su Baihe suddenly understood, grasping Chen Zhongping's mindset. To parents, their child is the most precious treasure. However, the gratitude expressed by Chen Zhongping was rather excessive. Meanwhile, Su Qingliang and the others were seething with jealousy. In their eyes, Su Yun's assistance was merely a matter of spotting a trafficker and notifying the police. Such a trivial act should not warrant the gift of an entire electronics factory. Was there no justice in this world? This is unacceptable. I do not agree, Su Qingliang shouted. The others in the room paused for a moment, then regarded him with bewilderment. What did it matter to them if Mr. Chun wished to gift Su Yun a factory? Did he need their approval? Realizing his reaction was somewhat extreme, Su Chunliang coughed awkwardly and approached Qin Zhongping. Mr. Chun, I believe your decision is a bit hasty. You should reconsider. The Su family cannot bear such a lavish gift. If they accept it, it may bring them misfortune, he cautioned earnestly. Indeed. What qualifications do Su Yun and his father possess to take over your factory? If you truly hand it over to them, it won't be long before they run it into the ground, his aunt interjected impatiently, having just severed ties with Su Yun and his father. They were unwilling to see them rise to prominence, especially with their own son still working as a team leader at the factory. What would happen if Su Yun became the owner? Wouldn't that invite retaliation? Such a scenario was utterly intolerable. Mr. Qin, who are these people? Qin Zhongping asked, his expression puzzled as he glanced at Su Yun. After all, Su Qingliang and the others had just exited Su Yun's home, and he was uncertain of their relationship with him. They are merely unrelated bystanders, and their opinions hold no weight here, Su Yun replied, his demeanor indifferent. Oh, I see. Qin Zhongping nodded in understanding, choosing to disregard Su Qingliang and his family. Secretary Xiao Zhang promptly stepped forward to block Su Qingliang and his wife. What nonsense. Mr. Chun is gifting his own enterprise. What right do these irrelevant individuals have to interject? Mr. Chun, you must think carefully, Su Xianyang exclaimed anxiously. I am Su Xianyang, the team leader of the third workshop at Huaxing Electronics. You must consider the over 3,000 workers at the factory. The Su family lacks the capability to manage it. If you hand it over to them, what will happen to the other workers if it fails? Qin Zhongping scoffed and shook his head. You need not worry about such matters. I will assign capable individuals to oversee the factory's daily management for Mr. Su. He need only collect profits each year. This implied that he intended to bestow several million yuan upon Su Yun annually through this factory. The Su Qingliang family nearly choked on their disbelief. Additionally, Qin Zhongping added, as for Huaxing Electronics' future, you need not concern yourself with that either, for from this day forth, you are no longer an employee there. Su Xiangyang felt as though he had been struck by lightning, nearly fainting from the shock. Chapter 44. Another gift giver at this moment. Su Maojuan's family and Su Guifan's family were filled with regret. Had they known, they would not have severed ties with the third branch over a trivial sum of money. If they had maintained their familial facade, they could have benefited from the third branch's newfound prosperity. Now, they had left no room for maneuver. Their previous harsh words made it impossible for them to retract their statements without losing face, even if they were bold enough to apologize to Su Baiha on the spot. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence and awkwardness. Mr. Su, let us settle this matter. I hope you will not decline. Also, this business card contains my personal number. Should you encounter any troubles in Yangchuan, feel free to reach out. I assure you, I will assist in any way I can. Qin Zhongping stated, handing a card to Su Yun. Witnessing this exchange, the county leaders present were struck with envy, fully aware of Qin Zhongping's considerable influence in Yangchuan. Not only did he command respect in the business realm, but he also maintained good relations with several high-ranking officials in the municipal government. By providing his personal number to Su Yun and making such a promise, it seemed that Su Yun could navigate Yangchuan effortlessly. What a fortunate young man he is. County Chief Wang mused, rubbing his bald head in contemplation. The others shared similar sentiments, believing Su Yun must have accumulated virtue over 3 lifetimes to attract such serendipity. Qin Zhongping, observing their expressions, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. These short-sighted individuals mistook mere appearances for substance. If Su Yun had only provided him with a minor favor, he would have merely sent his secretary to deliver a generous monetary gift. There was no need for him to personally visit this small county to express gratitude. His visit was not just about thanks, it was a testament to his recognition of Su Yun's capabilities. A notorious gang that even armed police could not subdue had been effortlessly dealt with by Su Yun alone. Naturally, Qin Zhongping wanted to cultivate a relationship with such a remarkable individual. In times of uncertainty, it was wise to have an ally like Su Yun. Father, please keep this business card, Su Yun said, accepting Qin Zhongping's goodwill and passing the card to Su Baiha. He himself had no need for assistance. But in instances where his father faced challenges without him, it would be prudent for Qin Zhongping to lend a hand. Is Mr. Su at home? At that moment, footsteps echoed in the hallway, and it was none other than Han Si-hai and his disciple, El Fei-yang. Mr. Su? The mention of this title caused Su Qingliang and others to flinch. Han Si-hai? Su Yun raised an eyebrow upon recognizing the voice. Come in. Upon entering, Han Si-hai and El Fei-yong ignored the other individuals in the room, bowing respectfully to Su Yun, Mr. Su. Their formalities left the onlookers astonished. Ah, you seem somewhat familiar. What is your relation to Mr. El Yonghong of the L Group? Chen Zhongping exclaimed, suddenly recognizing El Fei-yong. You know my father? El Fei-yong was taken aback. Understanding the resemblance, Chen Zhongping reflected, 3 years ago, I was invited to Yunzhou to attend a ceremony honoring outstanding entrepreneurs in the province, where I met Mr. El Yonghong. He even provided me with some business insights. The room fell silent as County Chief Wang and the others regarded El Yonghong with newfound respect. He was the head of the L Group, a leader in the provincial catering industry, with ambitions to dominate the domestic market. No one expected the L Group's heir to seek out Su Yun, and his demeanor suggested a respectful visit to a senior figure. Oh, El Fei-yong nodded, acknowledging this interaction. He was absorbed in martial arts and paid little heed to business affairs, not particularly interested in fostering connections with Chen Zhongping. Is there something you wish to discuss? Su Yun inquired, turning to Han Si-hai and his disciple. Han Si-hai quickly replied, earlier, I inadvertently disturbed Mr. Su, so I have come to formally apologize. Moreover, my disciple wishes to express his gratitude for your assistance in achieving his ambitions. As he spoke, Han Si-hai produced a small gift box and presented it to Su Yun with reverence. This is a token of appreciation from me. I hope you will accept it. Su Yun casually opened the box to reveal a piece of dark wood, seemingly unremarkable, yet emitting a faint, pleasant aroma. Su Baihe initially hesitated, thinking it inappropriate for his son to accept gifts casually, but upon realizing it was merely a small piece of wood, he refrained from speaking further. In his eyes, it was insignificant and not worth a second thought. Discouraging Su Yun from accepting it would seem disrespectful. County Chief Wang and the others exchanged amused glances, having never heard of gifting a piece of wood before. However, Chen Zhongping's expression shifted suddenly as he leaned closer, inhaling the scent. This is soul-nourishing wood. His demeanor grew tense. Ah, I didn't expect you to recognize soul-nourishing wood, Han Si-hai remarked, surprised that someone like Chen Zhongping, a mere businessman, could identify such a rare material. Chen Zhongping smiled wryly, revealing a small pendant from his clothing. While others wore jade, he displayed a small, dark wooden plaque, identical in texture to the piece Han Si-hai had gifted. Soul-nourishing wood is renowned for its unique properties that enhance mental clarity and vitality. Prolonged exposure to its aroma not only invigorates, but also has anti-aging benefits. However, this extraordinary wood is exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced, costing hundreds of thousands per gram. The small piece he wore, hardly larger than a baby's palm, had cost him a staggering 5 million, an opportunity he had only encountered by chance. The piece Han Si-hai presented was at least 10 times larger. Sir, you truly possess great discernment. Chen Zhongping couldn't help but commend. I am a practitioner of martial arts, and material wealth holds little significance for me. This is merely a token of my regard, Han Si-hai replied nonchalantly. In his realm of martial arts, he regarded ordinary individuals with indifference, viewing even a wealthy figure like Chen Zhongping as someone beneath his consideration. Is this wood of great value? Su Baihe asked, perplexed. Chen Zhongping glanced at Han Si-hai, sighing, this piece of wood is worth at least 50 million, but its rarity makes it priceless. Mr. Su, you should refrain from selling it. If you must, I would be willing to purchase it for 100 million. The statement left Su Baihe nearly collapsing to the floor. And even County Chief Wang and the other officials were left breathless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Where do such affluent individuals come from? Gifting a few tens of millions, or even 100 million, was beyond anything they could imagine. Even if they were to indulge in rampant corruption, they could never amass such wealth. Su Chungliang and others were consumed by jealousy to the point of contemplating murder. Chapter 45 Grand gesture. The crowd in the room fixated their gazes on the piece of extraordinary wood, their eyes nearly igniting with astonishment. No one anticipated that such a modest fragment of timber could command such an exorbitant price. If such claims had been made by others, disbelief would have ensued. However, since it was Chen Zhongping speaking, there was no room for doubt. You are quite thoughtful, Su Yun nodded, carefully placing the box containing the extraordinary wood aside. Had Han Si-hai offered some antique or valuable artwork, Su Yun would have dismissed it. Yet, the extraordinary wood was different. Although it held little value for him, it possessed the ability to nourish the soul and delay aging for an ordinary person like Su Baihe. Beside him, Su Baihe's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. How could his son so casually accept such a precious gift? This was utterly frivolous. He pondered persuading his son to return the gift at the earliest opportunity. Just as he contemplated this, LV Feiyong stepped forward, retrieving a document pouch from his coat and placing it on the table. Mr. Su, I am but a humble person, unable to present treasures akin to those of my master. This contains the transfer agreements for several restaurants owned by the LV family in Yangchuan City. As a token of my gratitude. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhongping's face twitched involuntarily. As a business titan in Yangchuan City, his Chen Group had made extensive investments across various sectors, yet the realm of dining had eluded him entirely. The LV Group had established itself as a colossal force in the restaurant industry within Tiannan province. Opening a few establishments may seem trivial, yet making a significant impact would inevitably invite the LV Group's relentless pressure. He was taken aback that LV Feiyong would transfer the LV family's restaurants in Yangchuan City to Su Yun. The bald county head Wang, astonished, inquired, "Young Master LV, are you referring to the Shangping series of chain restaurants?" The LV Group boasted several restaurant brands, with the Shangping chain, known for its fresh seafood, being the most renowned in Yangchuan City. Even in a small locale like Lingbei County, 2 Shangping restaurants had opened. County head Wang and his fellow leaders had frequented them often. LV Feiyong smirked. The Shangping restaurants in Yangchuan are rather low tier, catering to the masses. I could hardly part with them. I am merely transferring the lakeside restaurant owned by the LV family, the Yunding restaurant located on the 88th floor of Crown Building, and the Lingyun restaurant at Zaishan. These 3 are the ones I am transferring to Mr. Su. At this revelation, even Chen Zhongping, with his composed demeanor, exhibited a dramatic change in expression. His secretary, Xiao Zhang, was so astonished he nearly jumped. Yangchuan Lake, the sole scenic lake in Yangchuan City, had long prohibited construction in its vicinity until the LV Group leveraged their connections to build a lakeside restaurant. The acquisition of that small plot of land had cost the LV Group billions. Crown Building, the tallest edifice in Yangchuan City, housed the Yunding restaurant on its 88th floor, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows that provided breathtaking views of the entire city. Dining there was an unparalleled experience. The Lingyun restaurant at Zaishan was equally remarkable, perched on a cliff, offering panoramic views of the surrounding mountains. These 3 establishments had become the prime dining destinations for the wealthy elite and dignitaries of Yangchuan City, transcending mere restaurants to become a gathering place for high society. You jest, young Master LV, Chen Zhongping could not help but exclaim. Jest? Mr. Su, in your presence, I would not dare to joke about such matters, LV Feiyong replied solemnly. Though he may not rival his elder brother, who was destined to inherit the entire LV Group, he was nonetheless one of the 2 legitimate heirs of the LV family, capable of making decisions regarding some of the city's top restaurants. Chen Zhongping's lips twitched. He cast another glance at Su Yun, filled with profound sentiments. He had believed he had valued Su Yun sufficiently by offering a factory. Yet in comparison to the LV family, it appeared rather petty. Brother, no, 3rd brother, congratulations. Your family has struck gold this time. But do not forget about your blood relatives. Su Maojun, the 2nd uncle, could no longer contain himself. In such moments, one must prioritize mending relations with the 3rd family. Indeed, 3rd brother, we had a slight misunderstanding earlier. I hope you won't take it to heart. I am your own sister. You cannot truly be angry with me. Su Guifan, the aunt, spoke with heartfelt emotion. Even the eldest uncle, Su Chungliang, forced a smile and squeezed into the room. 3rd brother, we were indeed a bit impulsive before. I must apologize and hope you won't hold it against elder brother. The eldest aunt chimed in cheerfully. 3rd brother, you all share the same parents. There are no grievances that cannot be resolved. Let bygones be bygones. Su Baihe observed the shameless countenances of these relatives, feeling a chill in his heart. Just recently, they had vehemently declared their intention to sever ties with him and his family. They had even cursed Su Yun, predicting his incarceration and begging for alms on the streets, vowing that father and son would not survive without them. Yet, in an instant, upon learning of their newfound fortune, they had completely changed their tune. You all claimed that from today onwards, we would sever ties, that no one owed anyone anything. How quickly you have contradicted yourselves. Su Yun retorted sarcastically. However, Su Chungliang and the others were unconcerned with such remarks at this moment. Dear cousin, you jest. Those were merely words spoken in anger. They should not be taken seriously. We are family. There can be no lingering grudges. Su Xiangyang chuckled. You must arrange something for me at Huashing Electronics. I could easily take on a workshop supervisor role to help you manage things. After all, it's more reassuring with family. Get lost. Su Yun, exasperated, dismissed them with a sharp retort, his voice imbued with the spirit of his martial will. To Su Qingyang and the others, it sounded like thunder crashing in their ears, shattering their composure, and they fled in a panic, pallid-faced. Su Baihe did not reproach Su Yun for his rudeness but merely shook his head in bitterness. "I apologize for allowing everyone to witness this farcical drama of familial betrayal," he addressed the crowd. Everyone wore awkward smiles, murmuring, "No, no. Every family has its share of eccentric relatives. My brother-in-law has only a high school education and keeps asking me to arrange a job for him in the county government." County Head Wang offered a personal anecdote to ease the tension. Chapter 46. The Master's Bloodletter following the recent incident involving the relatives of the Su family. The atmosphere became too uncomfortable for anyone to linger, lest they cause further embarrassment to Su Baihe. Qin Zhoping was the first to take his leave, accompanied by the county officials. "Mr. Su, Feiyang and I shall take our leave as well," Han Sihai remarked, preparing to escort Lu Feiyang out. "Wait," Su Yun called out, promptly returning the document bag containing the restaurant transfer agreement to Lu Feiyang. "As I mentioned earlier, I have not gone out of my way to assist you, so there is no need for gratitude. With your martial arts aptitude and determination, even if you were to rely solely on your own efforts, you would likely cultivate your inner strength and reach the realm of a fourth-grade martial artist in just 2 or 3 years. There is no need for such lavish gifts of thanks. Mr. Su, this is merely a token of my appreciation," Lu Feiyang responded earnestly, gazing at Su Yun. "Take it back," Su Yun insisted, pressing the document bag back into Lu Feiyang's arms. A fleeting shadow of bitterness and regret crossed Lu Feiyang's face. He was not truly wealthy enough to afford such a significant gift merely to express gratitude. Rather, he sought to forge a connection with the esteemed Master Su Yun, hoping to cultivate goodwill for his own family. If Su Yun were to accept this grand gesture, perhaps in the future, when the Lu family faced adversity, they might receive assistance based on this newfound friendship. However, Su Yun's resolute refusal indicated he wished to avoid deeper ties with the Lu family. Meanwhile, Su Baihe, witnessing Su Yun's rejection of Lu Feiyang's generous offering, felt a wave of relief wash over him. "And this, gentleman, your precious rare wood is far too valuable. Please take it back as well," Su Baihe said, intending to return the miraculous wood to Han Sihai. After all, it was worth several tens of millions. Accepting it would leave him restless at night. "Dad, this item is beneficial for your health. You should accept it," Su Yun urged, a hint of amusement in his voice. Su Baihe glared at him, exasperated. "You little rascal, this is a treasure worth millions. How can you shamelessly accept it?" Su Yun sighed helplessly. "I want to be taking it for free. I'll be giving him a gift in return shortly." Before Su Baihe could respond, Han Sihai shook his head repeatedly. "Mr. Su, you jest. I came to apologize. If I were to return with a gift, it would be quite inappropriate. Accept what I give you." "I do not wish to owe anyone," Su Yun insisted. At this juncture, Han Sihai found himself unable to refuse. "Please wait for me," Su Yun stated before heading back to his room. "This child is truly," Su Baihe mumbled, feeling his son was becoming a tad too audacious. Both Han Sihai and Lu Feiyang were individuals beyond the reach of ordinary folk like himself. How could they be treated so casually? He had no choice but to entertain the two in the living room. Han Sihai and Lu Feiyang exchanged glances, both sharing a silent chuckle, realizing that Su Baihe was utterly unaware of his son's circumstances. Meanwhile, Su Yun returned to his bedroom, intending to compose a handwritten note as a return gift for Han Sihai. After rummaging through his desk, he discovered there was neither paper nor pen in the house. Having studied for 2 years in university, he had spent his holidays playing on his phone, leaving no time to procure such supplies. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed the calendar hanging on the wall and decided to utilize it as a substitute. He tore off a page, laying the blank side on the desk. Han Sihai, recognizing your sincere heart towards martial arts and your unwavering belief in seeking the truth through sacrifice, I shall bestow upon you a stroke of fortune today. Su Yun murmured with a deep sigh, drawing his nail across the tip of his finger. Crimson blood seeped forth, yet Su Yun remained unaffected. He extended his finger into the void, holding his breath and concentrating. For a full quarter of an hour, his spirit reached an unparalleled peak, and then, with a sudden motion, his bloodied fingertip descended. Using his finger as a quill and his blood as ink, the first stroke was made. Instantly, the surrounding vital energy surged. A majestic will of martial arts swept through the air like a tempest. In the living room, Su Baihe, an ordinary man, felt little. But Han Sihai and Lu Feiyang were left aghast. They sensed the martial will radiating from Su Yun's bedroom, akin to a terrifying storm of spirit, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. This state persisted for a full 3 minutes before finally subsiding. What on earth is this boy doing in there? I'll go check, Su Baihe thought, noticing the unnatural expressions on Han Sihai and Lu Feiyong, assuming they were growing impatient. Just as he stood up, Su Yun emerged from his room. Please accept this. Consider it a return gift from me, Su Yun said, presenting the folded paper to Han Sihai. Su Baihe's eyes twitched. He felt an urge to smack Su Yun on the back of the head. Isn't this the page torn from the calendar? It still has the month and date printed on it. What kind of trickery was this, tearing off a page from a calendar and calling it a gift? Just as Su Baihe was about to voice his thoughts, Han Sihai reached out with trembling hands, as if receiving a sacred object, accepting the calendar paper. Having sensed Su Yun's martial will earlier, he had already surmised what was about to unfold. A master's handwritten note, worth millions per character. As Han Sihai unfolded the paper, 4 vivid blood characters emerged. A master awaits. The moment he beheld these 4 characters, his pupils constricted and his face flushed with excitement. Mr. Su, what is the meaning of this? Han Sihai gazed at Su Yun, incredulous. He had never imagined that Su Yun's note not only encapsulated spirit and martial will but was also inscribed with the blood of a master. Using his own blood as ink fortified the martial will, sealing that divine intent within the characters. The potency of these 4 blood characters far surpassed the previous phrase "no evil shall invade" sent to Yi Ting, imbued with a more profound and expansive martial will. Not to mention 1 million per character, even 1 billion would incite a frenzy among martial artists. From today onward, you shall daily extend your spirit to perceive the martial intent within my characters, engaging in resistance and refinement. When you can withstand it completely, you shall cross the threshold to become a master, Su Yun stated calmly. This blood letter he crafted would serve an astonishing purpose for martial artists in honing their martial will, especially for Han Sihai, a peak 6th grade warrior, who stood only a barrier away from the master realm. This gift could greatly enhance his chances of ascension. Mr. Su's great kindness, I have no means to repay. Please allow me to bow in gratitude, Han Sihai exclaimed, overwhelmed, bending his body in reverence. Su Yun extended his hand, an invisible force preventing Han Sihai from bowing. There is no need for further words. For your dedication to the martial path, your willingness to risk your life in search of truth is rare in this world. Since our fates have intertwined, it is indeed a fortuitous encounter. Were it anyone else, even the most lavish gifts would not merit a master's blood letter, let alone an ordinary handwritten note. However, your pure heart in pursuing martial arts and your gift of the miraculous would resonated with me, thus granting you this opportunity. Chapter 47. Companionship of 2 beauties. Han Sihai and LV Feiyong have also departed, leaving only Su Baihe and his son Su Yun in the house. Su Baihe gazes at Su Yun with a complex expression, hesitating to speak. He is not a fool. The recent events have made him acutely aware of his son's extraordinary nature. Dad, if you have questions, feel free to ask, Su Yun sighs. He had initially intended to find an appropriate moment to gradually reveal certain truths to Su Baihe. However, given the current circumstances, there is no longer a need for concealment. Xiaoyan, why did Mr. Han Sihai and the young master of the LV family present you with such lavish gifts? They mentioned something about martial arts earlier. Su Baihe cannot help but inquire. Su Yun nods, responding, indeed, both Han Sihai and LV Feiyong are individuals of the martial arts world. Their reverence for me and the gifts they bestow are due to my status as a martial arts master. A martial arts master? Su Baihe's lips twitched slightly. He often sees various martial arts experts soaring through the air on television, but to think his own son. Dad, I have not shared this with you before, but when I was young, I received teachings in martial arts from an extraordinary being. However, I was instructed to keep this secret until I attained a level of a master, which I have now achieved, Su Yun explains with a smile. The notion of reincarnation is too bizarre, so he fabricates this explanation. As he speaks, he gently taps the wall nearby. Boom. The wall trembles, revealing a deep 5-fingered handprint. With the brick material reduced to dust, Su Baihe's eyes nearly bulge in disbelief. This, he stutters, hardly able to trust his own eyes. Incredible! Dad, there is no need for you to be so astonished. What I have demonstrated is merely a fraction of what exists in this world. A realm beyond the imagination of ordinary people, Su Yun remarks nonchalantly. To him, being a martial arts master is still nothing extraordinary. He has not even reached the innate realm. Only by surpassing the 9th level of body refinement and condensing an innate spirit body can one transcend mortal limitations. Of course, Such profound concepts need not be shared with Su Baihe. Then, our city's wealthy Qin family is here to express gratitude. Su Baihe ponders. Although Chen Zhongping is not a martial arts practitioner, his son was in peril, and I fortuitously rescued him today. Therefore, you may accept the electronic factory he offered without worry, Su Yun replies calmly. In truth, Chen Zhongping has benefited from this situation. Had Su Yun not been present, it would have been nearly impossible for Chen Zhongping to hire another master to save his son, and even if he could, the cost would be unimaginable. A mere electronic processing factory could hardly entice a master. While the father and son converse, Su Yun's phone rings. Upon answering, he hears Qi Qinglan's voice. Mr. Yun, I have gathered some century-old spiritual herbs. When can you come to refine elixirs for my grandfather? Oh, how many have you collected? 13 century-old herbs, including one ginseng over 400 years old, Qi Qinglan replies. Su Yun's eyes light up upon hearing this. He realizes he underestimated the Qi family's resources. In less than 3 days, Qi Qinglan has managed to procure such a significant quantity of century-old herbs. This is truly a pleasant surprise. With this batch of spiritual herbs, he can soon break through in body refinement. I am not in Yunzhou at the moment, but I will return tomorrow, Su Yun responds. After hanging up, Su Baihe inquires. Has something happened? Why the urgency to return to Yunzhou tomorrow? Su Yun smiles. It's a good thing. I've asked someone to help me procure some medicinal materials. By the way, once the materials arrive, I will prepare a special ointment that can restore your leg to its original condition. Upon hearing this, Su Baihe initially trembles but then shakes his head with a wry smile. The old injury on his leg is no ordinary wound. It was severe enough that the hospital issued a disability certificate. After so many years, he has long since lost hope. Shaolin, you need not worry about my leg. I have grown accustomed to being lame for so many years, Su Baihe reassures him. Su Yun, understanding, refrains from saying more. At this point, it is unlikely that his father would genuinely believe him. It is better to wait until the ointment is prepared and let him experience the results firsthand. After spending the night at home, Su Yun hastily departs the following morning. By the time he arrives in Yunzhou, it is already afternoon. Qi Qinglan has arranged for someone to meet him at the train station, none other than Su Jun, the bodyguard who previously accompanied the elder Qi. Su Jun stands before a luxurious, extended Lincoln. Upon seeing Su Yun, he respectfully bows his head. Mr. Su. Su Yun nods. Take me to see Qi Qinglan. Su Jun promptly steps forward to open the car door for Su Yun. The interior is lavishly adorned, with an array of exquisite red wines displayed on the bar and a beautifully arranged fruit platter. Sitting on the long leather seats are two stunning women. One exudes a frosty elegance, resembling an ice queen, while the other is alluring and captivating, radiating charm. Su Yun is momentarily taken aback. He glances at Su Jun but remains silent, entering the vehicle without inquiry. He knows this could not have been arranged by Su Jun alone. Yet it does not seem like Qi Qinglan's doing either. He dismisses further contemplation. Having once held the title of an immortal king, he has encountered countless celestial beauties from various realms in his previous life. The two women before him, while lovely, do not particularly impress him. Casually, he sits between the two beauties, wrapping an arm around each of their waists, reclining comfortably against the seat. The moment he embraces the left, the Ice Queen's body tenses slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to such contact. However, upon sensing that Su Yun does not pursue further advances, she gradually relaxes. In contrast, the alluring beauty on his right giggles and leans closer to him. This enchanting scene goes unnoticed by Su Jun. Upon Su Yun's entrance, he promptly shuts the door and takes his place in the front seat. A partition rises between them, ensuring that even if things become heated in the back, they remain undisturbed. Sir, how should I address you? The seductive woman inquires playfully, plucking a grape from the platter, peeling it, and offering it to Su Yun's lips. I am surnamed Su, he replies with a smile. The woman's smile falters momentarily before returning to its original warmth. Su Yun's lips curve upward. He perceives that while the alluring woman appears exuberantly open, it is merely an act. With his keen insight, he can tell that both women possess the rich essence of untouched maidens. If they were from any sort of entertainment venue, the Qi family would hardly dare present them before him. One projects an icy demeanor, while the other is a captivating enchantress. Regardless of Su Yun's preferences, both styles are available for his choosing. Chapter 48. A casual encounter. Su Yun reclined against the luxurious leather seat, exuding an air reminiscent of a roguish young master. Entirely devoid of any semblance of a venerable master, He was not the type to be solely engrossed in arduous cultivation. In his view, the path of cultivation encompassed not only the pursuit of enlightenment, but also the appreciation of life's pleasures. In his previous life, he had traversed millennia, attaining the esteemed status of an immortal king, and along that journey, he had been accompanied by numerous exceptional women of extraordinary beauty. Sugu, what exactly do you do? A charming woman nestled beside him, peeling a lychee with care, removing the pit before offering the tender white flesh to his lips. Suyun opened his mouth to accept it, smiling as he countered, "What do you think I do? I deduce you are either the scion of a high-ranking official or a prominent heir of a wealthy family," she replied, her enchanting eyes blinking playfully, her face adorned with a radiant smile. To her, given Su Yun's youth, it seemed implausible that he could hold a high position or be an entrepreneur. He must merely be a privileged offspring of the elite. "You are mistaken. I am just an ordinary person from a modest background. You may consider me an idler," Su Yun replied nonchalantly, playfully squeezing the thigh of the alluring woman beside him. She gasped softly, then playfully punched his chest, feigning indignation. "Sugu, you are truly mischievous. Always toying with me. If you were truly an idle wanderer, how could the director of Tianjin Fashion, Mingyu, be so eager to accommodate you?" Another elegantly aloof beauty slightly pursed her lips, skeptical of Su Yun's claims. "Tianjin Fashion? Director Mingyu?" Su Yun paused, then shook his head. "I have not heard of it, nor do I know her." "Sugu, you jest. Tianjin Fashion is the premier fashion house in the province, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Tianjin Group. How could you not have heard of it? Furthermore, if you were unacquainted with Director Mingyu, how could she have arranged for us to come and greet you?" The charming woman laughed lightly. Upon hearing Tianjin Group, Su Yun comprehended. Given that Tianjin Fashion was a subsidiary of Tianjin Group, it made sense. The arrangement of having beautiful women attend to him was a minor task that could hardly warrant the personal involvement of Qi Qinglan. "Are you all affiliated with Tianjin Fashion?" Su Yun inquired casually. The charming woman shook her head, explaining, "Xiaoying and I are still students at Yunguang University. We often take on modeling gigs due to our looks and figures, hence we are quite familiar with Tianjin Fashion." Her modesty was evident. With their appearances, they would undoubtedly be considered campus beauties at any university. The beauty referred to as Xiaoying furrowed her brows slightly, seemingly displeased that her companion revealed her real name and student status. The charming woman quickly shot her an apologetic glance. Su Yun chose not to pursue further inquiries about the two women. He had no interest in delving deeper. For him, this was merely a fleeting encounter to relax his mind. After more than 20 minutes, the car came to a halt. "Mr. Su, we have arrived." Su Jun's voice rang from outside. "Well then, ladies, it is time for us to part ways," Su Yun said, patting the shoulders of the two women as he rose from his seat. Upon opening the car door, Su Jun stood respectfully outside, casting a discreet glance inside. Su Yun paid him no mind, calmly stating, "Take me to see her." "And these two?" Su Jun asked hesitantly. "Mr. Su, do you have any arrangements for them?" The moment those words left his lips, the expressions of the two women shifted, their gazes turning anxious as they looked at Su Yun's back. Su Yun frowned slightly, not turning around, and replied coolly, "They're your responsibility. Do I need to arrange for their return?" Su Jun wore a pained expression. He had intended to subtly inquire if Su Yun wished to invite the two beauties to a hotel for a more intimate discussion. However, his indirect approach had evidently gone unnoticed. "You will drive them back to school shortly, allowing them to focus on their studies. Next time, refrain from such arrangements," Su Yun stated with conviction. Yes, of course," Su Jun nodded repeatedly. "I will take you to meet Miss Qinglan first, then immediately return them." With a firm thud, the car door closed again. Inside, the two women exchanged glances, each reflecting on the earlier encounter. "He certainly puts on a facade of propriety. Yet he didn't seem to let go of my waist. What a lecher." The cold beauty huffed, her previously maintained icy demeanor dissipating into playful banter. The other alluring woman, however, fell silent, her charm subdued. "Anfei, what is the matter?" the cold beauty inquired with concern. "Nothing." Anfei shook her head, her voice softening. "Xiaoying, you are mistaken. He is not a lecher." Though his hands were a bit indiscreet, I noticed that his gaze remained calm and composed, devoid of any desire for us. She was acutely aware of her own beauty. Typically, when encountering others, regardless of how they tried to mask their feelings, a flicker of desire would often betray them in their eyes. Eyes cannot be deceived. Upon hearing this, Yuingji fell silent. Reflecting on the brief encounter where Su Yun had merely placed an arm around her waist, his touch not exceeding that. They had feigned interest, while he appeared to be merely enjoying a casual diversion in the game of life. Yuingji felt a twinge of incredulity. I refused to believe that with our allure, he could remain unaffected. He must be concealing his desires well. Anfei offered a wry smile. If he had the slightest interest in us, he wouldn't have failed to inquire about our names. Moreover, someone capable of garnering such favor from Director Ming, you would have no need to mask anything in front of them. Yuingji huffed. Fine. Let us just assume we encountered a paragon of virtue today. Yet, thanks to him, our brief companionship has earned us 20,000 each. My mother's medical expenses are now taken care of. Anfei and Yuingji were indeed students at Yunguang University, among the top 4 campus beauties, and close friends who frequently collaborated on modeling gigs. On a fortunate day, they would earn a few thousand for a job. Unlike this occasion, where they felt as if they were picking up money from the ground. Within less than half an hour of companionship, they each received a remarkable sum. Anfei, let us call Director Ming you to express our gratitude. Honestly, without her, we wouldn't have had such an opportunity to earn, Yuingji suggested. Sure, go ahead. Anfei nodded in agreement. Director Ming Yu of Tianjin Fashion was the most reliable contact they had worked with, never involving them in dubious gatherings or dinners. This time, she had assured them that it would only involve accompanying someone for a short distance, with perhaps a bit of physical contact, but no inappropriate conduct. To ease their minds, Director Ming Yu had even placed a bank card containing 10 million as a guarantee, should any untoward incident arise. With this assurance, Anfei and Yuingji felt at ease. Hello, Ming Yu Jia. We have completed the task you assigned, and we are truly grateful for your assistance. As soon as the call connected, Yuingji enthusiastically began to express her thanks. Have you delivered the esteemed guest to their destination? He didn't impose on you, did he? On the other end of the line, a woman's voice emerged, laced with a hint of anxiety and unease. No, he remains relatively honest. I will return your bank card to you shortly. All right, very well. Director Ming's voice bore a trace of disappointment, seemingly lamenting the ineffectiveness of the $1,000,000 bank card. Chapter 49. Master Qi Yuingji was on the phone, while Anfei gazed out the window, lost in thought. It was not until Su Yun's figure had completely faded from view that she let out a soft sigh, feeling an indescribable sensation within her. Anfei, what's wrong? Could it be that you have taken a liking to him? Yuingji teased upon hanging up the call and noticing Anfei's reaction. Anfei forced a smile and shook her head. How could that be? I just found that person rather unique and was a bit curious. Although they had only met for less than half an hour, Anfei was left with a profound impression of Su Yun. If given the chance, she truly wished to delve deeper into understanding him. On the other side, after stepping out of the car, Su Yun had already forgotten about the 2 beautiful women. Under Su Jun's guidance, he entered an elegantly adorned tea house named Qingxin Tea House, a century-old establishment renowned in Yunzhou. Su Yun ascended to a serene tea room on the 3rd floor, where a man and woman were quietly savoring tea. The woman, with brows like paintings and a captivating beauty, surpassed both Anfei and Yuingji, exuding a rare air of cold nobility reminiscent of an ancient princess. This was none other than Qi Qinglan. Seated beside Qi Qinglan was a refined man in his 40s, who emanated an aura of erudition akin to that of a scholarly teacher. Master Qi, Miss Qinglan, Su Jun respectfully announced. Mr. Su has arrived. Haha, Mr. Su. It is an honor, the cultured middle-aged man exclaimed with a hearty laugh, rising first to greet Su Yun with a handshake. I am Qi Chashing, also Qinglan's uncle. Thank you for alleviating the old master's ailment. Hello. Su Yun nodded, his demeanor indifferent. Qi Chashing remained unfazed by Su Yun's cool attitude. Recognizing that individuals of such caliber often possessed a hint of pride, not only did Su Yun possess the ability to cure, but he was also a martial arts expert far surpassing Su Jun. Qi Changsheng, thus, approached him with considerable magnanimity. Mr. Su, though still young, your extraordinary talents are truly admirable. I wonder if you might be interested in working with me? Qi Changsheng began to entice Su Yun without immediately mentioning his desire for Su Yun to concoct pills. You want me to work for you? Su Yun chuckled in disbelief. Indeed, I value capable individuals above all. If you are willing to assist me, I would gladly offer you an annual salary of 30 million. Furthermore, you would face no restrictions in your daily life, only being called upon to address specific troubles as they arise. Qi Changsheng beamed at Su Yun. To be frank, Qi Changsheng's offer was exceptionally generous, especially for inviting other martial artists, even those of the 6th rank. Given his family's background, it was rare for him to encounter insurmountable issues. Essentially, it was akin to hiring a guest scholar. It was likely that one could spend an entire year without any obligations while still earning that substantial salary. However, such an offer seemed laughable when directed towards a martial arts master. Forget it. I am accustomed to my freedom and have no interest in working for anyone. Su Yun waved dismissively, turning his attention to Qi Qinglan. Now, about the spiritual herbs you gathered, please hand them over. Upon hearing this, Qi Chongqing's smile slightly waned. Though he refrained from further commentary, Qi Qinglan sighed inwardly. She had long suspected her uncle's ambitions to win over Su Yun were somewhat fanciful. Although they had only met once, she could tell that he was an exceptionally proud individual, one who would not easily submit even to her grandfather, Qi Guojing. Mr. Su, these are the spiritual herbs we have collected. Besides the 13th-century-old herbs, there are several other valuable medicinal herbs, though their ages may not meet the highest standards. Qi Qinglan explained, clapping her hands. Immediately, several bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses entered, carrying a multitude of exquisitely packaged gift boxes. The precious herbs, particularly the century-old ones, were individually boxed. Su Yun casually opened one to inspect and nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Su, now that the herbs are gathered, when might you begin the alchemy? Qi Qinglan asked eagerly. There's no need to rush. Within about 3 days, I shall produce the pills, Su Yun replied, adding, also, prepare a vehicle for me to transport these items back. I shall drive myself. The bodyguards exchanged glances, looking to Qi Chongqing and Qi Qinglan for guidance. Qi Chongqing, maintaining a stoic expression, instructed, did you not hear Mr. Su's command? Why are you still standing there? The bodyguards jolted and hurriedly exited with the items in tow. Su Yun turned to leave as well. Qi Chongqing quickly interjected, Mr. Su, do not rush off. Since you are here, let us enjoy a cup of tea together. This Longjing tea is sourced from the 18 imperial bushes of Shifeng Mountain, and I have gone to great lengths to acquire some. No need, Su Yun interrupted, already walking away with his hands clasped behind him. A shadow of displeasure crossed Qi Chongqing's face. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. On the other end, a gentle female voice responded, Master Qi, the 2 women I arranged have not been approached. Understood, Qi Chongqing hung up, rubbing his temples and muttering. Young yet indifferent to wealth and allure, he is indeed an exceptional character. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Qinglan spoke up, Uncle, while Su Yun is indeed remarkable, must you go to such lengths to win him over? Qi Chongqing shook his head. I value not only him, but also those who stand behind him. At such a young age, possessing such skills, who could be his mentor? The one behind him is whom I truly regard. Old Master Zhou, would you agree? As he finished speaking, the door to the adjacent tea room swung open. An elderly man dressed in a blue long gown emerged, his frail frame belying the formidable strength that coursed through his veins. This was clearly a martial artist who had reached the 6th rank. Master Qi is correct. While I am not well versed in medical arts, one must have a renowned teacher to guide them in martial cultivation. If Miss Qinglan claims he can utilize sound to easily incapacitate Su Jun, then beyond possessing a technique akin to the lion's roar, his internal skill must surely be at the 6th rank. Such an accomplishment is unattainable without the legacy of a martial arts sect. Old Master Zhou meticulously analyzed. Qi Qinglan frowned slightly. She had little comprehension of what a master entailed, completely unaware of the significance of the term. Old Master Zhou made no attempt to clarify, but turned to Qi Chongqing. Master Qi, would you like me to investigate this young man's background? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Chongqing waved his hand. Not yet. Let us wait until he has cured the old master. Chapter 50. The 8th grade of martial arts. After departing from the Qingxin Tea House, Su Yun drove directly to the Deep Blue Star Club. Upon his arrival, he found Chao Kuan already waiting respectfully for him. Mr. Su, Chao Kuan greeted with a bow, eager to personally brew tea for Su Yun. There is no need for that. Earlier, I asked you to collect a century-old spiritual herb. How many did you manage to gather? Su Yun inquired casually. Chao Kuan lowered his head, his expression filled with shame, hesitating to respond. You wouldn't be saying you found none, would you? Su Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. Chao Kuan's face flushed crimson as he struggled to articulate his response. I only managed to collect 2 spiritual herbs. Hearing this, Su Yun shook his head in disappointment. The Qi family had managed to gather over a dozen century-old spiritual herbs in just 3 days. As the prominent figure in the underground forces of Yunzhou, Chao Kuan should have had more means at his disposal to acquire these herbs. Mr. Su, with my influence, acquiring century-old spiritual herbs in Yunzhou, or even the entire southeastern province, should not have been a problem. However, I didn't anticipate that the second master of the Qi family would also be collecting herbs during this period. I couldn't compete with him. So Chao Kun explained helplessly. The second master of the Qi family? Qi Chongsheng. Su Yun's expression shifted. Chao Kun nodded in affirmation. Su Yun remarked with mild surprise. You seem quite apprehensive of that Qi second master. Chao Kun sighed bitterly. The Qi family is a top-tier clan in Yunzhou. Although I have some reputation and a multitude of subordinates, I ultimately do not stand on the same platform as them. My businesses generate substantial profits. Yet I must allocate at least 80% of my income to maintain my standing, a significant portion of which ends up in the pockets of the Qi second master. This is how I maintain my position as the leader of the underground in Yunzhou. At this point, Chao Kun could not help but let out a deep sigh. To outsiders, he appeared formidable, but he was acutely aware of his own circumstances. As a notorious figure in the underworld, any shift in the winds of fate could lead to his downfall, resulting in a life sentence in prison, or worse. In contrast, the Qi second master, who operated from the shadows, remained untouched by the chaos of the outside world. Compared to him, the Qi second master was the true giant lurking in the deepest darkness. Chao Kun also understood that the Qi Qinglan's commercial empire thrived not only due to the invisible influence of the Qi elder, but also because many competitors had been ruthlessly eliminated by the Qi second master. He had underestimated the power of the Qi family. Su Yun murmured softly, in this case, it's not entirely your fault. Chao Kun presented the 2-century-old spiritual herbs he had managed to collect and assured him, Mr. Su, while I cannot acquire any more in Tiannan province, I have dispatched individuals to other provinces for high-level purchases. Su Yun nodded noncommittally, taking the herbs before departing. Once Su Yun left, Chao Kun exhaled deeply, feeling a mix of relief and frustration. He was relieved that Su Yun had not blamed him for his inefficacy, yet frustrated that he had failed to demonstrate his capabilities before Su Yun. Time flew by, and soon 3 days had passed. During this time, Su Yun's villa, Lingfeng No. 3, seemed to be occupied by a colossal beast, continually drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Lingfeng Mountain was already a treasure trove where the Earth's essence converged, naturally richer in spiritual energy than other locations. Over the past 3 days, Su Yun had been tirelessly gathering this energy, causing the environment around his villa to undergo a transformation. In the garden, various flowers and plants grew wildly. Some initially only half a meter tall had surged to 4 or 5 meters in mere days. Fortunately, Su Yun had given the staff managing the villa a few days off. Otherwise, the bizarre scene would have frightened them senseless. On the villa's balcony, Su Yun stood at the center, surrounded by a table displaying a dozen century-old spiritual herbs alongside several other precious materials. The concentration of spiritual energy should suffice for alchemy. If I continue to absorb more, the temporary formation I set up around the villa will struggle to maintain its integrity. Su Yun murmured to himself as he commenced the alchemical process. Boom. Su Yun's internal energy surged forth, coalescing into an elliptical energy furnace before him. He then extended his hand, his fingertip igniting with heat as he ignited a fire beneath the furnace. As the flames blazed, the spiritual energy absorbed into the villa continuously surged forth, intensifying the fire. If a knowledgeable observer were to witness this, they would be utterly astonished. Utilizing master-level energy to form a furnace in the void and absorb the world's spiritual energy as the source of alchemical fire, this was nothing short of a divine skill. Yet, Su Yun maintained a calm demeanor, methodically adding the materials to the furnace to begin the alchemical process. The night passed in this endeavor. By the time dawn broke the following day, Su Yun had completed his alchemy, presenting before him 3 distinct pills. One of them, dark and dull, was the bone-reinforcing pill he had concocted for Su Baiha. Simply dissolving it in water and applying it as a paste to the wound would facilitate the healing of broken bones and meridians, even for long-standing injuries. The second pill was a rather unappealing, dark-hued concoction with a foul odor, reminiscent of sheep dung pellets. This was a restorative pill, the essence-replenishing pill, prepared for the Qi family. It was the quickest and most rudimentary pill Su Yun had crafted, utilizing 1-century-old herb alongside other precious materials provided by Qi Qinglan, carelessly mixed together. Had Su Yun devoted more effort, he could have eradicated the unpleasant odor and enhanced the pill's appearance. However, he had no time for such frivolities. The last pill was prepared solely for himself. A singular, flawless orb radiating a pure golden glow, merely the size of his thumb. Yet it contained the essence of over a dozen century-old spiritual herbs. Today marked the day of his breakthrough to the 8th grade of martial arts. Su Yun grasped the golden pill and swallowed it whole. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly. Boom. In the next instant, a torrent of medicinal power surged forth. Su Yun immediately channeled his energy throughout his body, harnessing the overwhelming potency to begin his cultivation. Thud, 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 his bones trembled, and a thunderous resonance echoed within him. With each reverberation, deeply hidden impurities within his body were expelled. A terrifying aura, akin to mountains and prisons, erupted from Su Yun. The surrounding chairs shattered into fragments under the force of his unleashed energy. The 8th grade of martial arts. Chapter 51. Is this a pill? After breaking through, Su Yun first took some time to cleanse himself. Then, with a pair of large scissors in hand, he leisurely pruned the flowers and plants in the garden. The entire process was marked by his intense focus, as if he were immersed in some natural philosophy. After a busy morning, a call from Qi Qinglan interrupted him. "What is the matter?" Su Yun inquired. On the other end, Qi Qinglan hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat speechless. What else could it be? Naturally, she wanted to ask how his alchemy was progressing. After all, Su Yun had confidently declared he could produce elixirs in 3 days. And it had now been over that time. Oh, right, the alchemy. Su Yun suddenly remembered, promptly responding, "The elixirs are ready. You can send someone to collect them." Qi Qinglan breathed a slight sigh of relief, glad he hadn't forgotten about the elixirs. "Where are you located? Tell me the address, and I'll have Su Jun come by." Villa 3, Lingfeng Mountain. Huh, what did you say? Qi Qinglan questioned, doubting her own hearing. Lingfeng 3? Her tone was laced with incredulity. "Yes, please send someone over," Su Yun replied before hanging up. Approximately 10 minutes later, a red Mercedes pulled up outside the villa and honked. Qi Qinglan, wearing sunglasses and dressed casually, still exuded an air of noble elegance. As she stepped out of the car, her gaze swept over Su Yun's villa. "Why did you come personally, and so quickly?" Su Yun, hearing the commotion, stepped outside and was taken aback upon seeing her. It was known that the journey from the gated Lingfeng Mountain Villa area to this location took far longer than 10 minutes. "I reside at Villa 1, Lingfeng," Qi Qinglan replied with a smile. Though Lingfeng 1 and 3 sounded like they were next door to each other, there was indeed a considerable distance between them. The villa area was designed with great emphasis on privacy, particularly Villa 3, which was considered a supreme residence, taking into account feng shui and the auspiciousness of the location. Qi Qinglan had taken around 10 minutes to drive from Villa 1 to Villa 3. If I recall correctly, Villa 3 was bought by Chao Cohen. How did it come to be in your possession? Qi Qinglan suddenly seemed to recall something, her brows slightly furrowing. The Lingfeng Mountain Villa project was developed by her company, Tianqing Group, so she was somewhat familiar with the owners of Villa 2 and 3. Chao Cohen offended me previously, so he gifted me this villa as an apology, Su Yun stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Qi Qinglan nodded and refrained from further inquiries. To others, Chao Cohen was a formidable figure in the underground world. But to the Qi family, he was not particularly daunting. "Come in and have a seat," Su Yun invited, leading Qi Qinglan into the courtyard. The moment Qi Qinglan stepped into the villa's garden, she was captivated by the landscape. The flowers and plants appeared freshly pruned. A glance around revealed that everything was to her liking, with not a single flaw to be found. Each plant was trimmed to perfection, exuding an indescribable vitality, as if imbued with a soul. "Which horticultural expert did you hire for this garden? Could you share their contact information with me?" Qi Qinglan's eyes brightened. Instantly enamored by the garden, she wished to transplant this beauty to her own Villa 1. "I merely pruned it myself," Su Yun replied casually. Qi Qinglan was taken aback, but, upon realizing Su Yun was not joking, she sighed inwardly and chose not to pursue the matter further. Had it been anyone else responsible for the garden's upkeep, she might have considered hiring them to tend to her own garden. However, with Su Yun, she felt no such expectations. Qi Qinglan did not enter the villa with Su Yun, but stayed in the garden, enjoying the scenery, feeling unusually relaxed and at ease. Su Yun, meanwhile, went inside, retrieving the prepared elixirs. Since he had not prepared any special containers, he simply grabbed a plastic bag from the kitchen and placed several elixirs inside. Therefore, when Su Yun handed the bag of elixirs to Qi Qinglan, her eyes widened in disbelief. "This is the elixir you concocted?" Qi Qinglan was taken aback. The few elixirs in the bag not only resembled sheep droppings, but also emitted a foul odor. She suspected they might genuinely be sheep droppings that Su Yun had picked up from outside. "Yes, these are my supplementing yuan elixirs, designed to replenish energy and nourish the essence. However, I was a bit rushed in the preparation, which has affected their appearance and scent, but rest assured, the efficacy remains uncompromised, Su Yun explained. Qi Qinglan's delicate features fluctuated between expressions of disbelief and contemplation. Had it not been for Su Yun's earlier demonstration of extraordinary skill in alleviating her grandfather's poison, she would have dismissed him as a charlatan. Fine. I will trust you one more time, she silently resolved, accepting the plastic bag from Su Yun. By the way, before leaving, Qi Qinglan rummaged through her bag and produced an invitation card, handing it to Su Yun. Tonight, there will be a jade appreciation auction at the Yunzhong Club, showcasing various precious stones and jades. Mr. Su, you showed such interest in the jade pendant last time that I thought you might want to attend this auction. Upon hearing this, Su Yun couldn't help but smile. The jade pendant he received from Qi Qinglan was a rare innate blood jade, incomparable to ordinary stones. Such treasures were unlikely to appear at a mere jade appreciation auction. However, since Qi Qinglan had provided the invitation, he was more than willing to attend. All right. I will go take a look tonight. Su Yun accepted the invitation card. Qi Qinglan then took her leave. Yet, as she settled into her car and glanced at the bag resembling sheep droppings, her expression grew conflicted. After a moment of hesitation, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. Uncle, I have obtained the elixirs that Mr. Su concocted, but Qi Qinglan paused, her expression uneasy. But their appearance and odor are rather peculiar. I would like to ask you to contact a pharmaceutical research institute to analyze one of the elixirs. In the end, she dared not present it directly to Qi Guozheng. Although Su Yun was unlikely to deceive the Qi family, it was better to be cautious. The thought of presenting what could be sheep droppings to her grandfather was unthinkable to Qi Qinglan. Chapter 52. Enemies from a Past Life as the Night Descended. The Yunzhong clubhouse in the heart of Yunzhou was ablaze with light and bustling with activity. The news of the jade appreciation auction had spread like wildfire, drawing a considerable crowd. The clubhouse was divided into an outer hall and an inner hall. The outer hall was open to the public, showcasing an array of exquisite stones and gems for all to admire. Anyone could enter by simply paying an admission fee of 888. In contrast, the inner hall was reserved for the auction of the finest and most valuable jade, accessible only to those possessing an exclusive invitation. When Su Yun arrived at the Yunzhong clubhouse, it was not particularly late, yet the outer hall was already teeming with people. Every few meters, there were enclosed glass display cases exhibiting various types of jade. Some were natural stones, while others were intricately carved jade ornaments. The expansive outer hall boasted hundreds of glass cases, each illuminated by its own spotlight and equipped with security alarms, patrolled by dedicated security personnel. Among the displayed items were a yellow dragon jade pendant, a bloodstone seal, a lapis lazuli bracelet, a small Buddha statue carved from frozen yellow stone, a turquoise ornament, and a stone lotus made from petrified wood, alongside numerous original jade pieces presenting a variety of unusual forms. The visitors marveled at the displays, justifying the hefty admission fee with the extraordinary offerings. Su Yun did not rush into the inner hall. With some time before the auction commenced, he chose to wander through the outer hall. After a while, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Although the selection of jade was diverse, none of the pieces reached the pinnacle of quality. Some of the jade ornaments were exquisitely crafted, showcasing remarkable artistry. However, to Su Yun, they lacked the finesse and spirit, appearing overly mechanical. In contrast, a few of the natural stones possessed a certain charm. Standing before a large glass display case, Su Yun observed a massive round stone, roughly the size of a water tank. Its geological composition was unremarkable, merely an ordinary rock. Yet, a natural pattern on its surface subtly formed the abstract outline of a human face. This stone was priced at 800,000. An accompanying label claimed that it was excavated near a renowned temple, having absorbed spiritual energy from years of incense, said to bring prosperity and safety to households. Su Yun chuckled at the absurdity of such claims, dismissing them as mere nonsense. Meanwhile, not far off, the Zhou family approached, laughing and chatting, only for their expressions to stiffen upon spotting Su Yun, their faces contorting into a mask of displeasure. What is this little scoundrel doing here? Lu Yueme glared at Su Yun, her eyes practically ablaze. Zhou Guangzi's demeanor darkened, reminiscent of stormy waters. The last time they attempted to deceive Su Baiha out of over 2 million, they had not anticipated Su Yun's call to Huang Mao, which had resulted in their own extortion of 3 million. Rather than harbor resentment towards Huang Mao, they naturally directed their anger at Su Yun. Zhou Lulu's face was equally contorted with rage. Beside her stood a tall young man with a nondescript appearance, sporting an unruly hairstyle and an air of defiance. Lulu, Who is this person? Do you have a grudge against him? The young man inquired with a hint of intrigue. Zhou Lulu's expression turned icy as she replied. This guy is nothing but trash, a scum. He caused my family to lose 3 million last time. If it weren't for your help, we would have had to mortgage our house. Upon hearing this, the defiant youth's face lit up with a cold smile. So it's this little brat. Well, since we've crossed paths, I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson, allowing you to vent your frustrations. Lu Yuemei's eyes sparkled at this. Xiao Zhang. Is that really okay? The young man dismissed her concern with a scoff. Aunt Lu, you underestimate me, Zhang Peng. Dealing with a few ordinary people is as easy as squashing ants. Just watch. I'll give him a good beating, then throw him in jail for a few years. Lu Yuemei and the others were taken aback. While they believed Zhang Peng could indeed physically confront Su Yun, the notion of him casually imprisoning someone seemed far-fetched. Zhang Peng offered no further explanation, rolling up his sleeves and removing a watch from his wrist. Aunt Lu, this Rolex of mine is worth over 100,000. Tell me, if that Su Yun were to steal it, how many years would he get? At this, Lu Yuemei's pupils dilated in shock. Zhou Lulu and Zhou Guangji's expressions similarly shifted. They were no fools. They immediately recognized Zhang Peng's intent to frame Su Yun. If Zhang Peng were to assault Su Yun, secretly slip the watch into his pocket, and then discover it in front of witnesses, Su Yun would be unable to clear his name. Branded as a thief of valuable goods, they had not anticipated Zhang Peng's ruthlessness. He was intent on ruining Su Yun completely. However, their sympathy was non-existent. As reality set in, they felt a thrill of excitement. Lu Yuemei exclaimed, according to the law, stealing public or private property worth over 100,000 constitutes a significant offense. He'd definitely serve several years. Zhou Lulu added with a grin, exactly. This is precisely how one should deal with such people. Sending him away serves as a cleansing for society. Zhang Peng sneered, this is just the beginning. If I had more time to prepare, I could arrange something truly entertaining to ensure he rots in there. As he spoke, Zhang Peng swaggered towards Su Yun. At that moment, Su Yun, who had been examining the giant stone display, turned his cold gaze towards Zhang Peng and the Zhou family. His senses were acutely attuned. He could swiftly detect any hostile intentions within 100 paces. His eyes were as frigid as ice, especially when locking onto Zhang Peng, resembling the gaze directed at a corpse. Zhang Peng. This was the very individual from his past life who pursued Zhou Lulu and orchestrated his wrongful imprisonment. It could be said that the tragedy of Su Yun's former existence was entirely wrought by this man. Even after the passage of a millennium, the fury and murderous intent within him remained unquenched. The suffering Zhang Peng inflicted upon him in his previous life would be repaid tenfold in this one. Chapter 53. Transformed into a pig's head upon witnessing Zhang Peng stepping forward to confront Su Yun, the most elated was Zhou Lulu. Su Yun had caused her family to incur losses amounting to 3 million, pushing them to the brink of having to mortgage their home. How could she not harbor resentment? Fortunately, fate intervened, leading her to Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng was a high school classmate of Zhou Lulu, who had harbored feelings for her in the past. However, at that time, Zhang Peng's appearance and background were utterly unremarkable, leaving Zhou Lulu unimpressed. Little did anyone anticipate that within the span of a year or two, Zhang Peng's family would become affluent due to a property redevelopment. With the demolition of several old houses, he instantly transformed into a bona fide rich heir. In this unexpected encounter, upon hearing of Zhou Lulu's family's predicament, Zhang Peng, without batting an eye, lent her 3 million. Zhou Lulu was immediately moved by Zhang Peng's sincerity and decided to give him a chance to see how they might get along. Hey, I hear you've caused quite the misfortune for Lulu's family. You better come with me right now and kneel before them to apologize. Zhang Peng commanded as he approached Su Yun with bravado. Kneel and apologize? Su Yun chuckled. What? Do you have a problem with that? If you do, just keep it to yourself. Zhang Peng glared menacingly, threatening, someone like you, a lowly commoner, I could easily crush without breaking a sweat. I suggest you comply and kneel, pleading for Lulu's family to forgive you. Otherwise, well, let's just say it won't end well for you. And what if I don't? Su Yun replied, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Disobey me, and you'll find out. Zhang Peng's eyes glinted with malice. Su Yun merely nodded in acknowledgement and beckoned Zhang Peng with a finger, then do give it a try. How dare you? Zhang Peng cursed, realizing that he had come looking for trouble, and any notion of civility was now out the window. He cracked his neck and swung his arms, advancing towards Su Yun. With his burly stature, Zhang Peng had a history of frequent brawls during high school, and after his family's recent prosperity, he had taken to frequenting gyms and martial arts studios, even participating in several amateur cage fights. He believed that he could easily handle a few ordinary adults. And someone like Su Yun, who appeared frail and unassuming, would be no challenge at all. As he spoke, he threw a powerful punch, the force behind it creating a gust of wind. However, before his fist could reach its target, a resounding slap echoed through the air, causing Zhang Ping to spin in place. Stunned, Zhang Ping's face instantly swelled and turned red. After a moment of shock, he clutched his face and let out a howl of pain. Nearby tourists were startled, their attention drawn away from the glass displays. Zhang Peng, are you alright? Zhou Lulu rushed forward in concern. Su Yun's slap had been devastating. Half of Zhang Peng's face was now swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. Damn it! After the initial shock of pain, Zhang Peng's face felt numb. He spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with a few shattered teeth. The sight sent shivers through the onlookers. How much strength does that take to knock out teeth? You bastard! I won't let this go. Zhang Ping seethed with fury. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yun struck again. You won't let it go? Perfect, let's continue the fun. With that slap, the other side of Zhang Peng's face also began to swell, blood splattering from his mouth, some droplets landing on Zhou Lulu's face, causing her to scream in fright. Zhou Guangji and Lu Yuemei were equally terrified. Who would have thought that Su Yun, seemingly ordinary, could be so fierce? Reducing the bulky Zhang Peng to a mere pig's head with just 2 slaps? What's going on here? This is the Yunzhong Pavilion. Don't cause a ruckus. At that moment, 2 patrolling security personnel arrived. However, upon seeing Zhang Peng's pitiful state, they quickly took a few steps back. I warn you, if you want to fight, take it outside. Don't disrupt the order of the pavilion. An older security guard admonished. Zhou Lulu and the others were incensed. What do you mean fighting? Can't you see we're being assaulted here? This man is maliciously injuring others in your establishment, and you do nothing? Zhou Lulu demanded, her voice rising. The 2 security personnel turned to Su Yun. He rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, Why are you looking at me? He initiated the attack. I merely defended myself. The older guard, looking helpless, turned to Zhou Lulu and said, You heard him. There's nothing we can do in this situation. If he were still attacking you, we would certainly intervene. But now that it's over, what can we do? We're not the police. We have no authority to detain anyone. You should consider calling the police. Zhou Lulu took out her phone, preparing to report the incident. Zhang Ping, however, pressed her hand down, his voice low and menacing. Don't embarrass us here. Help me get out. Zhang Ping, his mouth filled with blood, spoke with an unmistakable ferocity in his gaze. Being merely injured wouldn't suffice for him. He craved vengeance against Su Yun. Zhang Peng. Zhou Lulu had never seen him like this before. She was momentarily taken aback. Lulu, listen to Xiao Zhang. Let South leave this place for now, Lu Yuemei suggested, believing Zhang Peng was merely saving face, not wanting to be humiliated further. The group awkwardly assisted Zhang Peng as they exited the pavilion. Su Yun remained expressionless, choosing not to intervene. To him, Zhang Peng was already a dead man. It was merely a matter of time before they parted ways. Furthermore, ending him swiftly would be too merciful. Xiao Zhang, your injuries look quite severe. We should go to the hospital to reduce the swelling. Lu Yuemei expressed her concern outside the Yunzhong Pavilion. Not going. Zhang Peng's eyes glinted with fury. Resembling a beast ready to pounce. I'm staying here. If I don't deal with that guy today, I'll change my last name. He pulled out his phone and began to dial. Hello, Brother Dao. I've been attacked. Hurry and bring your men. Money isn't an issue. Bring more people. I want to take care of that little punk. Zhang Peng's voice was nearly a scream in his rage. After the call, approximately 20 minutes later, 2 7-seater vans arrived outside the Yunzhong Pavilion. A dozen burly men disembarked, and leading them was a robust man with dark skin and a crew cut, radiating a fierce aura. Brother Dao, over here. I'm right here. Zhang Peng waved frantically. Seeing the crowd, Zhou Lulu and her family were taken aback. Zhang Peng, where did you find these people? She whispered. This group was all muscular and imposing, each resembling a small bull. Their mere appearance was intimidating. Don't worry. They're all my buddies, Zhang Peng grinned. These men frequented gyms and martial arts studios, and the leader, Brother Dao, was a coach at a particular fighting academy. Zhang Peng had mingled with them often, generously spending on them, which had led to their camaraderie. Hey, Pengzi, who did you mess with to end up in such a state? Brother Dao approached, surveying Zhang Peng's swollen face, nearly failing to recognize him. Let us not dwell on it any longer. My dear brother, I have encountered a formidable obstacle this time. I initially believed I was merely contending with a petty adversary, easily manageable, yet to my astonishment, the opponent is a seasoned practitioner. Zhang Peng, in a fit of frustration, pulled at Brother Dao and whispered, "I shan't say much more. When that individual emerges from the gathering hall, I shall point him out to you. You must strike him with all your might, leaving him utterly incapacitated. I will take responsibility for the aftermath." Chapter 54. Deserving a beating. Cloud Summit Hall. Having dealt with Zhang Peng, Su Yun lost any inclination to continue wandering the outer hall and proceeded towards the inner sanctum. Halt. Two security guards, who had witnessed Su Yun's brutal handling of Zhang Ping, intercepted him warily. The inner hall is not open to the general public. Only esteemed guests with invitation cards may enter. They clearly regarded Su Yun as a dangerous madman. An invitation card? Is this what you mean? Su Yun produced the invitation card given to him by Qi Qinglan. The guards exchanged glances. Upon examining the card and confirming its authenticity, their demeanor shifted instantly. "Sir, we apologize for the delay. Please, proceed," they said, bowing deeply and returning the card with both hands, their respect palpable. Anyone who possessed an invitation card to the inner hall was undoubtedly a person of wealth and influence, far beyond their station to offend. Su Yun paid no heed to their change in attitude and continued onward. Between the outer and inner halls stood a separate checkpoint manned by several graceful young women in cheongsams, serving as ushers. Spotting Su Yun, one of them, with a sweet smile, approached and led him into the inner hall. "Sir, the jade auction will be held in the auditorium. However, it has not yet commenced. Would you care to relax in the lounge for a while?" she inquired politely. "That won't be necessary," Su Yun replied curtly, entering the auditorium. A scattering of individuals were already seated, some meditating, others conversing quietly. Su Yun ignored them and located his assigned seat according to the serial number on his invitation card. The invitation card from Qi Qinglan was, as expected, far from ordinary. It corresponded to a seat in the front row, near the center. As soon as Su Yun sat down, he became the focus of several gazes, some laced with amusement. "Young man, I don't believe I've seen you here before." A corpulent man, draped in expensive attire and accompanied by a heavily made-up woman adorned with designer brands, sauntered up to Su Yun. The man, seemingly in his 30s, was greasy and jowly. Su Yun glanced at him, frowning. "And you are?" "It matters not who I am. I am not here to befriend you, but to caution you," the man said with a smirk, his eyes revealing disdain. "These seats are not to be occupied indiscriminately. One must know one's place. While there are few people here, I suggest you promptly move to the back." Su Yun rolled his eyes. "I hardly require your unsolicited advice." The man scoffed. Before he could retort, the woman clinging to his arm interjected, "What insolence! This is Xiao Fong, the scion of Fong Dafu Jewelry. Who are you to address him in such a manner?" She glared at Su Yun, openly displaying her contempt. The attendees of the auction were all impeccably dressed, except for Su Yun in his cheap casual wear, devoid of any designer labels. She suspected he had merely stumbled upon a lost invitation card and snuck in. "Chan. It's not worth arguing with such a person," Fong said, his tone turning cold. He then fixed his gaze on Su Yun, warning, "I shall offer you one more chance. Vacate this seat immediately and retreat to the back, or I assure you, you shall regret it." Fong's voice carried a hint of impatience. The attendees of the auction were ranked, and the seating arrangements reflected this hierarchy. The front row was reserved for the city's elite and prominent business figures. Fong Dafu Jewelry, while reputable in Tian province, did not qualify its representative for a front row seat. Fong, however, was unconcerned. He had only attended the auction to see Qi Qinglan, the beautiful CEO of Tianqing Group. Fong Dafu Jewelry had long sought a partnership with Tianqing Group, hoping to leverage its channels and influence to promote its brand. Unfortunately, Tianqing Group had consistently ignored Fong's overtures. Fong had learned that Qi Qinglan had specifically requested an invitation card and would be attending the auction. He had used his connections and offered a generous gift to the organizers to secure a seat in the second row, closest to Qi Qinglan. He planned to outbid everyone for any item Qi Qinglan desired and present it to her as a gift, hoping to curry favor. His plan was flawless, until this interloper brazenly occupied Qi Qinglan's seat. Fong was incensed. "Are you threatening me?" Su Yun asked, arching an eyebrow. Fong sneered. "You may interpret it as such." Su Yun nodded. "Then I shall offer you a chance as well. Vanish from my sight immediately, or I assure you, you shall regret it." Fong's face contorted in anger. "You little brat, you've got nerve. I'll..." Smack. A sharp sound echoed through the hall. Fong, mid-sentence, was sent sprawling to the floor. Su Yun retracted his hand, his expression impassive. "I gave you the chance to leave, yet you persisted in your incessant chatter. You were asking for it." The hall fell into stunned silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The attendees, all individuals of some standing in Yunzhou, were accustomed to resolving issues through established channels. No one had anticipated such a blatant act of violence. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the woman accompanying Fong finally reacted, screaming and rushing to his aid. "Xiao Fong, are you all right?" Fong's face was swollen and his head was spinning. Recovering his senses, he glared at Su Yun, his voice dripping with malice. "Very well. This is far from over." Su Yun responded with a chilling gaze. Fong recoiled instinctively. Chapter 55, Forgery? What transpired? At that moment, the manager in charge of the auction hurriedly arrived, flanked by several security personnel. Upon witnessing this scene, Fong, the portly gentleman, regained his courage and exclaimed, "Manager Wang, you have come at the perfect time. Please resolve this matter." Manager Wang, taken aback by Fong's swollen cheeks, stammered, "Young Master Fong, what on earth happened to you? Who did this to you?" Fong furiously pointed at Su Yun, exclaiming, "It was this scoundrel. Quickly, have the security detain him." The security guards exchanged glances, two of them wearing peculiar expressions. Just moments ago, they had seen Su Yun pummel someone into a pulp outside the hall, and now, upon entering, he had managed to inflict more damage. What a peculiar penchant he must have. The two guards lowered their heads, remaining silent. "Young Master Fong, please calm down. I will handle this matter and ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution," Manager Wang quickly reassured him. After placating Fong, Manager Wang turned to Su Yun, his demeanor now icy. "Sir, physical altercations are not permitted here. You have assaulted a guest and disrupted the auction's order. I must detain you for the time being. And how you are to be dealt with next will be decided by young Master Fong." As Manager Wang spoke, he gestured to the surrounding security personnel. Immediately, several guards advanced, encircling Su Yun. "Young Master Fong, shall we call the police to pursue his assault, or would you prefer to settle this privately?" Manager Wang inquired. "No need to involve the police. Just hand him over to me." Fong seethed. Hearing their exchange, Su Yun maintained an expressionless gaze on Manager Wang and said indifferently, "I am also a guest here. As the organizer of the auction, shouldn't you first ascertain the facts before making a decision?" Manager Wang sneered coldly. "No need to. I only know that you are brazen and have assaulted young Master Fong, which is utterly reprehensible." Manager Wang, being the head of this auction, was astute and well aware of whom he could offend and whom he could not. He had memorized the attendees, particularly the influential elites and business magnates, even discovering their preferences. As for those coal barons and nouveau riche who merely purchased their invitations, he deemed them unworthy of attention. He had no recollection of Su Yun. Thus he dismissed him entirely. Su Yun cast a deep glance at Manager Wang, stating coolly, "So, it seems you imply that I am solely to blame? This rotund fellow has been pestering me incessantly. Am I not entitled to teach him a lesson?" "You're talking nonsense." Fong, ignited with rage, began to curse but was swiftly silenced by a sharp pain in his face. The strikingly beautiful woman beside him interjected angrily, "What utter nonsense. You clearly sat in the wrong seat, and young Master Fong merely reminded you a few times before you struck him." Manager Wang, taken aback, finally noticed that Su Yun was seated in the front row, near the center. "You impertinent fool, who allowed you to sit here?" Manager Wang's expression darkened. The front row was reserved for the city's elite. Even if there were vacant seats, they would never be allocated to those of lesser standing. Were those responsible for distributing the invitations completely oblivious? Manager Wang erupted in fury. Su Yun's gaze turned frosty as he produced the invitation card, stating coldly, "This is my rightful seat, as indicated by this invitation." Manager Wang erupted in laughter, incredulous. "Your seat? Who do you think you are? You believe you have the right to sit in this row?" He scoffed. Laughter erupted among the others present. Many in attendance were affluent individuals, worth millions. And here was a mere novice claiming that the front row belonged to him. Manager Wang, with a dismissive glance, was suddenly halted when he noticed the serial number on the invitation card. It indeed corresponded to the front row, center seat. After scrutinizing the invitation card multiple times and confirming its validity, Manager Wang's expression darkened even further. "You impertinent fool! You dare forge our auction's invitation? You are inviting legal repercussions." Manager Wang roared. He distinctly remembered that the serial number belonged to Qi Qinglan of the Tianqing Group. "Forgery?" Su Yun frowned. "I doubt he is the one who forged it. If he truly had, he would hardly dare to enter this auction hall." A middle-aged man in a suit seated in the third row observed Su Yun with amusement and remarked, "Kid, you didn't buy that invitation from a scalper outside, did you? You've been duped." That must be a fraudulent invitation from a con artist posing as a scalper. TSK, an invitation for the front row? This is too ludicrous. You must be too young to see through it. This remark elicited even more laughter within the hall. Such con artists posing as scalpers still existed. Preying on the naive. Damn it. I can't believe I was beaten by an idiot. Fong clutched his face, filled with indignation. Young Master Fong, please calm down. Once we have him secured in the security room, you can handle him as you wish, Manager Wang assured Fong before bellowing at the security guards. What are you waiting for? Get him out of here. Suyun sighed softly at this and chose not to say more. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and handed it to Manager Wang. After you finish the call, I expect an explanation for what just transpired. Manager Wang sneered twice, utterly dismissive of Su Yun's phone. At this point, he was not going to entertain the boy's antics. Kid, if you want to make a call, go ahead. Let me make this clear. No matter who you call today, it won't help you. I will take the hand you used to strike me. Fong threatened fiercely. Without further ado, Su Yun dialed the number. Mr. Yun, I presume you are attending the auction at the Yunzhong Pavilion at this hour? Qi Qinglan's voice came through. What is the matter? Is there an issue with the auction funds? I can have my assistant resolve it immediately. Chapter 56. Waiting for you for 3 minutes. Su Yun held his phone, his voice devoid of emotion, as if he were a mere specter. No need. I suppose I shan't have the opportunity to participate in the upcoming auction, as I will soon be expelled from this hall. What? Qi Qinglan was momentarily taken aback, her astonishment quickly giving way to anger. The invitation card I sent you. Who dares to kick you out? Su Yun replied in a low tone. The manager in charge here claims my invitation card is counterfeit, deeming me unworthy to be present among such esteemed company. Furthermore, a corpulent individual from Fong Dafu Jewelry has also made it clear that he intends to take action against me. What do you think I should do about this situation? His voice was soft, betraying no hint of fury. Yet, Qi Qinglan felt a heaviness in her heart. Though she had only met Su Yun a handful of times, she was well aware of his proud nature, one that disregarded even his grandfather and uncle. Such a person would never tolerate such indignity. This auction is organized by Tianding Auction House. How could they allow such a situation to arise? Qi Qinglan seethed internally. Previously, she had believed that Su Yun might be interested in rare jade and had arranged for her assistant to request an invitation in her name, hoping to ensure that the organizers would treat him with due respect and provide him with a prime seat. Yet now, with Tianding Auction House's blunder, her good intentions had turned into a grave misstep. If she mishandled this matter, her family might indeed incur Su Yun's wrath. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she declared, Mr. Su, I will handle this matter and ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. Very well, Su Yun replied before terminating the call. Kid, you finished your call. When will your savior arrive? Fong, the rotund man, sneered repeatedly. Manager Wang also expressed his impatience. It would be best if they arrived soon. Otherwise, we have no time to waste on you. Others regarded Su Yun with pity, believing that a naive youth, cheated by a swindler, could summon no substantial aid. If his ally lacked influence, their arrival would only bring further humiliation. Oblivious to the surrounding murmurs, Su Yun glanced at Fong and Manager Wang, calmly stating, 3 minutes. This was the time he allotted Qi Qinglan to resolve the issue. Beyond 3 minutes, even if the Qi family sought to offer him compensation, he would decline. 3 minutes? Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall relish watching your hopes shatter within that time. Fong chuckled maliciously, eager to witness the despair that would inevitably cross Su Yun's face. Manager Wang chimed in. Since Fong has said so, I shall also wait for 3 minutes. In truth, it would not even take 3 minutes. Just over a minute had passed when Manager Wang's phone buzzed urgently in his pocket. Frowning, he pulled it out and his expression shifted dramatically. What is it? Fong inquired. It's our general manager Ma from Tianding Auction House. Someone must have informed him of the turmoil in this auction hall, and now he wishes to inquire about the situation. Manager Wang replied casually before answering the call. Mr. Ma, Manager Wang barely began when he was met with a furious roar from the other end. Wang Dachang. You imbecile! Have your eyes been blinded by filth? How dare you provoke anyone? If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. Manager Wang was left dumbfounded by the tirade. But, Mr. Ma, what are you saying? I don't quite understand. He stammered. Don't understand? Then why don't you go die? How dare you offend a distinguished guest of the Qi family? The Qi family of Yunzhou is not someone you can provoke. Stay put and do nothing. I am coming over immediately. With that, Mr. Ma hung up abruptly. Listening to the beeping on the line, Manager Wang broke into a cold sweat. This was it. A guest of the Qi family. The young man's invitation card was not forged. It was a genuine gift from the Chi family. The realization flooded him with dread. The Chi family was one of the most prestigious families in Yunzhou and all of southern Tian. Not only would he, a mere auction house manager, be unable to provoke them, but even his boss, Mr. Ma, would not dare to cross them. With the Chi family's power, ending his life would be as easy as crushing an ant. Manager Wang never anticipated that the unassuming young man before him was, in fact, a distinguished guest of the Chi family. I. Manager Wang's mind raced, panic overwhelming him. Su Yun remained composed in his seat, a faint smile lingering on his lips. It appears that waiting 3 minutes is unnecessary. As the words left his mouth, Manager Wang crumbled, collapsing to his knees before Su Yun, trembling as he pleaded, "Sir, I was momentarily foolish and spoke without thinking. I sincerely apologize. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive this transgression." As he spoke, he began to slap his own face, with 2 sharp cracks. Red marks appeared on his cheeks. Fong was left dumbfounded, his flabby face quivering in shock. "Manager Wang, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" The others in the vicinity were equally bewildered. "You are the one who has lost your mind." At that moment, Manager Wang silently cursed Fong. Had it not been for this troublesome man, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. If possible, he wished he could turn Fong into mincemeat. Just then, a man rushed into the auction hall, panting heavily. He was a middle-aged man clad in a suit, with a bald spot at the crown of his head, surrounded by a sparse fringe of hair, a classic Mediterranean hairstyle. "Mr. Ma," someone exclaimed, recognizing the owner of Tianding Auction House. Mr. Ma paid no heed to anyone else, his gaze sweeping the room until it settled on the young man seated in the center of the front row. He hurried over, disregarding the kneeling Manager Wang, and with an apologetic demeanor, extended his hand to Su Yun. "You must be Mr. Su. I am Ma Changming, the owner of Tianding Auction House. I deeply regret the misunderstanding that has occurred." Su Yun observed Ma Changming's outstretched hand, remaining seated and showing no inclination to shake it. Ma Changming stood awkwardly for 3 seconds before retracting his hand, forcing a smile. "This misunderstanding is entirely due to my mismanagement. Whatever you wish to do regarding today's events, I shall comply without hesitation." Meanwhile, the still kneeling Manager Wang quickly added, "Yes, sir, please grant me another chance. I truly did not mean to offend. Had I known you were a distinguished guest of the Chi family, I would not have dared to act so rashly." Upon hearing this, Fong's face drained of color, his entire bulk trembling in realization. A guest of the Chi family. Fong was no fool. He instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Brother, it was a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding." Fong forced a grimace, attempting to placate the tension. Chapter 57. Terrified cold sweat continuously beaded on Fong Fatty's greasy visage. He was acutely aware that he had landed himself in a predicament. After all his efforts to curry favor with the Chi family, he had now offended their esteemed guest. If this situation could not be salvaged, he feared he might return home with broken legs. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Just wait. I'll host a toast to apologize." Fong Fatty leaned closer to Su Yun, wearing an obsequious expression. "Misunderstanding? You didn't seem to imply that a moment ago." Su Yun replied coldly, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words. "Didn't you just say you wanted to take one of my hands?" Fong Fatty's eyelids twitched as he quickly retorted, "I was momentarily confused. Please don't take my reckless words to heart. If you can calm down, feel free to make any demands." Su Yun merely chuckled, uninterested in further banter with Fong Fatty. Ma Changming, noticing Su Yun's disdain for Fong Fatty, hastily interjected, "Mr. Su, I will have these bothersome individuals removed immediately. Please, regain your composure. The auction is about to commence." Su Yun rose and waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. After such a ruckus, I have lost all interest. I shall leave the matter here to the Chi family." Ma Changming's expression shifted dramatically as he called out, "Mr. Su, please wait. Allow me a chance to make amends." Ignoring him, Su Yun exited the auction hall. Ma Changming's expression darkened significantly. Manager Wang and Fong Fatty looked as though they had just lost their parents. The onlookers murmured in sympathy, now redirecting their pity towards Manager Wang and Fong Fatty. Offending a guest of the Chi family would undoubtedly invoke their wrath. It seemed that Fong Fatty's DeFu jewelry would face severe repercussions, while someone of Manager Wang's caliber would find it impossible to maintain a foothold in Yunzhou henceforth. The beauty beside Fong Fatty fell silent, shrinking behind him like a quail. Having been by Fong Fatty's side for some time, she had witnessed enough to understand the formidable presence of the Chi family. "Mr. Ma, is there any way to salvage this situation?" I have labored for half my life in Yunzhou, achieving some success. I do not wish to leave in disgrace. Could you assist me? Manager Wang pleaded with Ma Changming. As Ma Changming's trusted aide, he hoped for a lifeline from his superior. However, before he could finish his plea, Ma Changming delivered a fierce kick to Manager Wang's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Help you? What a joke. Ma Changming cursed angrily. Do you have any idea the magnitude of the trouble you've caused today? Do you know who just called me? Stunned, Manager Wang replied nervously. Was it Miss Qi Qinglan herself? Fong Fatty, equally apprehensive, cast a wary glance at Ma Changming. If the call had come from Qi Qinglan's assistant or a subordinate, they might have been spared. But if it was Qi Qinglan herself, the consequences would be dire. Ma Changming's face twitched as he stared at Manager Wang and Fong Fatty as if they were ghosts. The one who just called me was Second Master Qi. Second Master Qi. Upon hearing this name, Manager Wang's face drained of color, leaving him pallid. Offending Qi Qinglan might be survivable, but crossing Second Master Qi could lead to death. Manager Wang's thoughts shifted from whether he could remain in Yunzhou to whether he could survive at all. How could this have escalated to involve Second Master Qi? Fong Fatty, too, appeared ashen, his body slumped as if all strength had been drained from him. After a long moment, he shakily retrieved his phone to seek help from home. Ma Changming sighed deeply, his face etched with worry. This disaster, though not directly his fault, had occurred on his turf, and with Manager Wang as his subordinate, he could not distance himself from the fallout. It seemed he would need to pay a hefty price to quell the Qi family's fury. Meanwhile, Su Yun strolled leisurely out of the Yunzhong Club. He paid no mind to the impending fate of Manager Wang and Fong Fatty, confident that the Qi family would provide him with a satisfactory resolution. Upon exiting, two burly men suddenly blocked his path. Hey buddy, someone wishes to meet you. Come with us. These men were subordinates of Brother Dao. Given the central location of the Yunzhong Club, even Brother Dao and his crew would not dare to act violently at the entrance. Thus, they dispatched two men to escort Su Yun to a more secluded area. Someone wants to see me? Su Yun scrutinized the two men, then smiled. I believe I have an inkling of who it is. Very well, let us proceed. It saves me the trouble of searching for him. The two burly men were taken aback. They had prepared for Su Yun to resist, yet his compliance made their task easier. Su Yun followed behind them with a calm demeanor, perplexing the two men who were tasked with ensuring he did not escape. Get in the car. The two men ushered Su Yun to a van. Upon opening the door, they revealed three similarly imposing men seated inside. Su Yun smiled, made no further remarks, and climbed aboard. After driving for a short distance, another van, a Mercedes, trailed closely behind them. Approximately 10 minutes later, all three vehicles halted in a secluded area. They had arrived at a construction site, dark and deserted now that work had ceased for the night, illuminated only by streetlights. At this hour, few would pass by. Little brother, you show some courage. Unfortunately, we're just here to do a job. If you happen to offend us, don't blame us. One burly man adorned with a dragon tattoo remarked, patting Su Yun's shoulder with a hint of nostalgia. There is nothing to blame, Su Yun replied with a smile. Since you're merely doing your job, then the consequences are yours to bear. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man's pupils constricted sharply. What do you mean by that? He asked coldly. Su Yun merely chuckled, offering no response as he stepped out of the vehicle. The burly men hurriedly followed suit. At the same time, Brother Dao emerged from another van, flanked by a group of muscular henchmen. Finally, from the last Mercedes, Zhang Peng and his family disembarked. Zhang Peng glared at Su Yun with malevolence, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. You didn't expect to fall into my grasp so soon, did you? Chapter 58. Life and Death at One's Own Risk. Zhang Peng, with a face resembling that of a pig, gazed from a distance at Su Yun. His eyes filled with malice and venom. The humiliation he suffered at the Yunzhong Club earlier left him seething with shame. Up until now, he had always been the one to bully others. Never had he faced such disgrace, especially not in front of the Zhou family, where he was brutally beaten into a pig's head. Today, he was determined to annihilate Su Yun, regardless of the cost. The Zhou family stood beside Zhang Peng, silently radiating their hatred towards Su Yun. With a light chuckle, Su Yun dismissed their wrathful glares, calmly stating, had you fled the club immediately after the incident, seeking refuge elsewhere, you might have lived a few more days. But I never imagined you would be so eager to court death. Zhang Ping erupted in rage, laughing maniacally. And even the gang around him found amusement in the situation. Little brother, speaking such bravado in our presence, do you not regard us at all? Brother Dao shook his head in mockery, stepping closer to Su Yun, sizing him up. In his experience, youths like Su Yun were common. Typically, upon witnessing their formidable force. They would tremble in fear, if not outright soil themselves. Yet here was Su Yun, defiantly boasting. To Brother Dao, this was a sign of resilience, but rules were rules. Having accepted Zhang Peng's commission, he had no intention of sparing Su Yun, regardless of his admiration. Brother Dao brandished a machete, offering it to Su Yun, saying, "Today, I will sever one of your hands. Choose wisely." Zhang Peng interjected, visibly displeased. "One hand? That's insufficient. I want him completely crippled." At this moment, Zhang Peng appeared utterly deranged. Merely severing one of Su Yun's hands would not satisfy him. Brother Dao frowned, replying, "Maiming all his limbs could lead to death." Zhang Peng scoffed, "Brother Dao, you have blood on your hands. If he dies, so be it." While others might be oblivious to Brother Dao's dark past, Zhang Ping was well aware. This crew often participated in underground fights, sometimes leading to fatalities, all discreetly managed. In Zhang Ping's mind, eliminating Su Yun was inconsequential. "Brother Dao, I won't waste words. If this matter is handled well today, I am willing to offer 5 million for a celebration." Upon hearing this, Brother Dao's henchmen exchanged glances. Brother Dao hesitated but eventually nodded slightly. "Little Zhang, could this lead to trouble?" Zhou Guangji expressed concern. Lu Yimei and Zhou Lulu also felt anxious. They had previously dismissed Zhang Peng's threats against Su Yun as mere bluster, assuming he would only send someone to break Su Yun's limbs. Now, realizing that a murder was on the table, they began to panic. What trouble could arise? "You won't be involved," Zhang Peng replied nonchalantly. "Statistically, hundreds of thousands go missing each year. Do you think they simply disappear? As long as it's handled discreetly, even if his family reports it, it merely adds another missing persons case." Upon hearing this, Zhou Guangji and the others fell silent. Their hatred for Su Yun remained. And as long as they wouldn't be implicated, they preferred to turn a blind eye. Su Yun listened to their nonchalant conversation and sighed softly. "Have you finished? Do you genuinely believe that these rabble can contend with me?" In Su Yun's eyes, Brother Dao and his gang were no different from mere fish and shrimp. However, upon hearing this, Brother Dao's crew erupted in fury. "You truly do not know the meaning of danger. Do you think a bit of skill allows you to act recklessly before us?" Suddenly, a burly man adorned with a dragon tattoo on his arm brandished an iron rod from behind and swung it towards Su Yun with lethal intent. Su Yun did not even glance at the incoming attack. Instead, he casually reached out and grasped the iron rod, securing it firmly in his grip. The tattooed man felt as if his iron rod had become embedded in concrete, immovable no matter how hard he tried to pull it free. "You." The man was taken aback, astonished by Su Yun's strength. With a cold smile, Su Yun tightened his grip, and with a resounding crunch, he crushed the solid iron rod into a mangled heap. "Impossible!" The crowd watched in disbelief as the scene unfolded. This was an iron rod, not tofu. The tattooed man was utterly terrified, his heart racing. "Do you remember what I told you earlier?" Su Yun fixed his icy gaze on the tattooed man. "Since you have chosen to accept payment for this task, then the consequences are yours to bear." A tremor of fear coursed through the tattooed man as he met Su Yun's chilling gaze. I, he stammered, attempting to articulate further. But Su Yun was disinterested. With a flick of his finger, he struck the man's forehead. Bang! The man's forehead exploded, blood and gore spraying forth as if pierced by a stiletto. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the swiftness with which Su Yun dispatched his foe. His method sent shivers down many spines. "Balong!" Brother Dao roared, jolted back to reality, fear flickering in his eyes. "Damn it! Everyone, attack and kill him!" Brother Dao, a seasoned man, recognized that Su Yun was no ordinary fighter. He was a formidable martial artist. He had encountered individuals like him in underground fights. Had he known Su Yun's true capabilities, he would have never taken on this job. But it was too late for regrets. Su Yun had already taken lethal action against Bao Long, and there was no turning back. They could only fight with all their might. Hoping that Su Yun had not yet mastered inner strength, remaining within the early stages of martial arts. Of course, considering Su Yun's youth, it was unlikely he had achieved such proficiency. Brother Dao believed that their numbers would provide them a chance to subdue him. With a swift motion, Brother Dao swung the machete downwards with brutal intent, aiming for Su Yun's head. Su Yun merely pinched the blade between two fingers, giving it a gentle shake. The machete snapped in two. Holding the severed blade, he swept it horizontally, unleashing a fierce blade aura that spanned several feet. Brother Dao let out a harrowing scream as his body was cleaved in half at the waist. Su Yun dismissed him without a second glance, using the remaining half of the blade to slice through the air, as if painting on an invisible canvas, claiming life with each stroke. Nearby, Zhang Ping and the Zhou family felt a chill creep up their spines, their hearts racing in terror. Devil! He is a true devil! Zhang Ping cried, panic-stricken as he urged, quick, to the car. He was utterly terrified. The Zhou family, equally shaken, fumbled to open the car door. However, as they turned, the sounds of agony abruptly ceased. A cold, indifferent voice echoed, "Where do you think you're going?" Chapter 59. Members of the Heavenly Department, the figures of Zhang Ping and the others suddenly froze as an overwhelming sense of dread surged within them. With great difficulty, they turned their heads to see Brother Dao and his companions lying motionless on the ground, devoid of any sound. Only Su Yun stood quietly in place, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. In his past life, he had carved a path of slaughter, rising against the heavens to become a supreme immortal king, stepping over countless corpses to achieve his status. The lives extinguished by his hand numbered in the billions. This minor scene was merely akin to crushing a few ants beneath his feet. Su Yun discarded the half of the blade he held and approached Zhang Peng and the others with an unhurried demeanor. With each step, it felt as though he struck a heavy drumbeat in their hearts. When he reached them, Zhang Peng could no longer contain himself and fell to his knees with a thud. "Please, don't kill me." His swollen face was streaked with tears and snot, while a large wet patch spread across his trousers, yellow liquid dripping down to the ground. He had soiled himself. Yet, in that moment, no one dared to mock him. The Zhou family, too, was paralyzed with fear, their bodies slackened. They had never anticipated that Su Baiha's son, whom they deemed an ordinary and mediocre individual, could embody such terror, slaughtering as if it were mere grass, wielding the ferocity of a deity or demon. "Su Yun, you cannot kill me. I am a good brother. A good friend of your father." Zhou Guangji stammered, trembling as he invoked Su Baiha as a shield. "Good brother? Good friend?" Su Yun's face flickered with derision. "It seems your understanding of good brothers and friends is rather unique." With a mournful expression, Zhou Guangji pleaded, "Su Yun, I was foolish before. I should not have plotted against your father. I promise I will change." Lu Yume, too, wore a pitiful countenance as she implored, "Yes, Su Yun, grant us another chance. Your father wanted to matchmake you with Lulu, and we share the same intention." Zhou Lulu nodded fervently beside them, eager to strip bare and reveal her affections towards Su Yun. Whatever it took, they needed to navigate this immediate peril first. As long as they could preserve their lives, everything else could be discussed. Observing their disgraceful display, Su Yun let out a soft sigh. Witnessing these once-hated adversaries begging for mercy like dogs before him elicited no satisfaction. Rather, it dampened his spirits. He had once contemplated subjecting them to various tortures and fears before their demise, but now it seemed utterly pointless. Ants were bothersome. They could simply be crushed. With a swift motion, Su Yun extended his fingers, unleashing a surge of energy. A muffled sound echoed as the foreheads of Zhang Peng and the others were pierced by his power. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that they had perished in such a manner. Su Yun retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Kuen's number. "Mr. Su, how may I assist you?" Xiao Kuen's voice was tinged with surprise upon receiving Su Yun's call. "Send someone to clean up the site." "Clean up?" Xiao Kuen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded. "Please provide the address, and I will arrange for professionals to handle the situation immediately." After hanging up, Su Yun's expression shifted slightly before he vanished in an instant. Before long, several swift figures rushed to the scene, 3 in total, 2 men and 1 woman, all clad in matching black attire. One of the men was short and stocky, with a peculiar appearance. His broad nose and small eyes bore an unusual green glimmer. The second man exuded a chilling aura, causing a faint frost to form on the ground beneath him. The final figure, a woman, possessed an ethereal quality, seemingly floating above the ground. Upon arriving at the scene and witnessing the bodies of Zhang Peng and Brother Dao, their expressions shifted dramatically. Such ruthless methods, to slaughter over a dozen people in one go. "No wonder I could detect the strong scent of blood from miles away," the stocky man exclaimed as he sniffed the air, scrutinizing the remnants of the scene and the marks on the corpses. The other man and woman remained silent, allowing the stocky figure to probe the aftermath. After a moment, he returned, his face a mix of fluctuating emotions. "Eagle Hound, what can you discern? Who were the deceased?" the levitating woman inquired. "They were mere commoners, some possessing rudimentary combat skills, but none of them were noteworthy," the stocky man replied. "Commoners?" The cold man furrowed his brow. "If they are just commoners, we need not intervene. We should alert the local authorities to handle this." The stocky man hesitated. "That may not suffice. This matter exceeds the capabilities of regular authorities. The other two exchanged puzzled glances. The stocky man sighed. I examined the traces and wounds on the bodies. Some were struck down by the energy of a martial arts master. At this revelation, both the levitating woman and the cold man's expressions turned grave. Are you suggesting the perpetrator is a martial arts master? Eaglehound, are you certain? The woman asked, her disbelief palpable as she sought confirmation. The stocky man's face bore a hint of resignation. Do you think I would mistake something so trivial? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the trio. The involvement of a martial arts master complicated matters significantly. A martial arts master killing commoners en masse had crossed a line, violating the laws of the Heavenly Department. Eaglehound, Ice God, what are your thoughts? Should we pursue and apprehend him for transport to the Heavenly Department as prison? The floating woman proposed. While they might overlook conflicts among martial artists, the mass slaughter of commoners by a martial arts master was beyond acceptable limits. The stocky man hesitated. With just the three of us, do we stand a chance against a martial arts master? Moreover, since the perpetrator is a practitioner of martial arts, it is not our place to intervene. We should notify the martial god army to handle it. The levitating woman was reluctant. If we encounter him, we should at least give it a try. We've heard so much about how formidable martial arts masters are. Let us capture one and show them. The stocky man felt overwhelmed by the suggestion. The cold man finally spoke. Chinke, let us not be reckless. We have pressing tasks ahead that cannot be delayed. Our leader summoned us in haste, likely indicating he has made progress on that matter. If you delay, and he becomes incensed, we all face great trouble. Upon hearing the mention of their leader, the levitating woman shuddered and fell silent. Let us report what has transpired here to the martial god army and refrain from further involvement, the cold man instructed. With that, the three figures swiftly departed the scene. After they left, a figure suddenly materialized. It was none other than Su Yun, who had previously vanished. Chapter 60. Seeking forgiveness, Su Yun gazed thoughtfully in the direction the three figures had departed, murmuring to himself, the Celestial Department, the Supernatural Division, the Martial God Army, how intriguing. He was somewhat familiar with the Celestial Department, a clandestine organization established by the state to address the threats posed by individuals of extraordinary prowess. This department comprises two subdivisions, the Supernatural Division and the Martial God Army. The Supernatural Division recruits individuals of remarkable abilities, such as that hawk-like figure, who possessed an extraordinary sense of sight and smell, able to detect the scent of blood from miles away. Then there was the woman known as the Blue Sparrow, who could levitate effortlessly, demonstrating an astonishing supernatural talent. The Martial God Army, on the other hand, consists solely of pure martial artists. Together, these two factions form the Celestial Department, which operates within the shadows, suppressing various malevolent entities and maintaining order in a world inaccessible to the common populace. The Celestial Department is the nation's most secretive organization, accountable only to a select few high-ranking officials. Su Yun's knowledge about them stemmed from his previous life, where he had encountered members of the Celestial Department during his cultivation journey. He pondered whether their presence in Yunzhou was due to some pressing matter. Members of the Celestial Department rarely intervened unless extraordinary events occurred or when ordinary governmental forces found themselves incapable of resolving a situation. With a dismissive murmur, Su Yun decided not to delve deeper into the matter. As long as he was not directly implicated, he preferred to remain uninvolved. After their departure, he returned directly to his villa on Lingfeng Mountain. The following morning, a convoy arrived at his doorstep. Numerous individuals quietly descended from the vehicles, carefully carrying a series of ornate gift boxes, standing respectfully at the entrance. Sensing the commotion outside, Su Yun opened the door and was met by the sight of the rotund man he had offended the previous night, now trembling in anticipation. The puffiness from the man's face had not diminished, rather, it had worsened, with dark bruises adorning his eyes and forehead. One arm was in a sling, while a leg was encased in plaster, supported by an attendant. The sight was pitiful indeed. As soon as Su Yun emerged, the rotund man hastily freed himself from his assistant's grasp and fell to his knees before Su Yun, wailing, "Mr. Su, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I implore you, have mercy and spare my life." His sobs were heartfelt, tears streaming down his face. He was genuinely terrified. Upon learning of Su Yun's esteemed status as a guest of the chief family, he had recognized the gravity of his error and immediately sought assistance from his family. The head of his family, without hesitation, had broken his leg and brought him to apologize to the chief family. The response from the second master of the chief family was succinct. Unless Su Yun chose to overlook the incident, the rotund man would face dire consequences. At this juncture, he finally comprehended the immense standing Su Yun held within the Qi family. Without Su Yun's forgiveness, his life was indeed at stake, and his family's enterprise would also suffer significant repercussions. Thus, the entire Fong family resolved to do whatever it took to secure Su Yun's pardon. Mr. Su, I apologize for disturbing your enjoyment yesterday, which caused you to miss the jade auction. To demonstrate our sincerity, my family has acquired all the exquisite jade pieces that were to be auctioned off, the rotund man explained, signaling his subordinates to open the gift boxes one by one. Each box revealed a selection of precious jade items, intended as a token of apology for Su Yun. Mr. Su, you are magnanimous. Please forgive me this once. He bowed deeply, his forehead soon oozing crimson. In this life-and-death situation, the rotund man was willing to take drastic measures. He understood that it was only due to his family's standing in Yunzhou that the second master of the Qi family had granted him a chance to seek Su Yun's forgiveness. The auction manager, on the other hand, had not been afforded even that opportunity and had reportedly vanished the previous night. Su Yun cast a casual glance over the offerings and replied coolly, "Leave the items and be gone." Upon hearing this, the rotund man felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Yun. I shall take my leave now." As long as Su Yun accepted the gifts, his life was assured. Within 2 minutes, the rotund man and his entourage had vanished without a trace, leaving behind the array of jade treasures at the door. It must be said, the Fong family had indeed spared no expense to secure the life of the rotund man. The collection comprised dozens of top-tier jades, each fetching a price in the millions. Among them was a jade guanyin statue of extraordinary quality, exquisitely carved by a master artisan, valued at no less than tens of millions in the market. To acquire such a vast assortment of premium jade, the Fong family must have mobilized several hundred million in resources. Having obtained this remarkable collection, Su Yun now had ample materials to arrange a spirit-gathering array in his villa, with a significant surplus. He promptly transported the jades back inside, preparing to cut, carve, and engrave intricate patterns. Meanwhile, in a prestigious private nursing home in Yunzhou, Qi Qinglan and the second Master Qi sat in an opulently decorated hall. After concluding a phone call, Qi Qinglan turned to Qi Changxing and said, "Second uncle, the Fong family has gone to apologize to Mr. Su, and he has accepted their gifts of contrition. This matter should be considered settled." Qi Changxing nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a white medical uniform entered the hall briskly, carrying a stack of reports. "Is there a result?" Qi Changxing inquired. The middle-aged man nodded gravely, stating, "We have completed a comprehensive analysis of the pills Miss Qinglan brought yesterday. They are indeed formulated from rare medicinal materials, and during the refinement process, they seem to undergo remarkable reactions containing a form of highly active energy. With our current technological capabilities and pharmacological knowledge, we cannot fully decipher this process." "I am preparing to." Qi Changxing, growing impatient, interrupted, "Just tell me directly, can these pills be administered to the old master? Will there be adverse effects?" The middle-aged man pondered briefly before responding, "In my estimation, taking these pills should not be harmful. However, given the old master's esteemed status, I believe it prudent to conduct a few more tests." After a moment of contemplation, Qi Changxing turned to Qi Qinglan and asked, "Qinglan, what is your opinion?" With a smile, Qi Qinglan replied, "Second uncle, I believe further testing is unnecessary. If Mr. Su truly wished ill upon grandfather, he would not have intervened to save him from poison. I trust these pills will pose no issue." Previously, her insistence on testing the pills was due to their unappealing appearance and foul odor, reminiscent of sheep dung pellets, which had made her uneasy. Now that she understood the pills were made from rare medicinal materials, she felt reassured. Qi Changxing nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. I concur. Nonetheless, just to be safe, I will try one myself before administering it to the old master." Chapter 61 Astonishing Effects. Qi Changxing took a pill, preparing to test its effects on himself. Upon witnessing this, Qi Qinglan contemplated offering to substitute for him, but the foul odor emanating from the pill, reminiscent of excrement, silenced her. Qi Changxing held the pill, grappling with the nauseating scent that assaulted his senses. It was truly repugnant. Yet, Qi Eryu was also a man of resolve, steeling himself. He held his breath and abruptly swallowed the pill. In the next moment, an overwhelming stench filled his mouth. Blasted! Qi Changxing's eyes widened in horror, nearly inducing him to vomit. At that moment, he felt an urge to kill. Why could alchemical pills emit such a foul odor? Why on earth? With immense willpower, He managed to force the pill down his throat. His face turned a ghastly shade of green, and the middle-aged man in medical attire lowered his head. Unable to meet Qi Changxing's expression, with concern etched on her face, Qi Qinglan asked, "Uncle, are you all right? Do you need to rinse your mouth?" Qi Changxing took a deep breath, on the verge of speaking, when suddenly his complexion shifted dramatically as he felt a warm flow spreading through his abdomen. The pill had dissolved, transforming into an incredibly pure energy that permeated his flesh and bones and invigorated his organs. Qi Changxing felt an unprecedented lightness, a refreshing sensation coursing through him, invigorating him as if he were 20 years younger. Qi Changxing was utterly astonished. The effects of this pill were beyond his wildest expectations. Though he was over 40, and despite years of careful maintenance, his vitality had waned significantly with age. Now, he felt as though he had reverted to his 30s, brimming with vigor. Noticing his uncle's stunned expression, Qi Qinglan inquired, "Uncle, has the pill taken effect?" Qi Changxing came to his senses and exclaimed, "Not only has it taken effect, but it is nothing short of miraculous. Quick, we must give this to the old master." An hour later, in a VIP care room at the rehabilitation center, Qi Guozheng stepped away from a diagnostic machine, radiating vitality. Previously, he had appeared pale, with a grayish hue, and his hair was dull and lifeless, resembling a dying elder. Now, however, his face glowed with health, and his hair had transformed into a brilliant silver white, with hints of dark roots emerging. This astonishing transformation left everyone present in a state of disbelief. "Xiao Wang, what are the results of the analysis?" The middle-aged man in medical attire asked urgently. Behind the diagnostic equipment, a young medical staff member trembled with astonishment, exclaiming, "Incredible! Truly unbelievable! Previously, all of old Qi's organs were nearly depleted, yet now they have regained full vitality." Upon hearing this, the medical personnel were filled with exhilaration. It was utterly astonishing. Merely through a few pills, such miraculous effects were achieved. This defied modern medical understanding. This could be the legendary ancient alchemy. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, the middle-aged man in white approached Qi Changxing and Qi Qinglan, struggling to contain his enthusiasm. "Mr. Qi'er, Miss Qinglan, may I inquire as to who crafted these extraordinary pills?" Qi Changxing's gaze flickered before he decisively replied, "This matter is not to be questioned. Furthermore, you are to treat today's events as if they never occurred. Not a word shall be leaked." The middle-aged man hesitated, perplexed. "But why? This is a monumental miracle in the history of human medicine. If we can understand the principles behind these pills and the reactions during their creation, we could potentially win a Nobel Prize in medicine and revolutionize global medical practices." Such an opportunity, Qi Changxing coldly interrupted. "I have made myself clear. Treat today's events as if they never happened." The middle-aged man paused, noticing the icy glare from Qi Changxing, which seemed to pierce through him like a gaze reserved for the dead. Instantly, he felt a chill, realizing the gravity of the individual he faced. The other medical staff members shared his apprehension, remaining utterly silent. "Mr. Qi'er, I understand. We shall remain tight-lipped about today's events," the middle-aged man assured, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Qi Changxing snorted in disdain, stating, "It is best that way. Should anyone among you fail to keep their mouth shut, I shall ensure they can never speak again." Observing this, Qi Guozheng nodded slightly, feeling no sense of impropriety. A warning was necessary. Without it, the pursuit of fame and profit might lead to exaggerated claims that could reach Su Yun, inciting her displeasure, something he wished to avoid. Following this incident, Su Yun's status in their hearts had ascended to a nearly divine level. "Changxing, from now on, whatever Mr. Su requests, our Qi family shall spare no effort in fulfilling," Qi Guozheng commanded Qi Changxing. "Understood," he replied with a nod. Given Su Yun's extraordinary capabilities, maintaining a good relationship with him would yield immeasurable benefits for the Qi family. Not to mention, such miraculous pills could prove vital in critical times. At this moment, Qi Guozheng turned to Qi Qinglan, saying, "Qinglan, in your free time, it would be wise to cultivate a closer relationship with Mr. Su." Qi Qinglan shivered slightly. She understood the underlying meaning in her grandfather's words. Cultivating closeness was not merely about casual interactions, but hinted at fostering a deeper connection with Su Yun. Biting her crimson lip, she remained silent. Her interactions with Su Yun had been few, only 3 encounters. However, he had left a profound impression on her, a figure akin to a celestial being, endowed with astonishing skills. She held a sense of awe and admiration for him. Yet when it came to romantic feelings, she had not considered it. Seeing her lack of response, Qi Guozheng sighed, saying, I only mention this in passing. Ultimately, it is your own choice, and I shall not interfere. His desire to facilitate a relationship between Qi-Qian and Su Yun was not motivated by the prospect of familial alliances for personal gain, but rather a genuine belief that Su Yun was an exceptional individual. It would be a fortunate outcome if his granddaughter could find happiness with someone as remarkable as him. Chapter 62. The Crimson-Clawed White Eagle, Lingfeng Mountain, Villa Number 3. Su Yun had meticulously divided and carved the jade stones required for the array. He then buried these stones around his villa according to specific orientations, creating a profound formation. As night descended, the spirit-gathering array he had arranged was finally complete. The formation began to operate. The surrounding spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converged continuously, gathering in the vicinity of his villa. As time passed, the concentration of spiritual energy increased, reaching its zenith. Su Yun's villa, along with the garden and courtyard outside, was enveloped by the spirit-gathering array. At this moment, the inside and outside of the array seemed to transform into two entirely different realms. Outside the array, everything appeared mundane and unchanged, while inside, it resembled a paradise. The air was exceptionally sweet, invigorating anyone who inhaled it, uplifting their spirits. Furthermore, the dense spiritual energy in the atmosphere could enhance physical qualities, slow aging, and extend life. Living here for an extended period could enable ordinary individuals to live an additional 30 to 40 years. Su Yun carefully observed the changes in the spirit-gathering array, seeking areas for improvement. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. Numerous small creatures, including various flying insects, ants, and birds, had suddenly appeared near the villa. Animals are the most sensitive to changes in their environment. They sensed the flow of spiritual energy during the operation of the array and instinctively flocked towards Su Yun's villa. This was different from his previous temporary gathering of spiritual energy for alchemy, although he had also absorbed surrounding energy then. The concentration and range of influence were nowhere near that of the array, which consumed numerous top-grade jade stones. The previous range of his energy absorption had been limited to the vicinity of Lingfeng Mountain. However, this time, the influence extended far and wide, coaxing the essence of the earth from dozens of miles away. Retreat. Su Yun snorted coldly. A terrifying mental force surged forth, radiating in all directions. Instantly, the gathered animals were startled, scattering in all directions. However, this was not the end. Soon, another wave of creatures converged around Su Yun's villa. He could only continue to release his mental force to intimidate them, but this was merely a temporary measure. Moments later, a new batch of animals was drawn in, including a large, patterned python as thick as an arm, lurking nearby, restless. Fortunately, it was night, the darkness providing cover, and there were no signs of human presence around the villa. Otherwise, the mere sight of such a python could terrify anyone. I have miscalculated. Any spirit mountain or treasure ground will attract various creatures unless a beast king occupies the area, capable of instilling fear in other beasts. I overlooked this point. It seems I must find a way to subdue a fierce beast to guard the estate. If all else fails, I could have Chao Kun procure a couple of wild tigers or lions. Su Yun mused quietly, feeling frustrated and deciding to halt the spirit-gathering array. Just then, a fierce eagle's cry echoed from the sky, its sharpness piercing the night air. The small creatures near Su Yun's villa were filled with terror and instantly scattered. Even the large python fled in a panic. But it was too late. A white figure swooped down from the sky, stirring up a fierce wind. The python, caught off guard, was seized by a pair of crimson claws and pinned to the ground. This was a magnificent, pure white eagle, over a meter tall. With a wingspan of 3 meters, its feathers as white as snow, without a single blemish. Its claws, however, were a striking red. The patterned python, held beneath the eagle's talons, had no chance to resist before its head was swiftly pecked open, and the eagle snatched away its gallbladder. The crimson-clawed white eagle. From a distance on the villa's balcony, Su Yun watched this scene with gleaming eyes. Such a specimen of eagle was exceedingly rare, likely a result of some mutation. Its massive form and swift ferocity were unprecedented. Even the so-called king of raptors, the golden eagle, paled in comparison. After extracting the gallbladder, the white eagle did not fly away but instead soared directly toward the top of Su Yun's villa, where 3 jade pendants hung. These pendants had been meticulously selected from a batch of top-grade jade stones, intricately carved with exquisite patterns and inscribed with talismans, effectively transformed into magical artifacts. They hung at the villa's apex, as this was the core of the spirit-gathering array, allowing abundant spiritual energy to nourish them and hasten their perfection. It was evident that this white eagle possessed remarkable intuition, sensing the extraordinary nature of the pendants and attempting to seize them. Excellent. I was just looking to subdue a fierce beast to guard my estate. And here you are. Suyun laughed heartily. Compared to this crimson-clawed white eagle, any tiger or lion seemed utterly feeble. With such a legendary raptor in Lingfeng Mountain, it could easily intimidate various creatures. Stay with me. Suyun leaped to the villa's top, unleashing an invisible force that surged toward the eagle. Caw! The white eagle emitted an indignant cry, ascending rapidly to escape. However, its form was restrained by Suyun's force, struggling to break free as it was continually pressed down. It seemed destined to be forced to the ground. At that moment, the white eagle suddenly twisted in midair, its blood-red claws slashing upward, sharp as blades. More terrifyingly, the power it unleashed exceeded that of an ordinary human by tenfold or more. With its razor-sharp talons, it cleaved through Suyun's invisible force. The eagle shrank its body, darting through the opening it had created, and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Instead of anger, Suyun felt joy. The surprise this white eagle brought him was immense. Though he had not concentrated his force to harm the eagle, its ability to break free was still astonishing. You cannot escape my grasp. With a sudden burst of energy, Suyun pursued the direction the white eagle had flown. Having decided to halt the operation of the spirit-gathering array to prevent attracting more animals in his absence. Chapter 63. The prodigy Suyun dashed forward with the swiftness of a leopard, his form obscured in the pitch-black night. Though he could not soar through the skies like the white eagle, his speed was akin to that of a high-speed sports car, effortlessly overcoming mountains and traversing waters. The white eagle had long since vanished from sight, yet Suyun remained unperturbed. His keen senses allowed him to detect faint traces of the eagle's presence lingering in the air, enabling him to track it. However, these traces were subtle and situated high above, complicating his pursuit. As time slipped by, Suyun felt as if he had circled several times within the borders of Yunzhou while following the white eagle. At last, just as dawn broke, he finally caught sight of the eagle again. It had flown to a dilapidated old residential area on the outskirts of the city, landing atop a crumbling building where it flapped its wings and tapped on a third-floor window. The window opened, revealing a young girl who seemed to converse with the eagle. With a swift motion, the eagle tossed a snake gallbladder into the room. From a distance, Suyun watched in astonishment. The eagle displayed remarkable intelligence, appearing to be domesticated. What puzzled him, however, was that anyone capable of taming such a creature would likely be a person of high status or immense wealth. Hardly someone residing in such a rundown neighborhood. As the eagle took flight once more, Suyun hesitated but ultimately chose not to pursue it further. Instead, he gracefully ascended to the third floor of the building, peering through the window to observe the interior. The room was dimly lit, devoid of artificial light. But he could hear the girl speaking softly. "Grandfather, Xiaobai just brought another snake gallbladder. I will prepare it for your medicine." Her voice was gentle and soothing, bringing comfort to the listener. A frail old man lay on the bed, coughing a few times, his breath quickening. "Next time, remind Xiaobai not to come here once dawn breaks. If someone sees it, it could lead to trouble." The old man understood that an eagle of such quality was a treasure sought after by many. "I will remind Xiaobai," the girl replied, then turned to the kitchen to prepare the medicine. Suyun slowly pieced together the situation. The eagle had a close bond with this family. The ailing grandfather required snake gallbladders for his medicine, and the eagle regularly delivered them. After a moment of contemplation, Suyun descended quietly. Inside, the girl had finished preparing the medicine, assisting the old man to drink it before helping him lie back down. She then slung a backpack over her shoulder and left the house. It was summer break, and although school was out, she intended to tutor a few classmates for some extra income. As she descended the stairs, Suyun stood at the bottom, observing her. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, with an elegant demeanor and bright, captivating eyes. Despite lacking any elaborate adornments, her natural beauty was striking and refreshing. The only flaw was her somewhat worn and faded clothing, which showed signs of age. Noticing Suyun's gaze, the girl instinctively lowered her head, preparing to walk past him. "Was that white eagle yours?" Suyun suddenly inquired. What? The girl's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. "I don't know what you're talking about." Unbeknownst to her, the sudden surge of emotion caused a ripple in the surrounding spiritual energy, a change so subtle that it eluded most but not Suyun's perception. "This is..." Suyun's expression shifted as he regarded her more closely, a look of astonishment crossing his face. A primal spiritual body. The girl possessed the extraordinary constitution of a primal spiritual body. In the realm of cultivation, refining the body is merely foundational. A warrior's nine-tiered physical refinement signifies a transformation with each breakthrough. Only after 9 transformations does one gain the qualification to ascend to the primal realm, achieving a pure and untainted spiritual body, thus embarking on the path of immortality and transcending the mundane world. This girl, however, had not undergone such refinement and yet was a natural-born primal body. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, a true prodigy blessed by heaven, a gem among millions. Suppressing his astonishment, Suyun gently asked, "What is your name? We're not acquainted. Why do you want to know my name?" The girl regarded him with suspicion. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely sense a connection between us and wish to take you as my disciple. What do you think?" Suyun's tone softened. In this age of decline, encountering such a gifted individual was a rare fortune. Suyun found himself contemplating the potential of taking her under his wing. The principles of the craft are not to be transmitted lightly, and while others like Gu Qing had persistently sought to be his disciple, he had dismissed them with a mere lesson in breathing techniques. But upon witnessing the girl's innate potential, he felt compelled to consider her as a student. "Take me as your disciple?" The girl paused, then inwardly sneered. "You simply wish to find a reason to approach me for Xiaobai?" A flicker of derision crossed her gaze. "Are you going to claim that my bones are extraordinary, my gifts exceptional, a rare talent in martial arts?" Suyun chuckled softly, realizing that mere words would not suffice. "Do you see that tree?" He pointed ahead. The girl, puzzled, acknowledged she had seen the tree but did not grasp his meaning. Suyun smiled, saying nothing further, and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The force of his strike shattered the air, creating a thunderous sonic boom. The girl watched in disbelief as the massive tree, thicker than an adult's waist, was split in two. "How about now? Are you willing to become my disciple? If you agree, I can teach you all my skills. Moreover, I can assist in curing your grandfather's illness." Suyun smiled gently. The girl, snapping back to reality, turned her beautiful eyes toward him, contemplating. "You didn't set up any explosives on that tree, did you? Why not show me your abilities? You mentioned being able to heal my grandfather. Let's see if you can truly do it. If you succeed, I will gladly become your disciple." Suyun, bemused, recognized her cleverness. "Very well, as you wish." Chapter 64. Healing the young girl led Suyun back to their home on the 3rd floor. Inside, an elderly man lay on the bed with his eyes closed, resting. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he mumbled in a daze, "Xiaofeng, did you drop something?" The girl softly replied, "Grandfather, I encountered a master who can cure your illness, so I brought him to have a look." Upon hearing this, the elderly man suddenly opened his eyes wide. "A master? Xiaofeng, send him away. I am well aware of my condition." Cough, cough. The old man struggled to sit up from the bed, but mid-sentence, he was seized by a violent coughing fit. The girl hurried into the bedroom, supporting him and gently patting his back to ease his breath. Suyun followed her inside. The small bedroom was tidy, with only a strong medicinal scent lingering in the air. The elderly man on the bed had sunken eyes and a gaunt frame, appearing almost skeletal. Yet, his eyes were remarkably clear, filled with wariness, as if he were on high alert against outsiders. When he saw that Suyun was merely a man in his 20s, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a sardonic smile. "Young man, flaunting yourself at such a young age. Pretending to be a master is not a wise endeavor. My family is impoverished. There is nothing here for you to covet." Suyun smiled faintly and said, "Whether I am flaunting or deceiving, you shall find out shortly." With that, he suddenly stepped forward and reached for the elderly man's wrist. The old man attempted to evade, but it was futile. Suyun firmly grasped his wrist, his fingers resting lightly upon it. In the next moment, he furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the old man's body. At that moment, he discovered that the old man's arms, shoulders, chest, and abdomen were punctuated by fine silver needles, as slender as hairs. These needles were inserted deeply, nearly the entire length embedded within the old man's body, leaving only the tips exposed. If one did not observe closely, they would remain undetected, sealing the meridians. Suyun was momentarily taken aback, his expression toward the elderly man becoming somewhat peculiar. This method of sealing the meridians forcibly stagnated the flow of vital energy and blood, reducing the body's metabolism to its bare minimum, which would severely harm the individual's constitution. It was no wonder the old man appeared so frail. Furthermore, this sealing technique felt less like a legitimate medical practice and more akin to some arcane manipulation. Su Yun's spiritual consciousness spread within the old man's body. After a moment, he exhaled softly and released the elderly man's wrist. The old man gasped for breath, a mocking look on his face as he regarded Su Yun. "Young man, what do you have to say now?" The girl watched Su Yun with anxiety. Unlike the old man, who dismissed Su Yun as a charlatan, she still held a flicker of hope. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun replied, "The issues plaguing you are not as grave as they may seem." "Not serious?" The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly laughing in anger. For so many years, he had endured unbearable anguish, existing in a state that was neither alive nor dead, and yet he was told it was not serious. Unperturbed by the old man's agitation, Su Yun continued, "To others, your condition appears quite severe and troublesome, but for me, it is a mere trifle. The primary issue lies in the fact that you have been infected by a particular malevolent energy, resulting in the formation of a toxic miasma within you. Although you have employed the silver needle method to seal your meridians and slow the encroachment of this poison, it is merely a temporary measure, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. The silver needles also inflict damage upon your body. If this continues, no matter how you persist, you will not last more than 2 or 3 years. Am I correct, old sir?" Su Yun spoke in a calm and measured tone. The old man's pupils constricted sharply, his expression one of shock as he stared at Su Yun. What Su Yun articulated was astonishingly accurate to his own condition, merely by feeling his pulse. He had gleaned such insight. The elderly man's gaze towards Su Yun shifted, curiosity mingling with astonishment. "Young brother, who exactly are you?" Su Yun chuckled lightly. "Who I am is of little consequence. The question now is, do you believe I can cure you?" Before the old man could respond, the girl exclaimed excitedly, "We believe. Please, big brother, save my grandfather." Her eyes, filled with a pleading glimmer, looked imploringly at Su Yun. The old man gritted his teeth and said, "Young brother, what conditions must I fulfill for you to assist me? Please inform me in advance. If it entails something beyond my capabilities." Su Yun interrupted with a smile. "There is no need for concern, old sir. The conditions have already been discussed with your granddaughter." Before the old man could say more, Su Yun chose not to linger on the conversation. He extended his hand and gently patted the old man. An invisible force descended upon him instantly. The elderly man's emaciated body trembled violently. Then, the silver needles embedded within him began to shoot out one by one. Each needle was coated in thick, dark blood. The old man displayed a pained expression, but stifled his cries. Su Yun's fingers spread wide, repeatedly flicking. With each motion, delicate, thread-like energy needles shot forth, piercing into the old man's body, condensing energy into force. "You are a martial arts master," the old man exclaimed in shock, his face a mask of terror, even forgetting the pain coursing through him. In mere moments, Su Yun had infused the old man's body with hundreds of energy needles, guiding them along his meridians for several circulations. Finally, he pressed his hand upon the old man, a swirling force emerging from his palm. As he abruptly withdrew his hand, the energy needles within the old man's body were drawn out once more. However, unlike before, these needles emerged blackened and discolored, clearly having absorbed the toxic miasma and corrupted blood from within the old man. "All done. The root of the toxic miasma within you has been removed. With some nourishing and recuperation, you should be fine," Su Yun stated in a calm tone. For him, the exertion just displayed had required little effort. The old man released a long breath. Though he still felt weak, his spirit was renewed. More importantly, the torment that had plagued him day and night had vanished entirely. The elderly man gazed at Su Yun with a complex expression, exclaiming in wonder, condensing energy into force. And yet being able to control such power with unparalleled precision, this level of mastery is far beyond that of an ordinary martial arts master. In my many years, I have never encountered a talent such as yours, young sir. Having witnessed Su Yun's abilities, he no longer dared to refer to him as young man or young brother. "You possess knowledge of the martial arts, indicating that you are no ordinary individual. Were you once part of the martial arts community?" Su Yun observed the old man with interest. He had already sensed that the elderly man was not simple. Otherwise, he would not have been able to tame the magnificent red-clawed white eagle, nor would he have understood the silver needle method. Even the medicinal formula involving snake gallbladder was likely tailored specifically to his condition. The old man smiled wryly and shook his head. "I cannot claim to be part of the martial arts community. However, in my youth, I was fortunate enough to learn a bit about feng shui and some rudimentary esoteric techniques, which allowed me to navigate the world a bit." Chapter 65. The secret of the Ruan family. After witnessing Su Yun's prowess, the elder completely lowered his guard. A martial arts master is akin to a divine being. With worldly power, wealth, and beauty at their fingertips, as long as the other party is willing, everything is easily attainable. Though his family harbored certain secrets, they were not significant enough to incite the other's covetous calculations. The elder understood well that when conversing with such an individual, it is best to be forthright and avoid any ulterior motives. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he directly asked, "Sir, you mentioned that you have already discussed terms with my granddaughter. May I inquire what those terms are?" Suyin smiled in silence, directing his gaze towards the girl beside him. The maiden immediately understood, promptly kneeling before him in gratitude, exclaiming, "Disciple Wan Zifeng pays respects to the master. Thank you for saving my grandfather." She bowed deeply several times, her demeanor exceedingly solemn. This left the elder momentarily stunned. Wan Zifeng explained, "Grandfather, earlier I encountered this esteemed elder who offered to take me as his disciple and claimed he could cure your ailment. We agreed that if he succeeds in healing you, I would become his apprentice." Upon hearing this, the elder looked at Su Yun in astonishment. He understood profoundly the weight of a martial arts master. If such a figure announced their willingness to accept disciples, countless individuals would undoubtedly rush to their door. Yet here was Su Yun, not only voluntarily taking his granddaughter as a disciple but also agreeing to the condition of curing his illness. This was indeed remarkable. Although his granddaughter had always been exceptionally intelligent and quick to learn, it was unusual for her to receive such attention from a martial arts master. Noticing the elder's perplexity, Su Yun chuckled, "There is no need for concern. Your granddaughter possesses extraordinary talent, worthy of my investment of effort." As he spoke, he helped Wan Zifeng to her feet. "Your name is Wan Zifeng. Excellent. I am Su Yun, and from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Our fates are intertwined, and together we shall stir the world." Su Yun's voice was calm, yet it exuded an overwhelming presence. Wan Zifeng beamed with excitement, asking, "Master, what skills will I learn? Can I learn to break a tree with a punch like you did?" She vividly recalled the scene of Su Yun shattering a tree with a single blow. Su Yun smiled lightly. "With your innate talent, achieving such feats in martial arts will be quite effortless. Shortly, you shall accompany me back, where I will teach you some foundational techniques." "Where are we going?" she inquired. "To Lingfeng Mountain. I have a villa atop the peak that has been prepared for your cultivation. You shall reside there henceforth," Su Yun replied. Wan Zifeng hesitated, timidly expressing, "Master, may I come to study with you during the day and return at night to care for my grandfather?" At this, the elder became anxious, exclaiming, "Zifeng, do not be foolish. Your grandfather is now in good health and can care for himself. You must listen to Mr. Su." His tone grew somewhat stern. Having once roamed the martial world, he placed great importance on such protocols. Since his granddaughter had taken Su Yun as her master, she must adhere to his guidance without indulging in caprice. The relationship between a master and disciple is not comparable to that of modern teachers and students. Once a disciple, one is bound for life. "Yes, grandfather." Wan Zifeng lowered her head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Su Yun chuckled softly, "No need for concern, Elder Wan. You may come along as well. I could use someone to manage the garden at my villa." Since he had dismissed the servants during his alchemical pursuits, the villa had been left to him alone. Moreover, with the formation of the spirit-gathering array, he had no intention of bringing the servants back. Elder Ruan's presence would help maintain the place, and Su Yun perceived that he was a man of principles and discretion, qualities that were reassuring. Furthermore, Su Yun had initially planned to invite his father to reside there after setting up the spirit-gathering array, worrying that his father might feel lonely alone. With Elder Ruan's arrival, there would be a companion for leisurely activities like playing chess, tending to birds, or gardening. Elder Ruan appeared intrigued by the suggestion. If possible, he would not wish to part from his beloved granddaughter. Wan Zifeng encouraged him, and finally, the elder agreed. "By the way, you should also bring along the white eagle you have trained." "To think I initially pursued this eagle and unexpectedly gained a disciple," Su Yun laughed. Upon mentioning the white eagle, Wan Zifeng's excitement surged. "No need to bring Xiaobai. Wherever I go, Xiaobai finds me on its own." "Oh?" Su Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated this. While he was aware that eagles possess extraordinary vision and can spot prey from great heights, the idea of locating a specific person amidst a sea of faces seemed unrealistic. If the white eagle could indeed accomplish such a feat, it would be remarkable. It likely relied not merely on sight but rather on a subtle bond between the spirit beast and its master. "Could you share how you came to possess the white eagle?" Su Yun inquired curiously. Elder Ruan hesitated before sighing. "There is no harm in telling you. This tale involves Zifeng's parents." He began recounting a long-buried story. In his youth, he had traveled extensively and, by chance, learned certain skills from a disabled Taoist, particularly those concerning feng shui and some unconventional tricks. With these skills, he had plundered numerous ancient tombs, not solely for wealth, but also to fulfill a promise to the disabled Taoist to seek out the grave of an immortal. However, after years of searching, he ultimately found no leads and was forced to abandon the quest. He later passed his knowledge to his son, Zifeng's father, who became passionately devoted to the search for the immortal's grave, frequently venturing out in pursuit. Unfortunately, tragedy struck. On one occasion, Zifeng's father disappeared for 6 months while exploring a tomb. When he finally returned home one night, he was in such a rush that he spoke not a word before collapsing lifelessly. Among his belongings was a massive bird egg, which later hatched into the white eagle. The other item was a white jade jar the size of an infant's head, sealed with a yellow talisman. Elder Ruan recognized that the jade jar and talisman were extraordinary and dared not disturb them. However, his daughter-in-law, unaware of their significance, tore the talisman and opened the jar. As a result, a stream of pure white energy surged forth, entering her womb. Remarkably, Zifeng, who was born 2 months premature, emerged not weak but robust, far healthier than full-term infants. Strangely, Zifeng's mother, having seemingly exhausted all her vitality, perished shortly after giving birth. Chapter 66, Encountering Yiting again. Old Master Wan recounted this past with a somber tone. Wan Zifeng seemed to have already been aware of it, merely biting her lip and bowing her head in silence. Su Yun, however, grew increasingly intrigued as he listened. Previously, he had found it puzzling why Wan Zifeng possessed a congenital spiritual body. Normally, such a trait would be nearly impossible at birth unless extraordinary bloodlines flowed through one's veins, with parents or relatives being formidable beings. Yet, Ruan Zifeng's parents were evidently not of that caliber. Now, as he listened to old Master Ruan's narrative, Su Yin speculated that it might be connected to the pure white aura sealed within the white jade jar. It was likely a special spiritual essence that, upon being absorbed by Ruan Zifeng's mother during pregnancy, bestowed upon Ruan Zifeng her unparalleled gifts. The white sculpture egg and the pure white aura within the jar were no ordinary items. I suspect my son might have truly discovered the immortal tomb mentioned by my master. These 2 artifacts must have been retrieved from that tomb, old Master Ruan mused. An immortal tomb? Su Yin shook his head. To him, that so-called immortal tomb was probably just the burial place of some practitioner. Old Ruan, do you still have that white jade jar? Su Yin inquired. Yes, I've kept it all these years, old Master Ruan replied, casting a glance at Ruan Zifeng. She immediately dashed to the kitchen and retrieved an unassuming object wrapped in black cloth from a corner. Upon unveiling it, they revealed an ivory white jade jar, intricately carved with peculiar patterns and even inscribed with some runes. Su Yun extended his hand to receive it. Upon contact, a chilling sensation coursed through him. A remarkable item. Su Yun's eyes brightened slightly. He instantly discerned that this jade jar was crafted from cold jade excavated beneath the Arctic glaciers. Moreover, the process of refining it into a jar employed some exquisite crafting techniques, transforming it into a storage artifact. It could preserve medicinal herbs and elixirs for hundreds, if not thousands, of years without losing potency. Even ordinary fruits placed inside would remain fresh and unspoiled. This jade jar alone was a treasure of immense value, far surpassing the worth of the top-tier jade stones that the plump man had previously offered as an apology. If Mr. Su is interested in this object, then please take it. Zifeng has apprenticed under you, and the old man has not prepared any gifts, so consider this as a token of apprenticeship, old Master Ruan said. Well aware of the jar's considerable value, over the years, he had kept it hidden, fearing it would attract unwanted attention. Thus, despite facing hardships, he had refrained from parting with such a treasure. Now, presenting it as an apprenticeship gift felt quite appropriate. Su Yun hesitated briefly before accepting the jade jar. After all, this cold jade from beneath the glacier was rather rare, and he might find it useful in the future. At that moment, Ruan Zifeng's phone rang. She picked it up and quickly answered. A woman's voice came through the line. Zifeng, are you free today? Aunt Hong is rather busy and short-staffed. If you can come help, I'll pay you double. Aunt Hong, Ruan Zifeng's expression turned conflicted as she struggled to respond. The woman on the other end hurriedly interjected. All right, it's settled then. Just take a taxi here, and I'll reimburse you for the fare. With that, the call ended. Ruan Zifeng held the phone with a wry smile on her face. What is the matter? Why does Aunt Hong need you? Su Yun inquired, having overheard the conversation despite her not speaking loudly. Aunt Hong is the mother of one of my classmates. She knows my family is facing some difficulties, so she often looks for opportunities to support me, Wan Zifeng explained, glancing at Su Yun, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Noticing her hesitation, Su Yun encouraged her. If you wish to say something, just speak freely. Wan Zifeng stole a glance at her grandfather and then, gathering her courage, confessed, I'll be learning from you, master. And I probably won't have time to help Aunt Hong anymore. So, I'd like to visit her briefly to inform her in person. In truth, such matters could easily be handled over the phone. However, Wan Zifeng felt it was only right to express her gratitude in person after receiving help for so long. Old Master Wan nodded slightly in agreement. Very well, I have nothing pressing, so I will accompany you. Su Yun felt quite pleased with Wan Zifeng's character. The two left their home, hailing a cab to Tianjing Mountain Villa in the western suburbs. Wan Zifeng provided the destination. Tianjing Mountain Villa was a well-known leisure resort in Yunzhou, built amidst the mountains with clear waters and lush scenery. It attracted visitors year-round, especially during the summer months, as the villa offered refreshing spring baths, drawing many young people to partake. Aunt Hong was the customer service manager at Tianjing Mountain Villa and had previously recruited Wan Zifeng to assist during busy times for some extra pay. Having spent considerable time at Wan Zifeng's home, they arrived at Tianjing Mountain Villa just before noon. Master, it's nearly mealtime. The villa has a wellness restaurant ahead, serving many farm-fresh dishes. Let me take you there to eat, Wan Zifeng said, already familiar with the place. Upon reaching the restaurant, she did not enter but stood at the entrance, addressing Su Yun. Master, you go ahead and eat. I need to inform Aunt Hong first. Su Yun nodded, saying, No problem, you handle what you need to. Inside the restaurant, several guests were already seated. As Su Yun entered, he spotted familiar faces among the crowd. Yi Ting, Luo Jiayi, Su Jijun, and Qian Pengzi, a group of young men and women laughing and chatting together. These wealthy youths were evidently there to enjoy the hot springs. Their table was centrally located, making it the most conspicuous spot in the restaurant. Thus, Su Yun noticed them immediately. But he did not intend to engage and instead opted for a corner seat. At that moment, Yi Ting casually glanced up and caught sight of Su Yun, her body tensing as she froze in place. Yi Ting, what's wrong? Luo Jiayi, seated beside her, observed Yi Ting's unusual reaction and looked in the same direction. It's him. Luo Jiayi's expression shifted slightly. Su Jijun and the others also noticed Su Yun, their faces changing as memories of Yi Ting's birthday party flooded back. Chapter 67. Interrogation. To her surprise, he had also arrived here. Su Jijun and his companions exhibited subtle shifts in their expressions, their gazes inadvertently drifting towards Yi Ting. Her countenance fluctuated between shades of uncertainty as she contemplated how to face Su Yun. She acknowledged that during the birthday banquet, her intentions had been solely to exploit Su Yun as a shield. Yet, the astonishing gift he had bestowed upon her, a master's handwritten note, had taken her by surprise. What shocked her even more was the fact that Su Yun had subsequently blocked her. That guy really has some audacity, completely ignoring us. Fatty Qian remarked with a slight grimace of dissatisfaction. Their table was prominently positioned within the restaurant, surrounded by attractive individuals. At least, Fatty Qian believed himself to be among them. Logically, anyone entering the restaurant should have noticed their presence. However, Su Yun appeared oblivious to them. Yi Ting, don't pay any mind to that fellow. Didn't you say his family is quite ordinary? That handwritten note was probably something he stumbled upon or swiped. He must be afraid of trouble, which is why he casually gave it away as a favor, Luo Jiayi interjected, attempting to console her. She had always looked down upon Su Yun. Clad in inexpensive clothing and wielding a cheap phone, he was entirely outside their social sphere. Thus, she firmly believed that someone of his humble background could never legitimately acquire a master's handwritten note. Su Jijun nodded in agreement. Jiayi is right, Yi Ting. Even someone like young Master L struggles to gain access to a master, let alone obtaining a handwritten note. If that guy truly stole it, it could spell trouble for you. The others nodded in solemn agreement. Yi Ting, it's wise to cut off contact with someone like that, added Sun Ying, another roommate. In support, Yi Ting remained silent, her gaze fixated on Su Yun in the distance. He sat comfortably, casually perusing the menu, seemingly unaware of her presence. Determined, Yi Ting suddenly stood up and approached Su Yun. Hey, Yi Ting. Luo Jiayi attempted to intervene but was unsuccessful. Su Yun, why did you block my number? Yi Ting confronted him, her lips pressed together, her eyes glistening with a hint of grievance. She had always been the one to block others. It was unprecedented for someone to do so to her. Her inquiry drew the attention of several nearby diners, captivated by her striking beauty and alluring figure. Su-yun, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, frowned and replied indifferently, "I'm busy and have neither the time nor the inclination to serve as a shield for others." He cast a glance towards Su Ji-jun, recalling how Yi Ting had previously asked him to feign being her boyfriend to ward off Su's advances. He had assumed she would distance herself from Su Ji-jun afterward, yet here she was, still mingling within the same circle. Yi Ting's expression paled slightly, as if she wished to explain but ultimately found herself at a loss for words. "What was the significance of the amulet you gave me?" she pressed. "What significance?" Su-yun asked, raising an eyebrow. Lowering her voice, Yi Ting glanced around and continued. "The amulet you gave me had characters inscribed that are said to be a master's handwriting, valued at millions. How did you acquire it?" A smirk of derision played at the corners of Su-yun's mouth as he retorted, "You came over primarily for that, didn't you?" The mockery in his smile ignited a surge of anger within Yi Ting. "Su-yun, I'm trying to discuss something serious. We both hail from Linghe County and we're high school classmates. I know your family background well. You could never possess such a thing. Just tell me honestly, how did you come by it? If it was obtained through unscrupulous means, you're in serious trouble." Su-yun replied nonchalantly. "How I acquired it is none of your concern." He was already aware from El Fei-yong that the amulet he had given her had been disregarded and subsequently ruined by spilled drinks, rendering it worthless. Now that she had learned of its value, discussing it seemed futile. I approached you out of concern as fellow compatriots and former classmates. If this is your attitude, then forget it. I won't bother." Yi Ting exclaimed in frustration, stomping away. Su-yun paid her no mind. He had no intention of rekindling any connection with her. After leaving Wangxian building, their paths were destined to diverge, and they would remain strangers. Upon returning to her table, Yi Ting was met with Su Ji-jun's feigned inquiry. "It seems you two didn't part on good terms." She lowered her head in silence. "I warned you long ago, that person is from a completely different world. Our social strata are incompatible." "Xiao Ting, don't engage with such individuals in the future," Luo Jia chimed in, adding insult to injury. Yi Ting took a deep breath, forcing a smile as she nodded. "Don't worry, I'm aware of my own mind." Truthfully, when she first learned of the value of the master's handwritten note, a flicker of appreciation had momentarily crossed her heart, even if it had been obtained through dubious means. The fact that Su-yun had gifted such a precious item to her had elevated her opinion of him. Perhaps she could have granted him a chance in the future. But now, that possibility was extinguished. Su-yun had decisively crushed any lingering affection she might have harbored. Fatty Chien raised his glass, taking a sip before chuckling. "That's the spirit. Someone like him isn't worth your attention. When you first mentioned him as your boyfriend, I was taken aback. I knew you. The stunning Yi Ting wouldn't settle for someone like that. If you're looking for a partner, you should consider someone like Su Ji-jun or me, who are far more worthy." At this, Yi Ting bit her lip, suppressing a laugh. Su Ji-jun wasn't half bad, aside from his impulsive nature. He was quite decent in all respects. Family background, wealth, appearance, and education all met her standards. But what confidence did Fatty Chien possess to consider himself a worthy candidate? Luo Jiai and Sun Ying erupted into laughter. The atmosphere in the room quickly warmed again, seemingly casting Su-yun from their minds. Just then, Fatty Chien's eyes brightened as he stared intently at the restaurant entrance, elbowing Su Ji-jun excitedly. "Old Su, look over there." Chapter 68. An unexpected encounter. Upon hearing the words, Su Ji-jun turned his gaze toward the entrance of the restaurant. At that moment, he was momentarily stunned. Two enchanting young women had just entered the establishment. If they had been merely ordinary beauties, it would not have evoked such a reaction from Qian Pengzi and Su Ji-jun. After all, their backgrounds afforded them ample exposure to numerous stunning women. However, these two were exceptional in their beauty. Compared to their table mates, Luo Jiai and Sun Ying, who were also lovely, the newcomers rendered them somewhat overshadowed. Only Yi Ting could somewhat hold her own against them, though she still appeared a touch more naive. "Have you two never seen beautiful women before? Is it necessary to stare so intently?" Luo Jiai remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. In truth, it was not just Qian Pengzi and Su Ji-jun. Many diners in the restaurant were discreetly stealing glances at the two beauties. "No, it's a misunderstanding. I simply did not expect to encounter these two here," Su Ji-jun hurriedly clarified. You know those two?" Luo Jiai inquired. Su Ji-jun nodded. "You must have heard of them. They are also students at Yunguang University, and Fei, and Yuingji." "And Fei, Yuingji." The women were momentarily taken aback, including Yi Ting, who wore an expression of astonishment. Although she had never seen them, she was familiar with their names. Within the university, there had been discussions regarding the four campus beauties, and both Fei and Yu Ingji were included alongside Yi Ting. Fei and Yu Ingji, being a year older, were particularly well known. To see the renowned beauties, Fei and Yu Ingji, is indeed a rare opportunity. I heard they spend their spare time working as part-time models. Qian Pengzi mused, stroking his chin with a look of intrigue. Part-time? They seem like two Cinderella figures, Luo Jia scoffed. Qian Pengzi, since you fancy beautiful women, why not seize the opportunity to pursue them? Upon hearing this, Qian Pengzi shook his head. That's not feasible. There are plenty of wealthy students at our university who have attempted to woo them, yet none have succeeded. Their standards are exceedingly high. Mere wealth cannot win them over. Su Jijun concurred. In fact, Fei comes from a relatively well-off family. Her parents are in business, with assets exceeding 100 million. However, her parents have a younger son and do not pay her much attention. After a fallout with her family, Fei chose to forego financial support and instead earn her own keep through part-time work. As for Yu Ingji, her circumstances are somewhat more modest. About a year ago, her mother was involved in a serious accident, incurring substantial debts, and she is currently recuperating in the hospital. Su Jijun elaborated. Having gleaned much about these two beauties from his social circle, he was even privy to the knowledge that a newly wealthy individual had attempted to offer Yu Ingji a 2 million a year arrangement, which she had promptly rejected. Regardless, since we are fellow alumni, why not invite them over for a chat? Qian Pengzi suggested. Luo Jia rolled her eyes, retorting coldly, we are not acquainted. What would be the purpose of inviting them? Realizing his faux pas, Qian Pengzi chuckled nervously. I misspoke. I meant simply to greet them. Old Su, let us go together. He gestured to Su Jijun. Su Jijun glanced at Yi Ting and smiled, shaking his head. I'll pass. If you wish to go, do so on your own. Undeterred, Qian Pengzi made his way toward Fei and Yu Ingji. However, after exchanging only a few words, he returned disheartened within half a minute. It was evident that his attempt at flirtation had flopped. Fortunately, the group spared him the embarrassment of probing further. Meanwhile, Fei and Yu Ingji found a table and began whispering to each other, seemingly engrossed in conversation. Approximately 5 minutes later, a group of individuals entered the restaurant. Leading them was a slender young man, smoking a cigarette, his long hair flowing, adorned with several shimmering silver earrings, exuding an air of arrogance. Any diner who crossed his path and slowed their pace was swiftly shoved aside. The previously bustling restaurant fell into an eerie silence, as even the staff hesitated to intervene. The group advanced directly to the table of Fei and Yu Ingji. Brother Ming, what brings you here? Yu Ingji's countenance shifted, her demeanor suddenly uneasy upon seeing the leading figure. How dare you, you shameless wretch? You think you can ignore my invitations and then show up here to flirt? If it weren't for my men keeping tabs on you, you would have thought you could play me for a fool. Brother Ming spat, his words laced with venom. Fei slammed her hands on the table and retorted, watch your language. Ingji has repaid every penny borrowed from your company. What more do you want from her? Are you afraid we might report you? As her words fell, Brother Ming and his entourage erupted into laughter. Report? Please, do go ahead. Let us see if you can make me tremble in fear. Brother Ming dismissed her threat with contempt. Yu Ingji subtly tugged at Fei, hoping to quell the brewing conflict. Brother Ming and his companions were from a financial lending company. When Yu Ingji's mother had faced a life-threatening accident, the mounting medical expenses had forced her to seek loans, leading to a burdensome debt that had only intensified after multiple surgeries and ongoing rehabilitation. Having exhausted all familial and friendly resources, Yu Ingji had no choice but to approach a lending firm for assistance, which had introduced significant complications. Not only was she burdened with exorbitant interest, but Brother Ming frequently harassed her, adding to her distress. Brother Ming, I have repaid the loan, principal and interest included. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Yu Ingji asked hesitantly. Paid in full. Really? Brother Ming sneered. Yes, indeed. According to our agreement. I borrowed 50,000 for a year, and I have repaid a total of 120,000, Yu Ingji explained. This interest was already significantly higher than the principal. A clear indication of predatory lending. Yet, Yu Ingji had accepted it in her desperate situation. Ha ha ha. Do you think it's that simple? That loan agreement was a special privilege for my girlfriend. Since you refused to be my girlfriend, the interest is now recalculated. And it stands at no less than 1 million. Brother Ming declared, a mocking grin plastered across his face. Chapter 69, The Heroic Rescue by the Portly Moneybags 1 Million. Upon hearing this from Mengge, Yu Yingji's expression instantly changed, and Fei, filled with indignation, exclaimed, 1 million. Why don't you just go rob a bank? This is utterly outrageous. Mengge chuckled heartily, seemingly unfazed by the ire of Fei and Yu Yingji. With a grin, he remarked, 1 million is merely the current figure. If it's not settled today, it could double to 2 million by tomorrow. Of course, if you two lovely ladies are willing to accompany me, then money becomes a trivial matter. As he spoke, his gaze wandered over Fei's exquisite figure. The mere sight of Yu Yingji had already ignited his desires, and he had not anticipated that she would have such a stunning friend. In his mind, he had already resolved to seduce Fei as well, relishing the prospect of a double delight. Witnessing Mengji's brazen harassment of the two beauties, several male patrons in the restaurant were filled with righteous anger. However, upon noticing the 7 or 8 thugs flanking Mengge, they wisely chose to remain silent. Suyin furrowed his brow slightly. Before he could react, a loud bang resonated as the portly moneybag slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. I say, fellows, bullying 2 young ladies is going too far. I advise you to back down while you still can. Moneybag strode forward, his expression serious. Though inwardly he was nearly bursting with joy. He harbored certain thoughts about these 2 campus beauties, but had previously lacked the opportunity to get close. Now, with this chance to play the hero, he was determined not to let it slip away. What were a few financial loan company personnel? Intimidating the young ladies was one thing, but attempting to intimidate him was an entirely different matter. Damn it, Mengge cursed, fixing his gaze on Moneybags. Who do you think you are, you fat fool, daring to meddle in my affairs? Moneybags ambled forward, first offering a smile to Yu Yingji and Fei before turning his attention to Mengge and his entourage. With an unhurried demeanor, he declared, I'm Qian Da. My father is Qian Mingsheng of Qian's Garment Company, and he is good friends with Captain Zhou of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. So what do you say? For my sake, let it go and don't trouble them further. Initially taken aback, Mengge and his crew erupted into laughter. Moneybags was somewhat bewildered. But before he could contemplate further, Mengge launched a kick, sending him sprawling. How ridiculous. I thought you were someone of importance. Turns out, you're just a kid with connections to a district captain. If you had brought in Captain Zhou himself, I might have given you some face. But you think you can intimidate me with just a district captain's name? You must be joking. Mengge continued to rant, and after knocking Moneybags down, he seized a water jug from the table and hurled it at him. Moneybags let out a blood-curdling scream as the jug shattered against his head, and scalding water from within splashed onto his pudgy face, causing him to writhe in agony on the floor. Qianda, Su Jijun and others rushed over. How can you openly commit violence? The women, including Yi Ting, were pale with fright. Having been raised in privilege, they had never encountered such brutishness. Well, what a stroke of fortune I've encountered today, running into so many beautiful women. Meng Ji's eyes lit up upon seeing Yi Ting and her companions. His lewd gaze unabashedly roamed over Yi Ting's long, slender legs and shapely figure. His subordinates joined in the raucous laughter. Mengge, with so many beauties around, you must be overwhelmed. Why not share a few with your brothers for some fun? One jested. Nonsense. I can handle them all with ease. Mengge bellowed, provoking a fresh wave of laughter. Yi Ting and her friends felt a mix of embarrassment and fury. They had never been humiliated so publicly. Su Jijun, don't you have some connections on the streets? Hurry, call them to help us. Luo Jia urged. Su Jijun's heart sank. While he did know some unsavory characters, they were merely drinking buddies, and calling on them for help would not come cheap. Yet, given the dire situation, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and make the call. Mengge merely chuckled coldly, allowing it to unfold. Once the call connected, Su Jijun stated, Brother Nyo, I'm at Tianjing Mountain Villa in the western suburbs, and I've encountered a bit of trouble. Could you come and mediate? Yes. It seems the other party is also from the underworld. Su Jijun spoke briefly, then approached Mengge, activating the speakerphone. Brother Nyo wants to speak with you. Brother Nyo? Which Brother Nyo? Mengge sneered. Brother, which territory are you from? I'm Nyo Bad Dao from the New North District. And you are? A deep voice resonated from the phone, tinged with a hint of menace. Nyo Bad Dao? Haha. I've only heard of someone called Nyo San from the New North District, but not you. Mengge scoffed. Su Jijun's brow furrowed. Nyo San was indeed Nyo Bad Dao's real name. After gaining notoriety, he had deemed the name unworthy and changed it. Few dared to utter Nyo San's name openly in Yunzhou anymore. You are. The voice on the phone shifted. I am Wang Meng. Nyo San. We met just last month. Have you forgotten me so soon? Mengge retorted with a cold smirk. Hiss. A series of gasps emanated from the other end. Mengge, this is a misunderstanding. I had no idea you were the one whom Su Jijun offended. I absolutely cannot interfere. Su Jijun's face paled at this revelation. When he had first met Brother Nyo, he had boasted about resolving any trouble in Yuzhou without hesitation. Su Jijun had invested considerable effort to foster that relationship. How could he now simply refuse to help? Brother Nyo, please don't abandon us. Su Jijun implored into the phone. Jijun, I truly cannot assist you. My advice is that you and your friends should apologize to Mengge immediately. If he accepts, all will be well. Otherwise, no one can help you. As a reminder, Meng Jiyi's sister is Wang Lihui. With that, Brother Nyo abruptly hung up. Su Jijun stood frozen, his face ashen, and even the previously howling moneybags fell silent. Chapter 70. Come over for tea. Upon hearing the name Wang Lihui, Su Jijun was momentarily taken aback, only to have his expression swiftly transform into one of alarm. What is the matter? It seems your lover is rather ineffective. Shouldn't you seek someone else? Wang Ming gazed at Su Jijun with a mocking grin, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Su Jijun, lowering his gaze, dared not respond further. In Yunzhou, while the common folk might not recognize the name Wang Lihui, Su Jijun was well aware of her significance. For behind this woman stood the formidable underground overlord, Chao Kuan, whose mere stomp could shake Yuzhou to its core. Chao Kuan had several mistresses, with Mei Jie being the most favored, managing high-end clubs and maintaining client relationships. Following her was Wang Lihui, who held Chao Kuan's trust, overseeing underground gambling operations and various financial firms. A single phone call could mobilize hundreds of people. Despite Su Jijun's relatively affluent background, he would never dare provoke such a ruthless figure. Luo Jiayi and Sunning also obediently lowered their heads, trembling with fear. Coming from wealthy families in Yuzhou, they understood Wang Lihui's influence all too well. In light of the situation, they wished they could silence Qianpengzi for his reckless heroics. How foolish to engage in such folly. Mengge, what transpired earlier was merely a misunderstanding. My friend acted impulsively. Please forgive any offense. Su Jijun swallowed hard and took the initiative to apologize to Wang Ming. Following this, he exchanged glances with Luo Jiayi and the others. Instantly, Luo Jiayi caught on, her face contorting into a sheepish smile. Mengge, we truly were unaware of your identity. Otherwise, no matter how bold we might be, we wouldn't dare offend you. Please, show us mercy this once. Seeing this, Sunning quickly pulled Yiting aside, softening her tone. Mengge, I was wrong. It was my loose tongue. Qianpengzi, with a woeful expression, slapped himself repeatedly in regret. He felt miserable. His attempt at heroism had backfired spectacularly. Wang Ming, observing Su Jijun and his companions yielding so quickly, felt a tinge of boredom. He spat out the cigarette, but he had been chewing on and coldly remarked, You expect me to forgive you just like that? Such empty words lack sincerity. Su Jijun paused, cautiously inquiring, Mengge, are you implying? Do you understand the concept of toasting as an apology? Wang Ming replied with a sneer, signaling to one of his henchmen. The latter promptly dashed to the restaurant counter, returning with several bottles of white liquor. Ladies first. You three beauties, come and share a drink with Mengge. He beamed at Yiting, Luo Jiayi, and Sunning. The henchman skillfully uncorked a bottle, filling 3 glasses to the brim. The faces of Yiting and her companions turned pale. Although they were accustomed to drinking wine, this high-proof spirit was beyond their tolerance. Yiting instinctively stepped back, shaking her head vigorously. Luo Jiayi and Sun Ying mirrored her apprehension. Mengge, could we possibly have something else to drink? Luo Jiayi pleaded with a grimace. What do you think? Wang Ming retorted with a cold smirk, his eyes glinting with menace. Luo Jiayi, upon seeing this, felt silenced. Enough. This matter does not concern others. If you have the capability, direct your ire at me. At that moment, Yuingji exclaimed loudly. Although she was delicate in demeanor, her inner strength flared. She feared Wang Ming but refused to drag others into this mess. Wang Ming cast a sidelong glance at Yuingji, grinning maliciously. This little girl has some spirit, but no need to rush. Once I handle these fellows, I have plenty of time to teach you to obey and call me daddy. Ha ha. His henchmen erupted into laughter. Yuingji's face flushed with anger, her body trembling. She wanted to retort but was restrained by Fei, growing impatient. Wang Ming glared at Yiting and the others, coldly stating, What are you dawdling for? If you lack sincerity in your apology, there is no need to force it. Wait. Luo Jiayi hurriedly interjected. Mengge, we will drink. Yiting and Sun Ying, sensing Wang Ming's impatience, reluctantly picked up their glasses. They realized that if they let this escalate, they would suffer even more. They could not afford to end up like Qianpengzi, who was scalded into a state of shock. Thus, the three steeled themselves and drank, but after just a sip, they felt as though fire surged through their mouths and throats, a fierce burn that left them utterly uncomfortable. Yi Ting choked, coughing violently, tears streaming down her face. Witnessing the distress of the three beauties only heightened Wang Ming's amusement, prompting uproarious laughter from his entourage. Su Jijun, observing this scene, dared not intervene. Forcing a smile as he declared, "Menggu, allow me to toast you as well." He began pouring liquor. "You think a mere toast from a girl suffices? What about a real challenge?" Wang Ming mocked. "Menggu, what do you mean?" Su Jijun inquired. "Chug an entire bottle, and I shall overlook it," Wang Ming replied nonchalantly. Su Jijun's face twitched at the suggestion. Before he could protest, Wang Ming added, "And that fat one, who was so cocky earlier, should chug 3 bottles. Qianpengzi nearly leapt from his seat. "Menggu, spare me. 3 bottles of white will surely kill me." Wang Ming dismissed Qianpengzi with a wave. And several henchmen seized him, forcefully pouring liquor down his throat. Su Jijun, seeing this, dared not hesitate and quickly grabbed a bottle, drinking greedily. By the time he finished one, he was already feeling lightheaded. Qianpengzi, on the other hand, was gagging violently, convulsing, nearly losing consciousness. Wang Ming's henchmen, seeing the state he was in, ceased their actions. "All right, that's enough for today. I'm in a good mood, and 1 tea hold this against you." Wang Ming waved dismissively. He planned to take Yuingji and Denfei out for a more enjoyable time and had no interest in lingering with Su Jijun and his crew. "Take these 2 girls away," Wang Ming commanded, and several henchmen moved toward Yuingji and Denfei. Both wore expressions of despair, casting pleading glances around them. The restaurant patrons quickly averted their eyes, as if avoiding a viper, not wishing to draw Wang Ming's wrath. Just as Yuingji and Denfei were about to lose hope, they suddenly spotted a familiar young man leisurely sipping tea in a corner of the restaurant. "What a coincidence, come over for tea," Su Yun waved at them. In an instant, the restaurant fell silent as all eyes turned to Su Yun, gazing at him as if he were mad. Chapter 71. The Wasteland. Yuingji and Denfei were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Yun. Although they had only interacted with him once, the impression he left was profoundly indelible. They were aware that Su Yun's identity was likely quite extraordinary. Yet after witnessing Wang Ming's earlier series of brazen and brutal actions, they did not wish to involve him. Thus, they refrained from approaching him. With Denfei vigorously shaking her head in disapproval. "Cursed be it. Today seems to have drawn an abundance of fools unafraid of death." Wang Ming spat, casting a fierce glare in Su Yun's direction. He had assumed that after dealing with Qianpengzi and his cohorts, no one would dare to stand against him again. Yet, unexpectedly, another reckless individual emerged. "Kid, did you not hear me say I would take them away? How dare you let them approach you for tea? Are you disregarding my face, Wang Ming?" Wang Ming sneered, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Su Yun merely raised an eyebrow and dismissively replied, "What are you? Do you deserve my respect? Get lost." Upon hearing this, the crowd trembled in disbelief. It was over. There was no turning back now. Su Jijun and the others looked at Su Yun with astonishment, convinced he had lost his mind. At such a moment, to insult and provoke Wang Ming was akin to courting death. They understood that even their affluent families in Yunzhou, with some social standing, dared not provoke Wang Ming. What right did Su Yun have? After all, Wang Ming was known as the brother-in-law of the underground overlord, Chao Kuan. Such a figure was not to be trifled with. Wang Ming's expression darkened incrementally as he glanced at his henchmen, murmurings of a necessary confrontation echoing in his mind. It seemed bloodshed was indeed warranted today, otherwise, they might mistakenly believe they were merely jesting. "2 of you, go and break this kid's arms." "Understood, Menggu." Immediately, 2 burly men surged forward, drawing out short blade sheet and leather, rushing towards Su Yun with ferocity. Their movements were decisive and practiced, clearly seasoned fighters. One lunged at Su Yun to restrain him while the other brandished the knife, preparing to strike. This scene sent shrieks of terror from some of the more timid women. "Don't." Yuingji and Denfei were already pale with fright, unable to bear the sight any longer. "Such trash dares to act against me?" Su Yun did not even glance their way, casually raising his hand. Before anyone could comprehend his motion, a pair of dull thuds resonated, and the 2 burly men were sent sprawling backward, crashing into several tables along their path. "Ah Bao, Ah Chang," Wang Ming called out to his subordinates, but received no response. It was only then he realized his 2 best fighters lay unconscious. "You." A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Ming's eyes. Ah Bao and Ah Chang were his most formidable subordinates, known for their ruthlessness in brawls. Yet, he never anticipated that Su Yun, without even standing, could incapacitate his right-hand men. Everyone attack. Get him. Wang Ming roared in rage. His henchmen immediately drew their weapons and charged. However, in the blink of an eye, they too were sent hurtling back, collapsing in disarray across the floor. The restaurant fell into a stunned silence. Witnessing the scene unfold, disbelief washed over the crowd. Yuingji and Denfei stood agape, utterly astonished by Su Yun's prowess. Yi Ting, what on earth is going on with your hometown companion? How does he possess such remarkable skills, surpassing even those I knew from a professional fighting team? Luo Jai nudged Yi Ting's arm, inquiring softly. Su Yun's display left her taken aback. Could he be akin to the esteemed Lu Er Xiao, a master of martial arts? I have no idea. Yi Ting's expression was complex. In her memories, Su Yun had always been an ordinary individual. During their high school years, he had engaged in brawls, often returning with bruises. Yet, how had he transformed into someone so formidable? Hearing Yi Ting and the others discuss Su Yun, Su Jijun felt a pang of discomfort and spoke gravely. What does it matter how skilled he is? Some individuals are not to be trifled with. Wang Ming's sister is the wife of the Yunzhou overlord, Chao Kuan. How do you think he compares to Chao Kuan? Luo Jia and Sun Ying fell silent at once. They were acutely aware of Chao Kuan's notorious reputation. A figure not to be provoked. Anyone who had crossed him in Yunzhou had met a grim fate. Once, a wealthy businessman had dared to challenge Chao Kuan, confident in his financial resources and connections with the city's deputy mayor. Less than a fortnight later, the entrepreneur's corpse was discovered in a foul ditch on the outskirts of town. The deputy mayor's outrage led to initial vows of investigation. Yet the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. While they conversed, Su Yun had leisurely approached Wang Ming. What do you want? Wang Ming asked, his heart racing at the sight of his incapacitated henchman. I came to fulfill your earlier request for bloodshed, Su Yun replied with a light chuckle, suddenly lunging forward. Before Wang Ming could react, Su Yun had seized his arm. Let go. My brother-in-law is Chao Kuan. You dare? Wang Ming's voice trembled with false bravado. But his words were cut short by a piercing scream as Su Yun twisted his arm into a grotesque contortion. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the joint was grotesquely dislocated, exposing jagged shards of bone through the flesh. Wang Ming's wails filled the air, the searing agony nearly rendering him unconscious. With his sister allied to Chao Kuan, he had long been accustomed to wielding power in Yunzhou, but he had never faced such humiliation. You are doomed. You are finished. My sister will not let you go, nor will my brother-in-law, Wang Ming bellowed, his voice dripping with fury and hatred, causing the other patrons in the restaurant to blanch in fear. Su Jijun and his companions paled at the sight, their earlier intoxication evaporating in an instant. They had not anticipated Su Yun's ruthlessness. He had just severed Wang Ming's arm. This was a calamity of monumental proportions. Lowering his voice, Su Jijun hastily warned Yi Ting, you must keep your acquaintance with Su Yun a secret. Otherwise, you will surely be implicated. This man is courting death. Yi Ting's face drained of color, still reeling from the shock, nodded vigorously in response to Su Jijun's words. After her earlier encounter with Su Yun, she had no intention of pursuing any connection with him. Will he die? Yi Ting hesitated before asking. Su Jijun sighed with a bitter smile. Even if he survives, his situation will be far from favorable. Chapter 72. The reckoning in Su Jijun's eyes. Based on Su Yun's actions today, he was undoubtedly doomed. Wang Ming's sister was the paramour of the formidable Chao Kuan. Now that Wang Ming had lost a hand, Chao Kuan would surely seek to eliminate Su Yun to assert his authority. Su Jijun shook his head silently, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, they had no ties to Su Yun. Otherwise, they could easily be drawn into such calamity. Meanwhile, Wang Ming continued to wail in agony, intermittently cursing Su Yun. You're finished. My brother-in-law is Chao Kuan. You dare to cripple me, and he won't let you off. Su Yun's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly broke into a cold smile. Chao Kuan, to me, he is nothing more than a lapdog. You think you can use him to intimidate me? The moment these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the restaurant became palpable with tension. Su Jijun felt as if his scalp might burst. Luo Jia and Sun Ying were equally dumbfounded by such audacious claims. This fellow must be truly mad. Or perhaps he was simply an ignorant newcomer from a small county, unaware of the weight that Chao Kuan's name carried, which allowed him to speak such insolent words. You, how dare you? Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Yun. However, Su Yun was disinclined to engage in further dialogue. He reached out and twisted cracking Wang Ming's other arm with a sickening crunch. He then casually kicked him away, since Wang Ming had intended to have both his hands severed. Su Yun decided to return the favor by rendering him completely helpless. Wang Ming's screams grew increasingly harrowing. With both hands incapacitated, he writhed in agony, wishing he could faint from the pain, yet he remained painfully aware of his surroundings. Just then, a large group of burly men clad in security uniforms rushed into the restaurant. Leading them was a muscular man with a buzz cut. These individuals were members of the Tianjin Mountain Villa's security team. Earlier, when Wang Ming first caused a commotion, they had been notified and rushed over, but before entering, they had received an update via radio from the restaurant staff, revealing that the troublemaker was Chao Kuan's brother-in-law. Many of these security personnel had experience in the underworld and were well aware of Chao Kuan's notorious reputation. With Chao Kuan backing Wang Ming, they knew that even if he were to commit murder, they would dare not intervene. However, just as they were turning back, the radio crackled with fresh news. Wang Ming had been assaulted and his hands rendered useless. So the security team hastily returned. Upon seeing the gruesome scene in the restaurant, the buzzcut man turned pale with shock. He had previously encountered Wang Ming at Wang Lihua's casino, where Wang Ming had been arrogant and domineering. Now, however, he lay on the ground like a beaten dog, howling in despair. This is bad. The buzzcut man's heart sank. If such an incident occurred on his turf and was mishandled, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Who did this? Who is responsible? He bellowed, brandishing an electric baton as his eyes scanned the room. I did. Su Yun raised his hand nonchalantly. Good. At least someone dares to admit it. You have some guts to cause trouble here at Tianjin Mountain Villa. The buzzcut man rolled up his sleeves, preparing to subdue Su Yun with the electric baton. Manager Wu. Hold on. A lead waiter rushed forward, blocking the buzzcut man and whispering a few words to him. What? Just him? He took down everyone in seconds. The buzzcut man's expression shifted dramatically. Clutching the electric baton, he found himself at a loss for what to do. He had initially thought that his team of security personnel could easily handle the situation, but now it seemed he had underestimated the chaos. Looking at Su Yun, he softened his tone. Brother, I don't care who you are, but I can't let you leave after causing such a ruckus today. Please don't make this difficult for us. He gestured to his fellow security members, and immediately, over a dozen of them formed a human wall, blocking the restaurant's entrance. They brandished electric batons, crackling with electricity. Su Yun remained unfazed, casually replying, Don't worry, I'm waiting for someone and have no intention of leaving just yet. By the way, I've heard that your restaurant's health package is quite good. Could you bring me one? Upon hearing this, everyone around was momentarily stunned. Even at such a time, he still thought about eating? The restaurant staff exchanged glances with the lead waiter, who in turn looked at the buzzcut man. The buzzcut man's face twitched as he reluctantly nodded. Serve him, as long as he doesn't flee. Would you two like to join me for a meal? Su Yun boldly asked Yuingji and Fei. Yuingji and Fei were nearly in tears at the absurdity of the situation. At such a time, how could they possibly think of eating? Su Ge, about today. Yuingji's expression was conflicted, unsure how to voice her concerns. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Since we VE crossed paths today, I'll lend you a hand, Su Yun replied with a calm smile. His smile seemed to carry a peculiar charm, soothing the anxious hearts of Yuingji and Fei as they followed him to a seat. Not far away, Yuting watched with a scowl. Earlier, Su Yun had been indifferent toward her, yet now he was all smiles with Yuingji and Fei, which left her feeling uncomfortable. Although she had no particular feelings for Su Yun, she couldn't bear the stark contrast. Wang Ming, just hang in there. I've called for a doctor. Our Villa's medical room has a highly paid traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who might be able to help your hands. The buzzcut man had approached Wang Ming, and upon seeing his grotesquely twisted arms, his heart raced with anxiety. Stop talking nonsense. Get my phone, and call my sister. Tell her to bring people over. Wang Ming shouted, furious. Oh, all right. The buzzcut man hurriedly rummaged through Wang Ming's pockets, pulling out a phone, and quickly dialed Wang Lihua's number. After the call connected, he succinctly relayed the situation. The patrons in the restaurant observed the unfolding drama, realizing that things could escalate to a life-or-death situation. They dared not linger any longer to witness the chaos. I have some urgent matters. Can I leave first? A plump, middle-aged man timidly raised his hand, speaking softly. The buzzcut man's brow furrowed, and after a moment's consideration, he declared, anyone unrelated can leave. It's best if outsiders don't witness any potential bloodshed here. The security personnel blocking the door parted to create a pathway. The patrons, feeling as if a weight had been lifted, rushed to exit. Su Jijun and his companions also prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the lead waiter leaned in and whispered something to the buzzcut man. The buzzcut man's expression darkened as he pointed at Su Jijun and his group, barking, "You can't leave either." Su Jijun was taken aback, confused. "Why not? We only had a minor conflict with Wang Meng, and it's all been resolved. Mengge has also forgiven us." The man with the buzz cut shook his head and said, "It is not about that matter. Are you acquainted with the person who harmed Mengge? Just now, everyone witnessed one of you conversing with him." As he spoke, his gaze had already fixated on Yiting. Upon hearing this, Su Jijun and the others' expressions changed drastically. "Damn, we have indeed been implicated by that scoundrel." Chapter 73, Wang Lihue. "No, we are not acquainted with him at all," Su Jijun hastily interjected. In such a dire situation, associating with Su Yun could truly be life-threatening. "Indeed, we have no connection to that person. Please do not wrongfully accuse us." Luo Jai and Sunning chimed in unison. Yiting dared not speak, let alone acknowledge her familiarity with Su Yun. At this moment, it was imperative to sever all ties. The man with the buzz cut sneered and said, "Your explanations are futile. Just wait until the main party arrives, and then you can clarify." With a wave of his hand, the dozen or so security guards immediately barred the entrance once more. Su Jijun and the others felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Given Wang Meng's dire predicament, how could Wang Lihue possibly be inclined to listen to their explanations when she arrived in a state of fury? "Su Yun, this is all because of you. Why did you have to harm us?" Luo Jai glared at Su Yun, her eyes filled with resentment. She had always looked down upon Su Yun, considering him a bumpkin from a remote village, belonging to an entirely different sphere than herself and her peers. Even though Su Yun had recently displayed extraordinary skills that surprised her, she still held him in disdain. Now, having suffered collateral damage because of him, she vented her frustrations. Su Yun glanced at Luo Jai but chose not to respond, perceiving her as merely a sycophantic and superficial woman who respected only power and wealth. "Su Yun, say something. What happened earlier truly has nothing to do with us. Can you please clarify that to them?" Yiting pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. At this moment, she harbored feelings of grievance towards Su Yun as well. What was originally an unrelated matter had now spiraled into chaos because of his interference. Su Yun furrowed his brow slightly, casting a deep look at Yiting before averting his gaze. He felt no disappointment, only a sense of tedium. The girl he once admired in his youth now seemed laughable to him. "Rest assured, this matter will not implicate you. I assure you that you will leave here safely today," Su Yun stated with an indifferent expression. Yiting stood frozen, staring at Su Yun's detached gaze. Rendered speechless for a moment. Suddenly, she felt that the Su Yun before her had become utterly unfamiliar. An assurance? You cannot even ensure your own safety. What can you guarantee? Luo Jai scoffed disdainfully beside Yiting. "Enough with the idle chatter. We should focus on how to resolve this situation," Su Jijun urged, his anxiety mounting as he pulled out his phone to seek help from his family. However, he was aware that while his father held a modest position in Yunzhou, he was not on the same level as Chao Kuan. Even getting a word with Chao Kuan would be a challenge. Luo Jai and Sun Ying, on the other hand, were even less hopeful than Su Jijun. They began reaching out to some connections among the second-generation elites they knew. They contacted various officials' children and wealthy heirs, mustering the courage to seek their assistance. After making over a dozen calls, however, as soon as the recipients learned that the matter involved Chao Kuan, they all expressed their inability to help, with some even blocking their numbers outright. Luo Jai felt a wave of despair wash over her. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She turned to Su Jijun and asked, "Jijun, aren't you still on good terms with young Master LV? Can you ask him to help us?" Su Jijun, upon hearing this, could only smile bitterly and shake his head. The LV Group was the leading enterprise in the culinary industry of Tianan Province, wielding considerable influence and certainly not intimidated by Chao Kuan. However, being unafraid did not equate to a willingness to provoke someone like Chao Kuan for no reason. The crux of the matter was that the heir cultivated by the LV family was none other than the eldest son of the LV family. Young Master LV's influence was ultimately limited, and even if he were willing to help, Chao Kuan might not extend any courtesy. Su Jijun, understanding the nuances of social dynamics, never even considered seeking assistance from LV Fei Yang. Meanwhile, Yuingji and Fei sat on either side of Su Yun, feeling increasingly anxious. The wellness dishes had already been served, yet they found themselves unable to eat. Listening to Su Jijun and the others frantically making calls for help, their hearts raced with apprehension. "Su Gu, that Wang Meng's brother-in-law seems to be a formidable figure. Can you truly handle this?" Yu Yingji asked tremulously. Su Yun smiled and replied, as for whether he is a significant individual, I cannot say, as everyone's standards of perception differ. To ordinary people, Chao Kuan is undoubtedly an imposing figure. Yet, in the eyes of the Qi family, he is hardly worth mentioning. And to me, he is merely an ant that can be easily crushed. Time passed slowly. In the restaurant, everyone felt each passing second was agonizing. Only Su Yun remained calm and unhurried, leisurely enjoying his wellness meal. Su Jijun and the others watched him with burning eyes, filled with frustration. Keep pretending. Enjoy it while it lasts. Soon enough, you will have your moment of despair. Do you really think you are dealing with the local ruffians of your small county? Approximately half an hour later, a convoy consisting of a dozen vehicles arrived at Tianjing Mountain Villa in a grand procession. From each vehicle emerged several men dressed in black, each armed with gleaming weapons. From the central luxury car, a stunning woman clad in a black qipao stepped out. Her tall figure, accentuated by the form-fitting garment, highlighted her graceful curves, making her a natural beauty that could incite excitement with just a glance. Yet, the dozens of men in black surrounding her kept their eyes fixed downward, respectfully averting their gazes, not daring to look upon her. Enter, the enchanting woman commanded coldly, uttering just 2 words. Inside the wellness restaurant, Su Jijun and the others paced anxiously. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. The security guards stationed at the entrance suddenly retreated in unison. Then they saw dozens of men in black, wielding sharp instruments, escorting a stunning woman into the establishment with an imposing presence, akin to a dark cloud looming ominously. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Jijun and his wealthy companions felt their legs weaken. Even the buzz-cut security guards felt a shiver run down their spines. Sis, you finally arrived. Wang Ming exclaimed joyously upon seeing the woman leading the group. Wang Lihui's expression turned frigid as she beheld her brother's pitiful state. Her eyes narrowed with intensity. Who did this? Wang Ming quickly pointed towards Su Yun with a defiant expression, gritting his teeth. It was that guy? I understand. No matter who it is today. Wang Lihui shot a cold glare towards Su Yun. However, the next moment, her body stiffened in shock as she recognized Su Yun's face. You are Mr. Su? The coldness and haughtiness in Wang Lihui's eyes were instantly replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror, causing her to tremble slightly. Oh, you recognize me? Su Yun observed the woman before him with keen interest. Chapter 74. Trepidation. Wang Lihui hastened to stand before Su Yun, her body slightly bent, her expression a mixture of reverence and profound fear. Upon hearing Su Yun's inquiry, she trembled as she responded, I recognize you. I have heard Lord Kuan speak of you. Although she had never encountered Su Yun in person, she had seen his portrait at Chao Kuan's residence. Chao Kuan had commissioned a master artist to create an image of Su Yun, which was displayed on the altar, venerated morning and night as if it were a divine being. Initially, Wang Lihui found it perplexing, even suspecting that Chao Kuan had been bewitched. However, she eventually discovered that the figure in the painting was indeed terrifying, invulnerable to weapons and capable of killing with mere thought, truly a celestial being. Before her close companions, Chao Kuan took pride in being a mere servant to such a formidable individual. How could Wang Lihui not tremble in fear? If Chao Kuan were to learn that she had offended Su Yun, she would be the first to meet her demise. At that moment, the atmosphere in the dining hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone watched in disbelief as Wang Lihui groveled before Su Yun, their minds struggling to comprehend the scene. How could this be? Su Jijun and his companions were left speechless, unable to reconcile their understanding of Su Yun as a rustic from a small county with the evident fear emanating from Wang Lihui. The security guards, led by a buzz-cut man, turned pale, their electric batons trembling in their hands. Though they were unaware of Su Yun's true identity, Wang Lihui's demeanor made it clear that he was someone of unimaginable significance. Yu Yingji and Fei, seated at the same table as Su Yun, gaped in astonishment, their eyes fixed on him. Su Yun, unfazed by the shock of those around him, calmly asked Wang Lihui, why has Chao Kuan arrived? Wang Lihui shuddered, her voice quavering as she replied, Lord Kuan is still unaware of this matter. I never anticipated that Xiao Meng would dare to offend Mr. Su. How do you wish to handle this situation today? As she spoke, desperation began to seep into her tone. Wang Meng was her only younger brother, and she longed for any possibility to protect him. Enough. It was I who was struck by him. My hands are nearly rendered useless. Why must you inquire about how he should be dealt with? What if he knows my brother-in-law? Just have him killed, with my brother-in-law's favor towards you. He would hold it against you. Wang Ming suddenly erupted, his voice frenzied. Initially, he had hoped that his sister would swiftly exact revenge on Su Yun. But to his shock, Wang Lihui not only refrained from retaliating, but showed him great deference, an intolerable reality for him. He had endured pain just to witness Su Yun's downfall. Silence. Wang Lihui rebuked sharply, wishing she could strike Wang Ming into submission. Regret washed over her. Her indulgence had fostered his arrogant demeanor. Certain individuals were simply not to be trifled with. This matter does not concern me. You must handle it as you see fit. I do not wish to see him here any longer, as it disrupts my meal, Su Yun stated impatiently. Upon hearing this, despair flickered in Wang Lihui's eyes, nearly causing her to collapse. It was precisely because she sought Su Yun's guidance that she had hoped to hear a suggestion for punishment that wouldn't lead to Wang Ming's death. Yet now, with Su Yun transferring the responsibility back to her, the situation only grew more complicated. Wang Lihui realized her brother's fate was sealed. If she were to dismiss Wang Ming lightly, Chao Kuan would surely take their lives. I understand, Mr. Su. I will ensure this matter is handled appropriately. A trace of sorrow graced Wang Lihui's beautiful face as she instructed the black-clad men accompanying her. Take Xiao Ming away. Wang Ming, still bewildered, struggled fiercely, shouting, Sister, I won't go unless you kill that man. I refuse treatment even if you take me to the hospital. Wang Lihui closed her eyes in anguish and waved her hand decisively. Take him away. The black-clad men promptly seized Wang Ming and hurriedly exited. Not only Wang Ming, but also his fallen subordinates were dragged away like discarded ragdolls. Once all was settled, Wang Lihui bowed deeply to Su Yun before departing in silence. The remaining patrons in the restaurant remained enveloped in stunned silence. The buzzcut man and his team of security personnel appeared shaken, their faces etched with concern, particularly the leader, who looked as though he had lost a loved one. Though they hadn't attacked Su Yun, their previous attitude had been far from amicable, leaving them uncertain of the repercussions. The buzzcut man hesitated, seemingly contemplating an apology, but faltering in fear. Su Yun noticed their trepidation, frowned, and waved dismissively. If there's nothing more, please do not linger here. It disrupts my dining experience. Relieved, the security personnel hastily retreated. Su Yun, what exactly is your identity? Yi Ting mustered the courage to approach him. Her gaze towards Su Yun was filled with complexity. Previously unaware of Wang Lihui or Chao Kuan, she now recognized them as figures that instilled fear even in those from affluent families. Yet, before Su Yun, such a formidable person had bowed low in submission. Was this truly the ordinary boy she had quietly admired throughout high school? Su Yun glanced at Yi Ting, his brow furrowed, remaining silent. He had no desire to entangle himself further with her. Observing his cold demeanor, Yi Ting felt a pang of grievance. With tears welling in her eyes, she implored, If you possess such capability, why did you not intervene when I was forced to drink earlier? Su Yun's frown deepened. Previously, he had incapacitated Wang Ming. Yet Yi Ting and her companions had eagerly distanced themselves, complaining that he had caused them trouble. Now, however, they expected him to have intervened sooner to rescue them from Wang Ming. How absurd. I am of no concern to you, Yi Ting. Take care of yourself. Do not compel me to lower my opinion of you further. Yi Ting's face blanched, feeling as though she had been pierced by a dagger, and she fled the restaurant, tears streaming down her cheeks. Su Jijun and his companions also dared not utter a word, hastily escorting the drunken Qian Pang as they left the establishment. Chapter 75. A desire to devote oneself in the expansive wellness dining hall of Tianjing Mountain Villa. Only Su Yun's table remained occupied. Nearby, several waitstaff stood respectfully, awaiting instructions. Yu Yingji and Enfei gazed at Su Yun with peculiar expressions. Su Yun raised an eyebrow and smiled. What is the matter? Why are you all staring at me? It's nothing, Yu Yingji replied earnestly. I just feel immensely grateful for the assistance you provided today. I'm not sure how to express my thanks. Her appreciation for Su Yun was heartfelt. Without his intervention, she could scarcely imagine the consequences of being taken away by Wang Ming and his associates. Enfei suddenly blinked. Her tone teasing, indeed, this is quite the favor owed. I suppose, Yingji, that the only way to repay it is to devote yourself to him. Yu Yingji's face flushed crimson in an instant, and she shot a disapproving glare at her friend, huffing. I think it's you who wishes to repay him in such a manner. Enfei giggled, not bothering to refute her, and instead leaned closer to Su Yun, half-jokingly suggesting, yes, I genuinely think so. If Su Good is willing, I would be more than happy to oblige. What do you say, Yingji? Care to join us? Yu Yingji immediately let out an exasperated sigh. This audacious girl. Even knowing it was all in jest, she felt too embarrassed to respond. Su Yun listened with a smile, not taking the banter seriously. Helping out had been a mere convenience for him, and he had not expected any form of repayment. Noticing Su Yun's lack of engagement, and Fei pouted slightly, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Could it be that her allure was insufficient? With a glint in her eye, she suddenly asked, Su Gu, are you here to enjoy the hot springs as well? Would you like to join us three? Su Yun was taken aback for a moment. Hot springs? Together? And Fei fluttered her eyelashes playfully, adding a hint of allure. Yes, I've heard that Tianjing Mountain Villa offers many private hot spring pools, exclusively for families and couples, with absolute privacy. As she spoke, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Yu Yingji's face burned even more, desperately trying to step on and Fei's foot beneath the table. How mortifying. This girl hadn't even consulted her before extending such an invitation to Su Yun. What would happen if he accepted? Yu Yingji's heart raced. Glancing furtively at Su Yun, torn between fear that he might agree and a subtle, conflicting sense of anticipation. And Fei, emboldened, fixed her gaze directly on Su Yun. Ha. Su Yun chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. He had seen far more intense situations. This was merely a trivial matter. He extended a finger to gently lift in Fei's chin, a smirk playing on his lips. You're playing with fire. Enticing me might not bode well for you. As he spoke, he leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Fei's face. Her heart skipped a beat, yet she did not shy away. Instead, she met his gaze with equal intensity. Master, are you well? A melodious voice suddenly rang from outside. Ruan Zifeng rushed into the dining hall, her expression slightly anxious. Upon entering and witnessing Su Yun surrounded by stunning women, she froze momentarily. Master, am I interrupting something? Ruan Zifeng stuck out her tongue, instinctively preparing to retreat from the dining hall. Come back. Su Yun, exuding mild exasperation, beckoned Ruan Zifeng closer. Have you settled everything on your end? Ruan Zifeng nodded. I've clarified matters with Aunt Hong. I heard something happened here in the restaurant, so I rushed over to check on you. As she spoke, she discreetly eyed Yu Yingji and Fei, silently pondering. These two sisters are truly beautiful. Had I known Master was here charming lovely ladies, I wouldn't have rushed over. Now, I feel I've interrupted something. Su Gu, who is this little sister? And Fei inquired, her expression puzzled. Had she just heard Ruan Zifeng refer to Su Yun as Master? She is my disciple, Ruan Zifeng, Su Yun introduced briefly. Ruan Zifeng, displaying her innate charm, greeted them and then asked, Are you two my master as wives? Su Yun playfully tapped Ruan Zifeng on the forehead, saying with mock sternness, Don't say such things. It's not as you think. Ruan Zifeng rubbed her head, feigning indignation. Am I mistaken? Just now, you were flirting with a beautiful sister. Getting so close you were practically about to kiss her. I saw it. How could that be a misunderstanding? And Fei chuckled, assisting Ruan Zifeng in rubbing her forehead, saying, Sister Zifeng, you are indeed mistaken. I am Fei, and this sister is Yu Yingji. Your master and I are merely friends. The hesitation in her voice when saying friends was palpable. Fortunately, Su Yun did not contradict her, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Hello, Zifeng. Yu Yingji also took a liking to the girl and leaned in closer. Ruan Zifeng, possessing an innate spiritual aura, had a natural affinity that made her instantly endearing. Even upon first meeting, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Yun's phone rang. It was a call from Chao Kuan, who immediately began to apologize upon answering. Clearly, Wang Lihui had informed him of the incident at the Villa S restaurant. No worries, this matter is not your fault. I want to hold it against you. Su Yun reassured him briefly before ending the call. All right, Zifeng, since everything here has been handled, we should be on our way, Su Yun announced. Okay, Ruan Zifeng replied, bidding farewell to Yu Yingji and Fei. Zifeng, please leave me your number for future contact, and Fei suggested. Of course. Ruan Zifeng smiled knowingly as she provided her number. As Su Yun departed with Ruan Zifeng, Yu Yingji shot a sidelong glance at Fei, muttering, Didn't someone just express a desire to repay Su Gu with her body? Why not ask him for his contact information? And Fei, refusing to back down, retorted, And what about you? Su Gu just helped you resolve a significant issue. Aren't you going to show your gratitude? You didn't even ask for his number. Yu Yingji sighed in defeat. Even if I wanted his number, I wouldn't dare to reach out. We are from entirely different worlds. And Fei's spirits dampened upon hearing this. In truth, she too longed for Su Yun's number. However, she hesitated to ask, fearing rejection. She realized that both she and Yu Yingji were destined to inhabit different social strata. The more enigmatic and extraordinary Su Yun appeared, the more she felt a sense of inferiority. Rather than risk a rejection by asking for his contact, she preferred to remain silent, preserving a glimmer of hope within. Moreover, with Ruan Zifeng's number now in hand, she could maintain contact and learn more about Su Yun indirectly. Chapter 76. Instruction after departing from Tianjing Villa. Su Yun and Ruan Zifeng first returned to fetch Ruan Zifeng's grandfather before heading back to the villa on Lingfeng Mountain. Zifeng, from now on, you and your grandfather will reside here, Su Yun stated as he led them to his villa number 3. It's so beautiful, Ruan Zifeng exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she beheld the grand garden in front of the villa. The array of flowers and plants cultivated within it was nothing short of exquisite, providing her with an extraordinary sense of comfort. The greenery, meticulously trimmed by Su Yun, exuded an indescribable aura of vitality, a sensation that Ruan Zifeng felt acutely. However, this is merely a prelude. The true treasure lies in the spirit-gathering array arranged here, Su Yun declared, extending his hand to strike a gentle palm downwards. An invisible force descended upon a specific location in the northwest corner of the villa, as if pressing down upon something concealed beneath. Boom! The spirit-gathering array resumed its operation, and waves of ethereal energy from the heavens and earth began to converge. Not only did Ruan Zifeng sense the change, but Ruan Lao, her grandfather, was also astonished. Such dense spiritual energy, he exclaimed, staring at Su Yun in disbelief. Mr. Su, you have managed to establish such an incredible formation that gathers the spirits of the 4 corners of the earth. This is simply... The astonishment within Ruan Lao was beyond words. In his youth, he had followed a master who had been crippled, learning much about the existence of spiritual essence in the world, although ordinary people were unable to perceive it due to its scarcity. Yet now, the energy Su Yun had gathered was remarkably rich, and he could truly feel it. He even sensed the subtle energies nurturing his weary and aging body, as if he were immersed in a nourishing elixir. It was nothing short of astounding. Just a rather unremarkable spirit-gathering array. Nothing to exaggerate, Su Yun chuckled softly. To him, the array he had established was indeed quite ordinary. A truly powerful spirit-gathering formation could drain the spiritual energy of an entire planet in an instant. Of course, due to his current cultivation level and the lack of the necessary tools, he was unable to set up such an extraordinary array. After all, creating such a formidable formation could not simply be achieved with a few precious stones. Unaware of Su Yun's circumstances, Ruan Lao found his claim somewhat exaggerated. Mr. Su, you are far too humble. Such a breathtaking array cannot be deemed unremarkable. To be honest, in my younger days, I unearthed numerous ancient tombs, including those of dignitaries and even feudal lords. Many of these grand tombs contained secret formations that harmonized yin and yang and attracted spiritual energy. Yet they pale in comparison to your formation by leagues, Ruan Lao reflected. Su Yun merely smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate. The limitations of Ruan Lao's worldly perspective, despite his considerable experience, restricted his understanding of the vastness of the world. Shortly after the spirit-gathering array was reactivated, faint sounds began to emerge from the forest, as small creatures, drawn by the flow of spiritual energy, converged towards Su Yun's villa. With a sigh, Su Yun could only continuously emit his martial intent, forcefully deterring these bothersome little beings. Fortunately, the spirit-gathering array he had meticulously arranged took into account the terrain, while the plants in the garden thrived under the nurturing energy. They were restricted from growing uncontrollably, preventing further complications. In the afternoon, after Su Yun guided Ruan Zifeng in selecting her room and familiarizing herself with the environment, he commenced her instructional phase. However, rather than immediately imparting the methods of cultivation, he took the time to discuss various aspects of cultivation with her, extending beyond mere martial training to encompass higher realms of understanding. The 9 realms of martial cultivation were merely the foundation, representing the process of enhancing and tempering the physical body. Each breakthrough marked a transcendence and metamorphosis of the body. Upon surpassing the 9th realm, one would begin to absorb the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, continuously cleansing and refining the flesh until it became flawless and pure, culminating in the innate spiritual body, known as the innate realm. Zifeng, you are a naturally born innate spiritual body, possessing a level of potential that others strive for their entire lives yet fail to attain. However, since you have not practiced the path of cultivation before, your innate spiritual body remains dormant. I will guide you in unlocking the innate treasures within you step by step, enabling you to become a true powerhouse in the innate realm at the fastest pace possible. On the rooftop terrace of the villa, Su Yun and Ruan Zifeng sat cross-legged casually, with Su Yun speaking while Ruan Zifeng listened attentively. Master, are you currently in the innate realm? Ruan Zifeng inquired. Me? Su Yun chuckled lightly. Strictly speaking, not yet. However, stepping into the innate realm poses no difficulty for me. Only upon reaching the innate realm does one transcend the mundane, able to inhale and exhale spiritual energy, soar through the skies, and enjoy an extended lifespan, potentially living for 200 to 300 years. Ruan Zifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Soaring through the skies like a bird, isn't that remarkable? Su Yun playfully tapped her forehead, smiling. Your ambitions are modest. A practitioner in the innate realm can do much more than merely fly. They can shatter mountains and cleave the earth, sweeping through armies with ease. As time passed, the afternoon slipped away. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, a sharp cry of an eagle echoed across the sky. The red-clawed white eagle had indeed arrived on its own. There seemed to be a profound, almost bloodline-like connection between it and Ruan Zifeng, allowing it to find her with remarkable precision. At that moment, the red-clawed white eagle appeared anxious and restless, circling above the villa but hesitant to land. Just yesterday, it had nearly been captured here, and the villa's master instilled in it an unprecedented sense of fear. Had it not sensed Ruan Zifeng's presence, it would not have returned. As the red-clawed white eagle grew increasingly agitated, Ruan Zifeng dashed from the villa to the lawn, waving her arms toward the sky. Little White, I'm here. Come down. Xian followed her outside, standing behind Ruan Zifeng. The eagle's feathers bristled as it cried out sharply. Little White, it's all right. This is my master. You need not worry. Come down. Ruan Zifeng seemed to understand the eagle's calls, continuously offering reassurance. After a moment of hesitation, the red-clawed white eagle finally descended before Ruan Zifeng, though its gaze remained wary of Su Yun. This intrigued Su Yun. The eagle's intelligence was indeed remarkable. If he were to refine a spirit-opening elixir for it, further awakening its wisdom, it might evolve into a true spirit beast. Chapter 77. Enemies of the family Little Bai. From now on, this will be our new home, said Ruan Zifeng, gently stroking the feathers of the white eagle, gradually calming it down. The eagle glanced at Su Yun and nodded in a surprisingly human-like manner. Quite interesting. Su Yun mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Zifeng, I shall keep this white eagle by my side and personally train it for a few days. Ruan Zifeng naturally had no objections. After the arrival of the red-clawed white eagle, no small creatures dared approach the vicinity of Su Yun's villa. Its presence proved to be even more effective than Su Yun's martial will. The red-clawed white eagle would occasionally soar into the sky, circling above Lingfeng Mountain. Its piercing cry resonated with a fierce authority unmatched by other birds and beasts. Not only did it terrify snakes and insects, but even the household pets like cats and dogs quivered in fear, trembling uncontrollably. In the following days, Su Yun taught Ruan Zifeng the art of cultivation while also training the eagle to understand a wider range of commands. He would frequently use his own energy to help the eagle regulate its vital energy and strengthen its physique. After 3 or 4 days, the eagle had become quite fond of Su Yun, treating him as a second master rather than being wary of him. On the villa's rooftop terrace, Ruan Zifeng stood firmly in a horse stance, her body completely still as she breathed in rhythmically. With each inhale and exhale, a subtle vibration resonated through her internal organs. This was the very breathing technique Su Yun had once imparted to Gu Qing. Waves of spiritual energy flowed into her body with every breath, spreading throughout her being. After an hour, Ruan Zifeng exhaled deeply, drenched in fragrant sweat, feeling more exhausted than if she had run a marathon. Just as she was about to sit down to rest, Su Yun's stern voice rang out. No resting yet. Perform the foundational body training fist 10 times. Hearing this, Ruan Zifeng's expression soured, but she dared not complain, obediently assuming her stance to practice. After several days of interaction, she had come to understand her master's temperament. In most matters, he was accommodating and would indulge her requests, but when it came to cultivation, he was genuinely strict. On the expansive terrace, she moved gracefully, throwing punches and kicking with swift, powerful movements. Each strike generated a fierce wind, and one could even feel the shockwave of her force. In just 3 or 4 days of practice, her transformation was astonishing. The power she exuded far surpassed that of an average adult male. Su Yun maintained a stoic expression as he remarked, "Your punch is too scattered. Your mastery and control over your strength are still lacking. Although you possess an innate spiritual body, allowing you to easily access immense power, if you cannot control it, it may lead to disaster." It must be said that Ruan Zifeng's innate talent was impressive. Under Su Yun's guidance, she mastered the breathing technique on the very first night of her training, activating her spiritual body's hidden potential, causing an endless flow of strength to surge through her muscles and bones. Within a few days, her progress was equivalent to that of other martial artists reaching the first level of body refinement. This was still the result of Su Yun's intentional moderation. Had he allowed her to continually activate her spiritual body's potential, her progress would have been even more terrifying. However, such rapid growth would make it difficult for her to control her strength, akin to a child wielding a heavy hammer, and could result in self-harm. Thus, Su Yun had her continuously practice her punches to expedite her familiarity with and mastery over her growing power. Su Yun had devised a plan for Ruan Zifeng to break through gradually each month, not too hastily, to thoroughly excavate the potential of her spiritual body. This way, after 9 months, she would reach the level of a 9th-tier martial artist in body refinement. Then, within an additional 3 months, she would formally complete the accumulation required to reach the innate realm. Within a year, Ruan Zifeng would become a true master of the innate realm. Zifeng, I must step out for a couple of days to bring my father over. Focus on your training, Su Yun instructed. Are you going to fetch master? Should I come along? Ruan Zifeng asked eagerly. Su Yun shot her a glance. No need. Don't think you can slack off. Meanwhile, within a modest residence in Yun City, a burly middle-aged man in a suit sat in a large chair, speaking in a low tone. My subordinates have informed me that the old man from the Qi family is in remarkably good health lately. How do you explain this? Opposite him stood a sinister-looking man clad in a black robe, his head wrapped in a soft hat woven from hemp, resembling a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing the inquiry, the sinister man frowned and replied, "The exact reason eludes me. Logically, the devouring insect I have nurtured for decades should ensure the old man's demise once he is afflicted. Even if a master could neutralize the poison, it would be impossible to restore the vitality he would lose to the insect, ultimately leading to his organ failure and death." The middle-aged man interrupted impatiently. "Spare me the useless details. All I know is that the old man from the Qi family is alive and well, and I have spent $200 million hiring you, yet I see no results." The sinister man's expression changed, and he hastily pleaded, "Mr. Litong, grant me another chance. This time, I will surely succeed." Litong chuckled and shook his head. "Your skills are limited to raising and deploying insects. The devouring insect is your best method, is it not? The Qi family is now alert and on guard. Do you truly believe you can succeed? Do you think those from the Qi family are fools?" Gritting his teeth, the sinister man insisted, "I can give it a try." "Enough," Litong declared arrogantly. "I have already enlisted the help of a master from overseas to deal with the Qi family." Upon hearing this, the sinister man's face revealed dissatisfaction. "Mr. Litong, there are many frauds overseas. Do not fall for their tricks." Before he could finish his warning, the door was shattered. An elderly man dressed in a long coat and cloth shoes strolled in, as if on a leisurely walk. "Do I look like a fraud?" the old man asked with a smile. The sinister man, upon witnessing the broken door, felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately realized that this old man was a martial arts master. "Whether I am a fraud or not, that remains to be seen." As he spoke, the sinister man suddenly waved his hand. Countless tiny black dots, smaller than sesame seeds, surged toward the old man. These moving specks were, in fact, tiny insect larvae. The old man stood utterly still. As the multitude of black dots approached, they were halted by an invisible force, bursting open like popcorn, scattering into ashes on the ground. The sinister man's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in horror, "Master's energy! You are a martial arts master!" In that moment, the sinister man's face turned pale, and without a second thought, he attempted to leap out of the window. Offending a master is a death sentence. The old man raised his hand and unleashed a punch of condensed energy, piercing through the sinister man's chest, creating a gaping wound. He crumpled to the ground, lifeless. "Mr. Yuan." Litong had already risen in respect when the old man entered, now bowing with utmost reverence. "There's no need for formality. If you were able to acquire that rare treasure, I am naturally willing to assist you. What other demands do you have?" the elder inquired nonchalantly. Li Tang promptly responded, "In addition to those from the Qi family, I also desire the death of the individual who aided in deciphering the curse and saving the Qi nation." Chapter 78. Master Qi is captured. Nightfall in the outskirts of Yinzhou. 3 black cars raced in a straight line. Within the luxurious vehicle at the center sat Qi Changsheng, the second master of the Qi family, holding a document in his hands, deep in thought. After a moment's silence, he inquired, "Old Shou, What progress have you made on the investigation? Do we know who is responsible for the poison afflicting the old master? Seated in the front passenger seat was an elderly man of slender build, his internal energy surging with an intimidating presence. He was the martial arts expert of the 6th grade who had appeared at the Qingxin tea house. Upon hearing Qi Chongqing's question, old Zhou nodded and replied, "There are some leads. It appears to be related to the former Li family." "The Li family?" Qi Chongqing frowned, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "They left Yunzhou decades ago, yet they still hold a grudge. The Li family, once among the top families in Yunzhou, had been embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Qi family many years ago, resulting in a brutal struggle across political and commercial arenas, extending even to assassination attempts. Qi Qinglan's parents had perished during that tumultuous time. Naturally, the Li family, as the vanquished side, had borne a heavier toll, with most of their key members either imprisoned or meeting untimely deaths. Only a couple of their direct descendants had managed to escape with some wealth and fled overseas. Qi Chongqing had not anticipated that the Li family, after decades of silence, would still harbor such hatred and seek revenge. According to my investigation, Li Tang of the Li family has secretly returned to the country and is likely hiding somewhere in Yunzhou, though I am still uncertain of his precise location. Old Zhou stated. A flash of murderous intent crossed Qi Chongqing's gaze as he declared, "Then we must find him and eliminate him. Old Zhou, you will handle this personally. I will spare no expense as long as you can deal with it." Old Zhou nodded affirmatively. Qi Chongqing continued, "Furthermore, until we have dealt with the remnants of the Li family, ensure that the old master remains in that secret residence." Upon hearing this, old Zhou quickly assured him, "Rest easy, second master. The old master's current residence is utterly concealed. No one could possibly discover it." He understood that Qi Guozheng was the pillar of the Qi family. Although he had stepped back from the limelight, his influence in the political sphere remained formidable, with numerous old acquaintances at his disposal. As long as Qi Guozheng lived, the Qi family would continue to thrive. While they were conversing, suddenly, bang! One of the lead cars seemed to collide with something, producing a loud crash. The entire vehicle was inexplicably flipped over, hurtling towards the central car where Qi Chongqing sat. Not good. Old Zhou's body reacted instinctively. He leaped from his seat like a cheetah, shattering the front windshield as he propelled himself outward. In midair, he kicked the descending car away with a powerful strike. Impressive. Such explosive strength. You have indeed reached the 6th grade of martial arts. A talent like you is rare beneath the masters. It is no wonder Li Tang sought my assistance. Ahead, an elderly man clad in a long gown and cloth shoes stood casually, hands clasped behind his back, as if overturning a speeding car was merely an inconsequential task for him. As old Zhou landed, he caught sight of the elder and felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. The aura emanating from the man was terrifying, instilling a fear that rendered him immobile. This sensation was familiar to him only in the presence of true masters. "Second master, we must leave. Quickly," old Zhou shouted, forcing himself to suppress his fear as he charged toward the elder, attempting to buy Qi Chongqing some time. "An ant trying to stop a chariot," the elder scoffed, taking a light step forward. With a resounding thud, the ground cracked beneath him, unleashing a wave of overwhelming energy. He struck with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as old Zhou was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his wounds. One of his arms had been torn off. Thud. Old Zhou crashed to the ground, his face pale, a palm print etched into his chest, causing him to cough up blood. At that moment, Qi Chongqing had just managed to exit the vehicle. Witnessing the horrific scene, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Old Zhou was his most trusted expert, having shielded him from countless threats over the years. Yet, in just one encounter, he had been gravely injured. "Second master, you must escape." At that moment, several men in black emerged from the rear vehicle, each wielding a handgun, and without hesitation, they opened fire on the elder. Bang, bang, bang. A swarm of ants. The elder disdainfully scoffed, not bothering to evade as he strode forward. All the bullets were halted before him by an invisible barrier. With a flick of his hand, the bullets were sent hurtling back, tearing through the bodies of Qi Chongqing's bodyguards, killing them instantly. Old Zhou lay on the ground, despair etched across his face. He realized that there was no escape for Qi Chongqing. The one confronting them was a martial arts master. Qi Chongqing, though pale, was a figure of resilience. Faced with such peril, he quickly regained his composure and spoke. "Old sir, how much has Li Tang offered to enlist your aid?" "I am willing to pay 10 times that amount." "Money?" The elder's lips curled into a mocking smile. "With my status and strength, I could acquire wealth beyond measure if that were my goal. The only reason Li Tang could secure my assistance is that he offered a rare treasure. Qi Chongqing's expression shifted. A rare treasure? To be honest, I possess numerous artifacts myself. Ancient relics from the pre-Qin period, Tang and Song porcelain, classical paintings, and calligraphy. If you are willing, I can part with them. The elder chuckled derisively. Do not waste your breath. The treasures you speak of are not of the same caliber as what I desire. No need for further discussion. Come with me willingly. There are those who wish to meet with you. As for the other one, the elder glanced disdainfully at old Zhou. I shall spare your life to deliver a message. If you wish for the second master of the Qi family to remain alive, then Qi Guozheng must cease hiding. It will do him no good. Tomorrow at noon, I will visit the Qi family estate. Having said that, the elder swiftly seized Qi Chongqing and vanished without a trace. That night, Yunzhou was thrown into chaos. Chapter 79. The arrival of the martial god army on the morning of the second day. Su Yun was preparing to set off for Lingbei County. However, before he could leave, he received a phone call from Qi Qinglan. Mr. Su, something has happened at my home. Could you come over? Qi Qinglan's voice conveyed a sense of urgency and a hint of panic, which was quite unusual for her. Furrowing his brow, Su Yun inquired, what is it? Is it something concerning old Master Qi again? It's not my grandfather this time. It's my second uncle. He was kidnapped last night, and the kidnappers have sent a message saying they will return at noon today. Your second uncle? Su Yun was taken aback. Not expecting this development, Qi Chongqing was a significant figure in Yunzhou, a powerful magnate whose influence permeated various aspects of the region. Even someone like Chao Cohen, a notorious underworld leader, paled in comparison to him. It was hard to believe that such a person could be kidnapped, especially given the extensive security that surrounded him. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Yun, and he asked, was a martial arts expert involved in the abduction? Yes, according to the elder Zhou who was with my uncle. It seems the assailant is a master. He was hired by an old enemy of the Qi family, the same one responsible for my grandfather's poisoning, Qi Qinglan explained hastily. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yun replied, all right, I will come over. Please send me the address. Hanging up the phone, he immediately drove toward the Qi family's ancestral residence. The Qi family mansion, located in the southern suburbs Mansion District, boasted architecture reminiscent of the Republic of China era. With each building steeped in decades, even centuries of history, the ancestral home had stood for over 100 years, having undergone several renovations while retaining its original charm and antiquity. However, at this moment, the Qi family mansion was on high alert, with guards patrolling every corner of the courtyard. In the main hall, Qi Guozheng sat in the central seat, his expression stoic and silent, while Qi Qinglan stood anxiously beside him. Among them was Elder Zhou, who sat in the hall, his arm bandaged from an injury. The atmosphere was thick with tension. At that moment, Su Jun entered, addressing Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan. Elder Qi, Miss Qinglan, the security personnel outside have been properly arranged. Qi Guozheng nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. He knew well that these so-called security measures were merely a form of self-comfort. Su Jun hesitated before asking, should we notify the police to intervene? Both Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan turned their gazes toward Elder Zhou. He coughed a few times, his pallor still evident, and weakly shook his head. Su Jun, as a member of the martial arts community, you should understand the significance of a martial arts master. Informing the police would be futile. Su Jun's face bore a hint of bitterness as he fell silent. Martial arts practitioners had transcended the realm of ordinary individuals. Wu Sima, for instance, had once single-handedly fought against a dozen armed police officers, emerging unscathed. The prowess of a martial arts master was even more formidable. The reason Yuan's elder dared to declare his impending visit was his confidence that no matter how many police forces the Qi family summoned, he would come and go as he pleased. I have already informed Mr. Su, and he has agreed to come, Qi Qinglan said. Elder Zhou's expression softened slightly. Do you think Mr. Su can handle the master? He asked. Relying solely on Su Yun, he is certainly no match for a master, Elder Zhou stated decisively. He had observed Su Yun during their last encounter at the Qingxin Tea House and had analyzed his capabilities with Qi Changhe and Qi Qinglan. He believed that Su Yun's ability to produce a resonant sound that injured Su Jun indicated he had reached the 6th rank of martial arts and had likely trained in sound wave techniques such as the lion's roar. This level of skill was far from sufficient to contend with a master. Elder Zhou, then why did you suggest inviting Mr. Su? Qi Qinglan asked, astonished. Elder Zhou coughed again before explaining. Given that Su Yun is so young yet possesses such martial prowess, coupled with his extraordinary medical skills and knowledge of ancient alchemy. He cannot have achieved this without a solid foundation. He must have a formidable lineage and a reputable mentor. While I am uncertain about his medical expertise, I believe he likely has a master guiding his martial arts training. Qi Guozheng's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, "Are you suggesting that we enlist the help of Mr. Su's master to protect our Qi family?" Elder Zhou nodded, lamenting, "However, all of this depends on Su Yun's willingness. If he does not wish to involve his master in this turmoil, the Qi family's predicament today may remain unresolved." As they conversed, Su Jun's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. A guard reported from outside, "Captain, someone is at the door, claiming to be Song Fengjun from the Song family. Should we let him in?" "Song Fengjun? Why is he here?" Qi Qinglan was momentarily taken aback. The Song family and the Qi family were indeed connected, but unlike the Qi family, the Song family primarily operated within military circles. The elder of the Song family was a significant figure in the Tiannan military region, and Song Fengjun's father had also risen to the rank of Major General. Yet, Song Fengjun himself seemed to lack the martial prowess of his ancestors, possessing more of a playboy's demeanor. For a long time, the Song family had attempted to facilitate a match between Song Fengjun and Qi Qinglan, but she had always maintained a respectful distance from him. "Let him in," Qi Guozheng instructed. Moments later, two figures entered the Qi family's main hall. One was a handsome young man, while the other was a robust, dark-skinned middle-aged man. "Grandfather Qi Qinglan," Song Fengjun greeted them with a solemn tone. "I have heard about the troubles in your family. The current situation is dire. It is outrageous that they dared to openly kidnap your second uncle." Qi Qinglan frowned. "How did you come to know about this, young Master Song?" With a helpless expression, Song Fengjun replied, "Qinglan, my family has some influence in Yunzhou. Moreover, there was a gunfight last night. Investigating such matters is not particularly difficult. That said, given the gravity of the situation, you could have informed us, and I would have come to assist you last night." A faint smile crossed Qi Guozheng's face as he said, "Xiaojun, we appreciate your good intentions, but the troubles we face are quite significant, so it would be best for you to return home." Song Fengjun responded with a light smile, "If it were just me, I would not have come to impose. However, I have brought assistance with me." "Oh." Everyone turned their attention to the dark-faced man beside Song Fengjun. Since entering, this man had remained silent, his gaze expressionless, even when meeting Qi Guozheng's eyes. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Fan Jingwu from the Martial God Army. He came to Yunzhou to track down another criminal, and upon learning of your second uncle's situation, my family requested his assistance," Song Fengjun proclaimed with pride. Both Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan were taken aback, as they had not heard of such a military force as the Martial God Army in the Tiannan military region. However, Elder Zhou's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the name Martial God Army. He immediately stood up, looking at the dark-faced man as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 80. To offer greetings? The Martial God Army. Elder Zhou rose with trepidation, his eyes betraying a palpable fear. While ordinary individuals might not have heard of the Martial God Army, Zhou, a master in the martial arts realm, was well aware of its formidable reputation. He had even witnessed the army's ferocity firsthand. The Martial God Army had obliterated several prestigious martial arts clans and sects, capturing and executing no fewer than 10 grandmasters. It was precisely due to the existence of this terrifying force that the martial arts community had adopted a more subdued demeanor over the past few decades. Many martial artists dared not act recklessly, for the Martial God Army loomed over the entirety of the Chinese martial arts world like a sharp sword of suppression. "Are you a grandmaster within the Martial God Army?" Elder Zhou inquired, bowing slightly in reverence. Fan Jingwu cast a fleeting glance at Elder Zhou and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." Elder Zhou exhaled a long sigh of relief and assured Qi Guozheng, "Rest assured, Elder Qi, with a grandmaster from the Martial God Army intervening, the Qi family will be safeguarded." Upon hearing this, Qi Guozheng hastily stood and clasped his hands toward Fan Jingwu, stating, "Mr. Fan, should you assist in resolving the Qi family's peril, we shall offer our profound gratitude." Fan Jingwu, his expression impassive, responded, "There is no need for such formalities. My involvement stems from General Song's request and the current necessity for a reckoning within the martial arts community. It seems that some have forgotten our existence due to the prolonged inactivity of the Martial God Army, leading to wanton slaughter of innocents, disregarding heavenly edicts." After delivering this chilling proclamation, Fan Jingwu fell silent, choosing instead to occupy a nearby seat, showing no inclination to engage in idle conversation with Qi Guozheng. Qi Guozheng, unfazed, turned his attention to Song Fengjun, expressing his sentiment. Xiao Jun, upon your return, please extend my gratitude to your grandfather. The Song family's goodwill shall not be forgotten by this old man. Song Fengjun replied with a smile, Grandfather Qi, given the close ties between our families, such words are unnecessary. Moreover, once Qinglan and I are united in marriage, we shall all be one family. At this proclamation, Qinglan's expression shifted, and she retorted, Song Fengjun, I have not agreed to be with you. Song Fengjun maintained his smile. That is merely a matter of time. Sincerity can move mountains. I am confident that my earnestness will eventually resonate with you. Qinglan parted her red lips, intending to declare her eternal refusal, but she restrained herself. Considering the present circumstances, Qi Guozheng, observing the exchange, could only shake his head in resignation. Previously, when the Song family proposed a marriage alliance, he entertained the notion. But after Qinglan's resolute refusal, he had not broached the subject again. At that moment, the security personnel stationed outside relayed a message to Su Jun via the intercom. Brother Jun, another individual has arrived, claiming to be Su Yun. Should we permit entry? Qinglan's eyes brightened, and without waiting for Su Jun's response, she declared, let him in. No, I shall personally go to welcome Mr. Su. With that, Qinglan hastily exited. Witnessing this, Song Fengjun's demeanor soured. He noted that earlier, upon announcing his identity, Qinglan had not personally come to greet him. Grandfather Qi. Who is the Su Yun? Song Fengjun could not restrain his curiosity. Qi Guozheng hesitated before explaining. Mr. Su is a remarkable individual. Despite his youth, his medical expertise is unparalleled. He saved my life when I was afflicted by a venomous curse. Is that so? He must possess some skill then. I shall utilize my connections to arrange for him to enter Tianhe Hospital as a token of appreciation, Song Fengjun remarked dismissively. Elder Zhou interjected, Young Master Song. Do not underestimate Mr. Su. He is also a master in the martial arts realm. A master? How skilled? How does he compare to a grandmaster? Song Fengjun inquired brazenly. Elder Zhou fell silent, unable to respond. Song Fengjun, being unfamiliar with the martial arts world, naively compared a master to a grandmaster. Had it not been for the presence of Fan Jingwu, a formidable figure from the martial god army, he might have been tempted to deliver a sharp retort. During their discussion, Qinglan had already returned to the main hall with Su Yun. Seeing Qinglan by Su Yun's side, displaying a demeanor of submissive respect, Song Fengjun's displeasure intensified. Are you Su Yun? He asked, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yun. What business do you have here at the Qi family during such a critical time? I suggest you return whence you came. Song Fengjun. Qinglan frowned, expressing her discontent. Mr. Su was specifically invited to assist us. You ought to speak with more courtesy. Song Fengjun feigned a smile. Qinglan, do not take offense. I merely wish to prevent unrelated individuals from causing disruption. If my words upset you, I shall refrain from further comment. With that, he shot a hostile glare at Su Yun. Su Yun, however, chose not to engage with such insolence. Upon entering the main hall, his gaze immediately settled on Fan Jingwu. Qinglan, noticing this, promptly introduced Mr. Su. This is Mr. Fan Jingwu, a master from the martial god army. Mr. Fan, this is Su Yun. Before she could finish, Fan Jingwu interjected coldly, no need for introductions. An ordinary person is not worthy of my remembrance. At these words, Su Yun narrowed his eyes, looking at Qinglan. He was invited by her, and Fan Jingwu was now a guest in the Qi household. He sought an explanation from Qinglan. Qinglan appeared somewhat embarrassed, not anticipating Fan Jingwu's rudeness. Mr. Fan, Mr. Su is here to assist us. Qi Guozheng was compelled to mediate. Fan Jingwu let out a derisive laugh, stating, my presence alone suffices. Others here merely serve as hindrances. Su Yun frowned. Am I a hindrance here? Fan Jingwu regarded Su Yun with a stoic expression, scolding. What? Do you take issue with my words? Young man, upon your entrance, I sensed your stable aura and restrained energy, indicating some level of martial training. However, your abilities are still insufficient in my presence. Did your martial arts mentor not impart the importance of reverence when encountering a grandmaster? As Fan Jingwu's words grew more severe, Elder Zhou's face paled. Urgently signaling to Su Yun, Su Yun, do you not wish to pay your respects to Grandmaster Fan? Su Yun shook his head, responding, to pay respects to him? I fear he may not be able to bear it. At this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Elder Zhou's face turned ashen, his mind racing. He had never anticipated Su Yun's audacity to speak in such a manner. This was tantamount to challenging the dignity of a grandmaster, and moreover, A master from the martial god army. Chapter 81. Enemies at the door, what audacity. Fan Jingwu's indifferent gaze suddenly widened. A fierce and bloodthirsty aura surged forth from him like a tsunami, causing the temperature in the entire hall to plummet as if it had descended below freezing. Everyone inexplicably felt a bone-chilling coldness. Swish. Fan Jingwu abruptly rose, his movement akin to a towering mountain springing forth from the ground. The overwhelming invisible force caused the martial artists, including Elder Zhou and Su Jun, to pale in terror. Master Fan, please temper your anger, Elder Zhou hastily urged, genuinely fearing that Fan Jingwu, in his wrath, might kill Su Yun. After all, he had previously surmised that a master of profound skill stood behind Su Yun. If Su Yun were to be killed here, while Fan Jingwu, backed by the martial god army, might escape unscathed, the Qi family would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the repercussions. At that moment, Qi Guozheng had no choice but to speak up, attempting to placate Fan Jingwu. Master Fan, young Master Su has shown kindness to my Qi family. For the sake of this old man's humble request, could you possibly spare him and refrain from pursuing this matter? Fan Jingwu merely snorted in disdain, refusing to listen. It was irrelevant that Qi Guozheng had already stepped down from his high position, even if he had not. He still lacked the standing to request such a favor. Qi Guozheng, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Song Fengjun, hoping he might intercede. However, Song Fengjun shrugged and replied, Grandpa Qi, I am powerless in this matter. The martial god army operates independently of the military, and Mr. Fan holds a unique status. Even my father treats him with utmost respect. This Su Yun, with his inflated sense of self-worth, flaunts his modest skills and medical heritage before Mr. Fan. And I cannot condone such arrogance. Song Fengjun had no intention of pleading for Su Yun. In fact, he secretly hoped Su Yun would be dealt with harshly. At this juncture, Fan Jingwu fixed his gaze upon Su Yun and spoke in a low voice, You have two choices. First, kneel and slap your own face until I tell you to stop. Second, I want to touch you, but after today, I will take you to confront your martial arts teacher and demand an explanation. Elder Zhou, hearing this, began to frantically signal Su Yun. The arrival of the martial god army would have dire consequences. In the past, numerous defiant martial arts sects and families had been either subdued or annihilated by the iron-fisted methods of the martial god army. If Su Yun continued to act defiantly, he would undoubtedly bring trouble upon his own master. Unfortunately, Su Yun disregarded Elder Zhou's hints. To him, Fan Jingwu's threats were nothing but a jest. Good, good, good. Fan Jingwu repeated the word thrice, each utterance colder than the last. Witnessing this scene, Qi Qinglan regretted ever inviting Su Yun. At that moment, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted outside the Qi family's old residence. Su Jun's expression changed dramatically as he grabbed the intercom and shouted, What is happening? Respond. Quickly. Yet, the intercom remained silent. Soon, the gunfire ceased abruptly. From the onset to the cessation of the gunfire, no more than 10 seconds had elapsed. Inside the hall, Su Jun's face turned ashen, his hand trembling as he held the intercom. The security personnel outside had all been eliminated. Qi Guozheng, Qi Qinglan, and Song Fengjun were all stunned. Were martial arts masters truly capable of such terror? Elder Qi, I will check outside to see what is going on. Su Jun gritted his teeth, drawing his firearm and preparing to rush out. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when a tremendous crash sounded. The roof of the main hall was suddenly breached. An elder clad in a long robe and cloth shoes descended gracefully into the hall, not alone, but with 2 captives, Li Tang and Qi Changsheng, one in each hand. He entered as if through an unguarded realm. The 2 or 3 dozen security personnel stationed outside posed no threat to him. After firing a few shots, they were all rendered unconscious by his invisible force. Changsheng, second uncle. Upon seeing Qi Changsheng subdued, Qi Guozheng and Qi Qinglan could not suppress their exclamations. Qi Changsheng appeared battered and bruised, his face swollen and marred with wounds, clearly having endured severe torment. Do not shout. He won't die just yet. But it won't be long before I send your entire family on their way. Li Tang laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. What audacity! Suddenly, Fan Jingwu roared, unleashing a surge of energy that reverberated through the air. Li Tang felt an overwhelming force crashing against him, causing his chest to constrict, nearly making him spit blood. At that moment, the elder waved his hand, dissipating the oncoming invisible force. Interesting. I did not expect the Qi family to have summoned a master as well. The elder turned to Fan Jingwu, his eyes gleaming with interest, and then added with a smile. It is no small feat to achieve the realm of a martial arts master. I advise you to refrain from intervening today. Otherwise, should you fall under my hand, all your years of arduous cultivation would be in vain. A true pity. Haha. Fan Jingwu grinned wickedly. You are indeed confident. This is the first time I have encountered someone so audacious before the martial god army. With that, a surge of battle intent erupted from Fan Jingwu, fierce as flames. The martial god army. The elder's expression shifted subtly as he murmured, in the past, I chose to escape overseas to avoid the intimidation and constraints of the martial god army. I did not expect that upon returning to the land of China, I would encounter a formidable opponent from their ranks. Fan Jingwu laughed heartily. Knowing the might of the martial god army, why do you not surrender? The elder shook his head slightly, muttering, what a predicament. Just as I return, I must confront a master of the martial god army. It seems after this matter, I shall have to flee overseas once more, unable to reconnect with old friends. Hearing this, Fan Jingwu's fury turned into laughter. Unaware of your own mortality, you dare speak such bravado at this juncture. I shall see just how capable you truly are. As his words fell, Fan Jingwu struck with ferocity. Boom. His form shifted, his vital energy surging as he seemed to expand. His already formidable physique now resembled that of a giant bear as he charged toward the elder. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed violently, unleashing terrifying force that reverberated throughout the hall. The ground beneath them could scarcely withstand the explosive power, collapsing into pits and fissures spreading like a spider's web. The others in the hall, including Qi Guozhong, found themselves reeling as though caught in an earthquake, barely able to maintain their footing. Elder Qi, Miss Qinglan, retreat quickly. Su Jun swiftly positioned himself before Qi Guozhong and Qi Qinglan, shielding them as they backed away. Meanwhile, Song Fengjun and Li Tang scrambled to escape the hall in disarray. Chapter 82. The terror the aged man of the Yuan clan engaged in combat with Fan Jingwu, resembling two humanoid behemoths, savagely colliding and battling. The shockwaves of their energy rippled through the hall, causing the furnishings to explode. The ground cracked, and debris flew in all directions, akin to the demolition of a building. The spectators within the hall dared not remain, fleeing in panic. The sight before them was utterly terrifying. This was merely the residual force from their clash. Should either be struck directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Jun shielded Qi Guozhong and Qi Qinlan as they retreated, while Elder Zhou, with his remaining arm, dragged Qi Changsheng to safety. Qi Changsheng, struggling to open his swollen eyes, weakly urged, Elder Zhou, seize Li Tang while you can. Elder Zhou glanced at Li Tang, who had also managed to escape, and shook his head. Second master, it's futile. A master will not be easily threatened, even if we capture Li Tang. It will not intimidate that master and may even provoke his wrath, potentially leading to the annihilation of the Qi family. But fret not, mister. Fan is a formidable figure of the martial god army, his prowess incomparable to an ordinary master. Upon hearing this, Qi Changsheng had no retort. Suddenly, a roar akin to a raging lion erupted within the crumbling hall, shaking the very foundation. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the structure collapsed. Simultaneously, two figures leapt from the ruins, continuing their fierce battle amidst the wreckage. Breaking Mountain Fist. Fan Jingwu bellowed, his skin flushed, muscles bulging, delivering a ferocious onslaught of punches. The air was filled with terrifying shadows of his fists, the force astonishingly overwhelming. Not only ordinary people, but even a martial arts expert like Elder Zhou felt his face pale at the sight. Indeed, the Breaking Mountain Fist of the martial god army. Mr. Fan has unleashed his true potential. This technique is exceptionally domineering, a lethal martial art. The opponent, being an older master, has diminished vitality and cannot sustain this for long. Once his energy wanes, his defenses will falter. Elder Zhou's spirit was invigorated by this realization. Qi Guozhong and Qi Qinglan's faces brightened upon hearing this, while Song Fengjun laughed heartily. Only Su Yun observed for a moment before subtly shaking his head. He perceived that although the aged man of the Yuan clan appeared to be retreating under Fan Jingwu's relentless assault, it was evident that he was not exerting his full strength. Fan Jingwu was indeed powerful enough to suppress an average 7th-tier master, and some novice masters might even fall to him. However, the Yuan elder was stronger. Su Yun sensed a substantial portion of his power lying dormant, like an unfathomable river or lake. When unleashed, it would erupt with unimaginable force. Mr. Su, what troubles you? Do you disagree with Elder Zhou's assessment? Qi Qinglan inquired. Noticing Su Yun's head shake, Su Yun nodded slightly, stating, "That master is exceptionally strong. The man from the martial god army is no match for him. It is likely to end poorly for him." At this, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, as this contradicted Elder Zhou's prediction. "Silence! Who do you think you are to speak so recklessly? Just because you've learned a bit of martial arts, you presume to critique Master Fan? Who gave you such audacity?" Song Fengjun scolded. Elder Zhou's expression soured, muttering, "Young friend Su, although I have never reached the master level, I have encountered several, and I believe my understanding of the situation is sound." Su Yun merely sneered, disinterested in counter-arguments. The truth would soon reveal itself. Suddenly, the Yuan elder chuckled lightly. "All right. I have experienced the might of the breaking mountain fist. Prolonging this duel serves no purpose. Now, I shall send you on your way." Enraged, Fan Jingwu was about to unleash his fury when the Yuan elder surged forth with an overwhelming aura, exuding a fierce and formidable presence. A torrent of boundless energy surged. And as Fan Jingwu struck with his fist, his expression changed dramatically. He realized that the energy he had concentrated in his punch was instantly dispersed, replaced by an even more ferocious force surging back at him. Before he could react, the Yuan elder's strike sent him flying. His arm, used to counter, shattered, leaving him bloodied and mangled. "8th-tier martial artist. You are an 8th-tier master." Fan Jingwu's mind was engulfed in terror, his voice escaping in a panicked scream. He had not anticipated that the opponent had concealed such formidable strength, truly an 8th-tier master. The chasm between 7th and 8th-tier masters was immense. Though he could overpower some ordinary 7th-tier masters, against an 8th-tier master, failure was inevitable. "Flee!" Without a moment's hesitation, Fan Jingwu, dragging his shattered arm, attempted to escape. He was no match for the Yuan elder and needed to summon a more powerful expert from the martial god army. As for the Qi family, he could not afford to be concerned any longer. It is too late to flee now. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the Yuan elder's eyes. Knowing Fan Jingwu's affiliation with the martial god army, he would not allow him to escape and summon reinforcements. Die. With a swift motion, the Yuan elder unleashed a devastating punch, replicating the ferocity of Fan Jingwu's breaking mountain fist. However, the force behind this punch was even more overwhelming. As if he were a deity or Buddha obliterating all in his path, the concentrated energy of his fist tore through the air, leaving a long trail of pressure in its wake. "You too can wield the breaking mountain fist," Fan Jingwu exclaimed in horror, extending his remaining arm in a desperate attempt to block. Yet, it proved futile. The force shattered his arm and struck him with a tremendous impact, sending him hurtling through the air, blood gushing forth, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. "Heh, I certainly learned that from you. If not for studying your technique and its nuances, do you think you would have lasted this long against me?" The Yuan elder sneered. Fan Jingwu's eyes widened in disbelief. The breaking mountain fist was a sophisticated lethal technique developed within the martial god army, yet this opponent had grasped its essence in mere moments of combat. Such martial prowess was utterly terrifying. "You of the martial god army have grown complacent, underestimating the world's masters. To perish at my hands is an honor," the Yuan elder remarked coldly. Upon hearing this, Fan Jingwu spat out another mouthful of blood, his expression bitter. Though he had not succumbed immediately, his internal organs were already shattered by the elder's force, and he could only endure a while longer due to the vitality of a master. However, it would not be long before he too would meet his demise. Chapter 83, Shock. The elderly man of the Yuan clan no longer paid attention to Fan Jingwu, for the latter was destined to meet his demise shortly. With a swift motion, he turned away, his gaze coldly surveying the others present. At that moment, everyone's faces turned ashen. "No, this cannot be." Song Fengjun trembled with fear, unable to fathom how the once formidable Master Fan, who had dominated the earlier confrontation, could so swiftly be gravely wounded and brought to the brink of death. This, Zhou Lao also wore an expression of disbelief. He had indeed misjudged the situation. An 8th-grade master. This elderly man of the Yuan clan was, astonishingly, an 8th-grade master. In the presence of such a powerhouse, even 4 or 5 ordinary masters would be insufficient to contend with him. "Old Qi, 2nd master, it appears that today." Zhou Lao began but faltered, sighing deeply. Qi Guizhong lamented, "It seems that heaven has decreed the downfall of the Qi family." "Grandfather." Qi Qinglan's expression was desolate as she supported Qi Guizhong's arm, seemingly resigned to their fate. "Ha ha." Li Tang laughed heartily, stepping forward to approach the elderly Yuan, cupping his hands respectfully. "Mr. Yuan, your might is unparalleled, and your cultivation is truly awe-inspiring." The elderly Yuan had grown weary of such flattery and chose to disregard it. His gaze swept the room before finally resting on Su Yun. "Young man, you possess an admirable discernment," he remarked with interest, evidently aware of Su Yun's previous assessment. Initially, he had assumed Su Yun merely speculated foolishly, but upon closer observation, he sensed something was amiss. While the others were engulfed in despair, awaiting their doom, Su Yun stood calmly, exuding an unusual composure. This piqued the elderly Yuan's curiosity. It is known that the threshold between life and death is fraught with terror. Even Qi Lao, who had witnessed countless vicissitudes, and Master Fan Jingwu, whose martial resolve was steadfast, could not maintain their tranquility in the face of death. Why is this young man unperturbed? "Young man, are you not afraid of death?" the elderly Yuan inquired. "Death?" Su Yun replied, his expression impassive. "Do you truly believe that with your meager abilities, you can kill me?" At his words, the elderly Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into boisterous laughter. As if hearing an absurd jest, the others stared at Su Yun in astonishment. It was important to remember that the elderly Yuan had just demonstrated overwhelming prowess, severely injuring Master Fan in the process. The malevolent aura he exuded seemed beyond human capacity to withstand. In the past, the Qi family might have considered Su Yun, shrouded in mystery, capable of countering such a threat. Yet now, they had abandoned such illusions. Master Fan, who had been awaiting death with closed eyes, now struggled to open them, his expression one of bewilderment. "He is insane. This fellow is truly arrogant. While it was one thing to challenge me, now, having witnessed the power of the elderly Yuan, he dares to speak so brazenly. It is nothing short of courting death." Su Yun remained unfazed by their reactions, calmly observing the elderly Yuan's laughter before inquiring, "Is it truly that amusing?" The elderly Yuan's smile faded slightly, and before he could respond, Li Tang interjected sharply, "Impudent. Young man, your lives are now in Mr. Yuan's hands. Who gave you the audacity to speak to him in such a manner?" Su Yun cast a disdainful glance at Li Tang, retorting coldly, "What are you? You have no place to interject in our conversation." With a mere shift of his body, an invisible force surged forth from Su Yun. The next moment, Li Tang was struck as if by cannon fire, his robust form exploding violently, flesh and bone splattering everywhere. At that moment, the elderly Yuan's eyes narrowed, a ripple of surprise breaking through his previously impassive demeanor. A master Smite. The young man before him was, it seemed, also a martial arts master. A master. Zhou Lao's eyes widened in shock, utterly astonished. The master realm was a level he had pursued all his life but never attained. He had instinctively believed Su Yun had reached merely the 6th grade of martial arts, perhaps with guidance from a master. Yet, he never imagined that Su Yun himself was a master. Achieving such a status at such a young age was truly terrifying. Even within the martial god army, finding such a prodigy would be exceedingly rare. Fan Jingwu's expression turned complex. Under normal circumstances, the martial god army would have gone to great lengths to recruit such talent, and if unable to do so, they would closely monitor him, striking down any perceived threat with overwhelming force. But now, feeling the life force within him waning, he could only force a bitter smile. "I never expected that even I could misjudge a situation." At this moment, the elderly Yuan exhaled deeply. Su Yun, as a young master, had truly startled him. At least, he himself had barely managed to cultivate inner strength at Su Yun's age. Staring intently at Su Yun, the elderly Yuan sighed. "It is a pity you did not join forces with that master from the martial god army earlier. Even though you might not have been able to overcome me together, I would have been unprepared for your sudden strike, and perhaps there was a slim chance you could have harmed me." Su Yun scoffed. "Join forces? You overestimate your worth. To deal with someone of your caliber, I need not ally with anyone. Moreover, the so-called master of the martial god army is not worthy to join forces with me." At these words, Fan Jingwu's spirit surged, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. The elderly Yuan's anger flared. "Such audacity. I shall see just how capable you are to dare insult me." This time, the elderly Yuan was genuinely enraged. With a powerful movement, he lunged forward like a raging tiger, unleashing the full force of his strength. In that instant, he revealed the entirety of his 8th grade master prowess. This time, he did not employ the rudimentary techniques he had just demonstrated, but rather his own martial arts secret. It was a palm technique known as the Iron Bone Great Palm. The elderly Yuan had devoted half his life to mastering this technique to perfection. As he unleashed the palm strike, the air erupted with a thunderous roar. "Young man, to ensure you are fully convinced, I shall have you perish beneath my ultimate technique." The elderly Yuan's face twisted into a sinister smile. The shockwave of his palm surged forth, spiraling towards Su Yun. However, at that moment, Su Yun merely remarked, Is this what you consider an ultimate technique? Chapter 84. A single strike to kill. Faced with the formidable palm strike from the elder with the surname Yuan, Suyun advanced instead of retreating, unleashing a strike of his own. The force of his palm was concentrated, surging forth like a tempestuous wave, imbued with immense power that seemed capable of shattering the very void. Suyun's strike appeared almost identical to the elder Yuan's iron-boned handprint. Yet its might surpassed that of the elder. The two palms collided, and the ground beneath them instantly caved in, forming a circular pit centered around them. The elder Yuan let out a muffled groan, his body propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently against the wall of the inner courtyard. Staggering, he struggled to regain his footing, but dark blood flowed incessantly from his mouth and nose. Iron-bone handprint. How could you? The elder Yuan gazed at Su Yun in disbelief. Calmly, Su Yun replied, "At the moment you struck, I sensed the flow of your internal energy and the method of your palm's explosive power. It was not too difficult to replicate your technique. Such rudimentary skills do not constitute supreme mastery." Upon hearing this, not only was the elder Yuan shocked, but also Zhou Lao, Su Jun, and the other martial artists were astounded, nearly leaping from their feet. Previously, the elder Yuan had grasped the essence of Fan Jingwu's broken mountain fist after only a brief encounter, showcasing a martial prowess that exceeded their imaginations. Now, Su Yun had managed to perceive the elder's internal energy and instantly replicate his martial art, even exhibiting greater power. Such mastery was simply unfathomable. To deem it a martial myth would not be an exaggeration. Drip, drip. The blood flowing from the elder's mouth and nose increased in quantity. Soon, it was not just from his mouth and nose. Even his eyes and ears began to seep blood. I never expected that upon my return to the Central Plains, I would be fortunate enough to witness someone of your caliber. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. I die without regret. The elder Yuan's voice grew fainter, finally unable to suppress the injuries he had sustained. The palm power that Su Yun had thrust into his body continued to explode within him. Bang, bang, bang. The elder's body erupted with blood, and ultimately, he collapsed heavily to the ground, silenced forever. A martial arts master of the 8th rank had utterly perished. Zhou Lao and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that an 8th rank martial arts master could be slain by Su Yun with a single strike. The scene fell into a profound silence. Everyone rendered speechless, particularly the ordinary citizens of Qi country, who felt their scalps tingle and their hearts tremble. It was utterly shocking. This was an existence beyond human comprehension. Initially, they believed they had sufficiently overestimated Su Yun, but it now appeared they had underestimated his capabilities. Cough, cough, cough. A series of dry coughs shattered the silence. Fan Jingwu, while coughing and spitting blood, was on the verge of collapse himself. "Mr. Fan." Song Fengjun finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly rushing forward to assist Fan Jingwu. "I cannot hold on any longer." Fan Jingwu waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Song Fengjun panicked, a wave of inexplicable fear rising within him. If Fan Jingwu were to die, the troubles for the Song family would be immense, considering they had invited him to the Qi family. "Since you possess such remarkable skills, why didn't you act sooner to save Mr. Fan?" Song Fengjun glared at Su Yun in resentment. Su Yun scoffed coldly. "Why should I save him? Just moments ago, Fan Jingwu claimed I was a hindrance, even demanding that I kneel and slap myself. Given that, it would have been a stroke of luck that I did not personally slay him. Save him? Impossible. Previously, I was blind and offended you. At such a young age, you possess such cultivation. Your talent is truly unparalleled in my lifetime. If you wish, I can provide you with my contact information and recommend you to the martial god army." Fan Jingwu's gaze was intense as he looked at Su Yun. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yun declined. "I have no interest." Fan Jingwu's breath hitched as he implored, "Please reconsider. I hope you do not harbor any aversion to the martial god army because of my situation." "The martial god army." Su Yun raised his hand to interrupt. "No need to mention it again. I have stated my lack of interest in joining." Fan Jingwu opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from insisting further. "Very well. As a dying man, I truly need not trouble myself with such matters." He sighed deeply, lowered his head, and fell silent. He too had succumbed. Who could have anticipated that within a single day, 2 martial arts masters would perish here? If word spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire martial arts community. Now that matters here have been resolved, I have other business to attend to. I shall take my leave," Su Yun announced, preparing to depart. However, before leaving, he suddenly raised his brow upon noticing an object fallen beside the elder Yuan's corpse. It was a small white stone, the size of an infant's palm, with a crystalline texture that resembled crystal. Ah, a spirit crystal. Suyun murmured to himself, discreetly pocketing the stone. Spirit crystals are condensed forms of spiritual energy, containing a purity far superior to the ambient spiritual energy found in nature. Typically, such crystals are birthed in ancient, spiritually rich locations after eons of nurturing, leading to the formation of spirit crystal veins. Once discovered, these treasures are often fiercely contested among martial masters, as those who reach the 9th rank in martial cultivation require spiritual energy to cleanse and refine themselves, achieving an unblemished innate spiritual body and advancing to the innate realm. The effects of such spirit crystals are extraordinary. The elder Yuan had traversed great distances from overseas, returning to kill in Litang, all because of a fortuitous encounter with a spirit crystal. In the space, the others witnessed Su Yun collecting the item but said nothing. Qi Guozheng bowed respectfully to Su Yun, stating, "Mr. Su, you have saved the lives of my entire Qi family. I shan't indulge in pleasantries. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command. Qilan, kindly escort Mr. Su out." Under normal circumstances, given Su Yun's resolution of the Qi family's crisis, it would be expected for them to host a grand banquet in his honor. However, today, there was little time for such gestures. They needed to tend to the aftermath. Qi Qinglan led Su Yun to the entrance, her lips parted as if to say something. Su Yun preemptively spoke, "This is sufficient. You need not see me off any further. Also, should anyone from the martial god army seek me out, kindly provide them with my address and phone number." With that, Su Yun did not linger for a moment longer, decisively entering his vehicle and departing. Qi Qinglan stood rooted in place, her expression one of astonishment. As a beautiful CEO, many sought to catch a glimpse of her. Yet this Mr. Su had not even wished to stay a moment longer. She withdrew a mini makeup mirror from her bag, gazing at her nearly perfect visage, and pouted in pride. "It's not my fault. It must be something wrong with that guy." Chapter 85. Gu Qing has arrived after departing from the Qi family's old residence. Su Yun drove towards Lingbei County. His travel plans remained entirely unaffected. To him, eliminating an 8th grade grandmaster was akin to performing a trivial task. Although he had merely regained the 8th grade martial arts realm, his past experiences and expertise allowed him to effortlessly vanquish opponents of the same rank and even challenge 9th grade grandmasters. Only when a genuine innate level powerhouse appeared would he deem it worthy of his attention. As he sped along the road, Su Yun reached the vicinity of Yanchuan City in half the usual time. Lingbei County falls under the jurisdiction of Yanchuan City. Upon his arrival, the remaining distance was negligible. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. To his surprise, it was a call from Gu Qing. As soon as the call connected, Gu Qing's exuberant voice burst forth. "Su Yun, are you returning to Lingbei County?" Taken aback, Su Yun asked, "How did you know?" With a smile, Gu Qing replied, "I had a chat with a colleague from the technical department at the bureau. They agreed to notify me whenever your phone signal appeared within Yanchuan's borders." Su Yun's expression darkened. This was outrageous. Not even Shi Chongxing or Chao Kuan dared to pry into his whereabouts. Yet here was Gu Qing, not just doing so, but openly admitting it. Irritated, Su Yun remarked, "You're abusing your power for personal gain." Gu Qing chuckled. "It's not as serious as you make it sound. I'm simply a concerned disciple looking out for my master." "Hold on," Su Yun retorted. "I never said I would take you as a disciple." With a playful huff, Gu Qing countered, "Last time, you promised me that once I mastered that breathing technique, you would consider taking me as your student." Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Have you truly mastered that breathing technique?" "Of course. I told you, I'm a genius," Gu Qing proclaimed, pride evident in her voice. Su Yun was somewhat surprised. It had only been a little over a week since he had taught her the technique, and her ability to grasp it in such a short time was indeed impressive. Yet, compared to a prodigy like Wan Zifeng, who could master it in a day, she still fell short. Had it not been for Wan Zifeng, Su Yun might have considered accepting Gu Qing as a disciple, but now he had no desire to do so. The title of master and disciple was not to be taken lightly. Once he accepted a disciple, he would be responsible for their guidance and instruction. Su Yun was unwilling to invest too much time in such commitments. "Su Yun, why are you silent? You're not having second thoughts, are you?" Gu Qing's keen intuition kicked in, and upon sensing his silence, she became alert. "Don't even think about backing out. If you go back on your word, I'll seek out your father for justice." Hearing this, Su Yun felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He knew very well that Su Baihe held a high opinion of Gu Qing and even considered her a potential daughter-in-law. If Gu Qing were to approach Su Baihe for intervention, the outcome was all too predictable. Clearing his throat, Su Yun deflected, "Let us discuss this later. When I have time, I'll come to see you and verify whether you truly mastered that breathing technique. No need to wait for later. I'm on vacation today. I'll head over to Lingbei County, and we can meet shortly," Gu Qing replied eagerly. If Su Yun were still in Yunzhou, it would be a bit far. But Lingbei County was within Yangchuan City's jurisdiction, making it convenient to reach. In less than an hour, Su Yun arrived in Lingbei County. From a distance, he spotted Gu Qing waiting at the agreed location. As always, she radiated youthful beauty, clad in a white t-shirt paired with form-fitting jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs. Su Yun quickly glanced, but did not exit his vehicle. Instead, he raised his chin towards Gu Qing and said, "Let us head to my house first." In the current setting, it was not suitable to assess her mastery of the breathing technique. "Okay," Gu Qing replied, returning to her car and following suit. Before long, they arrived at the community where Su Baihe resided. "Dad, I'm back," Su Yun announced as he pushed open the door. At that moment, Su Baihe, donned in an apron and tidying up, looked up and muttered, "Why are you back so late? Didn't you say you were leaving early this morning? I was hoping you'd be here for lunch." Su Yun sighed. "I had a last-minute matter to attend to before departing." Just as Su Baihe was about to respond, he noticed Gu Qing entering behind Su Yun. "Xiaoqing, you're here too," Su Baihe exclaimed with joy, then shot Su Yun a reproachful glare. "You rascal. If you were bringing Xiaoqing home, you should have at least given me a heads up. I was prepared at all." According to local customs, when a son brings his partner home for the first time, it is customary to present a red envelope as a gift. This little rascal had sneakily brought someone home without prior notice, showing a complete lack of consideration. "Xiaoqing, please make yourself comfortable and watch some television. Uncle will go out to buy some groceries and fruits," Su Baihe declared as he hastily removed his apron and headed out. Gu Qing was taken aback by Su Baihe's warmth and quickly said, "Uncle, you don't have to go through all that trouble." However, Su Baihe paid her no heed and rushed out enthusiastically. "Uncle, that's a bit too welcoming," Gu Qing remarked, then suddenly turned to Su Yun, asking, "By the way, he seemed to have some misunderstandings about our relationship last time. Did you explain it to him after you returned?" Su Yun felt helpless as he replied, "I tried explaining, but he wouldn't believe me. Could you help clarify things too? It's not ideal to be misunderstood like this." "Not a problem," Gu Qing readily agreed. But then her tone shifted. "Now about you accepting me as your disciple?" Su Yun was at a loss for words. "So, if I refuse, you plan to hold that against me, do you?" He shot her an exasperated glare and said, "Let us put that aside for now. I need to verify whether you really have mastered that breathing technique. If you haven't grasped it well, then we can discuss nothing further." "Verification? Bring it on," Gu Qing replied cheerfully, brimming with confidence. She slightly parted her legs, standing steadily as she began to adjust her breathing rhythm. Initially, her breaths were somewhat erratic. However, as she closed her eyes and focused, she entered a state of concentration, synchronizing her inhalation and exhalation with a unique rhythm. With each breath, her internal organs seemed to resonate, creating a subtle vibration. This delicate sensation worked through her body, providing a distinctive form of training. Su Yun observed from the side. Nodding slightly, Gu Qing indeed possessed commendable insight. Her mastery of the breathing technique was nearly flawless. Next, he was curious to see how long she could maintain it. Chapter 86. Ascending to greatness. As time passed gradually, Gu Qing focused intently, continuously practicing her breathing and meditation technique. A wisp of white vapor emerged above her head, and her entire body was drenched in fragrant sweat. The exertion required to vibrate her internal organs through breath consumed an immense amount of energy. Gu Qing's exquisite visage gradually paled, yet she persisted unwaveringly. After a period of diligent practice, she began to glean insights. The longer she sustained her efforts, the more beneficial the effects on her body. Thus, she strived to reach the limits of her capabilities each time. Su Yun nodded slightly, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the spirit crystal he had recently acquired. "Very well. I shall grant you this boon today," he murmured to himself, then pressed his fingers firmly. With a crack, a fissure appeared in the spirit crystal. In the next instant, a stream of pure white mist wafted from the crack. Su Yun placed the crystal before Gu Qing. The emanating mist was immediately inhaled by Gu Qing, dispersing throughout her body with each rhythmic breath. In an instant, her cells seemed to spring to life with vigor. A powerful vitality surged within her. Although Gu Qing had been meditating with her eyes closed, Fully absorbed in her practice, she suddenly opened her eyes, feeling something unusual within her. "Su-yun, what is this?" she exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Su-yun, with a serious demeanor, interrupted sternly, "Do not speak. Maintain your breathing rhythm and continue your meditation." Startled by his harsh tone, Guqing dared not question further. She quickly closed her eyes again, resuming her breathing exercises, soon immersing herself back into a state of singular focus. As time slipped by, Guqing remained unaware that a layer of dark impurities was seeping from her skin. This was a manifestation of her physical transformation as she broke through her limitations, expelling the dross and contaminants from her body. Effortlessly, she stepped into the realm of a first-tier warrior. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As Guqing continued to absorb the essence from the spirit crystal, supplemented by her breathing technique, her body underwent further metamorphosis. Before long, a second wave of impurities emerged, followed by a third. After more than half an hour, the essence within the spirit crystal was wholly consumed. At this moment, Guqing's body trembled violently, emitting a series of crackling sounds as her muscles convulsed, expelling even greater quantities of black impurities than before. Dense, potent internal energy surged within her, swirling unceasingly. In less than an hour, Guqing had transformed from an ordinary individual with only rudimentary combat skills to a fourth-tier warrior capable of harnessing internal energy. This was a feat so remarkable that few would believe it. Yet, it had indeed transpired. The potency of the spirit crystal was astonishing. Naturally, it was to be expected that an eighth-tier master like the Elder Yuan would place such importance on the crystal, utilizing it to refine his own physique and cultivate innate spiritual strength. To expend it on Guqing was somewhat wasteful, but Su-yun was indifferent. He held little regard for such trinkets, and his disciple, Ruan Zifeng, already progressed rapidly enough that further refinement was unnecessary. Thus, he allocated the crystal to Guqing as a form of compensation for not being able to accept her as a disciple. "Su-yun, what is my current situation?" Guqing finally could no longer contain herself. She sensed an inexhaustible power coursing through her body, wild and tumultuous, beyond her control. With a crack, the tiles beneath her feet suddenly fractured, the result of her inability to restrain her strength. Seeing this, Su-yun quickly reached out, channeling energy into Guqing to help her stabilize the chaos within. After a moment, he exhaled slowly, explaining, "You have absorbed the entirety of the spirit crystal's essence through your breathing technique, achieving an extraordinary transformation that elevated you to the realm of a fourth-tier warrior. However, you are not yet capable of wielding such formidable strength. I have placed a seal upon you to allow for a gradual acclimatization." Guqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she absorbed Su-yun's words. "Am I truly now a fourth-tier warrior? Does that mean I am a skilled practitioner?" She was no longer the naive novice she once was. Having previously gleaned much about martial cultivation from Su-yun, she understood that achieving the fourth tier and cultivating internal energy was a significant accomplishment in the martial world. Many practitioners of average talent might toil for a lifetime without ever reaching this milestone, yet she had seemingly achieved it with ease. Su-yun, feeling a sense of fatigue, cautioned her, "You have a long way to go before you can consider yourself a master. Your immediate task is to solidify your current realm. Only when you can flawlessly harness every ounce of your power should you contemplate further progress." At this moment, Guqing's fourth-tier status was akin to a house of cards. Even if she were to master her strength, she would still need to undergo various practical experiences. Take El Feiyong, for instance, who had spent years in the wilderness honing his skills, battling fierce beasts, his instincts and combat experience far surpassing Guqing's. Should she engage him in combat, she would likely be defeated in an instant. "Fear not, I am a prodigy. I shall stabilize my realm swiftly," Guqing exclaimed joyously, nearly bursting with excitement as she moved to embrace Su-yun. He instinctively evaded, warning, "I think it would be best for you to take a shower first." Upon hearing this, Guqing immediately realized her predicament. She was still covered in the dark impurities that had seeped from her body, emitting an unpleasant odor as though she hadn't bathed in a month. "Ah!" she shrieked, utterly embarrassed, and dashed into the bathroom. The thought of Su-yun witnessing her disheveled state filled her with a profound sense of shame. Chapter 87. The misunderstanding deepened. Su-baiha hummed a little tune as he leisurely returned home. His hands were laden with large bags filled with fruits, vegetables, and an assortment of snacks. "Why are you the only one here? Where's Xiaoqian?" Su-baiha casually inquired upon noticing Su-yun sitting alone in the living room. "She asked taking a shower." "A shower? What has the sudden urgency?" Su Baiha muttered, perplexed. However, as soon as he voiced his thoughts, he froze. As if a realization struck him, he stared at Su Yun with an odd expression. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? Su Yun felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze. Nothing. Su Baiha coughed lightly, but internally, he mused. Today's youth are certainly brimming with passion. Whenever they find themselves alone, they seek intimacy. After a moment's contemplation, he advised, son, while it's all in good fun with Shaqing, to be mindful of safety. You haven't even graduated from university. And you're not married. What if? Su Yun, sensing the direction of the conversation, quickly interjected, Dad, it's not like you think. Nothing has happened between me and Gu Qing. Believing Su Yun was merely being shy, Su Baiha chuckled. All right then, if nothing happened. I was just giving you a friendly reminder. With that, he whistled while heading to the kitchen to busy himself with the vegetables. Su Yun wore a resigned expression. It seemed this matter would be difficult to clarify. Moments later, Gu Qing emerged from the bathroom, having changed into Su Yun's clothes due to her own outfit being soiled. She wore a pair of blue jeans and a simple white shirt, exuding a unique charm despite the simplicity. However, Su Yun was evidently not in the mood to appreciate her appearance. Unaware of the ongoing situation, Gu Qing approached Su Yun, beaming, Su Yun, look at me. I'm now a fourth-tier martial artist. While I still need to solidify my skills, it shouldn't take long. Given my progress, I qualify to be your disciple, right? Su Yun retorted, don't even think about it. I won't take any more disciples. Gu Qing's eyes widened in indignation. You're breaking your promise. You said that as long as I mastered the breathing technique, you would accept me as your disciple. Su Yun corrected her. I said I would consider it. Do you know what consider means? After some thought, I believe you're not suitable. Besides, I just used a spirit crystal to help you break through to the 4th level of martial arts. That level of strength should suffice for you to hold your own. Gu Qing, infuriated, felt as if she could bite someone. So you helped me break through quickly just so you wouldn't have to accept me as a disciple. How outrageous. She glared at Su Yun, but he remained unfazed. Seeing his indifference, Gu Qing's demeanor softened. She gently took hold of Su Yun's arm. Her voice laced with a hint of flirtation. Su Yun, I really do want to learn from you. Please accept me, one you. As soon as she uttered those words, her cheeks flushed. Typically strong-willed, she was known as the cold rose in the police force and had never asked anyone for anything. This display of vulnerability was unprecedented. Yet, to become Su Yun's disciple, she set aside her pride. Previously, Gu Qing had little regard for traditional martial arts. Having only learned some grappling and fighting techniques in the police force, she believed that in modern society, firearms were paramount. A single handgun could handle any criminal. However, after experiencing the recent upheaval, she recognized the terrifying prowess of martial arts practitioners, especially Su Yun's astonishing ability to kill a criminal with a single punch from a distance, which was etched deeply in her mind. Thus, she resolved to seek Su Yun as her mentor. No, Su Yun kept his eyes shut, appearing impervious. In his past life, he had risen to become a revered celestial king, having witnessed myriad scenes. How could he be swayed by mere flattery? Not even the most alluring of tactics would work. Gu Qing, seeing Su Yun's demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. Just then, Su Baiha emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of freshly washed fruits. Observing Gu Qing's forlorn expression, he asked, Shaqing, what's wrong? Gu Qing's eyes flickered as she promptly replied, Uncle, I wish to learn martial arts from Su Yun. But he refuses to agree. Could you persuade him? You want to be his disciple? Su Baiha chuckled in disbelief. It's only right that he declines. You two are practically a couple now. If you were to formalize a master-disciple relationship, it would be quite the muddle. Gu Qing was left dumbfounded, her mind racing. When did she and Su Yun become a couple? While Su Baiha had previously misconstrued their relationship, believing her to be Su Yun's girlfriend, had the misunderstanding now escalated. As Su Baiha continued, as for learning martial arts, just let Su Yun teach you. I recently learned that he was guided by a master in his youth and has now attained a level akin to a grandmaster. It would be beneficial for you to learn some self-defense skills, especially given the dangers of your profession. Su Yun felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Dad, you don't even understand the situation. Please don't complicate matters. What do you mean complicate matters? Su Baiha retorted. Shaqing wants to learn martial arts from you, and you refuse to teach her? Do you think you've become so successful that my words no longer hold weight? Realizing he could no longer resist, Su Yun relinquished his struggle. His father had indeed taken to treating Gu Qing as a prospective daughter-in-law. Fine, I'll find time to guide her training. He conceded helplessly. That is more like it. Su Baiha smirked, turning to Gu Qing. Rest assured, once you enter our Su family. This little rascal won't dare to bully you. If he ever makes you angry, just let me know, and I'll stand up for you. Gu Qing nodded in a daze, only to later clarify, Uncle, my relationship with Su Yan isn't quite. Subaya interrupted with a smile, I understand. You young people don't want to rush into marriage. I won't pressure you. Take your time. Gu Qing stood there, bewildered. Once Subaya returned to the kitchen, she turned to Su Yun, asking, what is going on? I feel like Uncle has deepened our misunderstanding. Su Yun nodded wearily. When he came back and found out you were in the shower, he assumed something had transpired between us. So, before he could finish, Gu Qing's face flushed a deep crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment. Chapter 88. Lu Xiao asked you to change at this moment. Gu Qing felt a profound sense of embarrassment. However, such matters are often difficult to articulate. She turned to Su Yun, her demeanor awkward as she said, Su Yun, I just remembered I have something to attend to. Perhaps I should take my leave. Su Yun rolled her eyes in exasperation, responding, please don't put me in a difficult position. If you leave now, how am I supposed to explain it to my father? He'll just berate me again. If you feel uncomfortable staying here, I can take you out for a stroll instead, and we can pick you out a new outfit. After all, it's not quite right for Gu Qing to continue wearing my clothes. With that, Su Yun stood up, greeted Su Baihe in the kitchen, and led Gu Qing outside. After a brief drive of about 10 minutes, they arrived at a sizable shopping mall in the city center. Although Lingbei County is merely a small town, this mall, while not enormous, offered a variety of brands, albeit lacking any top-tier international labels. There were, however, a few mid-range foreign women's clothing brands that attracted a fair amount of foot traffic. As they wandered through the mall, they entered a women's clothing store that was already bustling with customers. The moment Gu Qing and Su Yun stepped inside, several men accompanying their female companions immediately turned their gaze toward Gu Qing, their eyes alight with interest. Gu Qing, tall and elegantly proportioned, possessed an exquisite beauty that needed no adornment. Her demeanor radiated a certain strength, her gaze both captivating and dignified. Even in the simplest attire, she was undeniably alluring. Meanwhile, Su Yun, who entered alongside her, was largely overlooked by the crowd. Ignoring the attention from others, Gu Qing began selecting clothes, asking Su Yun for her opinion with enthusiasm. Su Yun, what do you think of this outfit? How about this one? Is it too gaudy for me? And this one, I find it rather appealing. Once inside the store, Gu Qing transformed into a different person, her spirits lifted as she eagerly held up various garments against herself, frequently seeking Su Yun's thoughts. Su Yun felt a sense of fatigue creeping in. She thought that accompanying a woman on a shopping trip was a grave mistake. It's just a matter of buying an outfit. You see something you like, pay for it, and leave. What could be simpler? At that moment, a sales associate dressed in the store's uniform approached them, holding a vibrant urban chic ensemble. With a smile, she said, Miss, this is our new summer limited edition, and Lu Xiao wishes for you to try it on for him. Both Su Yun and Gu Qing were taken aback, feeling puzzled by the sudden request. They followed the associate's gaze to see a flamboyant young man not far away, waving at Gu Qing with a smile. Flanking him were two stunning women, clearly accustomed to the attention, and behind them loomed two burly bodyguards, indicating a significant presence. Gu Qing frowned, her tone icy as she replied, I don't know him. And I don't like this outfit. Don't like it? I believe it's more a matter of you not being able to afford it, the sales associate retorted, her eyes scanning Gu Qing and Su Yun with a hint of disdain. As a salesperson, she could immediately tell that Su Yun's attire was merely common fare, amounting to a few hundred at most, and Gu Qing was dressed in Su Yun's hand-me-downs. To the associate, they were nothing more than impoverished individuals. Lu Xiao has already instructed you to try on this outfit, and you need to worry about the cost. He will cover it, the sales associate said arrogantly. Gu Qing, incensed by the associate's remarks, replied coldly, I've already told you, I don't know this Lu Xiao, and I want no association with him. If he wishes to try on clothes, let him do so himself. Upon hearing this, the associate's expression soured, her irritation apparent. As a salesperson, she earned commissions on sales, especially for limited edition items priced over 10,000. If Lu Xiao were to make a purchase, she would benefit as well. She hadn't anticipated that Gu Qing would be so obstinate. Miss, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Lu Xiao is young and wealthy. It is a privilege that he has taken notice of you. Do not throw away such an opportunity, the associate said impatiently. Gu Qing trembled with anger, having never encountered such rudeness before. Su Yun frowned at the exchange. Is this how your store treats customers? The sales associate scoffed, revealing her contempt. She despised those who entered the store merely to browse without the means to purchase, and she found Gu Qing and Su Yun to fit that category perfectly. To her, they hardly qualified as customers. You. Very well. Get your manager. Gu Qing took a deep breath, choosing not to waste further words with the sales associate. Who is looking for me? A well-dressed woman, also in uniform and with impeccably applied makeup, approached. She glanced at the sales associate and asked coolly, Xiaowen, what is going on here? The associate swiftly explained, Manager. Lu Xiao thought this young lady has a lovely figure and was willing to purchase our summer collection for her to try on, but she has refused. The manager paused, glancing at Lu Xiao before turning her attention back to Gu Qing. She couldn't deny that Lu Xiao had an eye for beauty. The girl before her was tall, with a stunning silhouette that rivaled professional models, not to mention her striking features. It appeared Lu Xiao had his sights set on a new target. The manager, understanding the situation, smiled and addressed Gu Qing, Dear, you might be misunderstanding. Lu Xiao means well. How can you refuse his kindness? Gu Qing stared in disbelief, nearly questioning her own hearing. What did you just say? Sweetheart, what I mean is that you should heed Lu Xiao's wishes. I assure you, establishing a connection with him will bring you countless opportunities, the manager said with a radiant smile. Lu Xiao was one of the store's most valued customers, frequently bringing different companions to shop. The manager was eager to please such a lucrative patron. Insanity, Gu Qing exclaimed, grabbing Su Yun's hand. Let us go. We're not buying anything from this store. Suppressing her fury, Gu Qing was on the verge of violence, but refrained, mindful of her position as a police officer. However, at that moment, Lu Xiao's two imposing bodyguards had effectively blocked the entrance. My dear lady, why the haste to depart? Lu Xiao approached leisurely, a smile on his face. I merely wish to befriend you. There is no need for such distance. Chapter 89. Arrogant Lu Xiao. Gu Qing gazed at Lu Xiao, her eyes flashing with intense disdain. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in befriending you. Lu Xiao merely chuckled at her response, unfazed by her words. He had encountered myriad women who appeared innocent and strong-willed, seemingly virtuous, yet under the relentless onslaught of his wealth, they soon succumbed. Take, for instance, his current companions. One was a nurse from the Lingbei County People's Hospital, previously in a passionate relationship with her doctor boyfriend, on the verge of marriage. Yet, with Lu Xiao's extravagant gifts of designer handbags, luxury watches, and sports cars, she was seduced within a week. The other companion worked in the banking system, and Lu Xiao managed to captivate her in just 3 days. Lu Xiao was confident that Gu Qing would not be an exception. If you are uninterested in friendship, it seems my sincerity as Lu Junbo is insufficient, he remarked with a smile. In that case, feel free to select anything in this store. I shall cover the cost. At his declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Many women in the shop looked at Gu Qing with envious eyes, perceiving her as a Cinderella who had stumbled upon her Prince Charming. Indeed, Lu Xiao's noble status was far beyond what anyone from Lingbei County could compare to. The murmurs of the onlookers intensified, particularly from Lu Junbo's two companions, who were filled with jealousy. However, they had to concede that Gu Qing's beauty surpassed theirs significantly. I wonder if you might reconsider your interest in friendship, beautiful lady. I will reserve a table at the finest restaurant later and treat you to dinner, Lu Junbo added, his face aglow with confidence. Gu Qing rolled her eyes and linked her arm with Su Yun's, calmly stating, I'm still not interested in being friends with you. Moreover, I already have a partner and will be dining with him tonight. Su Yun mirrored her gesture, wrapping his arm around Gu Qing's slender waist. The previously lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence, an evident affront to Lu Xiao. Lu Junbo's smile faded, replaced by a cold glare at Su Yun. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Stay away from this lady. She is not someone of your caliber to possess. Waste? Su Yun narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. Who else could I be referring to? A saleswoman interjected, mockingly. You can't even buy your girlfriend a decent outfit. Lu Xiao calling you a waste is a compliment. The shop owner chimed in, Young man, love must be grounded in material wealth. You possess nothing and cannot offer happiness to others. Perhaps it's best to let Lu Xiao care for your girlfriend. Should you truly care for her, learn to let go. One must never be too selfish. Listening to the shop owner's earnest advice, Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. It was the first time he had encountered such ludicrousness. Boy, what are you laughing at? Lu Junbo sneered. Well, I'm in a good mood. Take the 100,000 and leave. If I become displeased, I'll break your limbs and send you on your way. Su Yun's gaze turned icy. Are you certain? Lu Junbo laughed. If you don't believe me, I'll let you find out. He commanded, get this boy for me. Smack. Before he could finish, Su-yun had already delivered a resounding slap to Lu Junbo's face. The force spun Lu Junbo around, leaving him momentarily dazed. Before he could regain his senses, Su-yun struck his other cheek, this time with even greater intensity, sending Lu Junbo crashing into a row of display racks. Lu Junbo's companion screamed in shock. The two bodyguards blocking the entrance rushed over, alarmed. "Lu Xiao, are you all right?" they exclaimed, lifting him up. In mere moments, both of Lu Junbo's cheeks were visibly swollen and bruised, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. "Damn it! You dare hit me!" he shouted in a fit of rage, unable to comprehend that this pitiful wretch had the audacity to strike him. Su-yun replied impassively, "Your words are offensive. A few slaps are a mere trifle for your foul mouth." "You scoundrel!" Lu Junbo bellowed, turning to his bodyguards. "What are you two doing? Get him. Beat him to a pulp. It's on me." Now that Lu Junbo had issued the command, the bodyguards snapped back to reality. Their focus shifting from Lu Junbo to Su-yun. They charged at him with fierce intent. "Allow me." Gu Qing leaped forward, no longer able to tolerate the situation. She aimed a flying kick at one of the bodyguards. She has some skill." The bodyguard was taken aback, but quickly raised his arm to block her kick. His robust arm effortlessly intercepted her attack, grabbing her ankle and yanking her down. Gu Qing was caught off guard by his speed. She instinctively reached out, attempting to use her combat skills to subdue him. However, before her hands could reach him, he had already seized both of her wrists, lifting her effortlessly. Unable to break free, Gu Qing glanced at Su-yun with a pleading look. Although she had reached the 4th rank of martial arts and possessed internal strength, her powers had been sealed by Su-yun, rendering her abilities comparable to her previous self. The modest grappling techniques she learned in the police force were insufficient against seasoned fighters. Su-yun shook his head in disappointment. Gu Qing's skills were indeed lacking. At that moment, another bodyguard charged at Su-yun, launching a fierce punch aimed at his forehead. Su-yun did not even glance up, casually swatting the punch aside. Bang! The bodyguard's massive form was sent crashing to the ground, motionless. "Afei!" The bodyguard restraining Gu Qing gasped in shock. Before he could react, he felt a gust of wind as Su-yun appeared before him, gripping his arm and tossing him to the ground as if he were a mere toy. Boom! The floor trembled under the impact. In the blink of an eye, Lu Junbo's once formidable bodyguards lay incapacitated on the ground. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Chapter 90. Let's see if he dares to protect you at this moment. Lu Junbo was utterly dumbfounded. He never anticipated that his two exceptionally formidable bodyguards would be so effortlessly subdued by the adversary. How could this be possible? Lu Junbo was left in a daze, struggling to accept the reality. Su-yun chuckled coldly and stepped forward. "Did I hear you say you wanted to kill, or maim me just now? What do you intend to do?" Lu Junbo's expression flickered with a hint of panic as he hastily warned, "I advise you not to act recklessly. One phone call from me, and even the mayor of Lingbei County will have to come." Su-yun paid no heed to the threat, moving in swiftly to twist Lu Junbo's arm. The sound of cracking bones echoed, and his arm fell limply at his side. Lu Junbo screamed as if he were being slaughtered. "Stop! How dare you commit such violence here?" At that moment, the female shopkeeper, suppressing her fear, shouted angrily. "Do you have any idea what it means to offend young Master Lu? He is a senior executive of the Chen Group. Do you understand the weight that the Chen Group carries in the entire Yangchuan region?" The shopkeeper's inquiries were fervent. In her view, having a distinguished guest like Lu Junbo deign to visit a small place like Lingbei County was already a significant honor. But now, he had been assaulted here. This was intolerable. "The Chen Group?" Su-yun frowned. "You mean the Chen Group belonging to Chen Zhongping, the wealthiest man in Yangchuan?" "Exactly. To be frank, even the richest man, Chen Zhongping, holds young Master Lu in high regard and entrusts him with important responsibilities. Lu Junbo is overseeing the construction of the new department store in Lingbei County, a key project that the county party secretary and mayor have repeatedly invited him to discuss." The shopkeeper had already thoroughly grasped Lu Junbo's background and sought to curry favor with him at this moment. Within the store, the others listened with respect. The Chen Group wielded immense influence throughout Yangchuan, and executives like Lu Junbo could mobilize significant power. Eliminating an ordinary person would be exceedingly simple for them. In an instant, many began to believe that Su-yun was courting disaster. "Kid, you're finished. For daring to strike me, not only will you pay the price, but your family will not be spared either." Lu Junbo, enduring the pain, roared with a twisted visage. He had always lived a life of luxury and had never suffered such indignities. He had resolved in his heart to exact a cruel revenge on Su-yun, first by breaking his limbs, then humiliating his woman in front of him, and finally dismembering him. Only then could he vent his pent-up fury. Listening to Lu Junbo's threats, a glint of coldness flashed in Su Yun's eyes. I truly admire your bravery. You still dare to threaten me at this moment. Your confidence stems solely from the Chun group and Chen Zhongping, doesn't it? Lu Junbo wore a proud expression. And what of it? Su Yun's demeanor remained indifferent. Then go ahead and call Chen Zhongping. Let's see if he dares to protect you in my presence. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, but soon their faces transformed into expressions of derision. What a show-off. Even now, he continues to put on airs. A pauper like you claims to know the richest man and makes such grandiose claims. Lu Junbo was certainly not going to disturb Chen Zhongping over a petty rivalry. If you won't call him, I shall, Su Yun replied dismissively, pulling out his phone to make the call. He had received a business card from Chen Zhongping previously, and although he had given it to Subaiha, he had still glanced at the private number on it. Is it really appropriate to disturb the richest man over such trivial matters? Perhaps I should contact the bureau instead? Gu Qing interjected, aware of the debt Su Yun owed Chen Zhongping after having saved his only son. However, she later learned that Chen Zhongping had generously rewarded Su Yun in gratitude. Su Yun scoffed, Gu Qing, you misunderstand. This isn't about me disturbing him. Rather, he owes me an explanation. With that, he dialed the number. The call connected swiftly. This is Chen Zhongping. May I ask who is calling? A man's voice came through, tinged with confusion. This was Chen Zhongping's private number, known to very few. It is Su Yun. Mr. Su, I've been waiting for your call. Our last encounter was so hurried. I was wondering when I could visit you again. Chen Zhongping's hearty laughter echoed. The atmosphere in the women's clothing store fell silent. Lu Junbo, who had previously dismissed the situation, turned pale as a ghost upon hearing Chen Zhongping's voice. It truly was Chen Zhongping. This is bad. This situation has spiraled out of control. Not only does this fellow know Chen Zhongping, but from the conversation, it was evident that Chen Zhongping treated him with utmost courtesy. Young Master Lu. Could it be that this pauper is genuinely conversing with the richest man? The shopkeeper, noticing Lu Junbo's altered demeanor, quickly whispered her inquiry. Lu Junbo, biting his teeth, remained silent, having no inclination to respond to her. No need for pleasantries. I have a question for you. I encountered a man here in Lingbei who claims to be Lu Junbo. Is he an executive of your group? Su Yun inquired straightforwardly. Lu Junbo? Chen Zhongping paused momentarily, then his tone shifted slightly. Mr. Su, Lu Junbo is indeed a member of our group. His father was a founding elder who assisted me in my entrepreneurial endeavors. He passed away 2 years ago and entrusted me with Lu Junbo's care. He is currently overseeing the construction of the new department store project in Lingbei County for the group. Chen Zhongping elaborated carefully, then cautiously inquired, Mr. Su, did Lu Junbo offend you? What do you think? Chen Zhongping fell silent, clearly aware of Lu Junbo's notorious behavior. A wave of anger surged within him. This idiot chose to offend Su Yun, the very person he had previously tried to win over by gifting a billion-dollar electronics factory, only to see all his efforts come crashing down. Mr. Su, is Lu Junbo nearby? May I speak with him? Chen Zhongping asked. Go ahead. Put it on speaker. He can hear you. Upon hearing this, Lu Junbo had already discarded any remaining hope and cried out pathetically, Uncle Chen, I've been beaten. My arm is broken. Shut up. Chen Zhongping's furious voice thundered from the phone. You scoundrel. Let me make this clear. Mr. Su is a distinguished guest of mine and has done me a great favor. Regardless of how you offended him, you are to apologize immediately. If he does not forgive you, I will have no choice but to terminate your position. Chapter 91. I have rendered him incapable. You have no objections. I trust Chen Zhongping's voice resonated clearly through the phone, startling those present. Everyone gazed at Su Yun in disbelief. No one had anticipated that this person, whom they regarded as a pauper, was indeed acquainted with the wealthy Chen, and moreover, was being treated with such reverence. Lu Junming's face turned pale, filled with indignation. He was undeniably the victim in this scenario. The opponent had emerged unscathed, while he had suffered a swollen face and a broken arm. And now, he was expected to apologize and seek forgiveness. Lu Junming was naturally resentful. However, he understood that his wealth and status were entirely derived from Chen Zhongping. If Chen were to expel him from the Chen group, he would be cast from the heights of fortune into the depths of despair. Taking a deep breath, Lu Junming forced a smile and bowed slightly to Su Yun, saying, I sincerely apologize. I was momentarily foolish and offended you. Please forgive me. He then turned to Gu Qing and bowed apologetically to her as well. Gu Qing let out a disdainful snort, still repulsed by Lu Junming's earlier display, and was far from appeased. Su Yun dismissed him entirely, unwilling to engage. Frustrated, Lu Junming gritted his teeth and suddenly knelt down. Mr. Su, I beg your pardon. I was blind and offended you. Please, have mercy and spare me this once. He spoke with his head bowed, feeling utterly humiliated. The onlookers gasped, unable to fathom such a turn of events. The female store manager, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly pulled the sales assistant down with her as they both knelt. Manager. The sales assistant was taken aback. Silence. We must apologize to our esteemed guest immediately. The manager's gaze was sharp as she glared at the assistant. Having risen to her position through cunning and strategy, she knew when to yield. The power Su Yun displayed was indeed formidable, commanding respect even from the affluent Chen. Having played a role in the earlier mockery of Su Yun and Gu Qing, they could not simply pretend nothing had occurred. Lu Junming was already forced to swallow his pride, kneeling in apology. Thus, the two of them had no choice but to follow suit. With no hesitation, the female manager slapped her own face multiple times, exclaiming, I apologize. My words were thoughtless, and I hope our esteemed guest can find it in his heart to forgive us. The sales assistant, now fully aware, joined in the self-punishment. Lu Junming, witnessing this absurdity, felt his blood boil. He had believed that his own kneeling would suffice, yet here were two others joining him in their abasement. In that moment, with 3 individuals kneeling and 2 striking themselves, Lu Junming stood out conspicuously. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, resigning himself to slap his own face. His already swollen visage was further aggravated, causing him to cry out in pain. Mr. Su, can you? Qin Zhangping inquired, having overheard the commotion on the other end of the line. Su Yun, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, replied, Mr. Qin, you wouldn't mind if I rendered Lu Junming incapacitated. Would you? Before Qin Zhangping could respond, Lu Junming's complexion shifted dramatically, as did the expressions of those around him. After a moment of silence, Qin Zhangping sighed, very well. Lu Junming indeed requires some discipline. Mr. Su, do as you see fit. No. Lu Junming screamed, pleading, Uncle Qin, you can't do this. Before my father passed, you promised to take care of me. Qin Zhangping sighed deeply. Rest assured, even if you are rendered incapacitated, the Qin group will provide for you. In fact, this might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. If you are completely incapacitated, you will no longer have the ability to cause trouble. With that, Qin Zhangping hung up the phone. Curse it. Lu Junming spat, scrambling to his feet and rushing towards the exit. Su Yun didn't even glance his way, swiftly positioning himself in front of Lu Junming. The next moment, Lu Junming let out a wail as Su Yun effortlessly twisted his remaining arm and both legs, rendering them broken. The ruthless act sent shockwaves through those in the vicinity, some trembling in fear to the point of losing control of their bladders. Gu Qing, however, remained composed, loathing Lu Junming's type, those who wield power and wealth to coerce and manipulate women. To incapacitate him was indeed just retribution, had the circumstances been different. With another individual in their place, the outcome could have been dire. Now, it seemed Lu Junming would no longer pose a threat to anyone. Su Yun, let us depart. Wait. You haven't purchased your clothes yet. Su Yun approached, gathering the outfits Gu Qing had previously admired. Let us get these packed and settle the bill, he stated. The female manager immediately forced a smile. You needn't pay. These outfits are a token of our apology. Enough of your chatter. I said I would pay, Su Yun retorted, dismissing her attempts with a wave as he tossed down a bank card. He had no intention of taking advantage of their goodwill. This was his own card. The one that had received 3 million from Huang Mao's extortion of the Zhou family, which he had yet to touch. For him, money was merely an inconsequential symbol. One outfit is sufficient, Gu Qing hurriedly interjected. Take it. It will save you the trouble of shopping again, Su Yun insisted. Gu Qing was left speechless at his words. Shopping was a delight for women, after all. Once outside the mall, they returned directly to Su Yun's residence, where Su Baihe had prepared a lavish dinner. As they dined, Su Baihe enthusiastically served Gu Qing, suggesting, Little Qing, as it will soon be late, it may not be safe for you to drive home. Why not stay the night? I've already tidied up Su Yun's room for you. Gu Qing nearly choked at this suggestion, hastily swallowing her food. Uncle, that seems rather inconvenient. Given that your relationship with Su Yun has progressed to this stage, what inconvenience could there possibly be? Su Baihe remarked, casting a knowing glance at Su Yun. Su Yun rubbed his forehead, feeling utterly exasperated. His father was far too eager. Dad, Gu Qing has work at the Yangchuan Municipal Bureau tomorrow. It really isn't suitable for her to stay tonight. Perhaps next time, he deflected. Su Baihe, not one to argue, accepted this reasoning and refrained from pressing further. However, Gu Qing shot Su Yun an odd look. Next time? You mean next time you intend to have me stay overnight? Chapter 92 Zhao Jinwei After Dinner. Su Yun escorted Gu Qing out. Gu Qing reminded him, Su Yun, you promised your father that you would teach me cultivation. Don't forget. Su Yun sighed, saying, wait until you have firmly established your current realm and can master your own strength perfectly. Then I will teach you more. In martial arts cultivation, it is imperative to avoid being overly ambitious. Gu Qing nodded, taking his words to heart. Do you have any way to help me stabilize my realm and master my power more quickly? Gu Qing inquired again. Su Yun hesitated momentarily before responding. I will teach you a basic body-refining boxing technique. Dedicate 2 to 3 hours daily to practice. This boxing technique was something Wan Zifeng was also practicing. It was fundamental and primarily aimed at enhancing one's physicality and control over the body. Su Yun immediately began demonstrating the movements in the corridor. The actions appeared deceptively simple. After one round of practice, Gu Qing had memorized the routine. Is that it? This is too simple, she exclaimed, bewildered. To her, it resembled the fitness routines of elderly individuals in parks. She suspected that Su Yun was merely brushing her off. Simple? Su Yun chuckled lightly. You will understand once you practice it. If you can master these movements smoothly within 3 days, I shall acknowledge you as a genius. Gu Qing's expression shifted. Her mind pondering, she surmised that this seemingly simple boxing technique might hold deeper significance. At that moment, Su Yun added, moreover, aside from your personal practice, what you truly lack is practical combat experience. Martial arts cultivation cannot be done in isolation. Engaging with other martial artists, even to the point of life and death battles, is the fastest way to progress. Life and death battles? Gu Qing was taken aback. Her scant experience stemmed from the training and competitions organized by her bureau, which were merely superficial. The notion of actual life and death confrontations was utterly inconceivable. Well, if you have free time during your holidays, come to Yunzhou to find me, Su Yun concluded, opting to let Gu Qing spar with Wan Zifeng when the time came. As they conversed, the two exited the residential building. Before Gu Qing could enter her vehicle, a group of people approached. Mr. Su, a young, refined man called out. Su Yun recognized him as Qin Zhongping's secretary, who had accompanied him during a previous visit. Mr. Su, do you remember me? I came to your home with General Chen last time. Regarding this afternoon's incident, General Chen extends his sincerest apologies. But he is currently preoccupied with urgent matters and has entrusted me to convey his regrets, Secretary Zhang said respectfully. Su Yun dismissed it casually. The matter has already been resolved. There is no need for General Chen to be so courteous. Secretary Zhang intended to speak further, but a robust middle-aged man behind him interjected with a hearty laugh. Secretary Zhang, spare us the pleasantries. As long as General Chen's apologies are conveyed, that's sufficient. May I have a word with this young man? Secretary Zhang's expression stiffened as he awkwardly stepped aside. And you are? Su Yun inquired, turning to the middle-aged man. This is the expert that General Chen recently hired at great expense, specifically to ensure the safety of himself and his family. Secretary Zhang quickly introduced. Why complicate matters? In simple terms, I am the bodyguard hired by General Chen. The middle-aged man scoffed, introducing himself. I am Zhao Jinwei. The 2 bodyguards you injured today, who were following Lu Junbo, are my registered disciples. Oh, Su Yun raised an eyebrow, smiling. So, you are here to seek retribution? At that moment, Secretary Zhang interjected, Mr. Su, please do not misunderstand. Zhao Jinwei impatiently waved Secretary Zhang aside. Secretary Zhang, feeling powerless, remained silent. Following a prior incident where Qin Zhongping's son was abducted, he had lost faith in ordinary bodyguards' capabilities. Zhao Jinwei was an esteemed martial arts master, hired at a considerable cost, and Qin Zhongping held him in high regard, leaving Secretary Zhang wary of offending him. Zhao Jinwei scrutinized Su Yun. Speaking candidly, I have heard about you from General Chen. He mentioned your exceptional marksmanship, as you defeated a martial artist who could not be subdued even by a dozen armed police. However, upon examining the injuries of my disciples, I found they were inflicted by internal force. Thus, I came to ascertain who you truly are. Just here to observe? Su Yun mused with amusement. Zhao Jinhui replied straightforwardly. Initially, I intended to spar with you, but upon seeing you, I deemed it inappropriate. You are too young, perhaps in a few years. You will be worthy of a match with me. For now, I shall not take advantage of your youth. However, since I am here, I will showcase a skill to prevent others from underestimating my lineage. As he spoke, Zhao Jinwei suddenly stepped forward. Boom. The ground trembled violently, and bystanders could distinctly feel the vibrations beneath their feet. When Zhao Jinhui lifted his foot, a 3-centimeter deep footprint marred the concrete surface. Su Yun observed the imprint, his expression unchanged, feeling rather unimpressed. Such a display of prowess was, to him, mere child's play. Seeing Su Yun's lack of response, Zhao Jinhui assumed he was astounded and proudly declared, "Young man, heed my advice. For practitioners like us, firearms are ultimately a lesser path. If you rely excessively on them, you risk losing your martial spirit and squandering your innate talent." Su Yun chuckled softly in disbelief. "Do you take issue with my words?" Zhao Jinhui sneered. "The power of firearms may grant you temporary advantage, but when faced with a true master, they become nothing more than scrap metal. One day, when your strength reaches a certain level, you will understand this truth. Tonight at 10 o'clock, there will be an underground boxing match at Qinghua Mountain Villa in Yangchuan, and I will be participating. If you have the time, feel free to attend and witness the true might of martial arts." With that, Zhao Jinhui strode away. Secretary Zhang, feeling embarrassed, bowed repeatedly to Su Yun, offering apologies before hastily following Zhao Jinhui. Gu Qing leaned closer to Su Yun and whispered, "Is that Zhao Jinhui really a master? He seems quite arrogant." Su Yun chuckled. "He is far from it. He hasn't even perfected his internal strength. At best, he is on par with Wu Tianmao, the one I shot. If it weren't for his straightforward character and lack of malice, I might have taught him a lesson just now." Chapter 93. The Qinghua Manor for Zhao Jinhua and his companions. Su Yun truly did not take them to heart. After they departed, Su Yun turned to Gu Qing and said, "All right, I shall escort you to here. Drive safely on your way back." "Wait." Gu Qing suddenly grasped Su Yun's arm and hesitantly said, "Just now, Zhao Jinhua mentioned that there will be an underground boxing match at the Qinghua Manor tonight. Why don't we go take a look?" Upon hearing this, Su Yun shook his head without a moment's thought. "I'm not interested. Such underground boxing matches are far too lowbrow for my taste. It's unlikely that any formidable fighters would participate. Even someone of the martial arts master level wouldn't engage in such trivial endeavors. Besides, even if they did, I wouldn't regard them highly. What purpose would it serve for me to go there?" Gu Qing, with a pitiful expression, pleaded, "Please, just take me to see it. Didn't you say I lack practical experience? Attending such a hands-on underground boxing match would be an excellent opportunity for observation." After a moment of hesitation, Su Yun considered that Gu Qing's situation indeed warranted some exposure to such environments. These underground boxing matches, rife with bloodshed and violence, could sometimes result in fatalities. Each bout was a life-and-death struggle, a valuable place for honing one's skills. He hadn't thought of this before, but perhaps in the future, he could arrange for Ruan Zifeng to participate in boxing matches as well, to temper her abilities through fierce combat. "All right, I will accompany you to observe the atmosphere there." After some contemplation, Su Yun agreed. He made a quick phone call to Su Baihe and then drove with Gu Qing to Yangchuan City. In just over an hour, they arrived at the Qinghua Manor. At this moment, the parking lot outside the manor was filled with a variety of luxury cars, a dazzling array of beautiful vehicles and stunning women. The Qinghua Manor was renowned in Yangchuan City as a haven for the affluent, rumored to even have shares owned by the wealthy Chun. Gu Qing whispered to Su Yun, revealing her knowledge as a member of the police system regarding the manor's intricacies. It was said that various gambling events were frequently held there, sometimes involving sums of money reaching into the billions. Without sufficient connections or status, one could hardly withstand the pressures. Naturally, tonight's underground boxing match was not merely a simple contest. A plethora of betting avenues had already been established. Wealthy individuals and second-generation tycoons were drawn there primarily for the gambling. As Su Yun and Gu Qing entered, they each paid an admission fee of 10,000. The Qinghua Manor sprawled across an extensive area, far exceeding that of an ordinary estate, and could even be regarded as a complex. Inside, it was divided into various themed zones: an ancient castle scenic area, a cultural and educational area, a water park, a barbecue area, a floral and arboreal area, as well as a racetrack and a racing circuit. The manor also boasted a 5-star standard hotel and over a dozen distinctive restaurants featuring Japanese, Chinese, and European cuisines. Once inside the manor, Su Yun and Gu Qing were ushered onto an 8-seater tour vehicle. Among their fellow passengers was a wealthy second-generation man with curly yellow hair and his companion. At this time, most of the park areas within the manor were already closed, and everyone present was there solely to attend the underground boxing match. "Wan Xiao, how much capital have you prepared for this boxing match?" The wealthy man's companion asked in a delicate tone. "I've set aside 8 million, just for fun. Last time I bet on the horses here. I invested too little and only won 3 million. So this time I intend to capitalize on my previous success, the yellow-haired man replied, casually smoking a cigarette and unabashedly caressing his companion's thigh. She let out a soft gasp, playfully saying, Wang Xiao, I've saved around 300,000. Can I join in the fun? 300,000? What can you even do with that? Once I win this time, I'll reward you with 1 million. Wang Xiao declared boastfully. Wang Xiao, you're so generous, his companion said with sparkling eyes, leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek. Wang Xiao, unfazed, pulled her in for a passionate embrace. The driver and the tour guide, clad in a cheongsam, remained focused on the road, seemingly accustomed to such displays. However, Gu Qing, seated at the back, felt her face flush with embarrassment, especially since they were all in the same vehicle with no escape from the scene. Hey, can you two be a bit more mindful? This is a public space. If you can't control yourselves, find somewhere private. Don't sully our eyes, Gu Qing admonished, her cheeks reddening with irritation as she observed their increasingly inappropriate antics. The woman shot her a glare, indignantly retorting, Who do you think you are to meddle? If you don't like it, you can get off. Wang Xiao, sensing the tension, turned around with an unfriendly expression. The dim lighting had prevented him from scrutinizing the people behind him until now. Upon closer inspection, his demeanor shifted, and he broke into a grin, teasing, Beautiful lady. Your words are quite misplaced. What goes on between men and women is hardly trivial. Are you upset because your man cannot satisfy you? No worries. I, Wang, have the means. Why don't you just come with me? Gu Qing's anger flared. You're shameless. Wang Xiao, still grinning, provocatively gestured towards Su Yun, saying, Hey buddy, I think your woman is quite something. Would you like me to give her some training? His companion playfully punched Wang Xiao's shoulder, feigning annoyance. Wang Xiao, you're terrible. You can't just like every girl you see. What about me? With a soft sigh, Su Yun remained silent. He swiftly reached out his hands, grasping Wang Xiao and his companion and tossing them out of the vehicle with ease. What are you doing? You bastard. Let go. Wang Xiao's protest was abruptly cut short by a pained scream as both he and his companion were unceremoniously ejected from the tour vehicle. The driver and the cheongsam-clad guide exchanged alarmed glances, preparing to stop and investigate. Do not stop. Continue driving. Su Yun's icy command left no room for argument. The driver and the guide reluctantly resumed their course. In the future, should you encounter such situations, simply take action. There is no need to waste words with such trash. Su Yun advised. Gu Qing, feeling helpless, had also considered intervening, but as a law enforcement officer, her ingrained habit of maintaining civilized conduct had momentarily stymied her reaction. After a brief interval, the tour vehicle arrived at the heart of the manor, a vast plaza. At that moment, the plaza had already been divided into several sections, each featuring its own boxing ring. Numerous competitors engaged in fierce battles atop the rings, while a throng of spectators surrounded them. Chapter 94. He is doomed at this moment. The square was filled with a cacophony of voices. On several fighting platforms, combatants were engaged in fierce exchanges, while the surrounding spectators erupted in loud cheers and shouts. As Su Yun disembarked from the tour bus, he observed the scene before him with a somewhat dazed expression. He had anticipated that the underground boxing matches might not meet his expectations, but he never imagined they would be of such a low caliber. The fighters on the platforms were mere showmen, hardly deserving of the title warrior. Is this what underground boxing is? Disappointment washed over Su Yun, and he contemplated urging Gu Qing to leave immediately. However, he soon learned that the actual underground boxing matches would not commence for over an hour, starting at 10 o'clock in the evening at the nearby Hongbin building. At that moment, a staff member clad in a white uniform and black vest passed by Su Yun and explained, These platforms are merely for entertainment, a way to pass the time. If you are interested, you may register to participate, with an entry fee of 10,000 each. The rules are simple. If you achieve 5 consecutive victories on any platform, you will secure a reward of 1 million from the villa. Should you manage to maintain an undefeated streak of 10 matches, the prize escalates to 5 million. The staff member smiled as he elucidated the terms. Upon hearing this, Su Yun nodded in understanding. He turned to Gu Qing and suggested, Let us take a stroll around here for now. Gu Qing agreed, but soon became absorbed in the fights on the platforms. However, after observing for a while, she appeared somewhat disheartened and remarked to Su Yun, I find these participants in the boxing matches rather unimpressive. They seem less competent than the 2 bodyguards beside Lu Junbo. If I were to register, I could probably win the million effortlessly. Su Yun chuckled at her naivety. Do not be overly optimistic. You might secure a victory or two, but winning 5 consecutive matches is beyond your reach. Qingwei Villa is not in the habit of giving away money for nothing. He had noted that the fighters on the platforms were generally of mediocre skill, even if one were to win a match or two by sheer luck. The exhaustion would be substantial, making it difficult to continue competing. In the unlikely event of someone winning 4 matches in a row, a skilled opponent would soon step in to terminate their streak. Su Yun understood that this was a safeguard established by Qingwei Villa. Gu Qing, upon Su Yun's reminder, quickly grasped the reality. Indeed, the prospect of obtaining such prize money without genuine skill is unattainable. Look, the Black Wolf King is entering the ring on platform 3. Quick, place your bets. I know this Black Wolf King. He has participated in the Villa's matches several times, winning millions on 3 occasions. Once, he almost achieved 9 consecutive victories. Someone shouted excitedly. The commotion intensified as throngs of spectators flocked to platform 3. Gu Qing, intrigued, turned her attention to the platform and spotted a fierce-looking man with slightly dark skin and a crew-cut leap into the ring. Upon his arrival, he unleashed a ferocious onslaught, akin to a ravenous wolf in pursuit of prey, striking with brutal ferocity. His opponent, who had previously triumphed in 3 matches, found himself overwhelmed and was swiftly knocked to the ground and ejected from the platform. Witnessing the Black Wolf King's prowess, Gu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Do you know that man? Su Yun inquired casually, recognizing the military-like style of the fierce fighter's movements. Gu Qing nodded. Yes, his name is Li Lang. He was once invited to our bureau as a combat instructor, but after violating regulations, he was expelled from the team. I never imagined he would end up here fighting in underground matches. After the Black Wolf King secured this victory, the cheers grew even louder, with the crowd chanting his name. Other fighters, unwilling to concede defeat, ascended the ring to challenge him, but without exception, they were swiftly dispatched. As the Black Wolf King achieved his 4th consecutive victory, a robust man with a cloth band tied around his head entered the ring, glaring at the Black Wolf King as if he were staring at a corpse. Black Wolf King, I've already warned you. If you wish to earn your keep at the villa, you must abide by our rules. Your current behavior complicates matters for us, the muscular man spoke softly, his voice barely audible above the din surrounding them, yet just loud enough for the Black Wolf King to hear. I do not fight for show. I rely on my own skills to win your villa's prize money. What, is your Grand Qingwei Villa incapable of handling a loss? The Black Wolf King scoffed. Foolhardy. That meager prize money means nothing. You've already taken 1,000,000 3 times, yet you remain unsatisfied and refuse to heed the villa's arrangements. The stakes on your next match have reached 50 million. You're as good as dead. The muscular man glared menacingly. To him, that sum was insignificant. When the Black Wolf King first arrived, he had little notoriety, and the bets placed on him were modest. Even if he won 5 matches, the villa would only incur a minor loss. However, as the Black Wolf King's reputation soared, the pressure of heavy bets began to mount. If he continued to win, the villa would suffer significant losses. It was paramount to remember that this was not a genuine underground boxing match, but rather a promotional event orchestrated by the villa to create a lively atmosphere before the official matches. As the muscular man entered the ring, Su Yun remarked quietly, Your former combat instructor is finished. Huh? Gu Qing was taken aback, skeptical. Surely not. Li Lang possesses formidable combat skills. How can you predict his defeat before a single blow has been struck? Despite knowing Su Yun's prowess as a master, she found it hard to believe he could foresee the outcome before the fight even commenced. Not merely a defeat, but death. Su Yun replied coolly. With his keen senses, he detected subtle fluctuations emanating from the opponent. While Li Lang was indeed skilled, he was still at the 3rd rank of martial arts, lacking the internal energy required to compete effectively. In contrast, the muscular man exuded an aura of concealed power, a palpable intent to kill. This clearly indicated a lethal intent. Chapter 95. Beaten to death on the 3rd arena, Li Lang, known as the Black Wolf King, stood with an air of arrogance, dismissing the burly man before him. Having participated in several boxing matches hosted by the Qingwei Villa, he had emerged victorious each time, earning a substantial reward of 1 million. He believed that had it not been for the excessive number of consecutive bouts, which drained his stamina and energy, he could have achieved a 10-match winning streak. Thus, despite knowing that the burly man was the villa's designated backup fighter, he felt no trepidation. Li Lang was not a traditional martial artist. He lacked a systematic lineage or training. Instead, he relied on his innate talents and military-style physical conditioning to forcibly enhance his physique, reaching the realm of the 3rd tier of martial arts. This was undeniably formidable. You think mere words can contend with me? He taunted. In my first arena match, I faced a skilled opponent who attempted to thwart my progress, but I easily defeated him and claimed my reward. The same will happen today. With a dismissive flick of his fingers, Li Lang signaled the burly man, exuding contempt. Unfazed, the burly man scoffed, removing the cloth binding from his forehead and casting it aside. In the next instant, he lunged forward with lightning speed. Spectators barely caught a glimpse of his afterimage before he was upon Li Lang, delivering a thunderous punch that cleaved the air with a resonant crack. Li Lang's expression shifted as he raised his arms to block, but upon impact, he felt an incredible force, as if the punch bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. The hidden strength behind it surged through his iron-like arms, eliciting intense pain. Before he could react, the burly man unleashed a second punch, followed by a third, then a fourth. In the blink of an eye, the burly man unleashed 9 consecutive strikes. Initially, Li Lang managed to fend off the first few blows, but soon he was overwhelmed. Each punch landed with increasing ferocity, resembling a relentless hammering. After the 9th strike, the burly man withdrew his fists, while Li Lang staggered, blood erupting from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the discarded forehead cloth drifted down, and the burly man caught it, readying it with a sense of finality. The Black Wolf King has been felled. He must be rushed to the infirmary, shouted a villa staff member, hurrying to carry Li Lang away. However, Su Yun knew the grim truth. Li Lang had been brutally beaten to death. His internal organs lay shattered by those 9 blows. The onlookers surrounding the arena paid little heed to Li Lang's fate. Those who had placed their bets on him erupted in curses. What a farce, this so-called Black Wolf King. I wagered $1 million on him based on his prior performances. And now he can't even last 5 rounds. How disgraceful. A portly man spat, his phlegm landing squarely on Li Lang's lifeless face. Li Lang lay unmoving, devoid of consciousness. Gu Qing approached, intent on assessing his condition. But a staff member interjected, courteously stating, "He has been injured, Mississippi. We need to take him for emergency treatment. Please do not interfere." Gu Qing stood there, stunned. She wasn't naive. The absence of any breath from Li Lang's chest made it clear he had perished. Although she and Li Lang had not shared a deep bond, her disbelief lingered at the thought of him being killed so easily. Such was the cruel reality of the dark world. How do you feel about continuing your martial arts training? If you persist, you may encounter such fates more frequently in the martial world. Perhaps one day, it could be you who faces a brutal end, Su Yun remarked softly. Gu Qing's gaze hardened, determination igniting within her. You needn't say more. I will not give up. I will sign up to compete shortly. Su Yun nodded in acquiescence, refraining from discouraging her. His purpose in bringing Gu Qing here was to provide her with experience and practical skills, and he would not impede her now. However, I will not intervene should your life be endangered. Once you enter the arena, you must rely on your own abilities. In this environment, the likelihood of mortal peril was minimal. Li Lang's demise stemmed from his own disregard for Qingyue Villa's rules, having exploited his abilities to reap rewards without heed to warnings. Other fighters, even if defeated or injured, would not suffer severe consequences, as this was merely a venue for entertainment. The true bloodshed awaited in the underground boxing matches set to commence at 10 o'clock in Hongbin Tower. As Su Yun accompanied Gu Qing to the registration desk, a tall woman in her 30s suddenly called out, "Xiao Qing?" Gu Qing looked up, momentarily taken aback. "Sister Qi, what are you doing here? I could ask you the same. What brings you to such a place?" Yi Qi scrutinized her. "I heard about the underground boxing matches, so I came with some friends to take a look." "Just take a look?" Yi Qi shot her a disapproving glance. "You were just about to register for a match. You have some nerve. Normally, you come to spar with me, and that's acceptable, but to step into the arena? If I tell your family, they'll surely have a word with you." Yi Qi's tone bore a hint of reproach. "Please don't. If my family finds out, I'll never hear the end of it." Gu Qing pleaded, raising her hands in surrender. Yi Qi huffed, "Stay by my side. You're an amateur. Don't take any reckless chances. This place can truly be deadly." After chastising Gu Qing, Yi Qi turned her gaze towards Su Yun. "And you, are you Xiao Qing's friend? She was just about to register, and you didn't stop her? Why should I? She's merely trying her hand at it. There's no real danger," Su Yun replied, his tone calm. "Trying her hand? Do you think this is child's play?" Yi Qi laughed incredulously. "That Black Wolf King you saw being carried away, he is dead.